Chapter 1 I discover Therpsiophyticon. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Damn it, still garbage. Xiaoyang Pieladoff Theban Anapil Fromisht, trembling Gesheklem bed to his feet, unable to believi what lay before him. Beneath the overcast ski, mountain soft refuse Rosiand fell in Arlental's expanse, stretching as ferris thigh kudsi, with some heap stowering goverandrid metter swiliathers burleriacadidozen, alamaniding a suffocating, foul stench. Theruis no doubt thehud crossedover, and in themish tragikof ways. No girls, noldman, and certainly no system. Only 'tis seemingly endless of trash before him. How did it comitothis? Heffelt the profound soft world directed at him. He had merely stepped out o disposo phasmal piece of paper, and Noah found himself ensnared in this grotesque realmo furfuse, did the signify? Hoded heffend? Damn! Inafido impotent trage, Xiaoyang kikada viren irbitrishkan. Unexpectedly, a figure tumbled out from Theban, causing him to recoil in fright. The figure, with golden curly hair and cladina black soot, lay Matushan less amidst heafed garbage, appearing to be a man. Cold Helsabia a traveler? Xiaoyang picked dupa plunger stick, stealing, scourgishi cautiously prodded the figure. Hey brother, wake up hey. Suddenly, the figura fell over, revealing a face smeared with blood. It's a Swidiopenan staring at them, nearly giving Shanga a heart attack. What hell? Isn't this the Tycoon Isawan TV? Xiaoyang exclaimed in shock Theman before Heim ways indeed a foreign billionaire had seen Inthanas, Bathicius Twasagru Asames, clearly indicating he was beyond saving. Just the day before, there had been a usabou thys infidelity how could have met such anid? And Tobadiscardi Dinitrishkan, no less. Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. This corpse offered no assistance in her predicament. All I wanted was to escape a thighs, wretched place. Int the shellishrium, event the corpseo fati conwasmeral yapcular piece of refuse, wasn't it? Yet, noten Tyrelliso. Hiscazuis drawn to the dazzling watching the corpse's wrist, its glimmer resembling a constellation of stars, exuding gonalura thoughts him to embolden him. A several $1 million brigade, this should at least provide some solace for me wounded spirit. Xiaoyang's wallowed hard, unfastened the exquisitetum piece, and arranged a modest farewell for the golden-haired tycoon, covering his face with several trash bags. In need toven surfer there a field dire fusido bellieva this place Cecil like composed off garbage, but he should prepare himself first. Xiaoyang braced himself. Finding a world-class watcha ad bra time unexpected joy, making his rummaging through teatrichless daunting. Huni are the dinareo fatims paper balls with a hint of phosmanthus for grants, expired kinejud sand instant noodles, half a pack of specistrips, a bottle leaf leftover mineral water, a rusty utilitic knife, and a tattered pleasant goat backpack. Anna must admit, that triasortion within Thetrishwara quite teen lightning he even stumbled upon a lift-sized, realistic doll with a 36 chest. The tactile sensation was intriguing, thought fit was impractical to with him. Besto hideit forno. Suddenly, Ashido darted past, burrowing into Trishbanir Xiaoyang's nose, revealing a long, thin tail. Damn it, it's a rat bigger than a cat. Xiaoyang's face contorted in disgust, the nauseating stench from the creature estiling orange in his memory. It was unbearably foul, and he narrowly avoided contact. Seemingly offended, there it merged, its scrimsonius fixin Xiaoyang, and its whiskers, resembling octopus tentacles, twisty dandrithidina grotesque manner. What hell, have I crossed a veer into an alien world? Panic surged within Yamesha Grabadap Hypato shield himself, bead soft cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, no confrontation ensued after a brief standoff, themonstrous rot returned to scavenging through garbage. However, it is well known that the cyto-facing ray often indicatessa holines lurking nearby. Understanding Thisel toll, Xiaoyang has still slung the pleasant goat backpack over his shoulder and fled. Sure enough, he had barely died a few paces when he heard the piercing, squeak-so frats approaching from their fuse. Ahead, two grotesque rots due to Prighton and old television zet, their fur bristling, and Thierheidia's whiskers writhing toward Shang. Meow, meow, go away, little ones, they're smething tasty over thera. Xiaoyang cautiously tossed a few damp, softened biscuits in an attempt to distract them. Alas, that were it spade no heed. Their gaze fixed intently in Himpthin, With a loud crack, a plastic bag burst, and themonstrous recharged him from either side. Damn! In a moment of desperation, Xiaoying swung the steel pipe with all his might, striking Gaunaft Harriet's a Safit and gay sandbag, producing Godolthid. Gotcha! Xiaoying exclaimed with delight, but Theothera seized the opportunity to climb onto his backpack and lung adopt him. Crisis! Xiaoyang swiftly raised disarm to protect the back of his neck, feeling Gaetan his arm followed by Asher pain. Damn! Fury united within him with his swiftbow strike, Heslamed and Totha television, sending Thera tumbling off. Theblo had severely injured the creature, its body contorting up an impact. Indeed, Theret lay sprawled, its shed drooping, while Xiaoyang's left arm throbbed with pain, rendering temporarily useless. At that moment, the Theret, having regained its footing, charged at him, its rancid mouth wide open. Xiaoyang couldn't raise his right hand to block the attack. But then, something bizarre. Therat didn't attack him instead. It sank its intoitsful companion, the flesh near its mouth melding with her. As the flesh twisted, the carcass visibly shrank, resembling Gamelting wax figure. Meanwhile, Thelivingrat begantle, as if injected with steroids. What hell? Seeing Gaja per charged crimson ratent the verge of maturity, Xiaoying quickly lifted the steel pipe and brought it down upon it shed with great force. Eek! The creature remit directed crieth that underestimate him, failing to evidith the blowas its whiskers flailed desperately, attempting to extricate itself from the corpse, only to meet no third hooting strike. Again and again, Xiaoyang unleashed a torrent of blows, his ear softening yielding astonishing display of destructive edit. After 7 or 8 strikes, he collapsed to the ground. The rat shed was no unrecognizable, its remaining tendrils dangling from the corpse, creating a grotesquely beautiful taba. Ugh! Suppressing his nausea, Xiaoyang hastily rolled sleeves. To his dismay, his left arm was encased in layers of colorful plastic, with 4 varying white indentations smearing its surface. Thankfully, I took some precautions otherwise, this gold dava turned her. Xiaoyang said in relief, grateful that Therat's bite forsooth not, particularly strong in such an environment. Wanu how manapathogens those creatures sharbored? It must find a gathering place for humans, and quickly. In the sky, a monstrous bird with awing sponiformiter swooped down, causing Thrall's Royce beneath to tremble violently. The bird bore a vague resemblance to a vulture, yet at the junction of its neck and body, it sported a grotesque ring of flesh, occasionally dripping a vicious, yellowish substance. After a brief rest, the creature squawked and launched itself into the air, soaring toward Thune. On Seth the bird departed, a weary figure hurriedly crawled out from beneath the swaying fickle. In milliseconds, Adropleto fliquid, no larger than Abian, fell from the spotha just vacated, sizzling a sith at the ground. How terrifying no tassingle nor malcarichery in sight. Xiaoyang was still shaken. At this point, he had wandered through Tiggerbidge Forkwit time, encountering nothing but bizarre creatures along Thon Kudenlai. Imaginity 40 thad taken from to survive until now. Yet, he had not seen a single living soul. Countless corpses were strewn about. This world was peculiar, an endless expansio frefus, as if it were boundless landfill. Thagar be Jewess of in stranger, seeming lie sourced from various arrays and corners soft-world, giving the impression of different civilization holding. Rusted steel behemoths lay shittered, ancient brick sand broken blades spiled high, and herched banknotes lay unclaimed heaving spotted severed limbs scattered about, their skin rotten away to reveal rusty bones and twisted circuitry. This is clearly a forsaken world. Xiaoyang felt a wave of despondency wash over him, unable to fathom the worst possible outcome. To king a deep breath, the acridare slight liar juvenate him hepulidabro kintelescope from his backpack, cautiously scanning his surroundings. However, just as shepherd told leave, a dark speck of thiatizy. Xiaoyang grubbed his eyes in disbelief. In the distance a peculiar black hole materialized. A massive object emerged from the opening. Is that a pig? Chapter 2 The Landfill of Fall Realms. Xiaoyang student stunned excellence, gazing at the bizarre spectacle before him. In the sky, the black hole silently widened, and a gargantuan and wild boar burst forth, followed by a torrential cascade of water they trained down from above, scattering their fuse below disarray. Along with it fell a multitude of floating debris, decaying timer, furniture, the carcasses of dead animals. And, astonishingly, Xiaoying spotted a person. I can't be mistaken that 'tis indeed a person. Xiaoying wiped his lens and crouched behind Rolls-Royce, observing with trepidation. The rushing water unleashed a whirlwind of vapor, and though ways at a distance, have found it difficult to participate. Before long, the black hole abruptly closed, returning Thesca to normal, leaving Gonlis in its wake. Duet a Thessadine influx of water in a short span of time. Theloli Ingaria had hash transformed into swamp composed of refuse, with an array of colorful plastic bags, foam, and ember floating upon the water surface. As the water spreads, the buoy and causes the surrounding heaps of garbage to become disordered, leading to imminent collapses, prompting the creature to tuster infant escape. When the refuse mountain scrumbled, noticing a piece of debris was innocent, and Xiaoying found himself compelled to temporarily live a catheteria. Gradually, the ground settled, establishing gainu mechanical equilibrium, yet the could not afford to ponder the perillo flan slide as sand hurried towards the salutant the distance. Xiaoying traversed he geof to wetland. Theater rents descending from the heaven shad carved du size of puddle-line the ground, shallowy notarevial the floating detritus bearing distinct characteristics of Japanese culture. Tattered tatama mats, yellowed, the dead kimonos, and wooden clogs were of not concerned to him. He soon discovered enormous scarca so falled bore. It was remarkably conspicuous, its horizontal displayed body towering over Xiaoyang, and when standing, it would sure level the Hido phasmal rural house. Up in closer inspection, acidity from its colossal size, its other feature appeared to align with those of an ordinary wild boar. Meanwhile, the dark figure lay supine amidst their fuse. Alas, yet no third corpse. Despite his shops being dashed, Xiaoyang is sadabrant to an figureman tandra towards the shore. Noti yet in solid round, Huasneer lie start led bia with a bield. The corpse cessia sockets were hollow, its silence drooping, epitomizing theatrum death without closure. What had traji dive and thighball shave been gouged out? Perhaps this is the consequence of being more handsome than I. Judging by appearances, the deceased appeared to be out half 16 or 17, with straight black hair, a round nose, and a delicate countenance, his skin having pulled from prolonged exposurtoator. Curie tight leather vest over his black attire and sported a short knifus lung diagonally across his back. Ah, this appearance. Xiaoying felt an unsettling familiarity, an overwhelming sense of Java surged within him. Has to litter Ned Thebadai over, revealing a striking gradand white pattern resembling gateable tennis racketum blazon in the back of the garment. By heavens, is this not a clan emblem from Naruto? Xiaoyang was rendered speechless, staring blankly into the corpse says vacanti socket Saskount. Lesamages, flicker red through his mind. Blindness. Uchiha. Shursui. South He River. Have Istanbul Dupont refuse from the Narratuniverse? Suddenly, Hezang to the ground, finding the situation absurd. But Thevid Celius beform Surlina cosplayer would besaberdastigao jiao thyro nai, for the sake of divine proof. Soon, Cuny are that further evidence a plethora of rusted ninja tulsans several totterage reinvests embroidered with red whirlpool patterns. It's confirmed and this is refuse from the Naruto world, he muttered. If so, then thos seemingly abandoned items from different trium. Cold theolb. Refuse from the myriad worlds. A place where other fuse of countless realms is discarded? These was beyond exhilarating jit was perilously thrilling. Xiaoying sprang to his feet, his scalp prickling with an ease, utterly devoid of safes of sea. Just imagine, if instead of Uchiha Shursui, a corpse from the world of celestial emperor to appear, you would lie clipperish before he even had a chance to react. Wait, if the size indeed that dumping ground for the myriad realm, then me present Sarah must. Xiaoyang felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, recalling the circumstance of his arrival, his expression darkening as if he hadn't jested refuse. This is utterly intolerable. Yet, almost instantaneously, excitement flooded through him as he gazed at Shijua's corpse, a twisted smile creeping gay across his face. What a powerhouse! Its appetite the most valuable Mangeki sharing and has been gouged out. In the Naruto series, the Uchiha capable of wielding Mangeki sharing and Narf one far between, each a veritable powerhouse, with she Swiss regarded as to pinaclio prowess. Regrettably, Hellas this Rai Tiane surpriseiata orchestrated Bishamurid on Thevio Finklinstuptat. Topravinthus lefti Ephraimin citing conflictan to assistitachiachi hain awakening thmanjiki sharingan, he entrusted Heidiatakai forliapingineth the South Hi River, Indingus own life. And now, Xiaoying had discovered his remains. The South Hi River's notarius within Thnaru townivers Forbi and Garefus strewn water Wakanoha village frequently is drank admission Stokelianet, sustaining countless fresh lie graduated genin, serving gas themotheriver for Kano Haslor ninjas. The Salsola sidati the Borsamin Sezais, a swiled Borsanth Neru Tarilmer renowned for their ferocity, having Jevon overpowered Ashura. What, then, is that bizarre black hole? Could it be thought three all Thiestumungus also entered via thought contraption? Xiaoying could not fathom the truth. Rustling sound submerged a day saw audacious creatures begin to approach Theria, leaving him with scant time. Xiaoying hastai listruped off his leather armor and ninjatal pouch, drawing his short knife fine preparation tofui. After moment's thought, Hezever a finger from Shisuus Vorpseon stowed in an tie bottle. Hey Thenis sen dead he will borskerkus, laborious sly cuttin gay piece sovmeat from its hooter, rappin jitin layer soft plastic before hasta liar treating from. In a time, the mutated creatureser, tracted bethika motion big converga formal directions. Vulture circled above, while rodents and insects scuttled across the hillside, and grotesque, decaying hound shoaled to Thirkin. Xiaoying bore witness to this ghastly fest amidst Thurfuse mountains. Their fuse from Neru townivers Sisimid, particularly Allering, drawn forth numerous unfamiliar barren creatures. Naturally, the focal point of contention ways that walkerpses. A mongy dog could no longer restrain itself and lungade through Ildbor, sounding the alarm for a chaotic Malayu throughout Hirafuse heap. The feral hound story at the boar stuff hide with their sharp teeth, while rodents burrowed in toits nostril stow feast from within. Vultures descended, unleashing gator rontoff putrid fluids, corroding both the living gone the dead alike. Asmer creatures joined the fray, this in a devolved in touter pandemonium. They begin to savage and other rodents splunged thyrapindage syntothi houndsies, while a vulturus snatched up grotesque rodents, only to bay and ked down bileaping wild dogs. Xiaoying bore witness to ferocidio of these mutated beings. Thwaters soon turned a deep reddish brown, as the chaotic battle among the mutated creatures escalated, their vision clouded by bloodlust, unable to discern whether they were festinginal boar flesh, rodent meat, vulture flesh, canine meat, or vinthiraun. Somianimal so ta claimed Shijuis corpse, viewed despite his delicate appearance, Hesimid tuffertokinsmithan thebor, his flesh appearing in better condition. Xiaoying grippa dis binoculars tightly, securing is backpack kashekrouched motion less among their fuse, scarcely during Tobria. Feast upon it thimera that parish, the better. A sif heed fuel feast and spoken wish, that moil intensified. Suddenly, the water erupted. Akalos salma burst forth, resembling a gigantic pipette thrusting from thirth, its batalic teeth devouring through Ildboran numerous aberration, single gulp. Under that tremendous force, the surrounding creature swirl flung aside like her fuse, swept away bethimer kai waters and muck. As the monstrosity broke through the surface, Xiaoying finally beheld its true form. Itway saccharicharima bust thanatrain, its bodias darkest steel, adorned with hemiria dofcerit appendages. Embedded with a neat skinware of various metally components, as if drawn by magnetic force, faint blue sparks flickering intermittently. It wasoim minceth at heaven after surging gup 450 or 6 diameters, its stale remained unseen. The cloud sparted slightly, allowing a beam of sunlight to penetrate. Thagi ain't insectal touter sounding cry, sending ripples through the air, beginning with a wail reminiscent of an infant scry, trailing off into a helic lament. Rosoff metallic teeth encircled circular maw, glint tingerily in the soonlight. The outer layer bore large teeth, whiles Malirines nested within, layer eduponini and other like the tentacle sophaninamon, each is menacing a salmontis blade. A siftus celebrae tethi insect emergence, blue sparks danced across its body, sending an invisible wave sweeping gootward. The abandoned carboneath Xiaoying suddenly midday beep beep from its shorn, seeming displeased with it upon it. Soon, a cacophony of alarms and electronic alerts echoed throughout the hillside. The bizarre atmosphere is in chills down Xiaoyang's spine, akin to overhearing whispers in a secluded forest or Theria strains off Happy Birthday in a horror film. Fortunately, this nightmarish scene lasti don liefeuskens. With air sounding boom, several refuse mountains erupted, and the kala salenzect broadbat earth. Its steel-like form resembled an arching bridges spanning Theski, appearing stationary yet swift lie advancing, akin to an and Lestranov carriages. What manner of monstrosity is these? Xiaoyang wallowed hard. Thankfully, it seemed disinterested. After what felt like eternity, thriving te lofted giant insect find a limerjed from the soil. Just before retreating in Toit's burrow, it launched a multitude of dark objects skyward, soaring freely in the dream-like light. Oh shit! Xiaoyang see eastward and in despair shegazed helpless lie at the descending shadows, unleashing a cry of frustration. To Hisherer, it weighs a mass off assess larger Thanakar. Chapter 3. The young man who collects excrement. Hey, wake up! Hey, could it be that he's dead? Shall we try splashing him in the face? Forget about him for now. While no one is watching, let us quickly gather the devil worm's feces. This time we're bound to strike it rich, Gaiataya. Amidst a tumultuous shaking of the earth and a cacophony of incomprehensible murmurs swirling in his ears, Xiaoyang struggled to open his eyes, groggily propping himself up. He found himself encircled by 4 figures with muddy faces, chattering away in eerie tones, as if they were preparing to feast upon him. What the hell? Xiaoyang recoiled in shock, and upon turning back, he realized they were merely 4 beggars with bizarre hair colors, curiously gazing at him. One disheveled beggar with dark hair approached, babbling incomprehensibly. His hair was unkempt and long, his face slightly dark yet rugged, clad in a tattered cotton coat, underneath which lay a similarly filthy denim jacket, leading Xiaoyang to mistakenly believe that a viral internet celebrity had descended upon him. The other 3 beggars bore similar eclectic styles, with their hair colors varying, 2 purple and 1 green, all of youthful appearance. Their language resembled nothing of Earth's common vernacular. At least, Xiaoyang was utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to their words. Nimu, Sag-gu, Gaiataya. Noticing Xiaoyang's lack of response, the beggar resembling an internet celebrity sighed and turned his attention to the other 3, joining them in their fervent endeavors. Xiaoyang then observed that they were, in fact, shoveling excrement. The 4 beggars were gathered around the massive feces of a giant worm, chattering excitedly as they carefully loaded the dark soil into snakeskin bags and oversized woven shopping bags, their faces alight with the joy of harvest. Could it be that the dung of this colossal creature holds some peculiar value? Xiaoyang remained perplexed. However, amidst their chatter, he managed to decipher a few names through the lens of mishearing. The beggar resembling an internet celebrity seemed to be named Zhang Daqiang. The one with the green shameter hairstyle was called Jim, the purple-haired vagabond went by Jesse, and the short purple-haired boy appeared to be named Jessica. By the way, these scavengers seemed to refer to the giant worm's feces as Jinkala. Moreover, they frequently uttered the term Gaiataya while shoveling, leaving Xiaoyang curious if it held any special significance. Damn it, not only was there no system, but the language barrier was insurmountable. The difficulty of this transmigration was simply too high. Xiaoyang felt his mental state beginning to unravel as he surveyed his surroundings. Great, he had no idea where his gear had run off to. Such misfortune. However, calamity struck further, for before he could locate his beloved Xianjiang backpack, the distant crack of a gunshot reverberated through the air. Suddenly, dozens of beggars armed with clubs and knives came charging down from the rubbish heap, shouting Gaiataya, Gaiataya, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. What on earth is happening? Xiaoyang immediately raised his hands in surrender. Half an hour later. Who am I? Where am I? Where shall I dispose of this excrement? At the foot of the garbage mound, Xiaoyang held a battered basin brimming with feces, gazing up at the yellow sky. His eyes filled with an endless void of confusion and desolation. At that moment, a slightly tattered snake-skin bag was thrust before him. Zhang Daqiang shook the bag, signaling him to hurry up and dump the contents. Otherwise, he would face a beating in the distance. A burly man with a green head, clad in a pink nightgown, stood atop an overturned Rolls-Royce, cracking a whip with a resounding snap. Beneath him, several emaciated figures carefully collected the black, soft mud into various plastic bags, snakeskin bags, and supermarket woven bags. One frail scavenger seemed to collapse from exhaustion, accidentally spilling some of the muck, and immediately received a harsh lash for his blunder. Witnessing the pitiful figure cry out in pain brought tears to Xiao Yang's eyes. He obediently began transferring the dark excrement into the bags, his heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of despair. How tragic it was! What other transmigrators enjoyed a glorious arrival, basking in riches, equipped with systems or grandfathers. Yet here he was, reduced to a mere dung collector. What had he done to deserve this? Resistance was out of the question. The sheer number of opponents was daunting, and although their weapons appeared rudimentary, they were not something he could withstand, especially considering their leader wielded a firearm. Where was his knife? It had been snatched away before he even had a chance to grasp it for his companion. Zhang Daqiang appeared equally disheartened, his face etched with gloom. Xiao Yang empathized with him. It was akin to a newborn child, still warm from the womb, only to be told by a doctor that a multi-billion-dollar business was not theirs. The sentiment was unmistakable. They were all unfortunate souls, as Xiao Yang continued his task. He observed the surrounding environment, which had transformed into a bustling worksite. The aftermath of the giant worm's bowel movement seemed to have unleashed a torrent of feces as if it had been constipated for years. Collecting it would be no small feat. Around 40 or 50 scavengers like him toiled to gather the giant worm's dung, most of whom were coerced laborers. From his observations, the inhabitants of this world bore a resemblance to those on Earth, albeit with wildly varied hair colors, adorned with streaks and patterns, possibly influenced by some external factor. The distinction between the overseers and the laborers was stark. The overseers were notably more robust, clad in tattered garments that, while ragged, could still be deemed clothing, albeit lacking any distinction between male and female styles, lending them an amusing appearance. What struck Xiao Yang as particularly absurd was that several among them had cheerily donned ninja vests reminiscent of the Naruto universe. Armed with makeshift weapons crafted from unknown parts, the leader, a one-eyed man, had a handgun tucked into his waistband. Xiao Yang felt no surprise regarding this. After all, in this world, even discarded automobiles were plentiful. Making the existence of firearms seemingly plausible, it remained uncertain whether they were manufactured or scavenged from the refuse. The scavengers' appearances were a kaleidoscope of bizarre styles, most lacking adequate clothing. Those who did wear garments seemed to have pieced together various materials, creating ensembles that would astonish even the most fashionable designers in Milan, with some directly donning plastic bags as attire. Most of these individuals appeared gaunt and unhealthy, with festering sores dotting their bodies, raising concerns about their well-being. Xiao Yang pondered why they were so enamored with the giant worm's dung. He glanced toward the distance where several elder beggars stood at the edge of a wormhole, engaged in animated chatter. "Joke, have you figured it out? Why has the devil worm appeared here? This is rather too close to Kuer Town, a place it has never been seen before." The leader, a burly man with a golden mane and a scruffy beard, had one eye obscured. "Boss, we discovered numerous corpses of mutated creatures and bizarre iron weapons nearby. It seems there has been a new garbage eruption, drawing the devil worm here. What kind of refuse would entice the devil worm to emerge? It is no ordinary mutated creature." The one-eyed man pondered in his recollection. The devil worm was notorious for consuming anything, even the foulest of vultures, yet its excrement was of great value. Uncertain of the cause and not expecting much intelligence from the scavengers below, he thought it wise to simply keep a distance from the devil worms. Contemplating the substantial bounty at hand, he inquired, "When can we finish loading the jinkala?" Jinkala, a phonetic translation, refers to the devil worm's dung, deemed excessively precious and possessing unique properties, thus earning this moniker among the inhabitants of this world. From Xiao Yang's Garbage Talk Translation Compendium, boss. This time we truly struck gold. We already filled dozens of bags and expect to fill another 200 to 300 more. This is devil worm dung, jinkala. Just a handful can make a whole garden flourish. We'll never have to worry about not having vegetables to eat again." Joke's lewd grin revealed a gaping gap where a tooth once resided. "Aha! Your looks may be unfortunate, but your aspirations are grand," the bearded man thought to himself as he patted Joke's shoulder. "Speaking earnestly, I've always said that if my brothers follow me, One-Eyed Tom, they'll have plenty to eat. but we must hasten our pace to avoid being discovered by other factions. For now, let us not touch the garbage. We must transport all this dung before tomorrow. Once this job is done, I'll claim all the little shacks in Coeur Town, allowing my brothers to revel to their heart's content." Upon hearing the words little shacks, Joke was nearly beside himself with excitement, but was restrained by Tom. He glanced toward Xiao Yang's direction. "Remember, after transporting the Jinkala, dispose of these garbage bags to prevent any leaks." It was evident that Xiao Yang was diligently engaged in his task of collecting dung. With a shovel in hand, he worked tirelessly. After considerable effort, he finally unearthed a hidden, water-stopping ninja blade, providing him with a measure of security. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he stealthily wrapped the knife in a garbage bag and concealed it. At this point, darkness had begun to envelop the sky in the absence of a light source. The excavation work had to come to a halt. The scavengers gathered in small clusters, igniting flickering campfires at the construction site, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of burning plastic. The one-eyed figure seemed unconcerned that these laborers might take advantage of the darkness to flee, for no one would be foolish enough to traverse the desolate wasteland of refuse under the cover of night. Xiao Yang, using a lighter he had unearthed from who knows where, assisted in kindling the fire, while Zhang Daqiang picked through the remains of a mutated dog, slicing off a few pieces of meat to roast. A faint, fishy odor enveloped the camp. Most of the scavengers subsisted on the corpses of these aberrant creatures, with only a fortunate few possessing their own provisions. Observing this, Xiao Yang decided to roast the wild boar meat he had previously cut. As he had an inkling that it might possess some unique quality, he then rummaged through his bag, extracting several packages of softened instant noodles to share with the group, for they had gone to great lengths to unearth him. And they were among the few he felt somewhat familiar with. It was prudent to foster good relations. This gesture garnered him a glimmer of respect in the eyes of the four. Embracing the joy of sharing food, Xiao Yang attempted to communicate, using gestures to convey his thoughts. "Xiao Yang, where?" He pointed at the gigantic worm's excrement, then at his own head, shaking it in confusion. "Excrement? Brain? Don't remember." "You? Wheat Coeur Town. One-eyed Coeur Town. Formidable. Excrement. Why? Like excrement, green, food, grow, treasure." Thus, through this pantomime, Xiao Yang gradually grasped the situation. The quartet of scavengers hailed from a place called Coeur Town, requiring them to traverse numerous mountains of trash, the majority of those wielding whips also originating from Coeur Town. They collected the golden fertilizer because the excrement of the giant worms could accelerate plant growth in this world. Vegetables were exceedingly precious, as most land was contaminated, making it difficult for plants to survive. What little was grown could even be toxic. Thus, a handful of this excrement could be exchanged for many goods, sufficient for a visit to a small shelter. Zhang Daqiang advised Xiao Yang to consume less of the mutated creature's flesh and to partake more of the refuse food, as the meat of these aberrations could lead to illness. His mother had succumbed to such a fate. Like other scavengers, their primary means of survival revolved around rummaging through garbage, with food being the most coveted refuse. The instant noodles Xiao Yang provided were incredibly valuable. The burly, bearded man leading them was one of the town's bosses, known as One-Eyed Tom, who frequently oppressed their small group of scavengers. However, this time he did not seize their belongings, which Zhang Daqiang found peculiar and advised caution. It was also possible that after obtaining the golden fertilizer, One-Eyed Tom had deemed the scavengers' possessions beneath his notice. Additionally, he suggested that Xiao Yang, suffering from amnesia, might consider visiting Coeur City, as his fair complexion might indicate he was someone of significance in that realm. As they chatted, Xiao Yang's meat finished roasting, emitting a tantalizing aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Observing their eager gazes, he contemplated for a moment before slicing off a few pieces to share with them, also curious about whether the boar meat might be toxic. "Why goodness, it smells divine. So delectable. What sort of mutated creature is this?" The impatient Jim, unable to contain himself, took several bites despite the scorching heat. This was the essence of happiness. Jessica, with her purple hair, was glistening with grease as she savored the food. At merely 15 years old, she was the only girl in the group, and without her introduction, Xiao Yang might not have recognized her. "Don't worry, Jessica. I'll make sure you eat like this every day." Jessie, with his light purple waves, was revealed to be Jessica's brother, surprisingly a doting sibling, though Jessica was far too engrossed in her meal to pay him any mind. Not just them, even Xiaoyang, a native of Earth, found the boar meat exceptionally delightful. Not only was it delicious, but he also felt a warm energy radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body as the fatigue of a day's toil began to dissipate, leaving him invigorated. Xiaoyang and Jim exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the magnitude of the experience. Is this the ethereal flesh of a black hole? Xiaoyang, where did you find this? Zhang Daqiang struggled to keep his voice down, fearing to attract attention. What? Ethereal flesh? Jim exclaimed impulsively. Damn it. Keep it down. Zhang Daqiang pressed his hand firmly on Jim's head, scanning their surroundings. Fortunately, they were somewhat secluded. Whatever we consume tonight better not turn to waste in our bellies. Ethereal flesh? Xiaoyang noted their repeated mention of the term. In certain refuse heaps, peculiar corpses of aberrant creatures could be unearthed. Their flesh contained special energy that could enhance human physique, potentially awakening latent abilities in the fortunate. Zhang Daqiang demonstrated a pose of muscular expansion and mimicked breathing fire, which took a while for Xiaoyang to comprehend. Enhance physique? Awaken? Xiaoyang felt he had grasped something pivotal. Do you see that bearded one-eyed man? He is an awakener, capable of manipulating rock. I once witnessed him crush an unfortunate soul with a boulder. Earth manipulation. Could this be a manifestation of a supernatural awakening power? Yet, compared to the refuse of various worlds, this hardly seemed outlandish. Suddenly, he realized a significant question. Daqiang, do you know where all this refuse falling from the sky originates? Jim shook his head. How about Naruto? Never heard of it. Fire-type awakener. What about Dolua continent? Where is that? Is there plenty of garbage? Balala the fairies? How many biscuits at a time? Chapter 4. Can waste sorting yield the strongest in the world? The flames illuminated Xiaoyang's figure, sometimes distant, sometimes near, as if some force compelled his steps. After a thorough inquiry, Xiaoyang confirmed that the inhabitants of this world were entirely oblivious to Earth's anime, novels, films, and comics. In retrospect, this made sense. The language barrier was insurmountable. This revelation suggested that in this world, reliant on refuse for survival and strength, he might have discovered an advantageous edge. Unlike these locals, he was not only fluent in Chinese and had attained a level 6 proficiency in English, but had also consumed countless films. More importantly, he understood the origins and context of certain refuse. It could be said that no one comprehended refuse better than he did. Who would have thought my greatest advantage would be waste sorting? Xiaoyang mused in disbelief. With that thought, he retrieved Shirzue's ninja tool pouch. It contained a few items, a bundle of explosive tags, several kunai, shuriken, and a few scrolls whose contents were unknown to him. He largely dismissed the kunai and shuriken, regrettably unable to utilize the explosive tags. In the Naruto universe, explosive tags lacked detailed specifications. Some were thrown with kunai, while others were crafted into tripwires, likely requiring chakra for activation, which he could only explore later. However, these scrolls held promise. From his limited grasp of Japanese gleaned from watching films, he could discern that the red scroll was likely an offensive sealing scroll. Marked with a fire symbol, he dared not open it hastily, fearing it might contain forbidden jutsu. In the Naruto universe, sealing scrolls were typically used as supplementary tools in combat. The other two were ninjutsu scrolls. But the unfamiliar vocabulary within was far too complex for Xiaoyang's rudimentary Japanese to translate. He could only recognize a few limited terms, including chakra. Thus, at this stage, the only means to enhance his strength were a single sealing scroll and the remaining pounds of wild boar meat. Xiaoyang inwardly chastised himself for only slicing off such a small portion of meat. Had he known better, he would have cut more. He glanced at Shirzue's severed finger, quickly quelling any unwholesome thoughts. Speaking of which, Shirzue's corpse had likely been swept away. He wondered if One-Eyed Tom had found it. After transforming the remaining meat into jerky, Xiaoyang aimed to digest it quickly, for that previous meal had left him feeling considerably stronger. Suggesting that the meat contained a substantial amount of chakra, that pig must have possessed the strength of a high-ranking ninja. He drew his ninja blade and struck it against a nearby abandoned vehicle. Not cleaving through entirely, yet eliciting envious admiration from the four. His strength had approximately doubled, though he had not awakened any additional abilities, perhaps due to insufficient consumption. Xiao Yang was quite pleased with the outcome of his strike, attributing the result to the blade's sharpness. After all, it was Shizue's weapon. Were it not for its effectiveness, it would have merely become a tool for scraping. However, Zhang Daqiang and the others remained unaware of this. Filled instead with awe at his formidable prowess, he needed to consume the remaining meat promptly. At the very least, he had secured enough strength to avoid being mere cannon fodder. The others had also experienced some enhancement in their physiques, and Xiao Yang felt no regret in sharing the meat, as they had essentially rescued him from the refuse. He could see that the four were fundamentally good-hearted. Their assistance would likely prove invaluable when they reached Ku'er Town. However, he had no intention of distributing the remaining meat. His primary focus was on enhancing his own strength. This strike served both as a test and a demonstration of power. Nevertheless, throughout that night, Xiao Yang found himself unable to sleep, the blade never leaving his hand in the darkness. None of them were aware that atop a nearby mound of refuse, a pair of crimson eyes had been fixed upon the flickering campfire for quite some time. As dawn broke, while the others remained in slumber, Xiao Yang seized the opportunity to consume some more jerky, his strength incrementally increasing once again. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, startling both those who were asleep and those feigning slumber. The group turned towards the source of the sound, towards the direction of dawn, where a shadowy figure was grotesquely frozen on the ground, limbs hanging like a scarecrow. "Heh, I advise you all to behave. You must have heard of my reputation, One-Eyed Tom. In Ku'er Town, don't resort to petty tricks. Just do your work, and you'll be set free once it's done." Tom grinned at the crowd, his foot stomping down as he yanked a rock spike from the corpse before kicking it into the refuse pile. The sky above the garbage-laden world always bore a sickly yellow hue, as a procession wound its way through the gullies formed by heaps of refuse, resembling a writhing black worm. The scavengers pulled makeshift carts constructed of wheels and wood, laden with bulging snake skin bags, trudging forward with determination. Comparatively, Xiao Yang and his companions found their journey somewhat easier, having experienced a notable enhancement in their physical condition. The speed of their caravan could only be described as snail-like, hindered by the multitude of refuse obstacles along the way, not to mention the chaotic disturbances caused by mutated creatures. Fortunately, most of these threats were not particularly dangerous, with the more formidable beasts lurking deep within the wasteland. During this time, Xiao Yang even caught sight of a zombie, though it posed little threat, appearing no more formidable than an ordinary human. The existence of such creatures did not surprise Xiao Yang. The proliferation of films and novels like Resident Evil made it all too easy to imagine how a mere scattering of garbage could lead to widespread infection. From Jessica, he learned that the zombies they encountered were merely the least threatening, with even more powerful variants capable of wielding supernatural abilities. Thankfully, the heaps of refuse impeded the movement of these zombies. As he pondered these thoughts, a swarm of figures suddenly emerged from the slopes of refuse on either side. Encircling the entire transport team like pincers, chaos erupted within the caravan. "Heh, Tom, you're far too slow. I've nearly grown moldy waiting." A dark-skinned elder emerged from the crowd, grinning maliciously, his yellowed teeth appearing almost capable of scraping mud. "Old Bush, what do you mean by this?" One-Eyed Tom leapt down from an old tricycle, his VIP seat. "Tom, your gluttony is disgraceful. With all this golden refuse, aren't you afraid of bursting your belly?" "What golden refuse? I've merely discovered a new dump site. With all the garbage in Ku'er Town, do you really think it can't satisfy your appetite?" "Enough, Tom. I'll not waste words with you. Given your evident effort, I'll leave you with 80%. Let us consider this matter settled." Old Bush remained composed, as though he had Tom in his grasp. "With you, an old fool half buried in a coffin. You dare not fear losing your teeth." Tom sneered derisively. Despite Old Bush's shortcomings, he felt confident when joined by others. That moment, another group surged from the hillside behind, blocking the rear of the caravan. Most of these newcomers were women, their fierce expressions rivaling those of men. Leading them was a blonde woman who slid down the slope with a flourish, two daggers hovering around her. "Impressive," Jim couldn't help but comment, a sentiment echoed by both Xiao Yang and Zhang Daqiang. The blonde woman had an exquisite appearance, clad in faded denim and Anta sneakers, her tight-fitting pants accentuating her form, her ample bosom straining against her black t-shirt. The term breathtaking seemed fitting. Most peculiar of all, she sported a pair of rabbit ears atop her head. "Mary, I didn't expect you, you wretched woman, to show up. It seems you've been in cahoots all along." One-eyed Tom realized he had been outmaneuvered. "Tom, it's impossible for you to monopolize the golden refuse. You should have anticipated this outcome. If Old Bush dared to do the same, I would have intervened regardless." Mary crossed her arms, exuding a commanding presence. In Curl Town, there were 3 factions. Should any one faction consume the entirety of these demon larvae's refuse, it would drastically amplify their power, enabling them to crush the other 2 factions. The sheer volume of golden refuse was enough to incite fierce conflict among several cities. "Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that banding together will allow you to best me, One-Eyed Tom? I had intended to let you live a bit longer, but since you seek death, don't blame me." Tom laughed rather than raged. A wave of formidable energy radiating from him. "You've actually reached the 2nd tier. This is impossible," Old Bush exclaimed, astonished. Originally, among the 3, he was the oldest and closest to the 2nd tier, while Mary had the least experience but the highest offensive capability. Now, with Tom breaking through first, Old Bush was left in disbelief. "Attack!" Mary decisively raised her weapon and fired, the 2 daggers flying towards Tom, one to the left and one to the right. She understood that if they did not eliminate Tom today, he would not spare her once his powers expanded. Regrettably, a 2nd-tier ability user's reflexes and physical prowess far surpassed those of a 1st tier. Tom effortlessly dodged the trajectory of the flying metal projectiles. At that moment, Old Bush awakened to the situation, opening his mouth to unleash a fireball. Garbage. Tom looked disdainfully at Old Bush, his body quaking as rocky patterns appeared on his skin. He seized a nearby wheelless motorcycle and hurled it at Old Bush, not only obliterating the fireball but nearly severing Old Bush in 2. Suddenly, Tom stumbled as all the metal debris around him began to levitate, descending upon him like a torrential downpour. "Mary, are you merely tickling me? Once I deal with Old Bush, I'll have you scratch me properly." Tom grinned lewdly, not dodging nor evading, as sharp metal only left faint white marks on his body. A 2nd-tier ability user was not something a 1st tier could compare to. Had it not been for Old Bush's experience and the potency of Mary's abilities, they might have been swiftly dispatched. It seemed that everyone's ammunition was running low, the gunfire merely a token effort. The scales of victory gradually tilting in favor of One-Eyed Tom. While the leaders of the 3 factions clashed, their respective subordinates were embroiled in chaos. The entire scavenger transport team scattered in panic like startled flies. Damn, what an unwarranted disaster. Xiaoyang followed the fray, desperately seeking cover. Being part of One-Eyed Tom's faction, they were also targeted by the other 2 groups. Fortunately, his enhanced physique allowed him to withstand the chaos. When a lackey charged at him, Xiaoyang swung his blade, sending the assailant flying. However, another scavenger snuck up from behind, striking him with a club on his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through Xiaoyang's shoulder as he grasped the steel rod and yanked it forcefully, pulling the frail scavenger into his embrace, a nauseating stench overwhelming him, nearly causing him to retch. Yet, the next moment, a warm liquid sprayed onto his hand. The scavenger had been pierced cleanly through by his sharp blade. Xiaoyang could even see the confusion and unwillingness etched on the man's face. He had taken a life. The warmth on his hand filled him with disgust, and the ensuing wave of fear left him feeling disoriented. This was no longer Earth. There were no police to protect him, and he too could end up like that man, a lifeless body discarded among the refuse. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The situation with Zhang Daqiang was growing dire, and he needed to assist his comrade. With another strike, he felled another lackey. Zhang Daqiang and his trio seized the moment to break free from their encirclement. After all, they had consumed the enhanced pork, improving their physical condition, making them a rarity among those who had partaken of the refuse of the extraordinary world in Curl Town. The group huddled together amidst the chaos, momentarily safe. With their superior physiques, Xiaoyang gradually acclimated to the brawl, becoming increasingly adept with the short blade in his hand. while the surrounding enemies seemed to intentionally avoid him. Those struggling to survive in the garbage world inherently understood the principle of survival of the fittest, instinctively steering clear of formidable beings. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation for Old Bush and Mary was becoming increasingly precarious. In his second-tier state, One-Eyed Tom resembled a savage bear, repelling their repeated assaults. Damn it, Old Bush, stop hiding. Whatever hidden tricks you have, use them now. Mary intended to unleash her trump card, convinced that a survivor of such longevity as Old Bush would surely possess a secret weapon. Old Bush hesitated momentarily, preparing to teach One-Eyed Tom a lesson when the surrounding combat suddenly fell silent. As if guessing what was about to unfold, the old fool abruptly looked up above them. A massive black hole, darker than he was, began to slowly open in the sky. Chapter 5. The new garbage. As scavengers traverse the garbage world, they typically encounter three types of dangers. The first is the bizarre mutated creatures and zombies. The second is other scavengers or unidentified humans. Now, Xiaoyang witnessed the third type of danger emerging from the gaping black hole above, and it was particularly large. What is this aura? The leaders of the three major factions in Ku'er Town were taken aback, their astonishment evident in their eyes. As the black hole yawned open, an astonishing torrent of energy surged forth, as if it could make every cell rejoice, with a resounding boom, akin to a mountain collapsing and water surging. A deluge of refuse cascaded from the sky without warning. Run for your lives! The crowd cried out in panic, but those directly below had no time to flee before being engulfed by the debris. In the narrow valley, the refuse that fell to the ground coalesced into a surging mudslide, sweeping through the crowd with reckless abandon. The entire battlefield resembled a swarm of ants doused in boiling water. Scavengers scattering in all directions, their cries of anguish filling the air. Some were struck violently by bricks, while others had their spines shattered by falling pillars. Xiaoyang and his companions desperately fled towards the summit of the refuse mountain, among the swiftest of the throng, yet they were still struck by flying debris, crying out in distress. Previously, when he heard of landslides, floods, and mudslides on the news, he remained unmoved, occasionally displaying a fleeting sense of cheap sympathy. Yet, when catastrophe struck him personally, he felt the insignificance of humanity. The eruption of refuse was extraordinarily immense, continuing for several minutes. When the sky finally settled and no more waste fell, the original ravine had been filled, rising into a towering mountain of garbage. The battle came to an end in the most absurd of fashions. All the excrement painstakingly collected by the crowd was swallowed whole. One-Eyed Tom appeared utterly soulless, staring vacantly at the swirling dust in the distance, sitting down in defeat. An estimated 13% of the people were completely buried in this flood, and the majority of the survivors were gravely injured. The infighting among humans seemed trivial in the face of such a dire disaster. The once life-and-death struggles of the factions temporarily dissipated. After the calamity came the harvest. Once the danger receded, the scene fell silent for only a few seconds before, with a resounding whoosh, people from various directions seemingly shared a psychic connection, sprinting towards the mountain of refuse. This eruption was particularly astonishing, and many evolved beings sensed the latent energy in the air as the refuse fell, indicating that its source was anything but ordinary. To be buried in garbage was fate, to escape was fortune. In the world of refuse, misfortune and luck were often determined in an instant. Now was their time to reap the rewards. Despite the leaders' incessant shouts, the surviving individuals paid them no heed. Frantically rushing towards the very mountain that had once entombed their companions, fearful of being outpaced, they surged forth like fervent devotees racing towards a sacred mountain. Everyone understood that within lay the means to survive better in this refuse-laden world. In the face of such readily available power, words held no value. Damn it. One-Eyed Tom genuinely wished to organize a group to excavate his prized excrement. Seeing that his reprimands fell on deaf ears, he simply hurled one person aside and decisively joined the fray, unsure whether the individual was one of his subordinates. Ahead of him, Mary and Old Bush had already seized the opportunity, moving faster than his own reactions despite being mere level 1 evolved beings. Such was the allure of refuse. On a mountain of garbage approximately 80 meters high, Stretching for hundreds of meters, hundreds of scavengers were scattered about, constantly overturning fragments of debris beneath their feet, hoping to uncover half-decayed corpses or damaged curiosities. The entire refuse mountain had transformed into a vast archaeological site, with Xiaoyang among them. Upon closer inspection, the refuse primarily consisted of construction debris. With large quantities of bricks and wood bearing the distinct characteristics of ancient Chinese culture, he could faintly discern one or two garments styled in ancient fashion. Ancient civilizational traits. Could this be the refuse of the immortal realm? Xiaoyang couldn't help but speculate. Initially, he believed this was merely a transcendent world set in an ancient backdrop, perhaps a realm of immortals. However, as he delved deeper, he increasingly sensed something amiss. What had he unearthed? A Tinyuan note that looked suspiciously like a counterfeit. Some deformed stainless steel containers, milk cartons. Why was there so much modern refuse in this immortal realm? He even discovered half a box of useless small umbrellas, leaving him utterly perplexed. What in the world was this? Surely it couldn't be refused from the Hongdian film city. He secretly tucked away the small umbrella, realizing he was still too young. Having read too little, with time spent working a 996 job, why not dedicate more time to binge-watching shows, reading novels, or enjoying anime? It was decidedly unprofessional. Hey, Xiaoyang, look what I found. Zhang Daqiang stealthily revealed 2 leaves from his grasp. They resembled ginkgo leaves, emitting a faint pinkish glow. From the leaves, he could sense a trace of weak energy. Soon, others began to unearth similar pale pink leaves. While the energy was weak, they were plentiful. And with a stroke of luck, one could find several. Perhaps long-term consumption could even enhance one's physique if they weren't toxic. That is, seeing a famished scavenger directly consume one without apparent consequence. Xiaoyang felt reassured. Aside from these weakly energetic leaves, the crowd also dug up a plethora of ancient garments, curiously almost all in women's styles. Daqiang, don't keep the leaves. Eat them directly. The 4 initially felt perplexed but quickly understood. Digging and consuming simultaneously. What the hell are these ridiculous scraps? Though the refuse was abundant, valuable items were hard to come by. Above Xiaoyang, a scavenger cursed vehemently as he hurled a string of plastic bottles tied together towards the back. The bottles clattered against broken bricks and tiles, rolling merrily to rest before Xiaoyang. He picked up the mineral water bottles, their packaging quite peculiar, some labeled Farmer Spring, others Wahihi, resembling knockoff names of earthly mineral water brands. Yet, that was not what piqued his interest. Strangely, these bottles, despite having endured violent impacts, showed no signs of damage or scratches. He fetched a brick and struck one of the plastic bottles, which remained intact. Could it be? Xiaoyang's face bore an expression of disbelief, as a hypothesis about the source of the refuse began to form in his mind, though it required validation. Regrettably, with so many people around, it wasn't the right time. Contemplating the answer he harbored, Xiaoyang carefully collected the mineral water bottles, donning a fool's grin that made Jessica beside him feel uneasy. Indeed, he was losing his mind. Noticing the concerned gazes of the 2, Xiaoyang felt a deep disdain within. His joy was beyond the comprehension of these ordinary individuals. Alas, treasures do not boast. A rich man walks in silence. The traversers had not deceived him. He now fully understood why those who traversed timelines often flaunted their status. It was undeniably frustrating. There were 3 bottles in total, which Xiaoyang stowed away before approaching the previously mentioned scavenger. Grabbing his shoulder firmly, "You, go over there." Pronunciation: Sa-ji duo, Gaitaya. The scavenger, initially intent on telling him to shove off, felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and wisely retreated. Xiaoyang took over the scavenger as position, continuing to dig deeper. What other surprises awaited him? Chapter 6. On the consumption of the Harbinger beast, perhaps due to the magnitude of this refuse eruption, or perhaps because it was so close to Ku'er town. As time passed, more and more scavengers and small groups arrived upon hearing the news. The towering garbage mountain was teeming with people, including several evolved beings. They seemed to swarm like green-headed flies drawn to the stench. With the scavengers of Ku'er town reveling in the refuse mountain, even others from different towns joining in. This area had not seen such a high-quality refuse eruption in a long time. Many lower-tier scavengers collected numerous pink leaves imbued with a faint energy, which appeared to be quite abundant, as the garbage mountain was excavated. New treasures were continually discovered. Some found pieces of armor adorned with fox patterns, while others uncovered remnants of food imbued with spiritual energy, inciting a frenzy among the scavengers. The intertwining of harvest and plunder led to exclamations of surprise and bouts of fighting erupting atop the garbage mountain. Stirring the hearts of the onlookers, Gaitaya, one scavenger discovered half of a colorful lollipop, teeth marks clearly visible, emanating faint energy waves. Unfortunately, before he could relish the find, a man clad in a tactical jacket snatched it away. The scavenger lunged to reclaim his hard-won treasure, but was met with a punch to the face, sending him crashing against a boulder, his survival seemingly in jeopardy. The man in the tactical jacket was evidently no ordinary individual. He was a captain under One-Eyed Tom. Although he had not awakened any powers, his physical prowess had been enhanced by extraordinary energy. The bloody scene did not dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers digging through the refuse. Rather, many envied the luck of others. As for Xiaoyang, as he continued to dig, he made another discovery. He unearthed a garbage bag, spilling out a jumble of yellow talismans and numerous snack wrappers, some stained with suspicious liquid, resembling saliva. Overjoyed, Xiaoyang noted that many of the yellow talismans still retained energy fluctuations. "Kid, what is that? Show me." As Xiaoyang unearthed the refuse, he was discovered by a burly man clad in a tactical jacket, who hurried over, seizing Xiaoyang's wrist and uttering a string of incomprehensible gibberish, attempting to wrest the garbage bag from his grasp. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. In a moment of distraction, the man found himself abruptly yanked backward, tumbling to the ground. Accustomed to wielding authority, he was taken aback by the audacity of this unfamiliar scavenger who dared to resist him, his face flushing with indignation. A sense of trouble loomed. Internally cursing, Xiaoyang extracted a water-resistant katana from the layers of refuse, though he had wished to remain inconspicuous. Yet this persistent nuisance seemed intent on entangling him further. "You seek death," he thought. Enraged, the burly man drew a crude, makeshift blade from his waist and swung it down with force. Yet in the next instant, the blade shattered as Xiaoyang met his strike head-on, severing the inferior weapon with precision. Before the man could process his astonishment, another strike was already upon him. He hastily discarded the hilt and dodged. This maneuver only granted him an additional 2 seconds of life. The blade grazed his neck, and before the shock and greed on his face could solidify, it rolled lifelessly to the ground, his body crumpling under the weight of its own demise as blood gushed forth. Xiaoyang swiftly wiped the blood from his hands. He was still unaccustomed to taking lives. He estimated the man's strength to be roughly 3 times that of an ordinary human, not far removed from his own. And this misjudgment had led to the man's premature inditaya. "His blade is a treasure," exclaimed nearby scavengers, their cries echoing as their greedy gazes fixed upon the scene. Behind Xiaoyang, another scavenger brandished a steel rod, rushing in with the intent to deliver a surprise blow. "Be careful." At Jessica's warning, Xiaoyang deftly sidestepped, grasping the steel rod and delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground, his back pierced by Xiaoyang's blade. This second act of killing felt considerably smoother. "Those unafraid of death are welcome to come." Xiaoyang brandished his still bloodied short sword, projecting an air of calm. Though internally he was in a state of turmoil, at that moment, Dechang and his 3 companions arrived just in time, standing beside Xiaoyang and vigilantly surveying the surrounding scavengers. Fortunately, after a tense standoff, none dared to challenge this formidable little group, especially with an evolved individual among them. Though the garbage world was rife with foolishness, many possessed a keen sense of the situation. Moreover, the mound of refuse beneath them might harbor valuable items. The fear of missing out on treasures weighed heavily on their minds. For now, scavenging remained the priority. Suddenly, a series of Gaitaya-like exclamations erupted from a distance, diverting attention from this small area. "Heavens, what is that?" The scavengers flocked towards the commotion. Xiaoyang collected the spoils from the ground and followed the crowd, soon spotting the object of their fascination. "What in the world is that?" In a distant pit, several scavengers worked together to unearth remnants of shattered walls, revealing a colossal block of ice that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura, though it's a block of ice. It could provide water for quite a while. No wonder they're so excited, Jim remarked. Fool, can't you see there's something inside? Inside the ice, a massive, translucent blue creature, approximately 4 meters tall, resembled a plump crocodile standing upright, complete with a duck-like bill, 2 horns, and a tail reminiscent of a paddle. Most peculiarly, it cradled its own face, frozen in a pose of terror, as if an unseen demon had extended its malevolent hands towards it. The Harbinger beast, upon recognizing the beast's visage, Xiao Yang gasped inwardly. What else could it be but a Harbinger beast encased in ice? This truly was refused from Tushan. Previously, Xiao Yang had formed some hypotheses based on other findings, but the sight of this Harbinger beast unequivocally confirmed the source of the refuse. There was no doubt that this refuse originated from the world of the Fox spirit romance, specifically from the Red Fairy realm of Tushan. The Fox spirit world is a fantastical realm where humans coexist with demons, and its cultivation civilization had advanced to modernity, thus resulting in refuse displaying a blend of ancient and contemporary characteristics. The pale red, luminescent leaves belong to the Weeping Tree, a colossal tree capable of aiding both humans and demons in reincarnation, while the construction debris was remnants of buildings damaged during battles in Tushan. The tattered armor adorned with Fox clan patterns was equipment belonging to the Silver Moon Guardians. What? You ask me why I unearthed a condom? Have you heard of Tushan's dating tower? Xiao Yang thought. This is bad. It cannot be allowed to escape. This creature is far too troublesome. Though the Harbinger beast appeared to be a minor nuisance in the realm of Fox spirits, its abilities were exceedingly problematic. It was an incorporeal entity capable of generating a vast protective shield. Anyone who entered its body would be plagued by misfortune, and the beast could manipulate those it possessed. Should it be freed? None here would stand a chance against it. Wait, if it has no physical form, how could it be frozen? Was it merely unfortunate enough to be encased by Tushan Yaya's frost? Wait a minute. The misfortune of others is merely one's own good fortune, isn't it? Upon this realization, Xiao Yang suddenly felt untroubled. With numerous adversaries surrounding him, he was outnumbered. A misfortunate enemy would make for a favorable opponent. The emergence of the Harbinger beast instantly captured the attention of various factions, as it was the only known biological corpse discovered. Thus in their simplistic worldview, such biological remains were typically rich in extraordinary abilities. Referred to as spirit flesh, which could enhance physical prowess and offer the chance for awakening. Although this beast appeared somewhat dim-witted, the inhabitants of the garbage world were known to indulge in all manner of fare. Surely, the head and tail could be salvaged for consumption. Chapter 7. Contest. Despite its status as a minor creature in the eyes of the protagonist, the Harbinger beast's body was infused with a wealth of magical energy, capable of significantly augmenting the powers of those it possessed, rendering it a formidable source of energy for villains. This frozen Harbinger beast radiated a powerful energy wave, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire refuse heap. The 3 major factions of Keltown, One-Eyed Tom, Old Bush, and Rabbit Girl Mary, surrounded the scene. Additionally, a disheveled man wearing an N95 mask and a burly individual standing at 1.8 meters tall were present. Raimu, this is the territory of Keltown. What business do you have here from Moore Town? I am merely concerned that someone might take advantage of numbers to bully my good friend. Am I not correct, Mark? The disheveled man replied, glancing at the burly figure. Mark, the burly individual, remained stoic, casually remarking, everyone present deserves a share. He was a lone wolf in Keltown, holding no cordial relations with the 3 factions, and thus welcomed the prospect of allies to share the burden of pressure. Such a powerful energy wave. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. A cocky voice interjected as a young man clad in a French yellow vest and sporting headphones swaggered into view. Who are you? Old Bush expressed disdain for such irreverent youths. Hey, just a trivial wanderer, the headphone-wearing youth replied with a grin. Those who know me call me Lucky Peter. As his words fell, a dirt spike shot forth, and the headphone youth deftly tilted his head to evade Tom's probing attack. Seems he possesses some skill. A 3-on-3 match, what do you say? the disheveled man remarked, no longer anxious. Let's break the ice first before discussing further. Who knows if the creature inside is truly dead? Mary replied nonchalantly, always suspicious of the contents. It is undoubtedly dead. I, Peter, have wandered for years without hearing of any living beings emerging from garbage heaps. The headphone youth asserted, oblivious to the fact that had he encountered Xiaoyang, he would have been swiftly proven wrong. Leave the thawing to me. The disheveled man approached the massive ice block, extending his hand to touch it, closing his eyes. What is it, Raimu? Raimu remained motionless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a lengthy pause, the ice showed no signs of reacting, compelling him to relent. This is an immensely powerful ice-type artifact. I cannot control it, and we may have to resort to brute force. Thus, a group of subordinates armed with various tools began to strike at the ice. During the process, Old Bush even added flames to aid in the thawing. Despite their efforts, it took considerable time before the ice began to shatter, releasing a wave of astonishing energy. What immense powers! Not just extraordinary abilities, but strong mental fortitude as well, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Not far off, Xiaoyang concealed himself among the throng, silently observing as they worked to thaw the Harbinger beast. It seems to be dead. I recall that Tushan Yaya indeed froze a Harbinger beast before. Could it be the same one? Perhaps too much time has passed. Otherwise, the ice of the Demon Emperor would not be so easily thawed. At long last, under the collective efforts of the crowd, the ice completely disintegrated, a wave of cold air emanating forth, covering the ground within a 30-meter radius with frost, causing the temperature of the refuse heap to plummet considerably. The released Harbinger beast glimmered faintly blue under the sunlight, resembling a spectral entity, radiating strange energy. Before they could meticulously examine it, a figure suddenly surged forward, striking the Harbinger beast with a blade. Heh! Consuming this corpse will surely elevate me to level 3. Tom, you dare? Attack? The crowd was engulfed in shock and fury. Instantly, chaos erupted as the supernatural beings unleashed their powers upon one another, shattering the unspoken camaraderie that had existed until that moment. Aside from the prominent leaders, several reckless scavengers rushed forward, eager to seize a piece of the spoils amidst the turmoil. Let them fight! Let them fight! It would be best if they all perished. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang found a mound of dirt from a distance, silently observing the unfolding spectacle while counting the scraps of talismans he had just collected. If all went as expected, many would meet their misfortune today. Amidst the fray, Rem summoned 2 icy spikes that shot towards Tom. The flat-headed guy, meanwhile, was enveloped in crackling electricity as he hurled himself at Old Bush, who retaliated fiercely. 2 daggers spun wildly around Mary, warding off anyone daring to approach. The most peculiar among them was the earphone-wearing man, Peter, who refrained from launching attacks but effortlessly evaded all incoming ones. One-eyed Tom endured a chilling stab in his back, slicing at the beast in an attempt to carve out a chunk of flesh, only to find his arm plunging into the creature's massive body. Instantly, a strange energy surged from the beast. It was not physical. The beast's energy could be directly absorbed by the body. Tom's heart soared with joy as he dove headfirst into the beast. Just then, he stumbled, losing his footing, and fell to the ground. A fireball hurtled toward him, and driven by a powerful instinct for survival, Tom rolled away just in time to avoid Old Bush's ambush, albeit at the cost of detaching from the beast's body. The fireball struck the creature, causing much of its exterior to dissipate. Tom, did you forget to eat? You can't even stand. Old Bush mocked. Damn you, old fool. If you destroy the beast, I'll take you down. One-eyed Tom seethed with rage, blaming the loose stones beneath his feet for nearly causing him to be struck by that old man. On another front, others had also approached the beast. Rem, seizing the opportunity, grabbed hold of the creature, his expression one of elation. The monster's corpse could be directly absorbed by the human body without the need for consumption to gain energy. It was as if it had been crafted specifically for those with powers. To think that such a colossal carcass would require an eternity to consume for energy absorption. At that moment, Tom's attack was upon them. Faced with a barrage of rock spikes, Rem felt no trepidation. After dealing with Tom for so long, he had long since deciphered his predictable tactics. With a graceful leap, he intended to evade the incoming spikes, only to slip on a glass bottle and land squarely on the rising rock spikes. Damn it! How could this happen? As the onlookers watched with bated breath, an intense sense of crisis surged through Rem, prompting him to shout as he channeled all his powers into his backside. A thick layer of ice encased him. The collision between the rock pillar and the ice shell produced a thunderous sound, propelling Rem away. Although he landed painfully, a sense of relief washed over him. His rear had been spared. Chapter 8. The various misfortunes of the Garbage Mountain. Immediately after, flat-headed Mark charged in, only to be met with concentrated fire from the crowd. Despite his frantic dodging, he was nearly struck by a falling, festering vulture, his clothing riddled with gaping holes from the corrosive encounter. Who on earth had such impeccable aim? Of course, a few scavengers without awakened powers but with superhuman physiques rushed in, only to suffer even worse fates, with several left crippled. The most perilous situation belonged to Rabbit Girl Mary, whose 2 daggers whirled protectively around her. No one dared approach. Yet, the long-range attacks came pouring in. With remarkable agility, she twisted her body in extraordinary ways, narrowly evading every strike. Unfortunately, a bullet struck a piece of armor on the ground, causing a ricochet that nearly obliterated her adorable bunny form. Eliciting sympathetic gasps from the spectators, in a moment of peril, Mary positioned her daggers in front of her chest, sparks flying as the bullet scraped past, narrowly missing her, and ricocheting toward a nearby mound of dirt. Heh, it appears this item is not meant for any of you. Taking advantage of the distraction, the earphone-wearing man darted in. While most of the earlier participants had braced themselves against the onslaught, Peter seemed to navigate purely by instinct, effortlessly dodging both ranged and close attacks as if he could foresee them. Could his power be foresight? The crowd gasped. Before long, Peter entered the beak beast's body, feeling energy coursing into him, enhancing both his spirit and physique, causing him to moan in pleasure. Damn. The others swiftly focused their attacks on Peter, with Mary launching 2 daggers directly at him. Peter managed to deflect 1 dagger, but as he attempted to do the same with the other, his weapon unexpectedly broke. What the hell? How could it snap at this moment? In shock, Peter was caught off guard as the remaining dagger and the broken blade pursued him relentlessly. Using the force from Tom's rock spikes, he propelled himself outward, but the dagger and broken blade seemed to have a mind of their own, following closely behind. With keen eyes, Peter deflected the dagger with the hilt of his weapon, but the broken blade left a gash across his face. Ultimately, he retreated from the beak beast's vicinity. A fierce struggle ensued, but each time a scavenger seemed on the verge of success, unforeseen circumstances would arise, leaving those who came into contact with the beak beast in disarray, and many unfortunate souls perished. Xiaoyang watched in astonishment at their various misfortunes. Some slipped on ice, others had their guns jammed, and one even managed to ignite his own clothing with a careless spark. Truly, the beak beast was remarkable. Although he was tempted by the energy within, the chaos of battle was not something he could involve himself in. He could only watch intently, hoping for a chance to scavenge. As the conflict raged on, someone finally discerned the beak beast's peculiarity. Wait, something is amiss with this creature. The melee gradually subsided, as the astute among them began to sense the oddity. Have you not noticed that every time we come into contact with this giant beast, something unexpected occurs? So what if it's strange? As long as it enhances our powers, someone scoffed. Fool, can't you see that the color of the beast is gradually fading? Clearly, its energy is dissipating, likely due to being freed from its frozen state. If we continue fighting, how much energy can each of us absorb? And so, another taunted point is, rather than fighting, why not absorb it together and share the gains? This way, we can minimize unforeseen mishaps. The earphone-wearing man's proposal seemed reasonable, prompting the crowd to ponder the pros and cons. I agree. But there are too many of us here. One-eyed Tom smirked, having just broken through to the second tier. Even if they shared, he would still reap the most benefits. Though he longed to hoard it all for himself, there were plenty of first-tier experts present. Indeed, there was no need for so many to participate. The disheveled Rim concurred. Seems we share the same sentiment. Let us eliminate some of the excess. Old Bush unleashed a fireball aimed at a nearby man who had not awakened his powers. Igniting a second round of conflict, the 6 awakened beings sprang into action, targeting those around them. Old Bush referred to these individuals as white bards, meaning they possessed high physical qualities yet lacked awakened powers. Known as whiteboard evolvers, scavengers, through sheer luck, absorbed extraordinary energy from garbage, usually by consumption, to become evolvers, and upon reaching a certain energy threshold, they might awaken powers. This awakening typically occurred during life advancements but was not guaranteed. Some might reach the 3rd or 4th tier without ever awakening. Powers were a means of utilizing the energy within one's body. Evolvers without powers could continue to evolve, but they would be at a disadvantage in combat against those with powers. Lacking offensive capabilities, despite this, one should not underestimate any evolver. In this realm where the refuse of myriad worlds converged, unexpected surprises were always possible. You want us dead? Don't think you'll have it easy either. A gaunt whiteboard evolver pulled a rusty hand grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin, and raised it aloft, shouting as he hurled it away. "Watch out! Retreat!" The crowd gasped, scrambling back in alarm. However, the anticipated explosion never came. The grenade rolled harmlessly into the beak beast's body, producing not even the slightest sound, and the atmosphere turned awkward. "Damn it, you scared me to death. Turns out it's a dud. Just wait till I get my hands on you." One-eyed Tom wiped the sweat from his brow, having been closest to the incident. The gaunt evolver's face turned ashen as he cried to the heavens, "Damn you, old hawk. I'll haunt you as a ghost." With that, he was impaled by a rock spike. The remaining evolvers, witnessing his fate, began to lose their nerve. What a waste! In the distance, Xiaoyang observed 6 extraordinary beings dividing the spoils of victory, unable to refrain from expressing his disdain. Despite his aversion to the misfortune aura emanating from the Harbinger beast, he couldn't help but feel envious of its abundant magical energy, especially after discerning the type of talisman he had just acquired. If I were to absorb this energy, I would likely awaken immediately. Missing this opportunity, who knows when I might encounter another eruption of high-energy refuse? Xiaoyang gazed at the charmingly adorable Harbinger beast, its cerulean form captivating. Damn it, I want to just be lingering here. Eventually, he persuaded himself and withdrew a crumpled talisman from his bag. The invisibility talisman from Bai Yuechu. Don't let me down. No, I must add another layer of protection. With a pained expression, he extracted 2 yellow talismans and affixed them to his legs. A substantial cost, 2 swift travel talismans. This time, I must recuperate my losses. After placing the invisibility talisman atop his head, Xiaoyang astonishingly vanished from sight. Chapter 9. A man of honor can bend but not break on the battlefield, following the demise of a few more individuals. The remaining evolvers finally began to scatter in flight point. One such evolver stumbled and fell, as though tripped by an unseen force, only to find nothing upon turning to look. This place is too sinister. The chill crept down his spine as he crawled and ran away from this cursed ground. Nearby, Xiaoyang retracted his left foot, thoroughly satisfied with the talisman's effect. This invisibility talisman not only rendered him visually undetectable, but also had some effect on sound and scent. After all, it was designed to combat monsters. Meanwhile, the 6 awakened beings had entered the Harbinger beast's ethereal form, cautiously absorbing its energy while keeping a watchful eye on each other. With the reduction of conflict, misfortunes indeed became much less frequent. However, unbeknownst to them, a transparent figure stealthily reached towards the pale blue silhouette, quietly siphoning the Harbinger beast's bounty. Feeling that using his hand was too slow, Xiaoyang boldly entered the ethereal form. Claiming a spot near the beast's tail, Mary felt an unsettling premonition, sensing an unseen entity watching her, sending shivers down her spine. Perhaps this creature was simply too bizarre, she thought to herself, instinctively taking a step back. Oh no, don't come any closer. Watching the woman inch nearer, Xiaoyang's mind screamed in desperation, forcing him to tactically retreat. Too close, damn it. She's almost upon me. At that moment, my sword was merely 0.01 centimeters from her. A slight flick could make her fall in love with this sensation, but I cannot. Xiaoyang wanted to withdraw yet feared drawing the keen-eyed rabbit girl's attention. Thus, he had to suppress the deep-seated human desire within him, his body curling in on itself in silent anguish. The astonishing curve of her form felt like a scorching brand, nearly pressing against him. Below, the great dragon was in a frenzy, its blood boiling. Yet the will of the heavens held its fate in check, struggling desperately against its destiny, filled with resentment, yearning to defy the heavens. Xiaoyang felt as though his soul was about to escape his body. The torturous pull and searing sensation were akin to the agony experienced by Zhizun Bao in a Chinese Odyssey. As he endured excruciating pain, he glanced skyward, his eyes devoid of focus, seeking distraction. But why was that cloud so large, so round, so tomato-like? It was utterly beastly. How peculiar. Why did my body feel slightly heated? Mary sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, prompting her to turn and investigate. Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar. "I'll run." At the foot of the mountain, scavengers fled in a frenzy as a colossal fireball descended from the sky, engulfing 2 or 3 who could not escape in time. A giant rat burst forth from the flames, howling to the heavens, emitting a piercing shriek, as if proclaiming sovereignty over this refuse mountain. This rat was as large as a male African lion. Its tail as thick as a python, its eyes blood-red and hideous, with a scar above its right eye. Tentacle-like appendages coiled around its mouth, revealing it to be the monstrous rat Xiaoyang had encountered previously. How could there be a Morbic rat of such size? Could it be a rat king? As Mary pondered, the giant rat turned its gaze towards the harbinger beast, its greed unabashed. Energy, powerful energy, food. I must consume it. With a powerful leap, the monstrous rat kicked up a cloud of dust, launching itself toward the harbinger beast. This is bad. It's targeting us, Mary exclaimed in alarm, hastily distancing herself from the beast's aura. Feeling utterly exposed in combat here. Let us take it down together. The remaining 5 quickly moved to intercept the giant rat. Woo-woo, Mary. Wait. Today, the humiliation I shall endure will be repaid 100-fold in the future. With Mary finally retreating, Xiaoyang let out a long sigh of relief, tearfully assessing the situation, hoping nothing had gone awry. Hopefully, the giant rat was remarkably swift, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Unleashing a fireball the size of a round table, Rem rushed to activate his power, launching several ice spikes at the fireball, only to have them evaporate, forcing the group to scatter. Tom clapped his hands, sending a 2-meter-high rock spike hurtling towards the giant rat. The group seized the opportunity to unleash their powers in unison. Damn, why is this Morbic rat's hide so tough? The headphone-wearing man took aim and fired, hitting the giant rat, but only managing to break the surface, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The giant rat seemed enraged, turning to snap at the flat-headed Mark, who was unable to escape in time, raising his hand in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet, how could a human arm withstand the creature's teeth? With a single bite, the horrid sound of teeth grinding against bone echoed. "Ah!" Mark cried out, desperately striking the giant rat's head, but it was like scratching the surface of tough skin. Madness filled Mark's eyes as he unleashed the full extent of his powers, channeling electricity into his left hand. A brilliant light radiating with scorching heat, singeing the giant rat's mouth. Feeling the pain, the giant rat turned and flung Mark away, crashing to the ground, unresponsive, likely unable to continue fighting. Only 5 evolvers remained in the fray. The rampaging giant rat became increasingly dangerous, its tail sweeping across, shattering the rock pillars and knocking one-eyed Tom to the ground. Thankfully, he possessed earth-based abilities, though he still sustained internal injuries. Do not hold back. This is no ordinary level 2 mutated beast. It is likely on the verge of breaking into level 3, otherwise, none of us will escape. Mary raised her hands, spinning her dagger rapidly, the blade carving a faint red circle in the air. The others began preparing their ultimate moves. Rem slammed his hands onto the ground, shouting, "Frozen!" A wave of cold instantly spread beneath the giant rat, frost creeping along the ground, freezing its front paws in place. "I can't hold on much longer," Rem trembled, clearly straining under the effort. Rock Spire Prison. One-Eyed Tom similarly struck the ground, sending 4 2-meter-long rock spikes skewering toward the giant rat, piercing its body and pinning it down. The giant rat emitted a mournful cry, struggling desperately as its paws broke free from the ice. Rem was nearly incapacitated. A gunshot rang out, perfectly timed to send a bullet into the rat's mouth. But unfortunately, it was blocked by 2 large front teeth. Old Bush mustered all his strength, conjuring a 1-meter diameter fireball to hurl at the giant rat, only for it to be countered by the rat's own fireball. At that moment, 2 red rings shot forth from behind One-Eyed Tom, flanking the giant rat. Squeak. The giant rat had nowhere to evade, raising its tail to meet one of the red rings, its once iron-like tail snapping cleanly in 2 before driving into its back. The other red ring sliced into the giant rat's neck, blood gushing forth. Chapter 10. Uchiha Mouse Goodness. This woman is terrifying. Witnessing Mary's lethal strikes, Xiaoyang felt that life should not be lived in perpetual hatred. One must learn to be forgiving, especially towards women, as it is the first step in a man's growth. While the others charged recklessly, Xiaoyang was stealthily developing within the Harbinger beast. He could distinctly feel his physique rapidly enhancing, quadrupling, quintupling, and sextupling in strength, a process that was utterly addictive. Yet, deep down, he was also quite anxious, for the Harbinger beast's aura of misfortune was exceedingly daunting. "Is it dead?" Mary panted heavily, her powers nearly depleted. If she couldn't kill it now, she'd be out of options. "No, it's not dead," the headphone-wearing man exclaimed in shock with a thunderous roar. A surge of powerful energy radiated from the giant rat. The creature howled to the heavens, its tentacle-like appendages extending into its neck, eerily merging with its wounds, healing them as blood ceased to flow. With a resounding bang, the giant rat broke free from the rock pillar's constraints. Hatred, fury, destruction. Within its scarlet eyes, countless negative emotions surged like rampant weeds. The morbid giant rat was consumed by a singular thought: to exterminate all these pests. To annihilate them all. At long last, the hatred in his eyes seemed to surpass a threshold, as a dark spot emerged within the crimson pupils, splitting in 2, spinning rapidly before coming to an abrupt halt, forming patterns reminiscent of commas. By the heavens, the Sharingan. How could this be? Inside the creature's body, Xiaoyang beheld those familiar eyes, his heart racing in disbelief. This could not be anything other than the Sharingan. The Awakeners were unconcerned with the intricacies of the Sharingan, merely sensing something peculiar, and launched another wave of attacks at the giant rat. Bolstered by the powers of the Sharingan, the giant rat effortlessly discerned the trajectory of all assaults, evading them with a series of agile leaps, even dodging the attacks of the headphone man. Its reflexes had intensified thanks to those eyes. The headphone man was astounded. His ability was dynamic vision, yet he never anticipated such a talent manifesting in a mere rodent. With the Sharingan, the giant rat was imbued with newfound prowess in an instant. They all became masters of outlining the rat's form. The giant rat darted forward, lunging at Rem, tearing his head off before anyone could offer assistance. The rat, having slain one, was in a frenzy, tilting its head slightly to regard the remaining 4 insects. A monster. A monster. We cannot defeat it. Overwhelmed by terror, Old Bush could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere and abandoned the 3 others to flee. "Fool!" The remaining trio berated him vehemently. However, Old Bush's escape depended on the rat's consent. The frenzied giant rat moved with lightning speed, covering over a dozen meters in a single bound, blocking his path in mere seconds. A searing fireball brewing in its maw. Seeing the rat's focus shift, One-Eyed Tom and the headphone man exchanged glances, each retreating in opposite directions, lamenting their parents' failure to grant them an extra pair of legs. Only Mary remained at the scene. It wasn't that she wished to flee. Rather, the previous encounter had sapped her strength. Though her offensive capabilities were high, her level paled in comparison to the other 5. "Has it come to an end?" Mary smiled bitterly, trembling as she approached the creature. Perhaps the blue monstrosity's strangeness would afford her a few more minutes of life. Why has this creature faded so much? Meanwhile, Old Bush was counting down. The fireball's might was immense. Despite his evasive maneuvers, half his body was scorched black, leaving him unable to convey any expression, his face ablaze with pain. Watching One-Eyed Tom and the headphone man flee, despair engulfed the old man. He had unwittingly become a pawn for others, and although the abilities were of the fire element, he was far from the rat's fiery prowess. Then let us die together. A glimmer of resolve and madness flashed in Old Bush's eyes as he rummaged through a tattered bag, retrieving a bone resembling a small forearm, adorned with fiery crimson patterns. Having lived for so many years, he too had his own adventures, and this bone was a product of one such experience. Many years ago, in a place even farther away, a creature resembling a lion had fallen. He was fortunate to be the first to discover it. Old Bush still vividly recalled the mysterious black aura emanating from that creature, radiating an overwhelming energy. At the time, as an ordinary man, he dared not hope for much, hastily severing a front leg and fleeing the scene. His awakening of fire abilities stemmed from consuming the spiritual flesh of that colossal beast, and this peculiar bone was discovered among its remains. After years of study, he realized this bone could potentially be absorbed. A revelation that thrilled him, yet all attempts had ended in failure. The energy within was far too immense. He sensed that if he formally absorbed it, he would be unable to stop, and such overwhelming power could very well explode him. At this moment, he had no other options. Clutching the forearm bone, Old Bush exerted every ounce of strength to absorb it, as vast and searing energy surged forth, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing his arm. Old Bush's eyes widened, an astonishing aura emanating from him. The giant rat appeared momentarily startled by this surge, taking a half-step back, hesitating to advance. These humans always posed a threat at the final hour. The extraordinary bone vanished from sight, and Old Bush felt his left arm brimming with power, the energy continuing to transform him. Yet time was running short. The energy was overwhelmingly vast, beyond his control. The scorching abilities rampaging within him, incinerating his sinews and bones. Die? Old Bush raised his right arm, charging towards the giant rat, deep red flames entwining his fist like tendrils. Explosive flame, a column of dazzling red fire erupted from his fist, hurtling forward with astonishing speed. Given the proximity, the giant rat was caught off guard and struck squarely. The piercing pain elicited a shriek from the rat, its skin seared through by the fire column, consuming its flesh, delivering a grievous blow. Alas, it was not enough. He was merely a first-stage evolver. After the strike, Old Bush collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with numerous holes, deep red flames bursting forth from them. He could no longer survive. Sevenfold, eightfold, ninefold, almost there. Within the creature, Xiaoyang sensed his physical enhancement reaching a bottleneck, his body instinctively drawing in vast amounts of energy, forming a vortex of power. What is happening? Mary observed this strange spectacle. Could the blue phantom creature be on the verge of revival? At this moment, the second-hand invisibility talisman affixed to Xiaoyang's head was also nearing depletion, a translucent silhouette gradually materializing. Jiutaya. How could there be a man there? When did he arrive? Mary was left speechless, astonished that someone had stealthily approached while they were preoccupied with the giant rat. Chapter 11. Advancement. As the invisibility talisman faltered, the giant rat also detected Xiaoyang within the creature, abandoning Old Bush's mangled body and rushing forth. It aimed to kill the insect that dared to steal its food. Oh no. Why has it suddenly failed? Xiaoyang was nearly in tears. He couldn't tell whether the tattered talisman was inherently unreliable or if the creature's misfortune was simply too potent. In any case, he had been exposed. Damn it, so close. Must I surrender? A distance of several dozen meters was but a few leaps for the giant rat, and it soon lunged into the creature's body. Buzz. Just as the giant rat pounced, a cyclone above Xiaoyang's head suddenly contracted, an unusual energy wave emanating from his body. The rat's pupils constricted. For a fleeting moment, it sensed impending doom. Tenfold enhancement. Swift movement talisman, activate. In that delicate instant, Xiaoyang experienced an epiphany, unleashing an unprecedented reaction speed. The swift movement talisman flickered beneath his feet, narrowly evading the lethal attack. Squeak. The giant rat, furious, executed a drift and turned to pounce at Xiaoyang once more. Regrettably, the speed of a first-stage evolver combined with the enhancement of the swift movement talisman was astonishing. Xiaoyang slickly dodged the rat's counterattack. However, the fire-breathing rat was relentless, baring its sharp fangs and lunging again, forcing Xiaoyang to continuously evade. With such a massive rodent, he dared not confront it directly, especially in close quarters with the wielder of the Sharingan. Thus, both man and rat engaged in a rapid-fire game of evasion. Their speeds astonishing, leaving Mary bewildered. Damn it, is this never-ending? Xiaoyang gasped for breath, his calves quaking. The swift movement talisman was excellent, but it consumed too much stamina. Even an evolver struggled to keep up. Yet, Xiaoyang had no choice but to evade, realizing he possessed no effective means of attack. Where are my abilities? Where is the grand display of my powers? Xiaoyang, filled with frustration, dodged the giant rat's assault. His face flushed with effort, feeling as if he might burst with energy yet producing no discernible effect. This is truly unfortunate, Xiaoyang lamented, his legs nearly giving out, yet the giant rat persisted in its relentless pursuit. As if he had annihilated its entire family. Are those with the Sharingan truly this petty? Damn it, no more running. A fierce determination flickered in Xiaoyang's eyes as he pulled a talisman from his bag. Damn it, it's just the Sharingan, right? Do you think you are Uchiha Itachi's brother, Uchiha Mouse? Today, I shall let you witness the mysterious power from the east. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyang ceased his retreat and turned to face the giant rat. Squeak! The giant rat's eyes glowed menacingly, baring its sharp fangs, prepared to tear Xiaoyang asunder. Xiaoyang roared, activating the swift movement talisman to its utmost limit, executing a sliding maneuver to evade the rat's foul tendrils. Delivering a resounding slap to its head, the crushing leg talisman, here we go, boom. The giant rat's head was struck as if by a tremendous blow, seemingly immobilized, its forelegs pressed to the ground, hind legs clawing at the earth. Yet its head remained stubbornly anchored, unable to rise. This exemplified the power of the crushing leg talisman, one of Bai Yuechu's most deceptive spells. Once affixed, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds and was exceedingly difficult to remove. It seems I just kicked something. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of confusion, yet he believed the issue was negligible. The giant rat emitted a series of frantic squeaks, thrashing momentarily as if its strength had been utterly depleted. Surrendering to its fate that moment, Mary rose to her feet, gazing in astonishment at the subdued giant. It was truly astonishing that such a terrifying creature had been effortlessly subdued by this enigmatic figure. However, for reasons unknown, standing before this man sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Could this be the oppressive aura of a strong individual? Mary inhaled deeply. Nige Sang? She questioned, somewhat bewildered, wondering if he was addressing her. Xiaoyang regarded the voluptuous beauty before him, his eyes filled with a profound sense of regret and helplessness. Suddenly, the bunny girl cried out, wildly pointing behind him. Nige, Kuba, Gaetaya, Gaetaya. Xiaoyang instantly understood, pivoting swiftly to witness a surge of formidable energy approaching. He beheld the giant rat's muscles inflating like a balloon, its claws elongating with a swift motion as it defiantly lifted its proud head. Goodness. It's breaking through at the last moment. Are you certain this rat isn't the protagonist? Xiaoyang's mind was in turmoil. He had exerted himself so much, believing the giant rat had exhausted all its strength, only to discover that it was surreptitiously harnessing the power of the Harbinger beast. Breaking through the third-tier barrier, stop it, Mary cried out. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyang drew his short blade, aiming to interrupt the giant rat's evolution. Alas, not every rat is careless. A piercing shriek erupted from the giant rat as a powerful pressure radiated outward. The aura of a third-tier mutated creature exploding forth, with its two crimson Sharingan eyes fixated on the pair. Faced with such an overwhelming presence, both Xiaoyang and Mary, being mere first-tier individuals, were utterly paralyzed in that instant. This truly exemplified the might of a strong being. The previous moments were insignificant in comparison. It's over, Mary despaired, shutting her eyes tightly. However, just as the giant rat was about to pounce, a deafening explosion resounded. The giant rat let out a pitiful scream. Its body, the size of a calf, was sent soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, exposing a gaping wound in its belly. Of course, amidst the chaos, another unfortunate soul was also toppled by the shockwave of the explosion. Ugh! Xiaoyang stumbled to his feet, his ears ringing. Fortunately, the explosion had occurred beneath the rat, shielding him from the majority of the blast's devastation. What? Just exploded out of nowhere? Xiaoyang pondered, staring at the fragments of a high-explosive grenade at the center of the blast, suddenly realizing, damn it, it was that bastard who threw the grenade. He recalled a previous moment when an evolved individual had tossed a rusty grenade, and everyone had assumed it was a dud, only to find it had detonated now. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaoyang. He had seemingly kicked it earlier. Could it be that his earlier kick had restored its functionality? He swallowed hard, lamenting the unreasonable nature of the Harbinger beast. He retrieved his short blade, dragging his weary limbs, and glanced at the giant rat. What a tragedy! It was just at the pinnacle of its rodent existence, only to be sent crashing back to its origins. The life of a rat is so unpredictable. It deserves to perish. The giant rat shakily rose, coughing up blood. In the face of Xiaoyang's murderous intent, it emitted a shrill squeal, opening its mouth to unleash a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. What the heck? It can still fight! Xiaoyang hurriedly activated his agility talisman, dodging the terrifying fireball. Only to see the rat escape, he exhaled in relief, abandoning the pursuit. Despite its grievous injuries, one must not forget that it was now a third-tier creature, possessing rapid healing abilities. Most critically, the talisman used to weigh it down had been blown away, while he was merely a novice evolver. With that thought, Xiaoyang felt tears welling up. The momentum from earlier had been so grand. How could nothing have awakened? It must be the Harbinger beast's doing. He glared fiercely at the half-destroyed, light blue translucent body of the Harbinger beast. It feared nothing, except fire and Tu Shanya. This internal explosion had scattered a considerable part of it. Although it had suffered some loss, it was undeniably a valuable entity. Such a convenient source of energy might not be found again. Its body lay shattered, its energy dissipated rapidly, visibly fading in color, causing Xiaoyang's heart to bleed. How could he salvage the situation? A sudden idea struck him. He smacked his forehead and rummaged through his bag, retrieving a seemingly ordinary plastic water bottle emblazoned with whimsical designs. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this was a demon-catching bottle forged by Baiyuechu, responsible for the downfall of numerous black foxes. Although Baiyuechu was a miser, his magical prowess was formidable, especially in crafting magical artifacts. Possessing an abundance of treasures, the various talismans in these bottles had been casually created by him. Such items were so common in his hands that he likely didn't care about them. Allowing Xiaoyang to benefit. Chapter 12. Gains come to me. Xiaoyang commanded the Harbinger beast as he twisted the cap off the bottle, but to his dismay, there was no response. No way. Is it broken? This is by Shifu's craftsmanship? Come to me, gather. Yet, still, there was no sign of movement, leaving the situation exceedingly awkward. This person, has he been rendered senseless by the explosion? Mary observed the rather disheveled man before her, brandishing a broken bottle and babbling incoherently, unable to suppress a look of sympathy. Given that he had saved her, she thought it best to take him back and casually feed him some rice porridge. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, concentrating his energy to channel it into the bottle, finally eliciting a reaction, as a gentle airflow began to emerge. Seeing this, Xiaoyang intensified the energy output, generating a massive vortex as if a black hole had formed within the bottle. The Harbinger beast, along with some ice shards, was gradually drawn into the vessel. Phew! Xiaoyang plopped down onto the ground. Although it appeared straightforward, it was quite laborious. The demon-catching bottle required an immense amount of energy, clearly designed for high-tier players, and in just a couple of seconds, it had absorbed most of his abilities. After dealing with the Harbinger beast, it was time for the much-anticipated looting phase. Among the 6 evolvers, 3 had perished, and naturally, their gear had come into Xiaoyang's possession. He hurried to the spot where Old Bush lay, and if his eyes weren't deceiving him, that peculiar bone of Old Bush was unmistakably a soul bone. Old Bush's corpse was pitch black. It was uncertain whether this old fellow was fortunate or unfortunate. Soul bones were exceedingly rare treasures in the Dolua world, and yet here he was, finding one in this desolate place, truly a stroke of immense luck. From the visual of Old Bush utilizing his skills, it appeared to be a fire-type soul bone, specifically a left arm bone. Such immense energy would surely have been overwhelming for him, indicating its considerable age. To be honest, extracting bones from a corpse was rather grotesque, yet in pursuit of strength, one could not afford to be overly fastidious. In addition to the soul bone, Xiaoyang also appropriated a handgun from Raimu. As Old Bush's firearm had been rendered useless when the giant rat had desecrated the corpse. Next, he approached the flat-headed fellow and was surprised to find the lad still alive, albeit with a feeble breath and a severed arm. Should he deliver a finishing blow? Xiaoyang contemplated. Mary watched Xiaoyang collect all the spoils, feeling like an abandoned child left amid a heap of refuse. How envious she felt, sensing Xiaoyang's intent to deliver a final blow to Mark. The bunny girl hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Spare him. He still has his uses. Phonetic. Hima, Saigeku, Gaitaya? What does that mean? Do they intend to attack? Xiaoyang warily drew his short blade, determined not to allow himself to be wronged as he had before. Observing the other's guarded demeanor, Mary indicated that she had no intention of attacking, pointing to Mark and pleading for his life. This time, Xiaoyang finally grasped her meaning, searched Mark's body, found nothing of value, and departed. Behind him, Mary seemed to have more to say, but given their language barrier, he had no intention of lingering with the bunny girl. After the rat's havoc, the once bustling garbage mountain lay desolate, scavengers having fled, leaving behind numerous corpses. Xiaoyang hoped to scour the rubbish for something useful before nightfall, but then he noticed 4 figures cautiously emerging from a pile of debris, shouting towards him. Wasn't he that Zhang Daqiang and his companions? The scenery of the garbage world was always so monotonous. Xiaoyang and his 4 companions trudged through the ravines of refuse, their packs bulging with their haul. Everyone was quite pleased with their findings. Each had collected a substantial amount of sorrowful tree leaves, and Zhang Daqiang had unearthed a relatively intact curved blade, seemingly an item from the guards of Tu Shan Inu in the Fox Demon world. The fortunate Jessica had stumbled upon a wooden hammer with a broken handle, likely a dream hammer. Though it remained uncertain whether it was still functional, the dream hammer was certainly not cheap. The ability to help reincarnated humans recall their past lives is a remarkable phenomenon. Xiaoyang is aware that within the Two-Mountain Hongxian realm lies an ancient treasure house, dedicated to the refinement of magical artifacts, many of which are likely discarded as refuse, suggesting they may be of little value. He ponders whether a single strike could induce amnesia. Zhang Daqiang remains preoccupied with the buried devil worm excrement beneath the ground, lamenting that it is not something a mere handful of individuals could excavate. Although Xiaoyang possesses a talisman for earth evasion, he considers it a life-preserving item and hesitates to squander it on a mere pile of waste. Presently, they are en route back to Kurur town, during which Xiaoyang is keenly absorbing simple vocabulary from his companions. Along the way, they encounter several mutated creatures, grotesque amalgamations seemingly born from genetic mutations. Xiaoyang surmises that these aberrations are likely a result of modern pollution intertwined with fantastical influences. What species was that enormous rat? How could it possess a pair of Sharingan? Do all of them have such features? Xiaoyang sketches a large rat and a smaller one on the ground, depicting the shape of the Sharingan. That is a Mobic mouse, quite common in this refuse-laden world. Their tendrils can absorb the flesh and blood of other creatures. Though their offensive capabilities are relatively low, the Mouse King is somewhat more formidable. The eyes we have not encountered before might be a result of consuming something peculiar. Generally, Mobic mice do not breathe fire. The 4 companions have long acclimated to the bizarre biological phenomena of this world. Every few years, peculiar creatures emerge, possibly new mutations. The notion of absorbing flesh and blood suddenly reminds Xiaoyang of the vanished body of Shisui. Could it be that the giant rat devoured Shisui's corpse? This seems highly plausible to in the world of Naruto. Many have replicated others' abilities through the transplantation of ninja bodily tissues, such as Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Uchiha Obito. He recalls a character named Uchiha Shin from the Boruto saga, who cloned a multitude of Sharingan, suggesting that humans in the Naruto universe possess a rather unique constitution. The rat's acquisition of the ability to breathe fire and the Sharingan is likely due to its consumption of Shusui's remains. This thought sends a jolt of discomfort through him. Goodness, with a double Tomo Sharingan, it won't evolve into a kaleidoscope variant, will it? For now, let us refer to you as Uchiha Itachi II. The Uchiha Rat. Xiaoyang inquires about the history of the garbage world, but alas, his companions are equally uninformed, having been born into this environment. Brother Xiao, we are nearly there. Just ahead lies Coeur Town. Jim enthusiastically calls from atop a hillside. Emerging from the ravines of refuse, Xiaoyang is taken aback by the scene before him. In the distance, a colossal mountain of garbage stretches across his field of vision, towering over 200 meters high and extending for several kilometers. Countless individuals scour the heaps for any morsels of sustenance or other necessities for survival. Xiaoyang reflects on the stray cats and dogs he once witnessed at a landfill. This scene mirrors that experience. Adjacent to the mountain of refuse, on an elevated area, a cluster of low buildings in a riot of colors is haphazardly arranged, more intricate than the patches on the clothing of scavengers. Undoubtedly the town of Coeur. Chapter 13. Observations of Coeur Town beneath the towering mountain of garbage. Xiaoyang begins to scrutinize the items within the refuse. The inscriptions upon the waste are predominantly in Chinese characters, bearing no significant distinction from typical modern refuse, as he fails to identify any valuable emblematic items. After all, there are countless worlds that produce such modern refuse, with contemporary society being the chief contributor to waste generation. Previously, Xiaoyang had assumed that the eruption sites for garbage were entirely random. However, from Zhang Daqiang, he learns that this is a stable garbage eruption point, with refuse spewing forth approximately every few days. Sustaining the livelihoods of most residents of Coeur Town. It seems to demonstrate the wonders of the garbage world to Xiaoyang. A black hole at the summit gradually opens, releasing a moderate cascade of discarded materials. This event triggers a frenzy akin to the thunder igniting the earth. The crowd below erupts in cheers, rushing forward in fear of being left behind. The eruption effectively delineates the demographic composition of the crowd. The strongest youths sprint to the front, women follow closely behind, slightly older children form an outer ring, while the last circle consists of the elderly and infants. As the final canister tumbles down, the eruption swiftly concludes. The amount of refuse this time is somewhat meager, leaving those at the rear with little to show for their efforts. As refuse diminishes, conflict rises. It is not uncommon to witness a few individuals grappling fiercely, tumbling down the mountainside. Some groups confront one another, though most merely exchange harsh words before dispersing, unless they stumble upon something exceedingly precious. Given the loose structure of the garbage mountain, such skirmishes can easily trigger landslides. And Xiaoyang watches the rolling debris with trepidation. Have any spiritual entities emerged from this garbage point? Spiritual entities refer to those extraordinary items, flora, or fauna imbued with special energies. Certainly not. Only the mundane resides here. A garbage point capable of reliably producing spiritual entities is far beyond the reach of humble Coeur Town. It is said that as the energy level of the refuse eruption increases, the quantity diminishes and the locations become increasingly arbitrary. The recent large-scale garbage eruption from the world of fox spirits, even the elders of Coeur Town have observed only infrequently. The five return to Coeur Town before nightfall, with Jim leading them through the narrow, rugged alleyways, and Xiaoyang finally witnesses the local customs and lifestyle of this world. It is utterly dismal. Having previously lived in urban villages and large cities and seen the slums of India on television, nothing compares to the creativity of the buildings before him. The structures in Earth's slums, at the very least, are constructed of bricks and stones. The materials here consist of a mixture of mud embedded in bricks, wood interspersed with plastic bags. Any sizable, somewhat sturdy piece of refuse can serve as building material. The diverse textures and richly layered surfaces surpass the boldness of any postmodern artist's creations, of course. Not all edifices are constructed in such a manner. A few buildings are clearly made of reinforced concrete, rising 3 to 4 stories high, standing out prominently among the lowly refuse shelters. though they appear worn and on the verge of collapse. One can surmise that they house the town's prominent figures. In every era, housing remains the most glaring indicator of class differentiation. In the garbage world, the proportions of steel, cement, and brick in a dwelling directly reflect the scavenger's capabilities. Clearly, the residences of Zhang Daqiang and his companions do not adequately match their esteemed status as evolved beings. Brother Xiao, what do you think? My home is quite decent. Isn't it? You must come visit later. Jim boasts with unabashed pride, clearly confident in his circumstances. Following the direction of his finger, Xiaoyang spots a 2-meter-high shipping container, its surface riddled with rust and nearly devoid of its blue paint, with a large hole patched with a plastic bag atop it. No wonder he is so pleased. In such a world of refuse, possessing a shipping container is akin to residing in luxury. Oh dear, Brother Xiao, you've taken a wrong turn. My home is over there, Jim remarks, prompting Xiaoyang to glance toward the direction indicated, nearly stumbling in shock. Goodness, so the plastic shelter beside the container is actually your home. Though Xiaoyang may be impoverished, he harbors a traditional disdain for poverty and a preference for wealth, hence he readily accepts the prospect of dwelling within the container. The container belongs to Zhang Daqiang, who, in his own words, claims to have once been wealthy, having come from a family of evolved beings. Though his father passed away early, to foster camaraderie, he has permitted Jessica and her brother, as well as Jim, to construct their shelters adjacent to the container, forming a quartet of scavengers. As night falls, Xiaoyang embarks on his second evening in the garbage world. Dinner consists of braised wild boar meat with bitter tree leaves. Observing the steaming food within the can, he bestows upon it the elegant title of wild boar foraging for cabbage. Now that he has ascended to the rank of a first-tier evolved being, he feels no need to be so miserly. He is genuinely grateful to these 4 individuals and intends to reward them generously. The meal is fragrant and brimming with vitality, albeit somewhat bland. As the stingy Zhang Daqiang stubbornly refuses to add a pinch more salt. Even so, they all dine heartily, bolstering their physical constitutions significantly. Xiaoyang seizes the opportunity to learn numerous common terms from the garbage world. All the while chewing on the bitter tree leaves, he discovers that consuming a substantial amount of these leaves surprisingly enhances memory. With the assistance of the sorrowful tree leaves, Xiaoyang is swiftly mastering the language of the garbage world. To the astonishment of Zhang Daqiang and others, who repeatedly chant Gaitaya, seems that the people of this world have a particular fondness for the term Gaitaya, often appending it to nearly every sentence. Especially in moments of excitement, reminiscent of the exclamations "what the hell" or "damn it." At times, it is also used as a modal particle, remaining untranslated. He has resolved to officially name this realm the Gaitaya world. The nights in the garbage world are exceptionally tranquil, devoid of neon commotion. Everyone lies in wait during the dark, hoping to run a bit faster when scavenging for refuse the next day. The firelight casts a solitary shadow of Xiaoyang. Once freed from the tense and perilous environment, he begins to ponder his past and future. His foremost thought is how to return. No matter how strong his curiosity about this world or how rich his abilities, the standard of living here is abysmally low. Isn't he dissatisfied with lying flat? Magic and spiritual energy are better left in novels. Unfortunately, this path is entirely unfeasible. Xiaoyang had inquired of Daqiang whether anyone had traversed through the black hole to the source of the garbage. The answer was affirmative, but all had perished. When one attempts to cross a black hole, it would rend them into fragments, expelling them like refuse. Black holes do not expel living beings, nor do they allow anything from the garbage world to enter. Although Xiaoyang is an exception, he does not dare to risk his life in such an experiment. The people of the Gaitaya world believe that above the black hole lies the realm of the divine, forbidden to mortals. Since returning to the past is impossible, he must struggle forward. He takes stock of the valuable items at hand. A watch worth millions, a bundle of explosive talismans, 5 sheets, several shurikens, a sealing scroll, 2 ninjutsu scrolls, a ninja knife, a pound of sorrowful tree leaves, primarily obtained from scavenging corpses. Otherwise, collecting a pound of leaves would take an eternity. 1 handgun, and 5 bullets. 3 demon-catching vials, tested by Xiaoyang, reveal that one can actively absorb enemies, while the other 2 merely serve as containers. 3 body flicker talismans, 2 of which have only 30% energy left, 1 Earth Escape Talisman, 1 Invisibility Talisman, and 2 Heavy Fall Talismans, a nearly dissipated corpse of a cursed beast, a fire-type soul bone, temporarily unabsorbable. Xiao Yang ponders, stroking his chin. The most urgent matter is, of course, to enhance his evolutionary level. Upon seeing the blue phantom in the vial, he grimaces. Evolution is momentarily gratifying, but the cost is misfortune, so he must proceed cautiously and cannot afford to rush. Conversely, he needs to gather more sorrowful tree leaves without delay. After a wild boar has rummaged through the cabbages, he discovers that the sorrowful tree leaves are somewhat inadequate for enhancing physical constitution, yet they do possess the ability to increase mental strength. These leaves are a non-renewable resource. The next focus is the 2 ninjutsu scrolls. He must translate them as quickly as possible. He must admit that while he exudes considerable momentum during evolution, in reality, he is no different from a novice evolver, relying solely on equipment to overpower others, urgently needing his own offensive means. Perhaps the ninjutsu scrolls will surprise him. Next are the explosive talismans. He needs to contemplate their usage, as such a powerful offensive method could significantly compensate for his lack of attack capabilities. Chapter 14. Body Flicker Technique and Great Fireball. With this in mind, he retrieves his phone and painstakingly translates the scroll word by word, thankful that the offline dictionary remains intact. The fire in the stove blazes brightly, illuminating Xiao Yang's excited heart, and before the battery dies, he finally pieces together the contents of the 2 ninjutsu scrolls. Remarkably, they are the Body Flicker Technique and the Great Fireball Technique. However, this was also expected, as members of the Uchiha clan are particularly adept at fire release. Although the Great Fireball is a commonplace ninjutsu, it is said to have never harmed anyone, and if poorly executed, it can scald one's mouth. But what right does Xiao Yang have to be critical? No, it is not just the Great Fireball Technique. There is also the simplified operation for hand seals. True masters are indeed extraordinary. Shisui is rightly hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan, able to innovate even with the Great Fireball. Furthermore, the Body Flicker Technique is also sophisticated. Uchiha Shisui is renowned for his Body Flicker Technique, and this scroll records Shisui's improvements and insights into the technique. The Body Flicker Technique, while common in the Naruto world, has evidently evolved under Shisui's refinement, achieving speed so extreme that it can create the illusion of clones. At last, he has acquired offensive capabilities. His abilities and chakra should be somewhat comparable. Having organized these thoughts, Xiao Yang begins to feel fatigued. He longs for a refreshing hot shower and a restful sleep. Unfortunately, there is neither hot water nor a soft bed here. With a grimace, he sniffs at his own body, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Having crawled out of a rubbish heap and endured a bath in the excrement of giant insects, he is filthy beyond measure. A complex amalgamation of organic matter has fermented upon him, producing an indescribable odor, making him feel like a chicken marinating in brine. Unable to bear it, he resolves that he must take a bath tomorrow. Come what may. The next morning, Zhang Daqiang takes Xiao Yang to the market in town, intending to purchase some items while surveying the commercial situation of the garbage world. This is a relatively spacious area, though currently there are few vendors. News of the giant rat's departure spread quickly last night, prompting most people to flock to yesterday's garbage eruption site to scavenge for resources. Even the Jessica siblings and Jim have gone to try their luck. Now, those remaining at home are mostly elderly individuals and young children unable to move. Xiao Yang observes these people. There are few elderly, most of whom are emaciated and covered in sores. They sit alone in corners, staring vacantly at the sky or at playing children. The children, too, are predominantly thin, draped in oversized adult clothing, their bellies swollen, moving sluggishly, clear symptoms of malnutrition. What a tragedy! Xiao Yang shakes his head, gaining a more visceral understanding of the plight of the impoverished in this world. At this moment, he holds on to one conviction: to grow stronger continuously. Only by wielding sufficient power can he live the life he desires. Xiao Yang scrutinizes each stall, noting the limited offerings, mostly priced foods. Primarily, there are cooking utensils, firewood, and other daily necessities, alongside some electronic products and assorted items haphazardly displayed, their quality uncertain, as it appears the people of this world lack understanding of electronic devices. This may relate to the civilization level of this world, or perhaps the long-term lack of access to electricity. Yet, electric lights do exist. He distinctly saw lights illuminating several concrete buildings last night. Among the scant food available are meats from mutated creatures and a type of gray mushroom. According to Zhang Daqiang, this gray mushroom is one of the staple foods in the garbage world, easily cultivated with wood and in humid environments, requiring little light, and exhibiting relatively stable characteristics, provided care is taken not to introduce random refuse into the cultivation process. Xiao Yang exchanges a pack of instant noodles for a large iron bucket and a considerable quantity of firewood, mushrooms, and other provisions. Despite being merely a pack of instant noodles, it contains finely milled wheat flour noodles, a rare sauce packet, a seasoning packet, and a precious vegetable packet in a garbage world lacking salt and oil. This constitutes a lavish meal. After carefully browsing, he finds no mobile phones or computers, which is to be expected. As such, valuable electronic products are rarely discarded. However, he does come across numerous data cables being sold as ropes, along with a charger, both of which he acquires as for clothing. There are scarcely any items worth his consideration. Upon returning to the container, Xiao Yang takes out the ice from Tu Shan Yaya and pours it into the iron bucket, preparing for today's practice task. Melting the ICE.SI, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, Cartoon, Great Fireball Technique. Xiao Yang forms hand seals before his mouth, puffing out his cheeks like a toad. Regrettably, only a tiny flame escapes. Hiss, that's hot. He fans his mouth. Although he only produced a small flame, it undoubtedly represents a significant breakthrough, at least proving that utilizing chakra to employ his abilities is feasible. The reason for the meager flame output is likely due to his poor talent. However, diligence can make up for a lack of skill. After practicing for an entire morning, he finally manages to enlarge the great fireball to the size of a basin, perhaps equivalent to Sasuke's level as a child. Each time he tires from practice, he takes a sip from the demon-catching vial containing the cursed beast, nourishing his body, reminiscent of an elderly man clutching a thermos to sustain his life. For reasons unknown, each time he absorbs the cursed beast, he feels an enigmatic force enveloping him. Xiao Yang suspects this may be the curse from the beast, prompting him to halt immediately. While the cursed beast is beneficial, one should not overindulge. Cartoon, Great Fireball Technique. After a full day of practice, upon melting the last block of ice into water, Xiao Yang finally gets to take that long-desired bath. There is no other option. Being covered in filth is simply intolerable. Daqiang, don't do that. Let go. I promise, just one bucket at a time. No, this is unacceptable. I shall not permit it. Beside the large iron barrel, Daqiang desperately clung to Xiao Yang's legs, resolutely refusing to allow this man to defile the precious contents of the barrel. It was filled to the brim with pristine water, imbued with a subtle energy. This was not mere water. It represented wealth in this desolate world, where resources were scarce. Water was an exceedingly precious commodity. Due to acid rain and refuse, the surface water had been rendered nearly unusable, and even the groundwater was tainted to some extent. To procure uncontaminated water, one would need to dig deep wells. Kir Town possessed a well over 30 meters deep, yet its water remained slightly polluted. The water they consumed had, at best, undergone rudimentary distillation or was salvaged from discarded bottles found amidst the refuse. Bathing was a matter of using wastewater. Although it risked ailments such as hemorrhoids and skin irritations, a quick wash sufficed, didn't it? However, in a moment of despair, Xiao Yang resolutely leaped into the iron barrel. Compelled by his own reasons to cleanse himself, the sensation was exquisite. Observing Daqiang tending to the fire with the fervor of a dog being cooked, Xiao Yang felt the weight of existence in this world. Indulging in a warm bath was a luxury unimaginable to the common person. Clearly, Kir Town was too impoverished. Once he gained strength, he would seek a more comfortable place to reside. After finishing his bath and preparing to rinse his clothes, Xiao Yang was hastily interrupted by Daqiang. Climbing atop a shipping container, he carefully retrieved several potted plants, scooping a ladle of Xiao Yang's bathwater and delicately pouring it over them. A miraculous transformation occurred. The previously wilted green shoots sprang to life as if invigorated, their stems erect and new leaves unfurling. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. You truly are a genius. So you've been coveting that bit of gold fertilizer clinging to me. In that moment, he recalled the dread instilled by the excrement of the giant worm. Chapter 15. The battle of the two horses against Tom. Throughout the afternoon, Xiaoyang diligently practiced his teleportation technique, achieving commendable results. He found it came quite naturally to him. This technique allowed one to gather supernatural energy in the feet for swift, gust-like movements. The speed was so great that it eluded the naked eye, appearing to onlookers as if the practitioner had suddenly shifted through space. Naturally, energy consumption varied with the distance and elevation of movement, and it was rather taxing on the legs. Reflecting on the similarities between supernatural abilities and chakra, Xiaoyang attempted some training methods from the Naruto world, such as tree climbing and water walking. They seemed somewhat effective, though the results were mediocre. The supernatural energy within him was exceedingly active and difficult to control. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that long-term training would enhance his mastery over this energy. As evening approached, those who had ventured out to scavenge returned one by one, some carrying snake skin bags, others pushing shopping carts. Upon gazing at the town before them, smiles adorned their faces. Yet, those smiles gradually froze at the entrance to Kir Town. A barricade of jagged rocks obstructed the crowd's entry. Nearby, one-eyed Tom lounged on a dilapidated sofa, polishing his handgun and occasionally aiming into the distance, as if envisioning the explosion of someone's skull. All who entered Kir Town were required to surrender 70% of their haul to gain entry. Beside one-eyed Tom, his sycophant Joe shouted into a megaphone at the gathered crowd. "Why should we? It used to be only 30%. Dissent arose among the crowd, sparking heated discussions. "Why? Because everything you possess is a generous gift from our boss." "Tom, 30% is already quite favorable," Joe retorted with a sneer. When the refuse eruption occurred, many witnessed it happen right before our leader's eyes. Just as another attempted to argue, a gunshot rang out, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The crowd fell silent. Who supports this? Who opposes? One-eyed Tom slowly rose, his imposing presence emanating a terrifying aura. The crowd quickly silenced their objections, obediently opening their snake-skin bags for Tom's underlings to inspect. Surrendering their belongings, the strong exploit the weak. This was but one facet of the ecosystem in this world of refuse. "Tom, you are going too far." At that moment, Mary returned with her team, only to be subjected to a search as well. Stepping forward from the crowd, she confronted one-eyed Tom, who was audaciously demanding tribute. "Excessive. What of it? From this day forth, there shall be but one voice in Kir Town, and that is my own." One-eyed Tom gazed greedily at Mary. "Old Joe and Mark are dead. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Mary, come and be the mistress of Kir Town." With that, a barrage of jagged rocks shot forth, devoid of any hint of mercy. Mary gasped in shock, swiftly evading, her daggers slicing through the incoming projectiles. Yet, Tom had transformed into a rock-like form, closing in on her, seemingly intent on capturing her, as in their previous encounter. The daggers only left superficial white scratches upon his hardened skin, prompting Mary to raise her firearm and fire. Unfortunately, the reaction time and speed of a second-level mutant far surpassed that of a first-level evolutionist. Her bullets went astray, just as Tom believed he was about to succeed. A bolt of lightning struck, momentarily paralyzing him, allowing Mary to escape. "Mark, you're still alive?" One-eyed Tom was taken aback. The giant rat had proven to be quite formidable. The fact that Mary had survived was already a surprise. But now Mark's presence was unexpected as well. Not dead, but crippled. "You dare to thwart me?" At that moment, Mark appeared pale, one sleeve empty, clearly still recovering from his injury. "Mark, hold him off for me." Mary twirled her daggers rapidly, as if preparing to unleash the devastating move that had wounded the giant rat before. The flat-headed brother understood the implication and positioned himself to block Tom. Allowing Tom to become the dictator of Kir Town would spell doom for him. "You, a mere waste, think you can stop me?" Tom swung a fist with astonishing speed, his hardened knuckles seemingly capable of shattering rock. The flat-headed brother desperately dodged, barely managing to hold his ground. Had it not been for the lightning striking Tom, momentarily incapacitating him, he might not have withstood even a single blow. Even so, he quickly reached his limit, especially since he was left with only one arm to face a second-level evolutionist. A massive fist slammed into his left shoulder, nearly shattering his bones. The force of a second-level evolutionist was immense, and he was sent flying. In that moment, two crimson arcs sliced through the air beside Mark, aimed directly at Tom. I've been waiting for this move. One-eyed Tom did not attempt to evade. Instead, he produced a round shield from behind, raising it to meet the attack. The shield bore the imprint of a fox-like pattern at its center, its edges frayed. It resembled equipment discarded by the Silver Moon Guardian of the Fox Demon world. The rapidly spinning daggers struck the shield, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. The force of the blow was substantial, forcing Tom to stagger backward. Unfortunately, the relentless barrage failed to breach the shield, soon losing momentum and coming to a halt, leaving two deeply etched grooves upon its surface. Damn it! Mary panted heavily. This was the fullest extent of her strength, and she had not anticipated such an outcome, a glimmer of despair clouding her eyes. What are you all waiting for? One-eyed Tom has taken control of Kier Town. Will you fare any better? She could hardly envision the grim existence that awaited them under Tom's tyranny. Glancing around at the onlookers, she hoped someone would step forward to help topple Tom's ambitions. Among the crowd, a few evolutionists exchanged furtive glances, clenching their fists, yet feeling powerless to act. Such was the lament of the weak. Ha ha ha. One-eyed Tom laughed maniacally, pointing at the crowd. Who else can stop me? Do you think this bunch of useless trash can? Garbage would forever be garbage. They were fit only to dig for dung. Surrender, Mary, serve me well, and you shall be the mistress of Kier Town. Once I excavate the excrement of the devil worm, our lives will surely improve. Tom narrowed his eyes, envisioning a life of luxury with his left hand clutching golden fertilizer and his right hand holding Mary. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered his daydream. Tom felt a jolt to his scalp, and with a roll, the bullet narrowly grazed his head. Who dares? Tom glared with fury, the close call nearly costing him his life. The crowd averted their gazes as a figure emerged from their midst. It was a young man with clean black hair, clad in leather armor and jeans, a short blade slung across his back, a plastic bottle at his waist, and his gun still smoking. My apologies. It's my first time using a gun, so I'm a bit rusty. I just heard someone asking me to dig for dung. The black-haired youth spoke coldly, fixing his gaze on Tom, then unsheathed the short blade, his anger palpable. I detest being ordered to dig for dung. Surrounding spectators were incredulous. Someone dared to provoke One-eyed Tom at such a moment, murmurs spreading through the crowd. Who is this person? How dare he speak to One-eyed Tom in such a manner? Is there such a figure in Kier Town? I've never seen him. He must be an outsider. But how is he so clean? Tom, upon seeing the newcomer, was filled with rage and mockery. I had thought a significant figure had arrived. How dare a mere first-tier evolver act so arrogantly before me? Xiaoyang had little patience for banter and instantly employed a teleportation technique to close the distance. Chapter 16. The wrathful Xiaoyang. How swift. Could he be a speed-type awakener? Yet, he was not as fast as before. Could he be concealing his true strength? Mary, observing the familiar figure before her, had no doubts about the black-haired man's prowess, as she had witnessed him decisively defeat the formidable giant rat. He had even saved her life. With a wry smile, Mary reflected that this enigmatic man always appeared at crucial moments, leaving her indebted to him once again. His speed was commendable, but alas, his strength was lacking. Tom easily blocked Xiaoyang's strike with his shield, taunting him casually. However, in the next instant, a fireball the size of a basin erupted from Xiaoyang's mouth, hurtling towards Tom's head. The attack was so unexpected that the one-eyed Tom could not evade it in time, resulting in his beard being singed and his eyebrows completely scorched, resembling the plucked feathers of a chicken. Unfortunately, the fireball was too weak to inflict any fatal damage on the hardened Tom. Dual abilities? How could that be? You are merely a first-tier evolver. It seems I cannot spare you. This strike thoroughly enraged the one-eyed Tom, who bellowed as rows of rock spikes shot forth like bullets from a machine gun toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang dodged left and right, continuously deflecting the rock spikes. The force behind them was immense, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Alas, it seems this young man is still insufficient. After all, he is merely a first-tier evolver. The onlookers shook their heads. A first-tier evolver standing against a second-tier one was indeed too much to handle, as their strength, speed, and powers were not on the same level. What about Jessie? Xiaoyang is in danger. Jessica, witnessing Xiaoyang fall into a disadvantage, clutched Jessie's sleeve in a state of anxiety. Jessie looked helpless. What could he do? None of them had the strength to contend with a second-tier evolver. They might not even withstand a single blow. Do not worry, Jessica. Xiaoyang's strength far exceeds this. Zhang Daqiang remained unfazed. Having followed Xiaoyang closely today, he knew that Xiaoyang still had an array of peculiar abilities yet to be unleashed. So this is all you are capable of? You dare act so arrogantly before me? Tom stomped his foot, summoning an even denser barrage of rock spikes from the ground without warning. Xiaoyang quickly activated his teleportation to evade. Is that all you can do? Scurrying like a rat? Creatures like you belong in a cage. Tom clapped his hands against the ground, shouting, Rock spike cage .4 sharp. Straight rock spikes shot in from 4 directions at incredible speed. Xiaoyang's pupils constricted. Having just used teleportation, he could not evade this attack in time, recalling that the previous rat had been ensnared by this very maneuver. Seems I am still overestimating myself. Xiaoyang lamented internally, realizing that his true strength was still lacking to face a second-tier evolver alone. To avoid disaster, he decided to no longer conceal his abilities. Spirit Movement Talisman, let us go. Indeed, the talisman from Bai Yuechu proved reliable. With its enhancement, Xiaoyang moved at remarkable speed, instantaneously escaping the rock spike cage. The one-eyed Tom stared incredulously as Xiaoyang vanished, feeling a breeze brush past him. As if someone had lightly patted him on the back, he turned to look behind him, but saw nothing. Are you looking for me? Turning back, Tom saw Xiaoyang standing at a distance, a palpable sense of danger enveloping him. Have you heard of the detonation talisman? Xiaoyang surveyed the crowd, carefully observing each person's expression. But aside from confusion, there was nothing more, which only heightened his sense of delight. It was a form of art from a distant world. For some reason, the one-eyed Tom suddenly felt a sense of impending doom, which irritated him, especially since this rat before him was exuding such arrogance. Damn your art. Tom gathered all his abilities, seemingly preparing to unleash a devastating strike to obliterate Xiaoyang's figure. Art is synonymous with explosion. Boom! A colossal flame erupted from behind Tom, engulfing him in an inferno, the shockwave from the explosion even toppling the onlookers. Fortunately, the detonation talisman did not primarily cause shrapnel damage. Otherwise, many would have met with misfortune. Cough, cough as the smoke cleared. Xiaoyang surveyed the astonished and reverent expressions of the crowd, feeling quite pleased. This battle was not a rash act, but rather a carefully considered decision. Historical experience indicates that to secure a better life, being a bottom-tier laborer offers no path forward. One must first become part of the ruling class of this place. Whether for future improvements in living conditions or personal strength, it was essential for Keilei Town to serve as his springboard. This battle represented the first step towards establishing himself as part of Keilei Town's ruling elite. Thus, he needed to defeat the one-eyed Tom before everyone, demonstrating absolute power to establish authority. The carnage of a single explosion holds more impact than any verbal intimidation. And it also allowed him to test the might of the detonation talisman. The center of the explosion, a mangled body lay sprawled on the ground. Tom was charred black, half of his body blown away. Yet his face still bore the expression of terror. He is dead, truly dead. Look, the one-eyed Tom has perished. Among the crowd, a limping scavenger gazed at Tom's corpse, exclaiming with excitement, his eyes reflecting shock, joy, and hatred. It was evident how much malice Tom had incited during his reign in Keilei Town. With his cheers, the people finally realized that the tyrant of Keilei Town had met his end, and they were liberated at last. Unless Keilei Town were to welcome a new tyrant. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyang suddenly felt out of place. He knew he must make a statement at this moment. Suppressing the nauseating sight of blood and flesh, he picked up Tom's round shield and slung it on his back, then tossed a handgun to Daqiang. I declare that from now on, The resources of Kalei Town shall only require a 2/10 tribute. Jim, lead the way, let us raid. All right. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds, the scavengers seemingly unable to believe their ears. They stared at the young man's retreating figure, only reacting when it disappeared, subsequently erupting into fervent cheers. Brother Shao, this way, the one-eyed Tom's lair is right here. Ahead, Jim skipped along, pointing the way, vanishing around a corner only to return, continually urging Xiaoyang forward. Xiaoyang sighed in exasperation. It was truly a case of the emperor being calm while the eunuch panicked. Passing through a narrow alley, they emerged into a clearing, revealing a dilapidated Western-style house. One could faintly discern that it had once been adorned with red tiles and white walls, but now it was severely weathered, crumbling at the slightest touch. The craftsmanship of this house suggested that the civilization of the beggar world was not primitive. It was at least at the level of the Industrial Revolution. The house stood 3 stories tall, perched on a sunlit slope, with a well-maintained flat area in front that offered a view of the densely packed ramshackle buildings below. In Kalei Town, such a structure was considered a prime asset. The one-eyed Tom had indeed chosen a fine location, which greatly pleased Xiaoyang. Chapter 17. The serpent monster's skull goodness, how impoverished, this thought crossed Xiaoyang's mind. Hee, I've struck it rich, Jim was grinning with delight. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at Jim's naive expression, feeling a bit speechless as they rummaged through the one-eyed Tom's wealth. Having dominated Kalei Town for so long, Tom undoubtedly had considerable resources, and the warehouse brimming with goods was the best testament to that. There were dried vegetables, jerky, and barrels of colorful substances. For some reason, Jim was particularly thrilled upon seeing them. Xiaoyang leaned in for a closer look, nearly cursing. It turned out to be dried scraps of leftover food. The remaining items were somewhat more ordinary, such as expired instant noodles, hot dogs, biscuits, and canned goods, all stored in small boxes, appearing rather precious. Brother Xiao, look, there are good things here. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he watched Jim retrieve a large box, his excitement palpable. Could Jim have actually found something valuable? Oh no, Brother Xiao, why are you hitting me? This stuff is delicious, really. I'm not lying. You have to try it. Damn it. I should have never held any expectations for this kid. The box clearly bore the words pet shop for kids. And inside were nothing but expired dog food. You dare to suggest I eat this? After searching for quite some time, they still hadn't found anything of true value. Extraordinary items or spiritual meat were Xiaoyang's primary targets. Quickly tell me, where does the one-eyed Tom keep his treasures? Jim growled, grabbing a guard by the collar. I don't know. I really don't know. That's all I know. Please let us go. The guard was terrified, remembering how, just moments before, the two had stormed in and incapacitated everyone in under a minute. Upon learning of the one-eyed Tom's demise, they had wisely led Xiaoyang into the warehouse. However, that did not satisfy them. Seeing their truly clueless expressions, Xiaoyang stroked his chin and inquired, "Where is Tom's bedroom? Take me there." On the 3rd floor, in Tom's bedroom. How about a cough? Has Jim found it? Xiaoyang struggled to endure the strange odor. This was a lavish master bedroom, filled with numerous rooms. One must admit, this wretched Tom's private life was utterly dismal. The floor was strewn with bizarre crumpled papers, old clothes, and food remnants, resembling nothing short of a dog's den. Xiao Gu, I've found it. On the other side, Jim entered with a mischievous grin. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and come out, Jim shouted over his shoulder. As a scantily clad woman peeked through the doorway, Xiao Gu, do you think this is quite a find? Jim winked, sporting a knowing expression that oozed lewdness, completely oblivious to Xiaoyang's shifting expression. Jim, if I ever fall for your tricks again, I swear I'll be a dog. The woman, with her curly brown hair, ample bosom, and voluptuous form, was a rarity in the generally malnourished wasteland, yet Xiaoyang felt no appetite. Despite her allure, even from a distance, he could detect the foul stench clinging to her, and considering the hygiene standards of this garbage world, Xiaoyang shook his head. No, for the sake of his future happiness, Kier Town must prioritize sanitation henceforth. Ahem, you there, take me to where Tom keeps his treasures. The woman walked ahead, shivering slightly, her hips swaying, provoking a drooling reaction from Jim. Xiaoyang swiftly delivered a slap to the back of Jim's head, returning him to a state of sobriety. Why, yes, sir, Tom's? The wretched one's treasures are hidden right here. The woman timidly pointed to a wardrobe. Let's take a look. As he gazed inside the wardrobe, Xiaoyang felt his face darken. He could only conclude that he must have overindulged in the cursed fruit recently, or that Jim was indeed toxic. Sir, which style do you prefer? I can't accommodate any of them. The woman retrieved a scanty piece of lingerie from the wardrobe, demonstrating it against her body with a bashful demeanor. It seemed she had 1,000 ways to please him, should he wish for it. Besides these exceedingly revealing garments, the wardrobe also contained an array of toys that sparked boundless imagination. So, this is Tom's grand treasure? Wait, no. Just as Xiaoyang intended to have Jim dispose of these items, a rat suddenly scurried out from the gap between the wardrobe and the wall. Alerting Xiaoyang to a peculiar disturbance, it was as if an unseen force compelled him to topple the wardrobe. With a crash, the wardrobe fell, revealing a narrow hidden door in full view. Xiaoyang stepped into the secret chamber. Before him lay a massive skeleton sprawled on the ground, resembling that of a serpent, with only a short section of its head remaining. Its jaws were lined with rows of sharp teeth, while several rib bones lay piled nearby. From its curvature, one could easily deduce the astonishing length the serpent must have possessed in life. Beside the skeletal remains was a wooden shelf adorned with vials of white powder, retaining a trace of energy, seemingly ground from the serpent's bones. Damn it, this wretched Tom truly had a talent for gnawing bones, perhaps reaching the second tier through such means. Glancing at the serpent's skull, Xiaoyang felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. After regularly consuming the bitter leaves, Xiaoyang sensed a notable enhancement in his memory, with vivid recollections of scenes from films gradually surfacing. Could it be the basilisk? He recalled a scene from the movie Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2, where Ron and Hermione destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux with the basilisk's fang in the Chamber of Secrets. The skeletal remains of the basilisk that Harry had slain bore a striking resemblance to this one. Considering Tom's peculiar abilities, which seemed to involve controlling stone, and the basilisk's gaze that could petrify, one could not help but wonder if Tom had indeed stumbled upon the basilisk's remains from the Harry Potter universe, awakening his powers through prolonged consumption of the bone powder. The energy from these bones was exceedingly faint. Given the basilisk's immense size, who knows how long Tom had been consuming it to reach this level? Damn, what a genius. His teeth are remarkably impressive. Fortunately, he started from the tail. Had he begun at the head, he might have been poisoned to death. In the world of Harry Potter, the basilisk is classified as a XXXXX level dangerous creature, with fangs that possess lethal venom capable of killing a wizard within minutes, and even destroying magical artifacts beyond repair. In the original story, the basilisk's venomous fangs are among the few substances capable of destroying Horcruxes. In addition to the skeleton, Xiaoyang also discovered a stash of bullets hidden beneath the shelf, all of which he promptly collected. At the entrance of the mansion, Mary anxiously observed the interior, flanked by notable figures from Kier Town, all equally uneasy as they cast glances inside. Mary, could it be that Kier Town is really going to let this unknown individual take charge? A scruffy old bartender whispered. If he intends to rule Kier Town, I shan't oppose. In Mary's heart, Xiaoyang had already saved her twice. She had no reason to oppose him. If you believe your life is sturdier than Tom's, you may certainly challenge him, Mary replied nonchalantly. These people, when faced with adversity, were all too eager to bow down, having been oppressed by Tom for days without uttering a word. Now that Tom was dead, did they think themselves capable? Why hadn't they stood up at the town's entrance before? I wouldn't dare. Isn't it simply because you think you are more suitable than her? A woman they knew well in power was certainly preferable to a stranger riding atop them. This was their most genuine sentiment. Shoo, don't speak. The esteemed gentleman is coming out. Chapter 18. The civilization of the Beggars' Union. As Xiaoyang stepped outside, he was met with a gathering of individuals waiting expectantly, and a sudden headache struck him. Tom's death was abrupt, yet a myriad of chaotic matters awaited resolution. Congratulations, esteemed sir, on becoming the new ruler of Kier Town. The old, limping man who had previously urged Mary to seize power now adopted a sycophantic demeanor. His wrinkled face capable of blooming into a flower. I am already aware of your intentions. Please, introduce yourselves. One by one, the individuals introduced themselves. Tavern owners, purveyors of vice, weaponsmiths, mushroom cultivators, and those managing water wells. All influential figures shaping various facets of Kir Town. Xiaoyang nodded at each, uncertain if he truly absorbed any of their words. All right, I hereby declare that the management affairs of Kir Town shall temporarily be entrusted to this, Miss Mary, with Zhang Daqiang and Mark assisting her. Xiaoyang had come to realize that he was merely an outsider. Daqiang and the others had previously been lowly citizens, evidently lacking the expertise required for actual governance. It was wiser to allow those familiar with Kir Town to take the lead while he operated in the shadows as the puppet master. Much like a leech, how delightful, now that the thought process was clear. As for why he chose Mary, Xiaoyang would never admit to being a superficial admirer. It was undoubtedly because she possessed the strongest capabilities and could command respect. Plus, he had saved her before, which should count for something in this world. Strength spoke volumes. As long as he could maintain overwhelming power, he need not worry excessively. Huh? Mary appeared slightly taken aback, unable to believe that such fortune had fallen into her lap. The crowd, however, nodded in approval, satisfied with the outcome, for this man before them was a complete unknown. Mary, Mark, come here. I have some matters to discuss with you. The rest of you may disperse. Once the crowd had departed, Xiaoyang summoned the two. Facing the once aloof and imposing woman who had bullied him in the past, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of intrigue. Ahem. It seems we meet again, Mary. Mary glanced at the man before her with a hint of unease. Inexplicably feeling a warmth in his presence, I never expected your abilities to progress so swiftly. The man who drove away the giant rat, are you not going to tell me your name this time? Xiaoyang, a wanderer with amnesia. A wanderer? I've never encountered such a remarkable one, she replied, but I must thank you for saving me. The person before her, clearly only a first-tier evolved being, exhibited not only fire abilities but also remarkable speed, evidence that he had likely used some extraordinary item. She recalled how Xiaoyang had once captured the coveted blue phantom creature in a bottle. Realizing she was scrutinizing his waist, Xiaoyang felt a sense of unease. He recognized that this woman was formidable and quickly shifted the topic. Ahem. Let us not dwell on the details. I will need your help managing Kir Town. Mary pondered for a moment. Why choose me? I require someone with authority and familiarity with Kir Town to oversee matters. As I am merely a stranger here. Certainly, the authentic thoughts swirling within Xiaoyang's mind were a desire for a diligent and capable aide. Noticing that Mary appeared somewhat dissatisfied with this rationale, he pondered for a moment and added, of course, your beauty and nobility are truly delightful, and that is the primary reason in a world so riddled with the detritus of culture, how could it possibly withstand such rustic charm? Mary's rabbit ears seemed to flush with embarrassment. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept this. Do not blame me if my performance falters. Observing that he had appeased Mary, Xiaoyang felt an immense sense of joy. Indeed, women share a common nature. The insights from the dog sound videos had proven to be true. You need not worry, as long as you follow me, Xiaoyang. If I have a morsel of meat, there shall be bones for you to gnaw upon. As he spoke, he patted the plastic bottle at his waist and produced 2 glass vials. Indeed, it was serpent bone powder, a treasure from the realm. Mary and Mark's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions akin to those witnessing a lavish display of wealth. This truly is a spatial treasure. It is something even Old Hawk does not possess. What, then, is a spatial treasure? In certain eruptions of refuse, rare artifacts with spatial properties can be found, capable of containing items. They typically manifest as bracelets, necklaces, rings, or pouches. It is said that a few prominent figures in Clara City possess such items, and only those who are truly powerful are worthy of wearing them. Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement. For reasons unknown, she found the man before her increasingly handsome. His age was just right, he was in excellent health, maintained cleanliness, possessed strength, and crucially, he was quite wealthy. It seemed that sacrificing a modicum of beauty might not be a loss after all. Noticing the predatory gleam in Mary's eyes, Xiaoyang felt a tightening in his chest. Realizing he had acted hastily, he must never reveal his treasures before others again. Everything I have seen today shall remain locked within my mind. Now, behold what I possess. If you accompany me, these shall be yours. Only then did Mary and Mark comprehend, gazing at the urns in Xiaoyang's hands. The energy-infused serpent bone powder could enhance their abilities. Xiaoyang found the substance somewhat distasteful and looked down upon it, opting instead to use it to win their favor. Is this truly the case? Even the unflappable Mark seemed unsettled. It is undeniably true. Excellent. As long as you can help me enhance my strength, I, Mark, shall heed your command without question. Mark's body felt weak, having been severely beaten twice, which was quite unfortunate. Yet his words rang with conviction. Seeing Mark's willingness to submit filled Xiaoyang with delight. With these two secured, the foundation of Clara Town should be solidified. He then inquired further about the evolution issues within the Refuse world. We are not entirely sure what awakening is related to. I heard Old Hawk mention that it might be connected to consuming spiritual flesh. Each advancement presents an opportunity for awakening. The more abilities one possesses, the lesser the chance of awakening other powers next time. Mary responded. Xiaoyang stroked his chin, concluding that the awakening of abilities was linked to the stimuli experienced during bodily evolution. However, he had advanced through the absorption of the energy from the Harbinger beasts. And even now he remained uncertain if he had awakened any special abilities. Perhaps he was indeed a blank slate. No, you have indeed awakened. Otherwise, such a significant commotion would not have occurred, the bunny girl asserted confidently, noting that Xiaoyang's state was unmistakably indicative of an awakening. Let us set that aside for now. I wish to know how much you both are aware of this world's history. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. I have heard from some elders that this place was once a prosperous world where humanity wielded the power to conquer the skies and seas. Even without abilities, humans could soar through the skies like birds, yield an abundance of food, produce endless garments, and everyone enjoyed beautiful homes. But then the black hole descended, and war erupted. The conflict obliterated everything, claiming countless lives. Following that came the plague, which took even more lives. And there were those who transformed into monstrous beings, neither human nor beast, roaming about to bite others. Subsequently, animals perished in droves, plants withered, and the land was engulfed in refuse, rendering it incapable of producing food. Humanity could only cling to survival through garbage, with each day bringing the grim reality that many would not see the dawn. As Xiaoyang recounted the once glorious civilization of the Beggar-Taya world, he observed a longing on Mary's face, as though she envisioned an apocalyptic scenario birthed from the invasion of refuse. Considering that much of this garbage stemmed from Earth's cultural artifacts, it was conceivable that the world's demise bore some connection to him. Alas, this accursed refuse world. Chapter 19. The return to the Devil's Wormhole. The next day, Xiaoyang moved into Tom's quaint villa. The previous day, he had instructed the attending subordinates to ensure the house was spotless. This charming villa was quite spacious, and along with Xiaoyang, Zhang Daqiang and 3 others also moved in. Zhang Daqiang busied himself finding an ideal spot for his cherished potted vegetables, while Jessica assumed the role of the villa's housekeeper, and Jesse was training the newly acquired subordinates, as for Jim. He was fretting over where to hide his dog food. Of course, there was also an unexpected guest in the house. "Hiss Mary, what are you doing?" Xiaoyang observed the bunny girl dragging her luggage as she searched for her room. Looking utterly bewildered, "I am moving in to work, of course," Mary replied with an expression of utter nonchalance, completely disregarding Xiaoyang's dismay. "But this is my home. I am the governor of Clara Town. Hence, I must constantly be in tune with the opinions of the highest authority in Clara Town. Besides, isn't Zhang Daqiang here as well?" "Well, fine then." Xiaoyang shrugged, offering little resistance. After all, he was a shameful face lover. And it was merely adding another mouth to feed. It shouldn't pose a problem, right? When mealtime arrived, delicious, absolutely delightful. The others stood with their bowls, watching Mary devour her food like a ravenous rabbit unleashed, all of them frozen in astonishment. Go celebrate his acquisition of a house in the refuse world without paying a single cent as a down payment. Xiaoyang presented the last of his cherished pork. However, Witnessing Mary consume the wild boar like a piglet revealed her gluttonous nature. Mary slurped the final drop of broth into her mouth, exclaiming her satisfaction, and upon noticing the dazed expressions of those around her, she glanced at the food in Xiaoyang's hands and curiously asked, "Why are you all staring at me? Is this not to your taste?" "No, no, no. It is indeed to our liking," the others replied hastily, guarding their food as if their lives depended on it. This elicited a regretful sigh from Mary, who then turned her gaze to the boss, Xiaoyang, indicating her lingering hunger. Xiaoyang had no choice but to offer her an expired can to appease her. Mary's presence only compounded Xiaoyang's already scarce resources. He wondered what her opinion on dog food might be. After the meal, Xiaoyang requested Mary to take him on a tour of Clara Town. Their first stop was the town's well, as the issue of bathing needed to be addressed. The well of Clara Town was situated in a valley surrounded by mutated cacti. These cacti bore incredibly toxic spines. A mere prick would send an ordinary person to their demise within half an hour. Nevertheless, the fleshy stems were among the few edible vegetable sources in Clara Town, representing a precious asset. Even in a world as dire as this, some forms of life managed to endure amidst overwhelming pollution and viruses, but such plants were a rarity as they navigated through the towering cacti. They arrived at a remarkably large inverted pyramid-shaped wellhead, approximately 10 meters deep, with a small well at the center of the bottom, said to be 30 meters deep, to protect this invaluable water source. Clara Town not only constructed a well house to shield it from the elements, but also stationed guards to watch over it 24 hours a day. Despite these precautions, the water in the well remained slightly contaminated, though fortunately not lethal, producing around 100 barrels of water daily. With a population of over 1,000 in Clara Town, such a water yield was in a precarious balance, but occasionally, refuse eruptions could relieve some of the pressure on drinking water. In any case, the freedom to bathe remained a distant dream for Xiaoyang. Clara Town has only this well, yet we lack any water or ice ability users, Mary lamented in the refuse world. Two types of abilities are highly coveted among the lower-class scavengers, plant manipulators and water manipulators. The former can cultivate crops, while the latter can produce water. Mary's words reminded Xiaoyang that while science may fail to solve certain issues, perhaps magic could, and if magic faltered, perhaps monsters might provide a solution. He gazed into the dark, foreboding well, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Damn it, how could I have forgotten that fellow? Truly a cursed fate. Mary, gather some people. Today, I shall take you all to extract the water, the devil's wormhole. Xiaoyang stood atop a mountain of refuse, gazing at the two massive holes before him, each measuring over 10 meters in diameter. His emotions a tumultuous mix. Today, they were to locate a water source here. Is this truly the lair of the devil worm? It is hard to fathom its immense size. You would not wish to see its form. Xiaoyang recalled the towering figure of the giant worm, still feeling a shiver of fear. In the presence of that monstrous excrement, he felt utterly insignificant. Oh, have you seen it? Mary squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Xiaoyang with suspicion. That day you claimed to detest digging through dung. You wouldn't have. Ha! The others are still waiting for us ahead. Let us hurry and see if there is water within the cave. At the precipice of the devil's wormhole, Xiaoyang leaned forward to peer into the depths, subsequently kicking a stone into the abyss. After an interval of 3 or 4 seconds, a resounding clatter echoed back. Beside him, a scavenger was already geared up, preparing to descend into the cavern below via a rope. Shortly thereafter, a flickering beam of light from a flashlight illuminated the darkness within. There's no danger. Let us go down as well, declared Xiaoyang, and both he and Mary followed suit, descending to the cave's floor. This cavern was a sloping tunnel penetrating deep into the earth. It began quite steeply before transitioning into a more gentle terrain. The group, wielding an array of flashlights, cautiously ventured forward, occasionally encountering vertical shafts where they would utilize ropes to navigate downwards. After approximately 20 minutes, Mary abruptly halted, her adorable rabbit ears twitching with alertness. Stop! There are sounds ahead. Could it be the devil worm? She speculated. No, wait. It's the sound of water. A great deal of water. Under Mary's guidance, the group veered around several bends and emerged from the tunnel, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. They found themselves in a cavern over 10 meters high, resembling a cigar-shaped grotto, with a dense array of stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Some broken, seemingly due to the passage of the devil worm. Below the stalactites flowed a shallow river, 5 or 6 meters wide, its waters cascading melodiously. Water. So much water. This is wonderful, my goodness. We truly found water. Hold on. Let us first ascertain whether this water is drinkable. A scavenger, unable to contain his excitement, rushed to the riverbank, eager to scoop up some water for a taste test. Just then, Xiaoyang noticed ripples on the surface and called out urgently. Wait! Don't go over there. Unfortunately, it was too late. A piercing scream reverberated through the cave as the river erupted, and a monstrous black fish leapt from the water, jaws agape, clamping down on the scavenger's neck, attempting to drag him into the depths. Damn it! Xiaoyang sprang forward, seizing the scavenger by the heel, and brandished his blade at the creature. The pain prompted the black fish to release its grip, turning to unleash a jet of water at Xiaoyang. That moment, a metallic shield soared through the air, intercepting the attack. Swiftly, Xiaoyang delivered several decisive strikes, severing the fish's body, ensuring its demise. However, the unfortunate scavenger could not be saved. Chapter 20. The joy of fish and water. Unexpected incidents are the norm in the realm of refuse. Xiaoyang scrutinized the fish's appearance. It bore resemblance to a catfish. Measuring over a meter in length, its body cloaked in black scales, with a narrow mouth lined with dense teeth, its species indiscernible. The group redirected their lights towards the river's surface, discovering dozens of large black fish silently patrolling beneath the water. A few of these creatures, close to the riverbank, even shot jets of water towards the gathering of people. Fortunately, the power of these jets diminished significantly beyond 3 meters, allowing the scavengers to successfully collect water samples. The cavern was eerily silent, as if the drop of a pin could be heard. The group dared not even breathe, fearful that their movements might disrupt the testing process. Amin, tasked with water quality assessment for Kailei Town, was particularly anxious. His actions bore the weight of the fate of thousands in the town. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, he retrieved a withered plant resembling a curled fern from his pocket, carefully tossing it into a cup filled with river water, observing intently. My God! Amin wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice quivering. Boss, the water here is even less polluted than the well water back in Kailei Town. It is entirely usable. His face flushed with exhilaration. He nearly shouted the last sentence. As his words echoed, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from behind him. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept openly. This is incredible. Kailei Town need no longer fear a lack of water. Heavens! We have finally discovered a sufficient water source. Their exuberance was understandable. Only those who had truly endured the agony of water scarcity could appreciate the priceless nature of this resource. Who knows how many souls had succumbed to illness from drinking contaminated water in the trash-laden world. Before them lay an entire river's worth of water. Xiaoyang had anticipated this outcome. The depth of the underground river was likely over 100 meters, significantly reducing the potential for pollution. Thank you, Xiaoyang, Mary expressed sincerely, her gratitude directed towards the young man before her. Not just she, but all the scavengers present gazed at Xiaoyang, their respect for him deepening considerably. This was a problem that had eluded the people of Kailei Town for generations. The possession of such a river would undoubtedly elevate Xiaoyang to unprecedented heights in their community. In the following moments, the water-seeking team resolved to excavate a reservoir at a considerable distance from the riverbank, constructing a small channel to divert the river's flow into the reservoir for easier access. With the riverbank strewn with rocks, the excavation would require a significant investment of time, and lunch was consequently taken at this location. As Xiaoyang chewed on dry, tasteless instant noodles, his attention wandered to the carcass of the black fish. He pondered whether it was edible. Given that it had lived in relatively unpolluted waters, it should pose no issue. Perhaps he should give it a try. With that thought, he proceeded to eviscerate the black fish, slicing it into small pieces to skewer on his blade. Cartoon, blaze of fire. Xiaoyang exhaled a plume of flame, akin to a blowtorch, roasting the fish slices. The succulent flesh sizzled over the intense heat, releasing an inviting aroma. "What is that?" "It smells delightful, Mary." The food enthusiast perked up, her eyes glimmering with desire as she approached the source of the fragrance. The fish cooked quickly, and soon enough, Xiaoyang tore off a piece. Cautiously tasting it, contrary to the foul, rancid taste of surface-mutated creatures, it bore a fresh, sweet flavor that instilled confidence for further consumption. This is quite delectable. Despite its unappealing appearance, the black fish's flesh was indeed tender. And most importantly, it contained a subtle hint of energy. Mary, too, eagerly tore off a piece and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. "This is delicious. It's actually spirit meat." Typically, meat imbued with energy originates from black holes. Yet certain mutated species also exhibit such traits, akin to humans with special abilities, though most are inedible due to pollution. It was astonishing that this black fish, capable of shooting water jets, was free of toxins. Mary gazed at the dark mass of fish, her excitement palpable, yet her expression shifted to concern. "Xiaoyang, we must keep the existence of these black fish a secret." Xiaoyang, observing Mary's serious demeanor, grasped the gravity of the situation. If these black fish could yield a consistent supply of spirit meat, this location would rival a permanent source of spirit meat, far beyond what a small town like Kailei could contend with. Fortunately, only the two of them had partaken of the fish thus far. The others remained unaware of its effects, and they had all been sworn to secrecy regarding any information about the cave. "Boss, the reservoir is finished, but how are we going to transport the water back?" Ultimately, Xiaoyang bore the entire burden alone. He dismissed the others, filling 2 storage bottles with water, roughly containing 40 to 50 cubic meters, which left him utterly exhausted. This was merely a temporary measure. In the future, a dedicated water transport team would need to be established, were it not for the fear of the devil worm. Xiaoyang would have even considered relocating Kailei town here. After all, a stable source of spirit meat was evidently more critical than a mere ordinary refuse eruption site, especially with such abundant water resources at hand. When the water-seeking team returned to Kailei town, it was already afternoon. Zhang Daqiang and others stood anxiously at the town's entrance and rushed forward upon spotting Xiaoyang approaching from afar. "Boss, you're finally back. What happened?" "Woo shit, you need to deal with the geese." Suddenly, a grotesque, oil-green cabbage head shot forth, nearly causing Xiaoyang to unleash a fireball in surprise. "What kind of mutated creature is this?" "Shit, it's the chicken mother," Jim, with a bruised face, mumbled through his tears. Behind him, a motley crew of injured scavengers chimed in, recounting their ordeal. "Here is the situation. We went to Garbage Point No. 1, which you named, to scavenge for supplies, but found it occupied by someone who demanded we leave. This cannot stand. The people of Kailei town naturally resisted. In the end, we were captured and forced to labor all afternoon. If it weren't for their reluctance to provide food, we might not have made it back." Clearly, their adversaries had not regarded Kailei town with any seriousness. "This plot seems rather familiar. Do you know who they are?" I know. It's the people from Moor Town." Moor Town? Moor Town was adjacent to Kailei town. Among those they had assaulted the giant rat with was an ice-type ability user from Moor Town. And Xiaoyang's gun had been borrowed from him. Oh, I remember now. I believe his name was Remington Xiaoyang, suddenly struck by a thought, seemed to have recalled something. Unlike the tripartite stalemate in Kier Town, Moor Town operates under a more unified rule, governed by a second-tier ability user with 3 or 4 first-tier ability users at their command, making their overall strength somewhat superior to that of Kier Town. A collective sigh of resignation escaped the crowd. After enduring the havoc wreaked by the giant rat, Kier Town now finds itself with only 2.5 ability users left, and the number of evolved beings has significantly dwindled, leaving them utterly powerless against the formidable might of Moor Town. This wretched outpost is unlikely to be salvaged. No. The Fox Demon No. 1 outpost must not be forsaken. It must be reclaimed, Xiaoyang declared with unwavering conviction. The vast expanse of the Fox Demon No. 1 outpost may conceal powerful treasures yet unknown. After all, the Fox Demon realm is a fantasy world of considerable martial prowess, and Tushan is the epicenter of the entire anime's narrative, rendering the value of this rubbish immense. Most crucially, It is a world with which Xiaoyang is intimately familiar, eliminating the need for guesswork. Furthermore, he must admit another reason. The feces of the devil worm still lie beneath. As for Moore Town, while second-tier abilities are strong, Xiaoyang believes that if one were to employ their trump cards, defeating them would not be overly challenging. The more troublesome aspect lies in their numbers. All right, let us set aside this matter for now. We shall address Moore Town tomorrow. Chong, procure several large iron barrels. Today's task for everyone is to bathe. Chapter 21. Countenance today. The air in Kir Town is particularly refreshing. Scavenger Bill rose early, hurrying to the assembly, as the newly appointed lord of the town was about to lead them to the dump to reclaim their territory. He touched his darkened eye sockets, resolute in his determination to give those ruffians in Moore Town a proper thrashing. For some reason, Bill felt an unusual surge of confidence today. He adjusted his collar, cautiously navigating the alley littered with refuse, and for the first time, found it to be exceedingly filthy. Bill, why are you dressed so neatly today? Trying to win a wife? Gates, with his trademark wild hair, teased from the open space at the town's entrance. Being Bill's neighbor. Are you any different? Who are you to criticize? Bill shot a glance at the flamboyant Gates, recalling the last time he wore that yellow jacket emblazoned with a kangaroo was during their last trip to the shabby shelter. The two exchanged knowing looks. They understood that today's elves were markedly different from yesterday's, all thanks to that lord. On a heap of refuse at the entrance of Kir Town, Xiaoyang surveyed the spirited demeanor of the gathered individuals with satisfaction. Indeed, a bath made all the difference. He recalled the expressions of sheer terror on the scavengers' faces when they first encountered the array of iron barrels. When Xiaoyang repeatedly assured them that the water was intended for bathing, they had wept, even kneeling to plead that he allow them to take the water with them rather than waste it on bathing. Only after he guaranteed that Kir Town would not suffer water shortages in the future and mandated that everyone must bathe, threatening that future scavenging rewards would be halved, did the reluctant scavengers finally shed their garments and plunge into the barrels with reckless abandon. It turned out that despite their protests, once their pants were off, they reveled in the experience. Though it was merely a simple bath, for the ordinary scavengers of Kir Town, it represented not just a matter of hygiene but a glimmer of hope for a better life. Xiaoyang pulled out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. As the last remnants of the demon worm dissipated, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Finally, he was free from that cursed entity. To prepare for today's brawl, he had stayed up late absorbing the demon worm, enduring considerable hardship for it. Unfortunately, he had still not broken through to the second tier. The grenade had drained the vast majority of the demon worm's energy. Feeling the strength coursing through his body, Xiaoyang brimmed with confidence. He was now at the pinnacle of the first tier, fully capable of confronting a second-tier evolved being without difficulty. However, he must not become complacent. The opponent was not merely a novice second-tier defensive ability user like Tom. According to intelligence gathered from Mary and others, the opposing leader was a second-tier fire ability user who had been advanced for quite some time. Fire abilities are the most common in the garbage world, likely due to the prevalence of even modestly extraordinary powers in fantasy realms, thereby influencing the distribution of abilities in this world. While common, fire abilities possess considerable destructive power, and he could not afford to underestimate them. As the time approached, most of the combatants from Kir Town had assembled, numbering around 400, roughly equivalent to a small village school. Though Moore Town boasted a larger population, the distance should mitigate their numbers. Xiaoyang, lacking experience in commanding personnel and unfamiliar with the people of Kir Town, entrusted the organization of this assembly to Mary. Beneath her were a dozen or so evolved beings serving as captains, including Jim and Jesse, each managing their respective groups of scavengers. Under Xiaoyang's guidance, their physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, approximately 5 to 6 times over. Xiaoyang was primarily responsible for the high-end combat strength of the group, essentially serving as a tool. With the final squadron assembled, Xiaoyang knew it was time to speak. He stepped forward and shouted, "Cough." Silence. Gazing at the colorful crowd below, he felt akin to an elementary school student addressing the national flag. The sight of over 400 pairs of eyes focused on him heightened his nerves. "Greetings, citizens of Kir Town. I am, your town's leader. You may call me Boss Xiao." Perhaps due to years of indoctrination, he hesitated to utter the word ruler. I notice many of you are dressed quite neatly today. Was yesterday's bath sufficient to transform you into beggars? The scavengers erupted in unison, beggars. But I am not a beggar. A wave of confusion, panic, and disbelief swept through the crowd. Xiaoyang steadied himself and continued. Yesterday, our people were attacked, and our discovered rubbish was seized, an affront I cannot tolerate. Each piece of refuse signifies our hope for survival. I understand that you have previously been powerless to protect your waste. However, weakness is not an excuse for cowardice. Today, they may seize our rubbish, but tomorrow, they could just as easily take our water, and the day after, they could dictate our very lives. Though we scavenge through refuse, let us not consider ourselves as such. The weak have the right to defend their existence. I have a dream that in Kir Town, everyone shall have access to the finest refuse. Perhaps a single garbage bag could be easily torn apart. But what about 10, 100, or 1,000? Xiaoyang passionately proclaimed from the platform, fervently imparting the now-corrupted platitudes of 21st century Earth to these scavengers. These scavengers, who could scarcely afford a meal, were overwhelmed by such rhetoric. We who scavenge must not consider ourselves as garbage. The weak also have the right to defend their existence. Such proclamations resonated like a battle cry from the very depths of the scavenger struggles. This instilled in them a delusion that following Brother Xiao's lead would enable them to transform their fortunes and dine thrice daily. Onward, fellow scavengers! Let us fight, beggars of the world, Xiaoyang bellowed. Channeling the spirit of a motivational speaker, his voice resonating with an irresistible rallying cry for the youth among the scavengers. Fight, beggars of the world! Bill leapt into the air, shouting. Drive away the refuse of Moore Town. Beggars of the world! Gates shouted, his neck flushed with excitement. The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, as if they had discovered a long-lost treasure, each person enthusiastically joining in the uproar. Xiaoyang gazed upon the effectiveness of his 100,000 word manifesto with great satisfaction, hoping these cannon fodder would prove their worth. All right, all present, let us set forth to reclaim the Fox Demon No. 1 outpost. Chapter 22. Clash of the Villages. The Fox Demon No. 1 outpost was bustling with activity. The ruler of Moore Town, Husan, surveyed the numerous bundles of leaves, tattered clothing, broken magical artifacts, and assorted items before him, a grin involuntarily spreading across his lips, to his surprise. This refused dump indeed held some treasures. Boss, I found something good. Parker, with his white hair, excitedly called out, clad in a white undershirt that, paired with his gray hair, made him resemble a lecherous old man. What is it? Is it spirit meat? Look at this, Parker exclaimed, producing a long, thick rope. What are you talking about, Parker? What is so special about a worn-out rope? Jerry, standing nearby, scoffed, unimpressed. He and Parker were both leaders under Husan, perpetually at odds with one another. What do you know? This rope is a guard. Suddenly, a long blast from a car horn interrupted Parker's defense. Husan quickly climbed atop a stone to gaze into the distance. Spotting a large group of scavengers approaching, dragging steel pipes, kitchen knives, car doors, and other weapons, shouting raucously, at the front of the procession. A banner made from advertising cloth boldly proclaimed, "Those who offend Kir Town shall be met with retribution." No matter the distance, upon seeing this, Husan realized that the time for leadership had come. He hastily summoned his subordinates to confront the advancing crowd. I wondered who had come. It turns out to be those cowards from Kir Town. Boss, it seems they wish to reclaim their territory and appear quite formidable. Jerry gazed at the group of scavengers ahead, clutching their tattered scraps of metal, and burst into hearty laughter, hands on his hips. Husan and the other leaders of Moore Town wore expressions of disdain. In the forefront of the procession, Xiaoyang wore a look of helplessness. The strategic principles of Sun Tzu promised surprise. Yet the lowly caliber of his subordinates left him with no choice but to endure. The one speaking was Jerry, a metal-type ability user, while the dark-haired man beside him was Husan, the chief of Moore Town. The white-haired figure nearby was Parker, a soil-type ability user, and the pockmarked individual behind them was another fire-type ability user. Next to Xiaoyang, Mary introduced a few ability users from Kir Town. Mary? What do you from Kir Town want? Are you looking for a fight? Once I take you down, you won't have a moment of joy, Hu San exclaimed, lifting his chin and pointing at Mary. What about Tom? I heard he has evolved to the second tier. Let me see if he's improved. Mind your tongue. Tom is dead, and now I am the protector of Kur Town. Be wise and retreat. I despise killing. Xiao Yang stepped forward, unflinching. Is that all you've got? A mere first-tier evolutionist? It seems Tom truly was living like a dog, after all. Useless is as useless does, Hu San guffawed, and his followers joined in derision. Xiao Yang retrieved a scroll, hesitated momentarily, feeling a twinge of regret, then put it back and drew 2 shurikens, glancing at Mary. Mary, have all their people arrived? Almost. Those who can stand in line are at the front. Seeing this pair of arrogant individuals, Jerry's fury surged, and he was ready to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's figure flickered and appeared before them, drawing back his arms to throw. Watch out! They thought it was a formidable attack, scrambling to evade. Yet, 2 metal plates flopped to the ground, their ends tied to yellow paper talismans that rustled in the wind. Nothing more. Damn it, you startled me. Jerry wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Impressive speed, but your throwing skills are abysmal. Bow down and admit your mistakes, and perhaps I might spare your life. As the shurikens lay motionless, Jerry and the others leapt forth to unleash a barrage of taunts. Only Hu San's temples throbbed, for he sensed a potent wave of fire-type energy emanating from the yellow paper talismans. Fool, run! Hu San's pupils constricted, but it was too late as he lifted his left leg. An explosive sound erupted from both sides. 2 massive fireballs blossomed within the crowd, engulfing the surrounding evolutionists in a cacophony of agonized screams, while those further away were thrown back by the shockwave. In the world of Naruto, the power of an explosive talisman rivaled that of a high-ranking ninja's fire techniques. Even in battles escalating to the level of leaders, its applications remained evident. The explosion's epicenter. Jerry was obliterated, while another explosion left the pockmarked individual gravely injured, barely clinging to life. This single wave took down 7 or 8 evolutionists, leaving the remaining few injured to varying degrees. Charge to the fray. The scavengers from Kur Town, invigorated by their leader's prowess, surged forward. Thus commenced the full-scale conflict between the 2 villages. Seizing the opportunity while many evolutionists were still dazed from the explosion, Xiao Yang unsheathed his dagger and instantaneously struck down one evolutionist. In the next moment, he dispatched another before they even had time to react. Among all martial arts, speed is paramount. Xiao Yang had found Tom challenging due to his sturdy shield, which could withstand his blade. However, these opponents, with lower evolutionary ranks and wielding mere scraps of metal, were no match for Xiao Yang, who effortlessly dispatched them one after another. "To hell with you!" Hu San roared in anger, scrambling to his feet. Spewing curses, a fireball the size of a table hurtled towards Xiao Yang, but he narrowly evaded it. Low-tier fire attacks possessed a notable characteristic. Their slow speed made them easy to predict. Utilizing his instant movement technique, Xiao Yang dodged multiple fireballs that flew past him. As a peak first-tier evolutionist, Xiao Yang found his instant movement technique increasingly fluid, allowing for longer activation and duration. He steadily approached Hu San as a second-tier fire ninja for so long. Hu San naturally had his own powerful techniques, yet he lacked confidence in hitting his target. Thus he merely watched Xiao Yang dance around. Damn it! I never expected this new leader from Kur Town to be such a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the battle among the scavengers was equally evident. Both sides comprised ordinary individuals lacking combat finesse, only capable of taking advantage of favorable conditions. One side watched as their leader felled several evolutionists, pressing the attack with high spirits, while the other side saw their leader merely endure blows, each contemplating how to escape. Clearly, Moor Town was on the verge of defeat. Just then, a sneaky white head peeked out from behind a half-meter-high stone wall. It was Parker. When the explosive talismans had been deployed, his cowardice had driven him to activate his ability and hide behind the stone wall, resulting in minimal injuries from the subsequent blasts. Though Parker was timid, he had never defected. Observing Hu San's precarious situation, he decisively hurled a long, thick rope from behind. "Here's a fine treasure. Go." The rope seemed to come alive, darting toward Xiaoyang like a snake, catching him off guard with its swift speed. Binding rope? Xiaoyang gasped in shock as the rope rapidly ensnared him, coiling around him like a chrysalis. The binding rope was a magical artifact from the world of the fox demon Little Red, capable of actively constraining enemies. Years ago, Bai Yuechu had been captured using the same rope by his father, Bai Qiuan. Wait, could it be the same one? Parker had executed it flawlessly. Husan was overjoyed. The speed that had troubled him was now nullified. Hey, kid, weren't you quite the hotshot? If you're so fast, why not take a few steps? He laughed heartily. Damn it, Xiaoyang never anticipated such a twist of fate. He suspected he had hit the eloquent beast too hard yesterday. This was far too unfortunate. Just moments ago, he had everything under control, and now he was being schooled. The peculiarities of this trashy world had delivered a stern lesson on the essence of surprise. His pupils reflected the searing flames as Xiaoyang struggled against the binding, attempting to wriggle free. Die, you little brat! Husan exclaimed with exuberance. Sparks crackled from his mouth as a massive fireball, cultivated over time, shot forth, intent on reducing Xiaoyang to ashes to quench his rage. It's over. The enormous fireball hurtled toward him, and Xiaoyang turned his head, closing his eyes. However, the scorching gust brushed past him, and the anticipated agony of burning never came. He opened his eyes to find a radiant figure standing before him, golden hair flowing, as if a goddess had descended. Xiaoyang had never felt life could be so beautiful. Mary, I adore you. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die? Mary shielded Xiaoyang, her gaze fixed ahead, sweat beading on her forehead, not daring to relax. Xiaoyang shifted slightly, peering around her form to see the suspended blade of water engaged in combat with Husan. Evidently, Husan's lethal strike had been unexpectedly thwarted by Mary's surprise attack. Quick! Help the boss untie him. Stop them. At that moment, Zhang Daqiang and others rushed in, while the remaining few evolutionists from Moor Town fought desperately to intervene. Instantly, a battle erupted around Xiaoyang. Zhang Daqiang swung a damaged blade at an evolutionist, while Jim, Jesse, and Jessica charged at the blocking foes. Fortunately, the evolutionists from Moor Town had previously suffered significant losses due to Xiaoyang, leaving only a few feeble opponents behind. The most troublesome was the cowardly Parker, who incessantly unleashed disruptive attacks with his abilities. Meanwhile, team leaders rallied to protect their boss, as the scavengers, eyes ablaze with fervor, surged forward. The faction from Moor Town resisted fiercely in that moment. Both sides unleashed their full fury, leading to an escalating toll of casualties. The battle reached its most brutal phase a few minutes later. The situation for Mary grew dire as she faced a seasoned second-tier evolutionist alone, a challenge far beyond her capabilities. Her ability to manipulate metal provided her with a sharp blade, yet as a first-tier evolutionist, her strength was insufficient, and each of her strikes was easily deflected by her opponent. Had it not been for the nimble blade in the air, she would have been unable to hold out for long. With no one to distract her adversary, she couldn't unleash her ultimate technique. Do you wish to save your pretty boy? Husan taunted, casually deflecting her attacks, time favoring him. What does he have that is worthy? He pales in comparison to my might. Why not simply submit? Mary remained silent, responding only with a thrust aimed at his heart. Humph! You refuse my hospitality, so you shall taste punishment. Enraged, Husan sent his blade flying, then grasped the air with both hands. A small fireball took shape in his palms, radiating a blinding crimson glow, its surface marred by swirling dark spots, resembling a clump of magma held within his grasp. Since you all wish to save him, I shall extinguish that hope. With a forceful thrust of his hands, the magma-sized sphere shot straight towards Xiaoyang. Die! Oh no! Mary watched helplessly as the searing fireball whizzed past her, leaving her with no time to intervene. With a thunderous boom, a flash of red light engulfed the scene, and a searing explosion erupted, reminiscent of a detonating explosive talisman. Is it over? Husan grinned maniacally, while Mary felt her heart wrench in despair. The battlefield fell into a hushed silence, both sides awaiting the outcome, whether in despair or anticipation. However, when the flames and smoke dissipated, apart from the charred earth, there were no signs of bodies. Where are they? Why is there nothing? Parker exclaimed. Have they turned to ashes? Are you looking for me? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Parker instinctively turned, only to feel a sudden, piercing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a bone-white blade protruding from his torso, crimson blood dripping steadily from the tip. He tried to call for help, but his throat seized, and ultimately, no sound escaped. Everything transpired too swiftly. Before anyone could react, Parker was dead. As his body crumpled to the ground, Xiaoyang appeared before Hussein. Damn. How could this be possible? Hussein barely had time to lament Parker's death, unable to fathom that his attack had yielded no result. That magma-like explosive skill was an attack method he had painstakingly developed over many years in the second tier. There was no chance of survival for an ordinary evolver hit by it, let alone someone bound and utterly powerless. Curious how I broke free from my bindings. Xiaoyang's gaze turned icy as he slowly produced a bundle of ropes from behind, tossing them towards Hussein. Why not try it yourself? Binding fairy rope, gather for me. The shadow shot forth, swiftly ensnaring Hussein, enveloping him like a large zongzi. He exerted all his strength to break free, but to no avail. The binding fairy rope from the fox demon realm was far beyond what a second-tier evolver could escape from. His frantic roars were utterly futile. Wait, don't kill me. Spare me, whether in Kel Town or Moer Town. They will be yours. Just let me go. From now on, I shall heed your every command. I am willing to submit. Hussein gazed at Xiaoyang approaching with a blade, completely devoid of the desire to resist. He was terrified, truly terrified. Your life is no longer mine to decide. You shall not die, for those who perished in this conflict from Kel Town will not rest in peace. What nonsense! Those worthless beings who aren't even evolvers cannot possibly compare to me. Hussein, incensed by Xiaoyang's words, erupted into laughter. Ha! I know you never intended to spare me, but if I die, Kel Town won't fare any better. He glared at Xiaoyang, madness dancing in his eyes. Do you think I am the only one with my sights set here? Do you believe that the secrets buried beneath this refuse mountain are unknown to others? Await the arrival of the forces from Kila City. You will share my fate. Ha! Before he could finish his laughter, the blade pierced his throat, and this second-tier, anomalous being became yet another addition to the heap of refuse in the world of the beggars. Chapter 24. Acquiring inferior binding fairy rope. With Hussein's demise, the people of Moer Town naturally lost their will to fight and surrendered en masse. Leaving was not an option without laboring first. Thus, Kel Town finally seized control, becoming a contractor for once. This battle resulted in over 50 deaths among the people of Kel Town, with many others injured as well. Xiaoyang provided compensation in the form of food to the families of the deceased, and those injured received reparations. Additionally, everyone's tax for the month was reduced to just 10%. After addressing these various matters, Xiaoyang began to tally the spoils of this conflict. During their occupation of the first refuse site of the Fox Demons, Moer Town had unearthed numerous items. Furthermore, they had recovered several handguns from the opposing evolvers, although there were few bullets, which were entrusted to his subordinates for self-defense. What truly caught Xiaoyang's eye were the leaves of the bitter emotion tree, amounting to approximately 40 to 50 caddies, likely sufficient for an extended period. Perhaps due to the tree's intrinsic connection to the soul, reincarnation, emotions, and memory, Xiaoyang discovered that these leaves seemed to enhance mental fortitude. Having consumed the leaves for several days, his control over his abilities became increasingly refined, and he grew more adept at practicing the fireball technique and the instantaneous movement technique. Additionally, his mental acuity, including reaction speed, memory, and perception, saw considerable improvement. Consequently, the leaves of the bitter emotion tree had been designated as a Tier 1 strategic resource, rarer than spirit flesh, and for the foreseeable future, he intended to focus on collecting these leaves. Aside from the bitter emotion tree leaves, there were also some broken weapons, remnants of ineffective magical artifacts, which could only be utilized due to their excellent physical properties. At present, the few useful treasures unearthed, aside from the demon capture bottle, included the binding fairy rope that had nearly ensnared him today. Holding this thick, lengthy treasure in his hand, Xiaoyang let out a long sigh. Inferior binding fairy rope. truly deserving of its reputation as Bai Yuechu's father's work, even more miserly than Bai Yuechu himself. He recalled the impoverished Bai Chuan from the fox demon narrative, who was left with nothing but his undergarments. As he consistently employed inferior goods for the binding fairy rope, which could be escaped from in a matter of moments. This particular rope was likely the same one used to bind Bai Yuechu at Tushan, hence allowing Xiaoyang to break free. Initially, the rope was tightly bound, yet it would wither within minutes. It was fortunate that Bai Chuan only used inferior goods. Otherwise, he could have truly found himself in dire straits. However, due to its lack of value as an inferior product, it would likely be discarded. Damn it, I must be cautious moving forward. My strength still needs refinement. Xiaoyang carefully stowed the rope in his bag. Despite its ineffectiveness, it could still accomplish much within a few minutes. In no exaggeration, the binding fairy rope possessed formidable binding capabilities. Even the protagonist Bai Yuechu had fallen victim to it, suggesting that it was certainly not something an ordinary Taoist from the fox demon realm could forge. At this moment, the first refused site of the fox demons was bustling with activity. Xiaoyang surveyed the towering refuse mound, standing 80 meters high, its surface having been thoroughly excavated, with deeper treasures likely hidden within. Thus, for the next few days, he planned to organize personnel to methodically clear the refuse mound, of course delegating the specifics to Zhang Daqiang and others, leaving him to take on a more hands-off approach. The denizens of the beggar's world had their own set of rules for waste management, categorizing all refuse meticulously. Whole bricks and stones could be used for construction, wood for fuel, and even soil was not overlooked. Given that much of the land in the refuse world was polluted, this uncontaminated soil was clearly a precious resource. Xiaoyang had heard that soil from worlds capable of producing spirit flesh typically had abundant fertility, a result of their decades of experience excavating refuse. In no time, the enthusiasm of the people of Kel Town was entirely absorbed in this refuse heap. Hey, Bill, today's haul looks promising. How many leaves did you find? Sigh, it's getting increasingly difficult to find them. Now everyone knows these leaves can be traded for good items with the boss. Without a keen eye, they really can't compete with us. Today, luck wasn't on my side. I only found a little over 2 taels. Damn, you consider 2 taels too little? I barely dug up less than 1 tael today. This won't do, you must treat us today. Bill and Gates, 2 good friends, bantered as they made their way to Xiaoyang. They found their boss lounging on the couch, sipping tea brewed from the leaves of the bitter emotion tree, while toying with a translucent water sphere. The water sphere rolled and rippled, as if a mouse were scurrying within, but upon closer inspection, one would discover it was merely a condom filled with water. Upon noticing the two approaching, Xiaoyang straightened up and downed the tea and leaves in one gulp. Oh, if it isn't Bill. Have you made any gains today? Xiaoyang had a favorable impression of this young man. Due to the presence of the Harbinger beast, he felt a certain kinship with lucky scavengers, believing it might help counterbalance his own misfortune. Seeing that the boss recognized him immediately, Bill beamed with pride, akin to a kindergarten child receiving a gold star, as he presented the bitter emotion tree leaves he had collected. Boss, today I found over 2 taels of bitter emotion tree leaves. Excellent, excellent. Adding those to your previous finds, you now have around 1 pound. Would you like to exchange them for 8 treasure rice or spirit flesh? The so-called 8 treasure rice referred to the dried leftovers from the deceased Tom's warehouse, likely concocted from takeout unearthed from the refuse pile. Xiaoyang wasn't entirely clear on the specifics of the process. This high-energy food was rich in oil and salt, quite palatable, and could be consumed simply by soaking it in hot water, making it incredibly convenient. Occasionally, some fortunate individuals might even discover a strand of meat within, akin to a blind box, a sensation that had captivated the scavenger community in the refuse world. Upon learning of this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but exclaim, "What a sin!" He would undoubtedly be unable to consume such a thing. There was an overwhelming surplus of inventory in the warehouse that needed to be cleared. Thus, he introduced a policy wherein sorrowful leaves could be exchanged for 8 treasure rice. For every 1 or 2 leaves, one could obtain 2 pounds of 8 treasure rice. In this manner, Xiaoyang acquired leaves while they secured their sustenance. After all, ordinary people who were not even evolutionaries found little use for sorrowful leaves. They could not enhance their physical forms and might as well trade them for food. A pound of dried 8 treasure rice could sustain a scavenger for several days. Naturally, to inspire their enthusiasm, Xiaoyang also provided them with another option. 1 pound of sorrowful leaves could be exchanged for 1 pound of black fish spirit meat. Bill rubbed his stomach and glanced at Zhang Daqiang, who once shared his status as a scavenger. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Boss, please convert everything to spirit meat for me." Not bad, such ambition. Chapter 25. Xiaoyang contemplates peach. Xiaoyang took out a calendar and, on the blank side of the paper, contentedly recorded the details of this transaction, affixing his seal before tearing off half of the entry to hand to Bill. "Keep the receipt safe. Return to Jessica to collect." "Thank you, boss." Bill was ecstatic. Today, he would also become an evolutionary. Although he might barely achieve an enhancement of his physique, was this not a splendid beginning? Nearby, Gates watched his close friend ascend to a higher status, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolutely stepped forward. "Boss, I possess a peculiar item. Would you be interested in a trade?" Gates felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Xiaoyang might dismiss his offering. "Oh, let me see. If it's something valuable, I can likewise trade for spirit meat. Previously, someone exchanged a bundle of thread with me for 5 pounds of meat. In addition to the leaf exchange, he also offered free appraisals of intriguing items, allowing some to be traded for spirit meat." "Boss, take a look at this." Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Gates produced his prized possession from his pocket. "What is it?" It was a peach pit. Indeed, it was a peach pit, remarkably smooth and clean, devoid of any flesh, prompting curiosity about how someone could consume a peach so thoroughly. "Wait, this is no ordinary pit. It exudes a faint energy." Xiaoyang examined the peach pit, surmising that its shell must be containing the energy within. "Boss, this could be a seed for a miraculous herb. Occasionally, one can unearth seeds amidst refuse. When cultivated, they may possess energy, and their effects could surpass that of spirit meat. But what use is a mere seed? We can't even grow vegetables here. To cultivate peaches would take an eternity." Jim scoffed. Gates sighed, acknowledging that his willingness to part with it stemmed from his own inability to grow anything. Such a large, hard pit is impractical to consume. It's better to trade it for something of value. "No, the peach pit holds great potential. Have you forgotten what lies buried beneath this mountain? Golden fertilizer." "Indeed." "Gates, I will offer you 1 pound of spirit meat for this peach pit, provided you take me to the location where you found it." "Boss, this way? It's right here." Gates led the group to the site of the peach pit discovery, and Xiaoyang felt a sense of great anticipation for what they might uncover. After digging for some time, they finally made a remarkable find. "Xiao Gu, we've unearthed something extraordinary. It's a peach." The group gathered around, gazing at the iceball-like object amid the refuse. Xiaoyang exhaled, rubbing his hands together in excitement and grasping it. His heart racing. Aolai country, flower and fruit aroma. Dinghai 1 stick, 10,000 immortals dawn. This was the legendary peach of Aolai country's second in command. Within the icy lump lay a peach the size of a fist. With a bite taken from the top, clearly frozen before it could be finished, in the world of fox spirits, the second in command, the stunning 6 ears, had a penchant for peaches, often depicted indulging in them in every frame. This frozen peach was evidently ensnared in a plot moment when it was frozen by Tu Shanyeya. The peaches of Aolai country were surely extraordinary. While 6 ear strength had not been explicitly portrayed in the comic, it was certain to be on par with or even superior to Tu Shanyeya's prowess. The peaches she consumed daily must be treasures beyond compare. I recall that the third young master of Aolai country suspected Tu Shanyeya might struggle against the black fox and requested 6 ears to bring her some supplements, which included this very peach. It was akin to other renowned healing herbs, like 1,000-year ginseng. Xiaoyang felt as though he were floating. Consuming such a fortifying item would surely bring him closer to the second tier. Yet, what should he do about the bite taken from it? Would that lead to an indirect kiss? He still wished to preserve his first kiss. Xiaoyang found himself torn, contemplating that 6 ears was indeed a great beauty. What could he do but let her have it? Besides this frozen peach, they also excavated numerous peach pits, presumably spat out by 6 ears. This was a tremendous harvest in Uncle Tom's little cabin. Xiaoyang was using his blazing fireball technique to thaw the peach, planning to advance today. Would he awaken a unique ability this time? Gazing at the peach, he pondered. He suspected that the abilities gained during advancement were likely linked to the energy absorbed during the process, and perhaps also to the long-term consumption of certain foods. This relationship was akin to the human body's reaction to catalysts. Most of the time, it was assimilation, but there was a small probability of rejection. Different responses could yield various directions for unique abilities, or perhaps none at all. His greatest fear was the unresponsive, blank evolution. Currently, he could use the blazing fireball solely because the energy within him was transformed through ninjutsu. Whereas unique abilities represented an instinctive utilization of internal energy, a gift, the two methods of energy utilization were distinct. The former offered diverse applications but required discovering items containing records of similar ninjutsu, magic, or Taoist arts, along with the ability to interpret them. The latter, however, was highly efficient, which most evolutionaries could aspire to. Xiaoyang expressed a desire for a bicycle. After all, hitting someone with a blazing fireball was truly challenging. What was there to be conflicted about? Achieving the second tier was already an immense opportunity. Many in this impoverished world of refuse lacked even the qualification to evolve. Watching Xiaoyang's indecisiveness, Mary longed to rush over and give him a good punch. How infuriating. She felt so envious. Should she attempt to seduce him? Cough. With the large black fish and snake bone powder, she believed they too would evolve soon. Though the energy from the black fish and snake bone powder was somewhat lower, the long-term effects were still significant. Moreover, with him, a proficient recycler, as an ally, she was confident that opportunities would abound. Since the incident in Moore Town, he had regarded Mary, whom he had saved, as one of his own, and he was quite generous with his allies. As the ice shell cracked, an astonishing spirit energy emanated from the tender peach flesh, even making Mary feel as if she were floating. Xiaoyang swiftly took a bite. Delicious. This was the last thing Mary wanted to hear. Xiaoyang felt as though he were soaring in a wonder. In the world of fox spirits, the illustrious Six Ears devoured these peaches daily. They were simply exquisite. As the peach flesh slid down his throat, a vast and gentle energy spread throughout his body, nourishing him like a warm spring, causing him to involuntarily moan in delight. With one divine peach consumed, Xiaoyang felt as if he were floating in the sky, feeling significantly lighter. An immense vitality surged into him, reaching his crown, emitting powerful waves that even those downstairs could sense. Unconsciously, Xiaoyang extended his mental energy outward. In his mind, several green dots were glowing faintly against the dark earth. As he focused on these green dots, he could distinctly perceive their emotions. I want to eat. It stinks. Go away. I want to eat. King. I want. King, grow. Comfortable. These green dots cheered for Xiaoyang, reminiscent of subjects calling out to their sovereign, and he responded to their needs. Huh. Why are they growing so quickly all of a sudden? Outside, Zhang Daqiang, who was tending to the vegetables, wore an astonished expression. He distinctly recalled not having applied Zhao's immersion solution today. Chapter 26. The walking golden fertilizer. A milky broth bubbled vigorously in the pot, fragrant steam rising to tint the dim yellow light of the incandescent bulb with a hazy glow. Under the dazed gaze of the fish head, Xiaoyang ladled spoonfuls of broth over it, as if attending to a newly bathed beauty, ensuring it absorbed the flavor. This was an entire large black fish, so massive that it nearly filled the pot. Due to the recent demands of evolution, everyone's appetites had grown astonishingly, especially Mary, who had silently portioned the fish meat in her mind, likely anticipating the largest share, in addition to the stewed black fish as the main dish. There were also cold ma salad and uchiha grilled snails as side dishes, all sourced from the newly excavated ingredients in the Devil Worm Cave. The time was nearly ripe, and Xiaoyang solemnly sprinkled a handful of sorrowful leaves over the fish head, sending it into the cycle of rebirth. He then retrieved a scallion bulb, channeling his unique ability into it, and watched as the tender green leaves sprouted eagerly in the blink of an eye. It had grown several dozen centimeters, lush and verdant. Boss, your extraordinary ability is truly remarkable. Jim expressed his profound envy. The rarity of such a wood-type ability awakening was astonishing. He felt that his own luck must have influenced Xiaoyang. In this wretched world, wood-type abilities undoubtedly rank among the most difficult to awaken. Among the scavengers deprived of the freedom to harvest vegetables, it was akin to a treasure trove of powers. To lead a decent life, one must possess a hint of green. Those rare wood-type ability users are often referred to as walking gold mines. Just so. I can't discern its quality yet, Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. He was joking. He aspired to rise above the common folk in this lifetime. How could he be burdened with the labor of a production team? What he sought were abilities of great potency. In his imaginative realm, the status of wood-type abilities varied. For instance, in the world of Naruto, wood release is considered the pinnacle among all bloodlines, while in other realms, it might be regarded as the lowest tier. Regrettably, it seemed that his abilities inclined towards plant manipulation, lacking the offensive prowess reminiscent of Hashirama Senju's wood release. Moreover, in this garbage world, the scarcity of plant life rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he sensed that his abilities were somewhat unique. Ever since awakening them, his vitality surged within him. Grasping a handful of green, filamentous moss, he activated his powers, watching as the fresh moss withered instantly, a faint trace of life force flowing into his being. "Ah, why did the moss die?" Jessica exclaimed, her mouth forming a Na shape in astonishment. "It's quite simple. Its life force was absorbed by me. Is it really possible to do that?" Jim's envy turned into a mixture of admiration and jealousy. "Boss, how did you awaken it?" "I want it too. Don't you think it suits my hair color perfectly?" Xiaoyang felt a wave of exasperation. He resolved to recount the tale of the green scarf to Jim next time. "I think I might know. Don't you all think this ability to accelerate plant growth resembles Jin Ku-La?" Jesse, usually taciturn, suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment, as if he had unraveled a great mystery. "Consider the circumstances of our first encounter with Brother Xiao," he continued, suggesting a bold idea. "No, you mustn't." Xiaoyang quickly interrupted Jesse's suggestive line of thought. "What on earth are you talking about?" Unfortunately, the seeds of suspicion had already been sown in everyone's minds. Though the notion was distasteful, when one seeks to survive, what merit does dignity hold? Observing their eager impulses to indulge in absurdity, Xiaoyang felt helpless. He could only resolve to minimize future dining engagements with them. The fish soup was exquisite, and the moss was refreshing. Everyone relished the meal, especially Zhang Daqiang and his companions, who felt invigorated, sensing that they were on the brink of becoming first-tier ability users. After a hearty meal, one often contemplates the next challenge. By the way, Mary, tell me about Kila City. Xiaoyang had not forgotten Husan's ominous warning. Unfortunately, Mary's knowledge about Kila City was also quite limited. She only knew it was the closest human settlement to Kir Town, boasting a population of over 10,000 and rumored to control a garbage point that produced spirit flesh. According to Old Hawk, disregarding certain dangerous areas, even an ability user would require 3 days to travel from Kir Town to Kila City. With such distance, Xiaoyang couldn't fathom why Husan was so adamant that the residents of Kila City had already taken notice of Garbage Point No. 1. Who knows? It could merely be a smokescreen. By the way, who is Old Hawk? Xiaoyang inquired. Having heard that name several times, he recalled the unfortunate evolutionist from the battle for the Iban Beast, who had harbored resentment towards Old Hawk before his demise. The Dud Grenade seemed inextricably linked to him. Old Hawk is the leader of the merchant caravan that traverses this region, trading in Kir Town every month or so, Mary explained. Numerous such caravans operated between the various towns in the garbage desert, profiting from buying and selling resources from different garbage points, facilitating the exchange of resources and information among the scattered human settlements. The salt Xiaoyang consumed was bartered from them. The transportation in the garbage world was severely outdated. With heaps of refuse complicating long journeys, these caravans, capable of navigating the treacherous garbage desert, possessed considerable strength. Calculating the days, Old Hawk's caravan should be arriving soon. Perhaps I can inquire further, that wretched merchant. Be wary when you encounter that old coot, Mary warned fiercely, evidently having suffered significant losses there. The following morning, Xiaoyang gathered everyone before the open ground. Faced with the unknown dangers of Kila City, he deemed it necessary to enhance the abilities of Zhang Daqiang and the others, as they were on the cusp of becoming first-tier ability users. Xiaoyang instructed them to set aside all work, with a singular task: to eat. I never imagined I would reach a point where I would gorge on spirit, flesh to the point of wanting to vomit, Jim lamented, leaning against the wall, cradling his seemingly swollen belly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he felt a tremor nearby, deepening his sorrow. I've become a first-tier evolutionist, Jessica, with her purple hair, shouted in excitement. Congratulations, Jessica. Not only have you become a first-tier evolutionist, but you've also awakened water-type abilities. Xiaoyang observed the droplets of water coalescing around Jessica, satisfied that the demise of the black fish was not in vain. However, Jessica appeared glum, noting, but the water type seems a bit weak. Kier Town lacks water. Not necessarily. The power of water may surpass your imagination. In the subsequent hours, Zhang Daqiang, Jim, Jesse, and others also ascended to first-tier evolutionists. Regrettably, aside from Zhang Daqiang awakening Earth-type abilities, both Jim and Jesse were left without any. All right, no need to look so glum. Not awakening an ability is not a disaster, Xiaoyang consoled, though his words seemed overly pretentious coming from a rare wood-type ability user. Cough, who hasn't been a blank slate before? A blank slate evolutionist can still be formidable. Next, I'll teach you how to become a formidable blank slate. Chapter 27. Sensuality. Mary S. Close Guidance. Xiaoyang led them to the wall. Pay attention. I will now demonstrate the true application of energy. With that, he placed one foot on the wall, followed by the other, and, to the astonishment of all, he walked up to the rooftop as if traversing level ground. Brother Xiao, I want to learn that. What Xiaoyang was teaching was the ubiquitous chakra application method from the Naruto world, specifically tree climbing practiced, of course. Since they lacked trees, the wall would suffice. Focus your mind and attach your abilities to your feet. Feel it carefully, as if it were an extension of your body, adhering to the wall. Though Xiaoyang appeared effortless, when they attempted it themselves, each fell, bruised and battered. This is too difficult. My abilities are too unruly. I can't control them at all. Thus, the leaves of the bitter tree must not cease. You should also feel that the leaves can amplify your mental strength, enhancing your control over your abilities. Realizing Xiaoyang's daily tea brewed with the leaves of the bitter tree, everyone had an epiphany. From now on, we shall consume 2 tails of bitter tree leaves daily until we master this. Subsequently, Xiaoyang taught the fireball technique to Jim and Jesse, while imparting the body flicker technique to Mary. I always thought you were a speed ability user. I never imagined such explosive speed could be achieved this way, Mary remarked, her curiosity regarding Xiaoyang's identity intensifying, the wanderer from afar with amnesia, as I've always claimed. The methods of utilizing abilities presented by Xiaoyang utterly surpassed Mary's understanding. She had thought that only through awakening could one harness extraordinary powers, never realizing there were universal methods to cultivate ability users in bulk. This was utterly terrifying. If others were to discover these methods, Mary understood that if such knowledge fell into the hands of powerful factions, they would undoubtedly go to extreme lengths to seize it. And no matter who you are, Xiaoyang, this secret must never be revealed. Otherwise, the consequences will be far graver than in the Black Fish Cave. Upon hearing this, everyone felt the weight of the situation. Brother Xiao, perhaps we should refrain from practicing. Please retract this. Although Jim was somewhat reluctant, he recognized that this could best safeguard the secret technique from discovery. Fear not. Practice with confidence. This is what you deserve. Without you, I might have perished long ago, and besides, there are countless wonders in this world. Concealing it should not pose a significant issue for now. Whether it be the body flicker technique or the great fireball technique, both are rather commonplace manifestations of supernatural abilities in this dismal world, and thus he harbors no particular concerns in comparison to the potential dangers that lie ahead. Augmenting his own strength at this juncture holds far greater significance. Among the few friends he has in this unfamiliar realm, he sincerely hopes to never receive ill tidings regarding them. After much persuasion from Xiaoyang, his companions eventually accepted his goodwill, although they have resolved to keep this secret tightly guarded within their hearts. In addition to helping them enhance their own abilities, Xiaoyang is also reflecting on his own shortcomings. With the great fireball for long-range assault, the body flicker technique for close combat, the binding immortal rope for ensnaring foes, and his trump cards consisting of 3 explosive talismans and a scroll of ninjutsu. He finds himself with a dwindling arsenal. The only ability he can repeatedly utilize is the demon-catching bottle of Baijuechu. Yet it is exceedingly taxing on his supernatural energy, and the stronger the target, the more energy it demands. Xiaoyang, as a second-tier evolver, feels that being able to ensnare a third-tier supernatural entity is already pushing his limits. He is certainly no Baijuechu.it appears he must hasten the development of the spiral sphere. In recent days, he has been practicing the spiral sphere technique, holding a water-filled condom, not due to prolonged singlehood or twisted thoughts, but rather as a means to master this protagonist skill. This is the only ninjutsu skill within the power structure of the Naruto world that he is familiar with throughout the entire practice process. And it is of the non-hand seal variety, AS and A-grade ninjutsu. The spiral sphere demands exceptional mastery over chakra from its user, making its training exceedingly arduous. Were it not for the assistance of the sorrowful leaves, he might have long since given up. Presently, he remains stuck at the water ball stage. Having yet to break the condom, it seems the dosage of sorrowful leaves must be increased. Moreover, the inferior sorrowful leaves from Fox Demon, one must be entirely under his control. The deeper Xiaoyang delves into the study of supernatural abilities, the more he appreciates the value of sorrowful leaves, a treasure that can enhance mental fortitude. Such opportunities for acquisition may never present themselves with such ease again. Furthermore, regarding defensive capabilities, aside from a crescent-shaped shield, he possesses no additional means of protection. Recently, he unearthed a considerable amount of resilient silk from the refused site. Obtained from the bundle he traded for 5 pounds of spiritual flesh. Xiaoyang surmises that it is likely the celestial silkworm eye silk spun by the 3 celestial silkworm sisters from the Fox Demon world, reputed to be unbreakable by any demon. In the storyline of the Fox Demon world, when Shirquan attacked the Sorrowful Tree, the 3 sisters managed to bind the Demon King, Shirquan, with their celestial silkworm eye silk. Although he later broke free by expending significant vital energy to reveal his true form, it must be said that the Northern Mountain Demon Emperor was simply too formidable. It would be unjust to claim the sisters were weak. This silk is truly remarkable. Xiaoyang has tested various violent methods to no avail, whether by blade, flame, water, or electricity, none have succeeded. Regrettably, there is not a single weaver in Kur Town, thus wasting such excellent materials. If these were fashioned into clothing, would they not rival even the Hulk's undergarments in durability? While physical defense is currently unattainable, it is fortunate that upon awakening a unique wood-type supernatural ability, Xiaoyang has gained the capacity to absorb flora to heal himself, an exceedingly advantageous trait, representing a form of defense in its own right. However, due to the scarcity of plants in this dismal world, he must prepare his own flora in advance for life absorption, which poses a considerable inconvenience. It seems he can no longer procrastinate on acquiring devilworm excrement. He must procure it post-haste. Additionally, he needs to gather some plant seeds to explore the potential for developing other skills. Having awakened a wood-type supernatural ability solely to cultivate vegetables is profoundly unsatisfactory. He yearns to bellow the wood release. True Thousand Hands, to impart a lesson in love to his adversaries. Ultimately, his close combat experience is woefully inadequate, placing him well below the average level of supernatural beings. Were it not for the supercharged speed provided by the instant movement talismans, he might have already met his demise. After extensive use, his 2 remaining instant movement talismans are nearly depleted of energy, leaving him with only one, the utilization of which he has yet to determine. Should he fail to resolve his foes in a single blow, Xiaoyang would find himself in grave peril should they close in on him. Thus, in the ensuing days, he has sought the counsel of Mary for combat experience, appointing her as his practical combat instructor. With heavy breaths, Mary stands panting, while Xiaoyang lies sprawled on the ground, gazing vacantly at the sky. How disheartening! Although he is now a second-tier evolver, possessing greater speed and strength than Mary, he remains overpowered when neither supernatural abilities nor skills are employed. Her legs are not only long but also powerful, her waist is slender yet flexible, and Mary's agility far surpasses her physique. Yet, for the sake of becoming stronger, Xiaoyang endures this with tears in his eyes. However, unable to resist any longer, he finally poses the question that has been gnawing at him. Mary, what is the story behind your rabbit ears? Chapter 28. Too much talking brings tears. The most dreadful silence is when the air suddenly grows still. Is it not curious? After a moment's pause, Mary poses a counter-question, appearing remarkably composed, though Xiaoyang can sense her underlying unease. You know I am not that. It's nothing significant. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Mary seems utterly unconcerned. Perhaps in the future, you may encounter others like me in different places. If you can, I hope you will extend your help to these unfortunate souls. With that, their conversation draws to a close. Leaving Xiaoyang with even more questions in the days that follow, he remains active in the refuse site of Fox Demon 1, yet his gains are minimal, all the while experimenting with his new supernatural ability. With his second-tier wood-type power, he can cause a seed to sprout to a height of 4 to 5 meters instantaneously, effectively controlling a radius of 20 meters. Beyond that range, he loses the ability to exert control over the plants. Thus, he has acquired an additional means to restrain his enemies, though it is somewhat redundant, as he already possesses the binding immortal rope. Perhaps he could explore the variety of plants available, in various fantastical realms. There exist many extraordinary plants that possess formidable destructive capabilities. If he could procure their seeds, they could serve as a means of offense. Furthermore, Xiaoyang has stumbled upon a rather vexing issue. Plants hastily cultivated through his supernatural ability tend to wilt after some time, as though rapid growth drains their life force. This predicament is quite awkward. Initially, Xiaoyang had hoped to exploit this bug by storing his supernatural energy in the form of plants, thus creating an emergency healing kit. Now, he must comply with the laborious process of nurturing plants. Moreover, the plants he cultivates cannot be of inferior quality. Xiaoyang has discovered that the weaker the plant, the less life force it can absorb, rendering it ineffective for healing. It appears he can no longer delay acquiring the golden fertilizer, and he is uncertain about the combat capabilities in Clara City. Should he find himself outmatched, fleeing would become paramount. Traversing countless paths, one must prioritize their own life. This is no jest. He is not a native of Ke Town. Why should he engage in a life-or-death struggle? Furthermore, he suspects that if he cannot win, these scavengers may flee faster than he could. Most, he could gather Mary and the others to escape together. Observing the industrious individuals before him, Xiaoyang cannot help but exclaim in genuine admiration. What splendid resources they are! In the distance, several scavengers toil to clear away fragments of stone and wood, hoping to discover energy-infused food or items. Of course, locating a bounty of leaves would be splendid as well. He has heard that the proprietor is offering a handsome price for them. Such a large iron barrel. Come, everyone, lend a hand. Let us move it out. 1, 2, 3, lift. As they heave the enormous water barrel, an astonishing chill bursts forth. So cold! The scavengers tremble uncontrollably. Another one of those ice blocks. There have been numerous occurrences of such ice lately, yet this batch seems excessively large and significantly colder. The ice shatters, scattering across the ground, still retaining the shape of flowing water, as if it had been frozen mid-motion. Ice signifies precious water resources. Under ordinary circumstances, they would be overjoyed, weeping tears of joy. However, it seems that the urgency in Ke Town has diminished. Thanks to their newly appointed boss, water is now transported daily from afar to Ke Town. Nonetheless, it is still a modest gain, for this water is far more palatable than that of Ke Town. Let us shatter it and divide it among ourselves. As a scavenger lifts a chunk of ice, a calamity ensues. The part of the ice that he touches begins to dissolve, and as his skin makes contact with the water's surface, countless tiny holes appear on the outer layer of his skin, resembling innumerable fine hairs piercing through. An intense pain prompts him to hastily discard the ice, extending his hands, which are now a vivid crimson, with blood seeping slowly from those holes. What on earth is this? The bizarre ice block situation quickly escalates to Xiaoyang. Quick, step aside. The boss is coming. The boss is coming. As the crowd dispersed, Xiaoyang encountered an extraordinary water bucket and ice blocks. This imposing vessel, rather than merely a metal barrel, resembled a water tank, towering over 5 meters high with an approximate capacity of over 10 cubic meters. One side of the bucket featured a colossal opening, presumably the point from which the frozen water had once flowed. The ice blocks exhibited a deeper hue than ordinary ice, emanating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Xiaoyang picked up a twig and carelessly brushed it across the surface, only to observe that the twig's exterior appeared as if it had been scourged by an invisible steel brush. Riddled with countless scratches, there was no mistaking it. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a phenomenon. Xiaoyang gazed at the twig, feeling a mixture of excitement and perplexity. Through the scene before him and the effects of the ice blocks, he surmised what he was confronting: diluted tears of the void ice blocks, possibly containing one of the 9 turns mysterious in water. Xiaoyang recalled the narrative from the Fox Demon world, whereby Yuechu was manipulated by the princess of the Southern Kingdom, unleashing the demon-extinguishing divine fire, the pure Yang flame, upon Tushan, only to be extinguished by the 9 turns mysterious in water developed by Tushan. This water tank was designed to store diluted 9 turns mysterious in water, which had subsequently been shattered by Yuechu's tears of the void, merging a significant amount of it into the mix. In the Fox Demon world, the pure Yang flame was hailed as the demon-extinguishing divine fire, initially formidable but ultimately countered by the subsequent 9 turns mysterious in water, clearly indicating the latter's complexity. Moreover, the tears of the void were even more formidable, possessing the ability to cleave through space. Contact with such substances would plunge them into chaotic realms. If an object were to fully enter the tears of the void, it would be randomly transported to an unknown location, while partial immersion would result in the severance of that portion, demonstrating a destructive nature towards all matter. Evidently, shattered tears of the void were far more lethal than their intact counterparts. These ice blocks were, indeed, diluted 9 turns mysterious in water, further laced with by Yuechu's tears of the void. The scratches on the twig's surface were evidently inflicted by the minuscule tears of the void. What on earth was happening? Could one simply discard such a thing? Tushan displayed a shocking lack of civic responsibility. A headache began to throb in Xiaoyang's temples. Ordinary matter would be severed upon contact with these tiny tears of the void. What was he to do? Leaving them here was also untenable. Should the ice blocks melt, the diluted tears of the void would likely cause greater chaos. Wait a moment. Perhaps this item could be of use. Xiaoyang shifted his gaze to the demon-catching vial at his waist. The tears of the void had been captured on several occasions. The first instance was when Bai Chu's father, Bai Chuan, encapsulated it within a gourd he had personally forged, resembling this mineral water bottle. Both were spatial artifacts, and both were crafted by father and son, a legacy passed down through generations. Another instance involved Bai Yuechu, who utilized the technique of swallowing the heavens to directly ingest the tears of the void, showcasing functionality remarkably akin to that of the demon-catching vial. Xiaoyang hesitated, as the demon-catching vial was also of great significance to him. What if it were to be damaged? Damn it, one must take risks. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. This was the tears of the void, the most potent artifact in the Fox Demon world. Moreover, it contained the 9 turns mysterious in water capable of extinguishing the pure Yang flame. Although only a minuscule amount remained, if he could manage to control it, it would indeed be a force to be reckoned with, overpowering all obstacles. After dispersing the crowd, Xiaoyang produced the demon-catching vial and enveloped a shard of ice with his mental energy. Channeling his extraordinary abilities, within the vial, it appeared as though a black hole manifested, and with a swift motion, the pebble-sized ice block was drawn inside. Chapter 29. The arrival of Old Hawk.it worked. The small shard of ice quietly floated within the vial until it gradually melted, without any unexpected complications. Xiaoyang shook it a few times. The liquid remained untouched by the vial's barrier. Indeed, it was spatial artifacts that could contend with each other. The time had come for harvesting. He collected all the ice blocks into the vial, filling more than half of it. Another life-saving asset had been added to his arsenal. Regrettably, he lacked water-based abilities, yet he could allow Jessica to test whether she could manipulate these water flows. Xiaoyang felt immensely satisfied. Pouring this vial of water would be no less formidable than sulfuric acid, likely reducing anything to ash. During his musings, he pondered that these ice blocks might still contain 9 turns mysterious in water. He wondered if he could extract it. the abilities awakened by 9 turns mysterious water should be quite formidable. Right? Consuming the Tears of the Void would probably result in catastrophic internal consequences, but perhaps attempting the 9 turns mysterious water was worthwhile. While Xiaoyang indulged in his fantasies, a dozen kilometers from Ke Town, 4 or 5 buses and vans formed a lengthy procession, traversing the garbage plains and startling the surrounding wildlife. Old Hawk stood atop one of the buses, continuously scanning the heaps of refuse to discern their path by the marks they had previously left. In the desert, navigating long distances could easily lead one astray, as the descending garbage altered the existing terrain. Even compasses proved unreliable, frequently disrupted by nearby debris. Exceptional merchant caravans often possessed their unique methods for navigation. Almost there, they were nearing Ke Town. Old Hawk lowered his binoculars and addressed the driver below. "Tony, don't skimp on the fodder. Urge these beasts to run faster. Let us aim to reach Ke Town today." Hoping it remains intact, Ke Town. Recently, Mary had been somewhat irritable, avoiding Xiaoyang. Yet, he remained unperturbed, confident that once he revealed his prized possession, she would be utterly enamored with him. "Boss, I have prepared what you requested." "Take a look," spoke a stout man wrapped in a sweat towel. He was a craftsman from Ke Town named Ham, responsible for many of the town's simple tools. Excellent workmanship, effortless to use, and quite agile. Mary should surely appreciate it, Xiaoyang remarked while toying with the item. Just then, Mary happened to stroll over from a distance. Xiaoyang quickly called out to her, "Hey, Mary, come over and see what I've prepared for you." Mary gazed at the peculiar dagger, its iron handle and blade seemingly crafted from the fangs of some monstrous creature. She reached out to touch its material, but Xiaoyang immediately halted her. "Don't touch it, it's poisonous." This dagger was made from the basilisk's venomous fangs from the Harry Potter universe, which possessed lethal toxicity capable of easily slaying a wizard. The dagger was evidently tailored specifically for Mary, with the fangs embedded in the steel handle, allowing her to wield it with remarkable finesse. Mary employed her abilities to levitate the dagger, which danced around her like a dragonfly, leaving Xiaoyang awestruck. As a metal-based long-range attacker, her previous ordinary dagger, while nimble, lacked significant offensive power unless she unleashed her ultimate moves. Now, paired with the basilisk's venomous dagger, any strike that pierced an opponent's skin could likely herald their demise. Perhaps in the future, she should be dubbed Bloody Mary. "Is this made just for me?" "Of course. Thank you, Xiaoyang." Mary clasped her hands tightly around her clothing, lowering her head as she spoke softly. The rabbit girl was never particularly adept at expressing compliments, but her twitching ears revealed her current delight. "It's just a small gesture. I appreciate you saving my life previously, by the way. I have another dagger here. I haven't forgotten that you wield dual daggers." With that, Xiaoyang produced another venomous fang dagger from behind, calculating that these scraps finally had a purpose, and he could impress the girl. This was a win-win. However, before Xiaoyang could experiment with some suave lines he had learned online, chaos erupted outside the small villa. "Boss, they've arrived. Old Hawk's caravan is here." After a moment of confusion, Xiaoyang finally grasped the situation. The much-discussed, legendary merchant caravan had finally made its entrance. Descending the stairs to the entrance of Ke Town, Xiaoyang beheld the notorious Old Hawk's caravan. In the distance, several buses and vans swayed toward him, kicking up clouds of dust and giving Xiaoyang a strong sense of being transported back to modern society. He marveled at the unexpected sight of vehicles for the first time in this world, filling him with elation. However, as the caravan drew closer, his excitement turned to disappointment. Good grief, what a letdown. These were no vehicles at all. They were colossal, mutated yaks, straining under the weight of their carriages, relying on this hybrid method of draft power to travel. Perhaps they should be called yak carts. These beasts stood 2 meters tall, resembling the longhorn cattle of America, albeit appearing quite gaunt, a picture of malnutrition. However, observing its ability to tow the carriages, it appears to possess considerable strength. The entire caravan comprises approximately 30 to 40 individuals, each armed with knives and firearms, fully equipped for any eventuality. Among them are several evolved beings, with a few brandishing AK-47s lying in wait atop the carriages. Exuding an air of vigilance in a world devoid of modern weaponry, the opposing forces might cannot be underestimated. As the gaze of the crowd shifted, the convoy finally arrived at the town's entrance. In the cockpit of the leading truck, an ageless black man, agile and sprightly, leapt from the driver's seat, unabashedly revealing his identity as a second-tier ability user. This must be Old Hawk. His attire is decidedly unconventional, a pair of faded jeans, a slightly tattered long-sleeved plaid shirt, and a pair of Nike sneakers. Such an ensemble, commonplace in modern settings, is undoubtedly a mark of distinction in a post-apocalyptic world. Merely possessing clean garments, regularly washed, is a luxury unimaginable to many. Old Hawk surveyed the townsfolk of Kell, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived ahead of the forces from Clara City, who had yet to occupy this territory. This transaction promised to yield substantial gains. Recently, he had received word of a significant garbage eruption in Kell, one so remarkable that even the prominent figures of Clara City had taken notice. It was likely that their team was en route, and before they could claim the spoils, there remained an opportunity for profit. Yet, he found it peculiar that these country folk had not rushed forth to greet him, though their joy was evident. The atmosphere felt somewhat lacking. What is the matter? Have they ceased to require salt? No longer find spiritual meat appealing? Have they turned away from vegetables? Moreover, these scavengers appeared remarkably well kept. No, they seemed even cleaner than he was. Chapter 30. The transaction with Old Hawk. The clean, black-haired youth before him was, astonishingly, a second-tier ability user. Noticing the absence of Old Bush and One-Eyed Tom, it became apparent that Kell had undergone significant changes recently. However, such matters were of little concern to Old Hawk. He was a businessman, and dealings with anyone yielded similar outcomes. He trusted his keen eye would extract maximum profit from the situation. A caravan thrives on the asymmetry of information and the inconvenience of transportation to generate profit. Every couple of months, he would depart from Clara City, traversing a circuit of 20-some small towns, amassing considerable wealth. After all, the eruptions of garbage were unpredictable, with fortunate souls emerging daily, yet many lacked the vision to capitalize on their luck. Even more were those with luck but devoid of strength. When faced with defenseless scavengers, they were a band of ruthless brigands. When encountering powerful towns, they transformed into law-abiding merchants. Old Hawk discreetly observed the individuals at the front of the caravan. One second-tier ability user and several others who appeared to be first-tier evolved beings. He speculated on whether they had awakened their abilities, having heard that the leader of Moore Town had been dispatched by them. Their strength was likely formidable. Thus, he abandoned Plan A in favor of Plan B. Stepping forward, his countenance contorted into a respectful grimace, and inquired, "Esteemed ruler of Kell, I am Old Hawk, the head of the Hawk Caravan. Might your town have any trading needs?" As night began to descend, with Xiao Yang's approval, Old Hawk's caravan set up a trading fair at the town's entrance. Flames blazed in a battered oil barrel, and around the bonfire, dozens of stalls displaying various goods were laid out. Awaiting the patronage of the people of Kel, To enhanced the atmosphere of the trading fair. Several strings of small light bulbs flickered, capturing the attention of many children. These rudimentary lights brought a long-lost sense of civilization and luxury to the barren world. In a bid to entice the townsfolk to present their recently acquired goods, Old Hawk spared no effort in showcasing all his finest wares. Xiao Yang, accompanied by Mary, strolled through the stalls while Old Hawk tirelessly promoted his products. The items Old Hawk had brought were urgently needed high-value necessities and scarce supplies, such as salt, sewing kits, and lighters. In addition to essential goods, he offered luxuries like cigarettes and mirrors, for even the most destitute scavenger sought some material comfort to ease the burdens of their harsh existence. For scavengers in a garbage-ridden world, food was an eternal topic, and Old Hawk too would barter food for valuable industrial products held by the scavengers. These items could fetch a good price in Clara City, requiring only a small amount of food in exchange here. For instance, he was keenly acquiring mobile phones without password locks. What puzzled Xiao Yang was that the language of the people from the Gaia world bore no resemblance to that of Earth. What use would mobile phones serve? He seemed to recall discovering a phone in One-Eyed Tom's quarters. "Boss Xiao, I have some exquisite pieces of art, all meticulously selected. Would you care to choose one to take back and admire?" Old Hawk exclaimed, Noticing Xiao Yang's lingering gaze, seemingly detecting Mary's disapproving glare, Old Hawk pulled Xiao Yang aside. Ahem, let us borrow a phone for communication. He then proceeded to demonstrate why the Gaitaya people, despite their ignorance of Earth's language, were so infatuated with these phones. With practiced ease, he opened the device's storage, locating a folder labeled learning materials. The familiar video file extensions made Xiao Yang realize that indeed, popular art forms found a market in any world. The video featured a female protagonist reciting enchanting verses, leaving Old Hawk's face flushed and causing Mary's brows to furrow in indignation. Huh? Quite impressive. Isn't it? These are the very items favored by the prominent figures of Claricity. As it is our first business together, feel free to select whatever you desire. I will offer you the same price. Old Hawk grinned lecherously, convinced that these spirited youths would succumb to such temptation. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered a true connoisseur of the 21st century. Xiao Yang remained silent, asking no questions, and instead pulled out his phone, displaying his treasured collection amassed over more than a decade to the impoverished old man. By the heavens! Such exquisite artworks exist. Upon gazing at Xiao Yang's carefully curated treasures, Old Hawk suddenly found his own wares lacking appeal. Excitedly grasping Xiao Yang's arm as his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Boss Xiao, would you be willing to part with your artworks? I would pay a premium for them, pa. You must be dreaming. These are the fruits of my decade-long dedication, rare resources that cannot simply be taken by a mere old man like you. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to decline, a loud exclamation erupted from Old Hawk's bag. What the hell? Who is playing a movie? How could my taste align so closely with this? Is there anyone who can understand what I'm saying? Let me out. The onlookers were left bewildered, while Xiao Yang felt goosebumps rise on his skin. The voice was unmistakably fluent Mandarin. Here we go again. Perhaps it was best to just discard that wretched phone. Old Hawk rummaged through his bag, producing an old iPhone, on the screen of which a large, fair-skinned foreigner was shouting in panic. With an imposing build, iron-gray hair, and blue-gray eyes, he should have been a cool foreign boy, yet his speech exuded a rather unsavory demeanor. Is there anyone here? What is this bizarre place? Have I crossed dimensions? No way. Can artificial intelligence also traverse realms? Why is it so dark? Has night fallen? Goodness, why are your teeth so yellow? Stay away from me. Old Hawk leaned closer to the screen, his patience wearing thin as he observed the man's terrified expression. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the situation, he might have discarded it long ago. Apologies, Boss Xiao, Old Hawk said. I just acquired this phone a few days ago. I'm not sure if it's malfunctioning or what, but it's been acting up lately. Hey you there, Chinese kid, do you know where this is? Why is there no record of your language in my database? Is this Nibelungen? Where's Lu Mingfei? Where's Lu Mingfei? Huh. Wait, who is Lu Mingfei? Xiao Yang regarded the frantic figure on the screen. Deep in thought, President Hawk, I am quite interested in this phone. Can it be sold like the others? Old Hawk's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised to encounter a buyer with such unique tastes. I've never seen a phone like this before. It might hold great secrets. Strictly speaking, it's not for sale, but you mentioned wanting to discard it. Then I would be willing to trade it for the artworks I just saw. Deal? Thus, Xiao Yang produced another phone, executing a series of operations to copy and paste a set of learning materials, handing it over to Old Hawk. Old Hawk was astounded. By the heavens, such artworks can be replicated. Boss Xiao, would you consider selling your method of replication? If not, we could also pursue a strategic partnership. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. Strategic partnership? Selling such materials already tests my moral limits. Hey, you little brat. How dare you spread lewd materials? Be careful or I will report you. Shut up. The person on the screen seemed to understand something, fell silent, and Xiao Yang hurriedly stowed the old smartphone into his bag. Chapter 31. Acquiring airdropped weapons in addition to ordinary material transactions. Old Hawk also had high-end trades aimed at evolved beings, such as firearms and spirit flesh. Boss Xiao, take a look at this. Premium ammunition in both 5.6mm and 7.62mm calibers. Xiao Yang observed several wooden boxes in front of these stalls, containing an assortment of colorful bullets, though in limited quantity. Nearby lay scattered firearms, including shotguns and handguns, and even military crossbows and frying pans. How much for these items? 10 bullets for a pound of spirit flesh. As for firearms, the price varies depending on the type. Of course, we also accept other items in exchange, such as some extraordinary treasures or anything else that might satisfy us. Old Hawk cast a discreet glance at Xiaoyang. His expression unreadable. Is this all you have? Do you have anything larger or more robust? To be frank, Boss Xiao, firearms and ammunition are becoming increasingly scarce, aside from some relics unearthed from the soil. The better quality guns and ammo are scavenged from the toxic fog forest. The poisonous gas from the forest is expanding, making it ever more difficult to procure weapons. These are hard-won treasures indeed. Old Hawk then briefed Xiaoyang on the situation of the toxic fog forest. The toxic fog forest is a deathly forbidden zone within the wasteland. Perpetually shrouded in poisonous gas. It is said to house a consistently erupting garbage point, releasing vast amounts of toxic gas with each eruption. Sometimes the toxicity is severe, while at other times it diminishes, but even the strongest scavenger cannot survive more than 5 minutes in such gas. However, the forest does yield valuable items, primarily weapons and precious medical supplies, along with bulletproof vests and even a few vehicles. Do not underestimate this frying pan. It can withstand ordinary bullets, whether from handguns or rifles. Its effectiveness is extraordinary. If one of your evolved subordinates possesses such a frying pan, it could prove invaluable for defense, close combat, or survival in the wild. Old Hawk, dark and brooding, caressed the black frying pan as if he were fondling his grandson's backside. Isn't this just rubbish from a survival game? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang realized the true nature of the so-called toxic fog forest. The toxic fog was merely the poison circle from the game. Besides the frying pan from the survival game, what else could deflect bullets? All right, I won't waste any more time with you. You should know that there was a high-quality garbage eruption in Carl Town recently. Check if there's anything I might want. If so, we can trade. Having said that, several of his companions, including Zhang Daqiang, dragged out a few suitcases and opened them. Inside were half a large black fish, moss, snails, and a wealth of fresh vegetables. There were also some damaged round shields, great swords, and armor unearthed from the Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site. After some contemplation, Xiaoyang even produced a few leaves from the bitter tree. Old Hawk examined each item meticulously. The large black fish was a rare spirit flesh, always in demand regardless of location. The moss, snails, and fresh vegetables were high-grade ingredients in the garbage world, with many in Clara City willing to pay a premium for them. If they could be produced consistently, they would yield a substantial income. If Carl Town were to endure. The damaged weapons appeared to be broken artifacts, which did not surprise Old Hawk. Though these artifacts were flawed, they still possessed a sharpness and durability beyond ordinary weapons, making them coveted melee weapons for many evolved beings. Finally, regarding the leaves, his subordinates had traded a few scattered pieces from the scavengers of Carl Town, and after tasting them, he was astounded. Consuming these leaves invigorated him, even refreshing memories from his childhood. Clearly, they were no ordinary items. Given the rarity of these leaves, this yellow-skinned man was wealthier than he had anticipated. With a determined resolve, Old Hawk decided to unveil some of his hidden treasures. Tony, why are you still standing there? Quickly bring out our prized possessions. The young man retrieved a long, wrapped object from the bus. Encased in a garbage bag, the bag was opened. Xiaoyang finally beheld the object that even Old Hawk regarded with trepidation. A dark green exterior, a 1.2 long gun body, and a chilling barrel radiating a menacing aura. It was none other than an AWM. Even if one were not a military enthusiast, Xiaoyang recognized this weapon, known to exist solely in airdrops from the survival game. He lifted the rifle, which had captivated countless online enthusiasts, and aimed it as if preparing to shoot. The grip was exquisite. The stainless steel barrel of the AWM featured numerous vertical grooves, enhancing the user's grip while providing superior heat dissipation compared to ordinary firearms. If memory served, this rifle could easily penetrate a 6-centimeter thick steel plate. Such power would surely instill fear in most creatures of the garbage world. Who would have thought that Old Hawk, who barely possessed any rifles, would hide such a prized item? But wait, how could he possibly part with such a treasure? Why were there only 3 bullets? As Xiaoyang counted the bullets in the magazine, He finally understood why this old rascal was willing to trade it away. The AWM required specialized magnum ammunition, which was far more precious than the gun itself in this garbage world. After all, anything that could be spewed from the black hole as garbage indicated that the game had likely reached its end state, and ammunition was nearly depleted. Once the 3 rounds were expended, the rifle would be rendered useless. If it weren't for this reason, Old Hawk would surely prefer to keep it as his ultimate weapon. Although the bullet count is low, you should be well aware of its power. This rifle will cost you 5 large black fish. 1 large black fish weighs around 50 to 60 kilograms, so 5 would amount to nearly 300 kilograms. An enormous fortune in the garbage world. This old man certainly dared to ask for a king's ransom. Though Xiaoyang had plenty of money, he was not foolish. This rifle has only 3 bullets. Once spent, it's gone. If I miss, all my money will be wasted. 5 large black fish could easily produce 5 or 6 first-stage evolved beings, and with a stroke of luck, even 7 or 8, potentially awakening valuable water abilities and generating continuous value. Xiaoyang argued his case, but Old Hawk remained steadfast. After a round of haggling, the rifle was finally acquired for the price of 3 large black fish. It was roughly equivalent to 1 fish per shot, which even Xiaoyang found a bit painful. However, for the sake of survival, no matter the cost, he had to buy it. Next, both parties presented their respective needs and engaged in a friendly exchange. Xiaoyang obtained numerous vegetable seeds, handgun ammunition, medical supplies, and various other materials from Old Hawk. Boss Xiao, do you know what could be exchanged for these leaves in bulk? Chapter 32. A fortuitous discovery. Old Hawk was visibly covetous of the leaves, and his professional demeanor led him to believe that these leaves were anything but ordinary. Sensing the hook was set, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He had scavenged nearly all the leaves from Carl Town, and to acquire more, one could only go through him. I refer to these leaves as bitter tree leaves. I trust you can understand their significance. To be candid, these leaves enhance an evolved being's mental prowess, and even I possess only a limited quantity. I have personally experimented with them, and upon elevating my mental capacity, my control over abilities and perception improved significantly. You should comprehend their value better than I do. Old Hawk was taken aback. These were indeed elixirs that could enhance mental faculties. But what exactly was this mental prowess? It sounded remarkably sophisticated. Nevertheless, having seen a bit of the world, he recalled that certain factions had been seeking similar items, willing to pay top dollar for them. Old Hawk speculated that this so-called mental enhancement might be of utmost importance to high-tier evolved beings. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd stage, and these leaves might prove invaluable in the future. The bitter tree leaves had to be acquired. Knowing he was bound to be taken for a ride, Old Hawk bluntly inquired, "Boss Xiao, let us be straightforward. How much for these leaves?" Upon seeing Xiaoyang remain silent, Old Hawk muttered curses under his breath for the sly little rascal, resignedly retrieving a metal box from the bus. "Take a look. This is all I have left." Old Hawk spread his hands in a gesture of surrender. Whether genuine or feigned, Xiaoyang suspected it was an act. Inside the box lay a mere 3 items, a small handful of seeds, an ancient ring of unknown origin, and a peculiar purple horn. Old Hawk then explained the origins of these items. This horn was severed from the corpse of a beast. I obtained lightning abilities by consuming its spirit flesh. This beast was quite remarkable. When it first erupted from the black hole, its body was surrounded by a faint purple energy halo, but it dissipated quickly. Old Hawk wore a look of regret upon his face, sensing that perhaps absorbing that halo would yield unexpected gains. These seeds were also collected from the corpse of that monstrous creature. When the beast perished, it was entwined with numerous plant vines, some even penetrating its flesh. I surmise that its demise is closely linked to these vines, as the seeds were gathered from those peculiar tendrils. Boss Xiao, having produced such an abundance of vegetables and now collecting vegetable seeds, you must have mastered a method to accelerate plant growth. These seeds might prove beneficial to you. Old Hawk harbored suspicions that someone in Kel Town had fortuitously awakened wood-based abilities. As for that ring, to be frank, I cannot decipher its nature, but I can ascertain that it is far from ordinary. As for its origins, it is better left unspoken. One might speculate it was acquired through less than noble means. Xiaoyang silently scoffed. picking up a small handful of seeds to activate his powers. A surge of violent emotions emanating from the seeds overwhelmed him momentarily. Kill, eat, kill, eat. It was evident that this was a carnivorous plant. Based on Old Hawk's conjecture, it likely hailed from the Dolua world. Aside from Dolua, the effect of the glowing aura surrounding the corpse is unparalleled. Plant-type soul beasts are scarce in the Dolua world. Among the more common vine-like plant soul beasts are the ghost vine and iron wiregrass. Regardless, it is necessary for Xiaoyang to experiment with any of them. He then picked up the ring and scrutinized it closely. The ring bore an ancient design, adorned with a pale blue gemstone at its center, intricately intertwined with mysterious patterns. Be cautious. It may attack. Sometimes, when I gaze at it for too long, I suddenly feel dizzy. Xiaoyang extended his mental energy to carefully perceive the ring, only to be abruptly met with a peculiar force that rebounded his mental energy. Caught off guard, a vast wave of mental energy struck his mind like a hammer, nearly causing him to collapse. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Old man, what have you done to him? Mary hurriedly stepped forward to shield Xiaoyang, her two poisoned daggers hovering in the air, seemingly ready to strike. The sudden turn of events heightened tension between both parties, each on guard against the other. Everyone, please remain calm. It is merely the ring's peculiarity. Old Hawk quickly stood to clarify, equally bewildered. It shouldn't be this severe. Right? Typically, it only makes me feel dizzy. Could it possibly react differently to individuals? Mary, I am fine. It was my oversight. Xiaoyang rubbed his forehead, recovering from the intense pain, and halted the escalating tension between both sides. His heart racing in astonishment. Dopu Tsangqiong, a high-grade spatial ring. This is undoubtedly a high-grade spatial ring. Good heavens, this old fellow is exceedingly fortunate. In his prior examination, he not only experienced a strong mental rebound but also detected a trace of energy reminiscent of the demon-capturing bottle. In the world he was familiar with, only the high-grade spatial rings from Do Pao Tsangqiong matched such characteristics. It must be noted that high-grade spatial rings are typically reserved for the affluent among Do zone-level experts, meaning their contents could not possibly be of low caliber. He had to acquire this ring. President Hawk, this ring is indeed peculiar, but it seems to hold little utility, perhaps even harm. It can't be intended for hypnosis. Can it? However, I find these seeds much more intriguing. To be candid, I am a plant-type ability user, and these seeds may possess research value for me. As for this beast horn, while it is rich in energy, it is somewhat superfluous for me. Even if ground into bone powder to consume, the best outcome would merely allow an evolutionary being to awaken lightning abilities. But as you well know, awakening abilities is no easy feat, and I happen to have no shortage of spiritual flesh. Xiaoyang slowly drummed his fingers on the table, speaking unhurriedly. How about this? I am willing to offer 1 pound of bitter heart leaves in exchange for these seeds and the beast horn. Old Hawk shook his head repeatedly, appearing quite resistant. Boss Xiao, you jest. These are spirit plants from another world. If cultivated properly, they could yield a wealth of spirit herbs. As for the beast horn, I can assure you on my honor that it is undoubtedly worth its value. To be frank, consuming the spiritual flesh of this creature to awaken lightning abilities is significantly more potent than ordinary lightning abilities. I can vouch for that in an effort to promote his wares. Old Hawk went all out, conjuring a bolt of blue lightning in his palm that struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. 3 pounds, just 3 pounds of leaves. The seeds and the beast horn are yours. Absolutely worth it. That cannot be said. Bitter heart leaves are unique. Their effects are extraordinary. The items you offer, to be honest, could be collected with relative ease with a bit of effort. The two engaged in a relentless dispute, their words nearly exhausted, until Xiaoyang, visibly impatient, consented to offer 2.5 pounds of bitter heart leaves, provided the ring be included as an additional item. The negotiations reached a resolution, leaving both parties satisfied, and they began to engage in mutual flattery about their cooperative endeavors, resource sharing, and the like, filling the camp with joyous laughter. Boss Xiao, I hope these humble relics of mine can bring you some fortune. Old Hawk's demeanor was amiable as he presented a wooden box. President Hawk, you are too polite. We younger generations greatly require guidance from esteemed elders like yourself. Xiaoyang spoke earnestly, eagerly handing over the bitter heart leaves. In that fleeting moment of the transaction, their gazes locked, silently exchanging thoughts of foolishness. Chapter 33. The horse without night grass. Both parties obtained what they sought, feeling they had gained an advantage. The trading would extend into the evening, and Old Hawk proposed they visit a bar in Kelltown for a drink. Indeed, the small Kelltown also boasted a bar. Initially, Xiaoyang was greatly astonished. In a realm so destitute that even meals were scarce, how could there be resources to brew alcohol? However, upon investigation, this 21st-century spirited individual nearly retched. The so-called wine was, in fact, a concoction of some orange soda and cola scavenged from refuse. Fermented in a large vat, and the locals referred to it as sour wine. "Old Ram, bring me a glass of sour wine. The sourest you have." Before Old Hawk even entered, he called out to the interior. Even more familiar than Xiaoyang. The establishment was run by a limping old man dressed as a bartender, whom Xiaoyang had seen earlier, one hand behind his back while the other held a platter. Attempting to present an air of elegance, though his hobbling only made him appear comical, "President Hawk, this is our oldest sour wine. I hope it meets your satisfaction." The drink was a murky yellow liquid, with what appeared to be willow fluff floating within, leaving Xiaoyang with no doubt regarding its toxicity. Seeing Old Ram's encouraging gaze, Xiaoyang quickly shook his head. "Just give me a can of expired cola." As if to jest, he thought, "Wouldn't drinking this cause me to expel my intestines? Make sure it's an unopened can." The local inhabitants, much like the Indians' fascination with cow urine, held a high regard for this slightly intoxicating murky yellow liquid, considering it a rare embellishment in their harsh lives. Delightful. Among all the sour wines in the town, Old Ram's here is the most flavorful. Old Hawk smacked his lips, seemingly yearning for more. "Captain Hawk, could you share with me the affairs of Clara City?" Xiaoyang sought to glean information about the strength of Clara City from him. Old Hawk was no fool. He understood Xiaoyang's intentions. For his merchant caravan, a lucrative Kelltown was far easier to cater to than the elite of Clara City. Thus, despite his skepticism regarding the prospects of Kelltown's resistance, Old Hawk readily answered Xiaoyang's inquiries. Clara City boasts a population of around 40 to 50,000, governed by Lord Homan, a fourth-tier ability user, with numerous third-tier ability users under his command. The towns within a radius of several dozen are under his dominion, including Kelltown. However, due to Kelltown's remote location and lack of resources, Clara City generally does not interfere in its affairs unless enticing profits are at stake, such as a rare high-quality garbage eruption. Besides the many evolutionists, Clara City likely still possesses a considerable number of old-world firearms, albeit mostly antiquities, yet many are still functional. "Boss Xiao, I know you wish to confront the army of Clara City, but frankly speaking, that would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would be wiser to avoid disaster by spending a little money. As long as one survives, there will always be a chance to scavenge garbage." Old Hawk earnestly advised Xiaoyang to abandon the idea of resistance. "From what I gather, this time, the force from Kelltown will include at least 2 third-tier ability users leading, along with no fewer than 5 second-tier evolutionists, not to mention other lower-tier evolutionists and firearms." Mary, Zhang Daqiang, and others listened with growing concern. After all, no matter how formidable Xiaoyang might be, he stood alone. The team from Kila City was not a disorganized rabble like that of Moer Town, but rather a regimented force of trained warriors. In truth, after hearing their words, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of uncertainty within himself. However, the thought of capitulating was intolerable, as it would mean swallowing his pride only to regurgitate it later. The atmosphere became decidedly tense. Subsequently, Xiaoyang sought further details from Old Hawk, yet regrettably, Old Hawk was not well versed in the specifics regarding the impending team from Kila City. After a brief exchange, both parties returned to their respective havens, for night had fallen. Old Hawk and his companions intended to set up camp outside the town for rest, maintaining a delicate peace between them. The nights in the garbage world were exceptionally dark, shrouded in perpetual gloom, with waning moonlight and a dearth of illumination, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. If their adversary happened to be a person of African descent, the situation would become even graver. Tony now found himself in such a predicament, as Old Hawk's skin was too dark, making it difficult to keep pace even with the aid of a flashlight. Tony, hurry up, damn it. Where do I go from here? Old Hawk strained to discern his surroundings. Drawing upon his years of experience and the accounts of scavengers, he deduced that they must be close to the recently erupted garbage site near Kelltown. Though Kelltown was virtually beyond salvation, he still had the opportunity to reap some benefits before the arrival of the Kila City team. Seizing the cover of darkness, Old Hawk resolved to take a risk and gather some loot while Xiaoyang rested. Before long, they beheld the towering mound of refuse. After several days of excavation, the summit of Garbage Point Number 1 had been reduced by nearly 15 meters, yet it still loomed over 60 meters high. You lot, hurry up, time is of the essence. Primarily gather those pale pink leaves. Under Old Hawk's direction, a team of over 20 lit a bonfire on the hillside and began digging. Tony grew impatient. The leaves were elusive, and he suffered from slight night blindness. What are you doing? Can't you see? We're looking for leaves. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. A young man with black hair wielding a dagger regarded him with a mocking expression. Ah, you, what are you doing here? Tony's startled shout quickly drew the attention of Old Hawk and the others, revealing that Xiaoyang, who should have been at Kelltown, was currently seated on a large rock. Old Hawk, why are you still awake at this hour? Xiaoyang's tone was flat. Shrouded in the night, his expression was indiscernible. The rhythmic clinking of the dagger against the ground echoed ominously. Old Hawk felt a shiver run down his spine. For reasons unknown, he sensed an extraordinarily dangerous aura emanating from the young man. Humph, you nearly scared me to death. It seems you're alone, one of the henchmen boasted, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from Old Hawk. Shut it, however, before the retort could fully escape his lips, the henchman was suddenly flung away, crashing to the ground, half of his face swollen to the size of a pig's. Cold sweat poured down Old Hawk's back. It was too swift. Such speed was beyond what an ordinary ability user could achieve. Old Hawk, trust me, what you see now is merely a fraction of my strength, Xiaoyang stated, wiping his right hand against the rock. The evolutionist had not bathed for far too long, his face caked with grime, which was somewhat repulsive. Why apologies, Boss Xiao. This time, I was blinded by greed. I'll take my leave now, and I am willing to offer some compensation. Old Hawk proposed, carefully observing the young man's countenance. Though he still held his own cards close to his chest, he had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Xiaoyang. Especially given that the latter possessed a high-grade garbage mountain point, one could never predict what surprises might await. You should be grateful I am a benevolent person. Now leave. Consider this a reward for providing information. Xiaoyang turned his back, though the bottle in his hand had quietly opened. Unfortunately, there was no movement from behind. Old Hawk, sensing danger, prudently led his men away, missing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Thus, this nocturnal venture bore no fruit, and Xiaoyang had no intention of pursuing them. After all, this somewhat foolish Old Hawk still had his uses. Chapter 34. I am not garbage. Once Old Hawk and his group departed, Xiaoyang began to attend to his own affairs. Ridiculous! Who would dare to follow that pitch-black old fellow? Xiaoyang had come here with a purpose. Tio put it simply, he had been somewhat swayed by Old Hawk's words and felt a burgeoning impulse to slip away. Currently, the forces from Kila City were strong and well-equipped, their training impeccable, with numerous high-level ability users among them. In stark contrast, on the side of Kelltown, he was the sole second-tier ability user, with hardly any first-tier evolutionists and the scavengers scattered like leaves in the wind. The disparity was glaringly apparent, leaving no room for hope, even if Xiaoyang employed some strategies to eliminate a few of their leaders. The remaining forces would still be more than capable of dealing with them. Xiaoyang was not invincible. Their adversaries were not like Moer Town, which had only a handful of handguns. They likely possessed formidable firearms. Xiaoyang could not even withstand a bullet from a handgun at this moment. Hence, it was best to gather everything he could and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Yes, for why he had ventured to Garbage Point No. 1 at such an hour, it was, of course, for the delightful excrement of the devil worms. Cautiously, he withdrew a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket, his expression pained. The only earth-walking talisman he possessed, alas. Plans never survive first contact with reality. Pressing the talisman to his forehead, He felt as though he had forged a mysterious connection with the earth, becoming one with the soil, with a mere thought. He gradually sank into the ground. The subterranean world was enveloped in darkness. The power of the earth-walking talisman formed a spherical protective barrier around Xiaoyang, continuously displacing the surrounding soil. This sensation was remarkably unique. He felt as if he were navigating a bubble through the depths of water. Garbage point number 1 had erupted in a ravine-like terrain formed by refuse. All the golden excrement lay buried at the valley's bottom, while the talisman could not traverse the mounds of garbage. Thus, he needed to infiltrate the muddy layers beneath the valley using the earth-walking talisman to collect the treasures within. The talisman's progress was swift, and Xiaoyang soon reached the lower section beneath the tail end of the golden excrement transport convoy. He guided the talisman upward slowly, gradually spotting rotten planks, wheels, and other debris. From these clues, he discovered a scattered snake-skin bag. A long-forgotten stench wafted into his nostrils. Undoubtedly, it contained the golden excrement of the devil worms. Using the same technique, Xiaoyang collected 4 or 5 such bags, all of which he stored in his bottle. Strange, why are there so many tree roots? As Xiaoyang advanced, peculiar tree roots came into view, growing denser the further he moved toward the center. The twisted roots were extraordinarily thick, some as wide as a bowl, and others thicker than a waist, complicating his collection efforts. Could this area have once been a forest? He activated his abilities to sense the surroundings. In the dimness, pale green roots sprawled like veins within the soil, pulsating with vibrant life. Remarkably, these roots were still alive. Following the direction of the root systems, he ventured forth, where a colossal green fireball emerged in his perception, radiating an overwhelming vitality akin to a sun. This is bad. Xiaoyang's eyes widened in terror as he beheld a thick root writhing toward him like a serpent. Cursed fate. Xiaoyang hastily raised his knife in defense. Unfortunately, the root was exceptionally tough. Even with his second-tier ability, he failed to sever it, being knocked back several dozen meters. Yet the situation worsened. In his ability's vision, a vast network of roots was extending toward him, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. What in the world is this? The roots surged forth at an alarming speed, swiftly encircling him. Xiaoyang desperately dodged, weaving through the gaps in the roots as though dancing amidst a thicket. This one do. After evading one root's entanglement, he flung his hand backward. With a soft poof, it was as if someone had let out a fart through long underwear. The explosive talisman barely made an impact on the soil. Damn it! In the subterranean environment, Xiaoyang found many of his means rendered ineffective. The diluted tears of the void could not be controlled, and in this abyss, dealing with such a colossal monster could very well lead to his own demise. The ninjutsu scrolls were equally useless, amounting to nothing more than self-destruction. After contemplating his predicament, he realized that in such an environment, all options were futile. Yet, within mere seconds of this reflection, an overwhelming mass of roots ensnared him. Followed by a frenzied constriction, Xiaoyang swung his blade desperately, slicing through splinters of wood, but his resistance was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, entirely disproportionate. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the multitude of roots. They tightened violently, akin to a venomous serpent seizing a mouse that had burrowed into its lair, squeezing him until his bones creaked ominously. The sudden immense pressure left him no time to resist. Darkness clouded his vision, and he succumbed to dizziness. Instinctively, he craned his neck forward, emitting gasping sounds like a drowning prisoner, desperate for someone to hear his cries for help. Alas, he was utterly alone. Crack, crack. Xiaoyang's face turned a deep shade of purple. His eyes bloodshot with veins, as the last remnants of air were expelled from his lungs. His consciousness began to fade, leaving only fragmented thoughts adrift. Am I to die? The lack of oxygen induced hallucinations. With blurred memories flashing before his eyes, monotonous, a life devoid of intrigue, a mere existence akin to refuse, a pitiful waste. Is this truly the reason I was transported here? To become like garbage, destined for its rightful place? His awareness continued to dissipate. Exhaustion set in. Perhaps this was the end. Yet, why did a sense of reluctance linger? What was it? Strangely, the final image etched in his mind was of Mary. No, Wait, I seem to still be a virgin. Damn it, I can't die a virgin. Boom. A thought exploded within him, and an awakening seemed to stir in the depths of his being. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Xiao Yang, whose head had hung limply, suddenly jerked it upward, his bloodshot eyes giving him a semblance of madness. If you want me dead, you shall not fare well either. Life, the essence of vitality. Chapter 35. The birth of the ghost vine in a verdant lake of life. A conspicuous black hole appeared, as a surging vitality continuously filled this aperture. Xiao Yang felt the numbness in his body gradually receding, his entire being akin to soaking in a hot spring, as the internally damaged organs began to mend. Life-sucking. This was the name he had given to his wood-based affinity for absorbing the life force of plants. Though somewhat juvenile, in the presence of such a formidable botanical entity, Xiao Yang felt the extraordinary nature of this ability. It seemed that the struggling prey within its confines was exerting more effort than before, causing the vine-like roots to tighten once again. Is this never-ending? Xiao Yang swallowed a mouthful of old blood and cranked up his energy output to the maximum. As his life force dwindled, the roots binding him began to weaken, granting him a moment of respite to catch his breath. The abnormality in the roots alerted the plant to the disturbance, prompting more roots to join the hunt, enveloping Xiao Yang like a dumpling. Simultaneously, he sensed that this life force had become increasingly difficult to absorb. If absorbing life force previously felt like digging through mud, now it resembled excavating through hard earth. The opponent was controlling the flow of vitality. Though life-sucking was extraordinarily powerful, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. I'll give it my all. Xiao Yang threw caution to the wind, draining every last ounce of his spirit and cranking the life-sucking to its utmost limit. The torrent of life force crashed over him like a tidal wave, and a strange flush appeared on his face, akin to that of a drunken man, as his hair and nails visibly grew. If Xiao Yang's body were likened to a bucket, then his actions now were akin to attempting to catch an entire waterfall with a mere bucket. He felt as if he was on the verge of bursting, yet he could not cease. I'm so full. I can't take any more. He sensed his entire being subtly swelling, like a balloon filled to the brink. Still being inflated, I can't hold on any longer. He needed an outlet. He closed his eyes and retrieved a purple-black seed that he had traded for from Old Hawk. His mental energy enveloped it. Hungry, thirsty, kill, eat, king, hungry, kill, eat, obey, and the king shall feed you. King, hungry, kill, eat, good, obey, and the king shall feed you. Obey, king, eat. A massive life force surged into the tiny seed, and vaguely, Xiao Yang thought he heard the sound of an egg cracking. A slender purple-black tendril broke through the seed's tough exterior, heralding its birth in this world of refuse. Obey, king, eat, obey, obey, eat. As vitality flowed in, the tendril grew at an astonishing rate, rapidly transforming into a vine-like plant. The whip-like purple-black tendrils had leaves so minuscule they were nearly invisible, yet they were covered in sharp barbs, adorned with bands of deep blue patterns that emitted a faint glow. To his astonishment, it was a ghost vine. As a notoriously infamous plant-type spirit beast, the name of the ghost vine was well known throughout the world of Dolua, recognized as a truly terrifying botanical entity. It possessed resilience far beyond that of ordinary plant-type spirit beasts and harbored potent neurotoxins. Any creature pricked by its sharp spikes would suffer immediate poisoning, ultimately turning into pus to nourish the ghost vine. During its attack, it would also release countless minute seeds that would parasitize the enemy. Provided the ghost vine received sufficient energy or the seeds absorbed enough nutrients, they would grow on the host. With the neurotoxin spreading and producing similar effects, it was likely that the corpse of the lightning-type spirit beast Old Hawk had perished due to the parasitic entanglement of the ghost vine. As the second spirit ring of the protagonist Tang San, the ghost vine was evidently not an ordinary plant-type spirit beast, and its ferocity was well imagined. Yet now, before Xiao Yang, this ghost vine appeared almost docile, exhibiting a sense of affection. Eat, obey, eat, 1, 2, 3. As the life force surged in, the ghost vine continually sprouted new tendrils, while the original tendrils thickened and strengthened. the emergence of the ghost vine significantly alleviated the pressure Xiaoyang faced. At that moment, he felt as if a long constipated patient had finally found relief, the torrent of life force bringing him immense comfort. Having resolved his immediate crisis, Xiaoyang's thoughts began to race. Since such an opportunity lay before him, he might as well encourage the growth of this ghost vine. Thus, he increased the intensity of his absorption, like a charging cable, delivering the overwhelming life force of the unnamed plant to the ghost vine. Before long, the ghost vine had grown to 5 or 6 meters. This reckless consumption of life force, however, proved too much for the unnamed plant. The expanding black hole allowed the life essence to drain rapidly, finally causing ripples on the surface of the lake. The shroud binding Xiaoyang loosened gradually, with even some of the finer roots showing evident signs of withering. Ghost vine, parasitize. Xiaoyang sought to test this renowned skill from the Dolua continent. The black tendrils coiled around a segment of tree root, small seeds adhering to the bark, the parasitic skill activated. However, the anticipated scene of rampant tendrils did not unfold. The bark of the unnamed tree was too tough, and the tiny ghost vine roots could not penetrate. It appeared that the current ghost vine was still somewhat inexperienced, only suitable for tormenting weaker foes. Not enough. Continue to absorb. Xiaoyang was resolute. Today, he would elevate this ghost vine to at least 1,000-year level. The roots gradually withered as the ghost vine grew voraciously. It was inherently a malignant plant adept at absorbing the corpses of spirit beasts to rapidly augment its strength. And under Xiaoyang's frenzied feeding, the main tendril soon extended to 10 meters. Afterward, it ceased its elongation, storing all its energy in its bulbous root, forming a tuber the size of a taro. This was the ghost vine's core. When it needed to hunt, this core would rapidly sprout tendrils to ensnare its prey. Regrettably, Xiaoyang did not know how to gauge its age and could only continue to feed it. The unnamed tree roots visibly withered, and this mysterious plant finally felt the pangs of pain. As if bitten by ants, loosening its grip on Xiaoyang, the roots gradually receding. Yet, Xiaoyang was reluctant to let go. Clutching a root tightly, still absorbing its life force, the roots thrashed desperately, and he felt as though he were grasping alive. Wriggling black fish, as the life force surged, the purple-black bulb of the ghost vine revealed a dense layer of filamentous scales, greedily absorbing the vitality from the mysterious plant, emanating an alluring luster. At last, it seemed to reach a critical point. All the tendrils contracted, and the bulbous root exuded a wave of energy, with a circle of ethereal blue patterns appearing on its surface. As the life force continued to flow in, these patterns deepened in their mystery. Now, the mysterious plant was finally enraged. The roots, sprawling from all directions like surging waves, sought to ensnare the thief. A root, thicker than his waist, lashed out violently. Xiaoyang quickly relinquished his grip, raising his shield to defend himself. He felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle, the immense force propelling him several dozen meters away. Debris from the soil rushed past his vision, and in his perceptive sight, more roots were in pursuit. Fortunately, this incident allowed him to escape the clutches of the roots, and taking advantage of the distance created by being flung back, he fervently activated his earth movement talisman, desperately fleeing as if he feared he could lose his footing. Luckily, after teaching him a lesson, the mysterious plant did not persist in its chase. After running several hundred meters, he finally had the opportunity to surface above ground. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting shadows over heaps of refuse, where small creatures scoured for food under the moonlight. Xiaoyang inhaled deeply. The stench of rubbish was overpowering, yet he felt the sweetness of life profoundly. Chapter 36. The shocking theft in Kir Town. In the early morning, Kir Town. The early risers among the scavengers discovered that Old Hawk's caravan had vanished overnight. Inside a quaint house, Mary and the others beheld a disheveled Xiaoyang, who was meticulously polishing the eightfold scope atop his AWM with a cloth, repeating the motion time and again. For reasons unknown, everyone sensed that their employer was slightly off today. On this day, an explosive rumor spread fervently among the scavengers of Kir Town. Have you heard? What? A theft? Who was robbed? Our boss's warehouse was plundered. No way. Who would dare to steal from the boss? They must be courting death. Of course, The scavengers dared not. But let us not forget who arrived yesterday. It must be Old Hawk. No wonder I saw the caravan without a trace early this morning. I heard the boss suffered significant losses. Everything we've dug up these days was taken by that old rascal. Is it possible? Everything gone? Not a scrap left? I heard there were over 1,000 pounds of spiritual meat and countless leaves. All vanished. Surely the 8 treasure rice wasn't taken too. I haven't had enough. Hey, I can vouch for this. Early this morning, my wife heard from her brother that his son's friend's father saw the boss's face. Blacker than an iron pot. This can't be wrong. How could so much be stolen without a sound? You clearly lack education. Ever heard of spatial treasures? What space treasure? Such ignorance is truly tragic. How can you still scavenge? Heh, they got what they deserved. I've always found those evolved beings unsightly. Don't say that. The boss is still quite decent. It must be an act. Who knows what he's really like? Sure, keep your voice down. The boss is coming at the entrance of Kier Town. Xiaoyang hurriedly led Mary and the others out, seemingly in pursuit of something. Almost all the scavengers could discern his grim countenance, and they hastily made way. Wary of incurring misfortune, before departing, Zhang Daqiang erected a sign at the entrance. The scavengers flocked to it, while the limping bartender Ram pushed through the crowd. The wooden sign prominently displayed, "Nationwide search for Old Hawk." A reward of 10 pounds of spiritual meat for information on Old Hawk, and a reward of 100 pounds for capturing him alive. Below this notice, there was another announcement regarding a change in transactions. Due to extreme weather, the previous exchange rate of 1 liang of leaves for 2 pounds of 8 treasure rice has been altered to 1 liang of leaves for 1 pound of 8 treasure rice. This news sent the scavengers of the entire town into a frenzy. At this moment, they finally recalled the fear of hunger that gripped Kier Town. Old Hawk's lineage of 18 generations of women was no longer sufficient for greetings. Some astute scavengers dashed madly towards Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site, and on this day, the scavengers of Kier Town were exceptionally industrious. Approximately several dozen kilometers from Kier Town, a formidable convoy of over 200 individuals traversed the mounds of refuse. On a hillside ahead of this convoy, Xiaoyang held his 8-fold scope, meticulously observing these individuals. This was a mixed convoy composed of bicycles. Red, yellow, blue. Various styles of shared bicycles clattered along the uneven roads. Seemingly burdened, upon them sat a group of robust scavengers, some clad in tattered bulletproof vests, others wearing blood-stained helmets, armed with an array of shotguns, submachine guns, and rifles. Undoubtedly, in this desolate world of refuse, this was a well-equipped contingent. Leading the group was a tricycle motorcycle with a cargo compartment, in which a burly man with red hair wielded a light machine gun. Through the scope, Xiaoyang confirmed it was an M249 light machine gun. By observation, both the motorcycle and the machine gun were equipment from the world of survival games. This was Xiaoyang's first encounter with a functioning vehicle in the refuse world. Being able to sit atop such advanced technology indicated that the opposing party was likely the leader of Kila City. The tricycle motorcycle moved at a slow pace, accommodating the bicycle convoy trailing behind. "Rick, can you drive a bit steadier?" Joe, sitting in the cargo compartment, expressed his impatience. The rough terrain made the ride unbearably jarring. He preferred the comfort of a bed to this tumultuous journey. "If you don't want to sit, you can get off. I'd rather stay seated." Joe pouted, dissatisfied with the Lord's arrangements. A third-tier evolved being could have come alone. So why the need for such a grand display? When it came to profiting, fewer people were better. "When will we arrive in Kier Town?" "We should get there today. If we hadn't encountered that rat on the way, we'd likely have arrived much earlier." Rick spoke with a hint of lingering dread. Yesterday, they had encountered a particularly troublesome mutated Mobic rat. He had never seen such a rat before, one that could breathe fire and was astonishingly agile. Unfortunately, even after several had died, they failed to eliminate it. It likely belonged to the third tier. Perhaps it could yield spiritual cores. Joe's mention of spiritual cores referred to energy-rich substances that could be extracted from certain mutated creatures or zombies, sometimes found in corpses erupted from black holes. Typically, these energy-rich substances appeared only in third-tier beings, rarely surfacing in first- or second-tier mutants. For evolved beings above the third tier, consuming flesh to enhance their levels became increasingly sluggish. as the efficiency of energy absorption diminished. Thus, these energy-rich substances were highly coveted. Some even possessed unique properties. However, spiritual cores were exceedingly rare. Each mutated animal above the third tier was formidable, which was their lament. Are there any noteworthy figures in Kirtown? Why does this operation require so many people? According to the latest information, it seems there is a second-tier evolved being worth noting. Our mission is not only to exploit that garbage site, but also to harvest resources from the surrounding towns. Rick explained. The term harvest referred to Kila City's plunder of resources from the towns below. They would periodically conduct such operations to seize valuable items spewing from the black holes, to sustain the upper echelon of evolved beings in Kila City. But there's no need to send 2 third-tier abilities over, Joe scoffed. Put away your scorn, Joe. Wasn't that rat a lesson enough for you? Such peculiar creatures are seldom encountered. The Lord mentioned that a new eruption cycle is approaching. Recently, many refuse eruptions outside Kila City have yielded high-quality materials. There might be a significant cycle ahead, with beings that even you and I cannot contend with. A misstep could lead to disaster. Rick's mention of cycles referred to the eruption cycles of the black holes. The frequency of refuse eruptions was not uniform. Sometimes there were many, other times few, creating distinct cycles, with large cycles containing smaller ones. During the peaks of large cycles, numerous high-grade items would emerge, much to the anticipation of many evolved beings. However, for humanity, rising cycles would spawn more formidable mutated beings. An abundance of refuse would further encroach upon human living space, leading to greater calamities. Thus, each eruption cycle represented the tears of the weak and the feast of the strong. Now that's something to look forward to, Joe mused, fixated on the treasures within the refuse mounds. Chapter 37. The invaders have arrived. The convoy gradually receded into the distance, through the crosshairs of his scope. Xiaoyang watched as the group departed, his mind racing with calculations and projections. They were indeed formidable, yet thus far, everything remained under his control. It was time to stage a performance. That afternoon, the convoy from Kila City finally arrived in Kirtown. Almost everyone congregated at the town's entrance, gazing at this assembly of warriors riding mobikes and bearing arms. Joe leaped down from the cargo compartment of the tricycle, surveying the shabby, refuse-laden town with evident disdain. Is this Kirtown? So impoverished. I truly cannot fathom the sheer stroke of misfortune that has led them to encounter a high-grade eruption of refuse. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly kicked an empty can into the distance, muttering curses under his breath. Is this truly necessary for us to go to such lengths? Rick glanced at the several young individuals standing before him. Clearly evolved beings, and cautioned, exercise caution, Jonah. In impoverished and treacherous lands, one might encounter some formidable adversaries. Observe, those evolved beings are all waiting at the entrance. They are fully prepared for battle. The more than 200-strong contingent moved in unison, halting in an orderly manner, exuding an imposing aura. Rows of firearms were aimed at the ragtag group of scavengers from Kirtown. Should they dare to resist, it would likely result in a bloodbath. However, what transpired next left Rick utterly astonished. The anticipated resistance did not materialize. Instead, there was not a trace of fear or anger in the eyes of these scavengers. The young man with dark hair at the forefront even bore a hint of hope, enthusiasm, and a plea for redemption. He approached unsteadily, stammering, "Oh, esteemed lords from Kila City. At long last, you have arrived. Please, do take a stand for us." At that moment, Zhang Daqiang resembled a child who had been bullied. Tears welling in his eyes, perfectly blending defiance and suppressed anguish. He took a couple of steps forward, as though bereft of spirit, kneeling on the ground with outstretched hands, seemingly begging for divine mercy. With this act of submission, behind him, Bill, Gates, and the other scavengers also fell to their knees, weeping profusely, lamenting the injustices of fate and the blindness of heaven. Rick and Jonah, having pillaged for many years, had never witnessed such a stark contrast in behavior in the past. When raiding these towns, chaos and despair had reigned supreme. Now, they appeared not as unruly brigands but as noble figures brandishing the banner of justice, intent on advocating for the grievances of the common folk. What has caused such a transformation? Daqiang, what are you doing? A furious shout liberated the denizens of Clara City from their bewilderment. From another direction, Xiao Yang and others approached, weary and troubled, his voice laden with unyielding resentment. Indeed, this was the emotional response one would expect from a mere chive. Rick mused, "Boss, you have finally returned. Behold, these are the esteemed lords from Clara City. They have arrived. What are we to do now?" A sense of urgency gripped Rick's heart. It seemed this individual was the leader of Kier Town, and today they were here to raid. The opposition would undoubtedly be reluctant, as evidenced by the slightly raised gun barrels. What? Xiao Yang appeared to have received news akin to a thunderclap, disappearing in an instant. How swift! Both Jonah and Rick sighed inwardly. Such speed was far beyond that of an ordinary second-tier ability user. Xiao Yang had evidently employed a combination of a teleportation talisman and a swift movement technique. Before Rick could react, his hands were seized, and he beheld the dark-haired young man suddenly before him, tears brimming in his eyes as he lamented, "Esteemed lords, I have wronged you. You must advocate for us. How could this be?" Subsequently, this spirited fellow unleashed a torrent of invective directed at a certain old hawk, and gradually, Rick began to grasp the unfolding events. It turned out that just yesterday, the possessions of the ruler of Kier Town had been entirely plundered by the Hawk Merchant Group. According to his fervent assertions, these items were originally meant as tribute to the esteemed lord of Clara City, but alas, they had been intercepted by that wretched old hawk. Do you take me for a fool? With so many items stolen, there is no way there was no commotion. Jonah dismissed Xiao Yang's claims entirely, convinced that the ruler of Kier Town was simply unwilling to relinquish his belongings. Esteemed lords, this is the truth. It is a spatial treasure. What? A spatial treasure? Jonah's heart jolted at those 4 words, drawing the attention of everyone present. Such treasures were the exclusive possessions of the Lord of Clara City. To encounter one here was unimaginable. They must obtain it. Jonah, remain composed. Whether the matter is true or not can be verified. Although Rick was astonished, he quickly regained his composure. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yang noticed the limping bartender, Ram, approaching with an obsequious expression. As he passed by Xiao Yang, he covertly cast a glance, seemingly pleased with the shock on the face of the boss. This scoundrel is actually Iso. No wonder news of such a distant refuse eruption reached Clara City. They must have agents placed in every town. Ram, since we have arrived, do share whatever information you have recently gathered. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, the limping Ram recounted the recent events at the Fox Demon No. 1 refuse site and the inexplicable disappearance of Old Hawk's convoy. Other spies hidden among the scavengers corroborated his statements. Rick, I shall pursue Old Hawk, Jonah declared urgently, mounting his motorcycle, ready to depart at a moment's notice. No, you shall stay. Let Sam and Rena lead a group to pursue him. Rick spoke with an authoritative tone, asserting his position as the leader of this operation. Sam and Rena, both second-tier evolved beings commanding a well-equipped team, would have no trouble apprehending Old Hawk. Above all, the esteemed lord's possessions must not fall into the greedy hands of Jonah. Though Jonah bore an expression of discontent, he had no choice but to comply. His position paled in comparison to Rick's, and he was no match for him in a confrontation. Of course, Rick did not fully trust Xiao Yang's words. He proceeded as usual, leading the soldiers of Clara City to thoroughly scour Kier Town. Yet they still found no trace of the goods in the desolate warehouse of the small villa. Rick crushed several scattered bits of dog food underfoot, leisurely remarking, "Boss Xiao, I believe you are a clever man. Surely you must have preserved something?" With that, Rick fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang, the formidable aura of a seasoned third-tier evolved being enveloping him. Under such immense pressure, the newly minted second-tier individual appeared diminutive and fragile. Anger, anxiety, fear, and sycophancy. Within mere seconds, a whirlwind of emotions flickered across the face of the ruler of Kier Town. He stepped forward, as if a minor figure before a formidable lord, and began to flatter profusely. "You truly possess remarkable foresight. Fortunately, I have prepared some items for the esteemed lords, which were not stolen by that wretched old hawk. Though be honest, I have long grown weary of this impoverished town and have sincerely desired to serve the Lord of Clara City, yet have been unable to find an opportunity. I hope the two esteemed lords may speak kindly of me before the group leader. Suppressing his anger, adhering to the plan, and regarding it all as mere expendables. Chapter 38. The scented sour wine. Thereafter, Xiao Yang willingly led the two to a hidden chamber on the third floor. Esteemed captains, this is merely a humble token of my appreciation. It remains undiscovered by Old Hawk due to its secrecy. In the hidden chamber, stacks of vegetables and 8 treasure rice adorned the shelves, and even a half-piece of black fish exuded energy fluctuations. So many vegetables, and even spiritual meat. Jonah suddenly perceived that this seemingly insignificant Kir town was not as impoverished as it appeared. Those 8 treasure rice dishes were one thing, but the abundance of vegetables could amount to a fortune even in Clara City, not to mention the sizable portion of black fish, likely weighing 50 to 60 pounds. This haul was quite substantial. Even in Clara City, spiritual meat was a rarity, and no one would save it for the New Year point. One could only speculate how much wealth Old Hawk possessed. This old rogue must be captured. Cough, cough. Do not tell me this is all you have. Perhaps you should reconsider. Rick nonchalantly cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yang. Under the pressure of the formidable aura, the pitiable youth before him could only swallow his reluctance, slowly extracting some battered blades and shields from beneath the bed. I had intended to surprise everyone, but it seems Captain Rick understands me best. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha. His laughter was painfully awkward. Now, this is the expression one would expect from a mere chive. Observing Xiao Yang's despondent demeanor, Rick felt a sense of satisfaction as he unsheathed a blade from the fox demon realm, swinging it through the air. Quite sharp, my lord. Regarding the promise you made to me, fear not. We shall be comrades from this point forward. Go placate this somewhat useful Xiao Yang, Rick verbally assured him. After all, he had experienced camaraderie many times before. That evening, a lavish banquet unfolded in the towering halls, where guests reveled in delight. Delicious, utterly delightful. Little did I expect that Boss Xiao would be such a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Executives from Clara City gathered to savor the exquisite dishes prepared by Xiao Yang, showering praise upon his culinary skills. To please these esteemed figures, Xiao Yang had truly spared no effort. He had brought forth the snails and moss he had collected in recent days, in addition to cultivating a plethora of vegetables, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Nonetheless, the results were commendable. Come, Captain Jonah, indulge in more chives. We men must learn to take care of ourselves. Here, Captain Rick, do try these roasted snails. They are tender and juicy, and paired with some sauce, they are utterly appetizing. In the future, I shall rely on you both for support. The Brothers of Rain, led by Xiao Yang, took turns serving dishes, each sampling a bite before offering recommendations, providing their critiques in the process. Xiao, the younger brother, certainly had a refined palate. To think there were sauces to accompany the dishes, quite impressive. The tingling sensation of spiciness was undeniably unique. Come on, brothers, let us toast. The group erupted in praise, raising their glasses of Old Hawk's sour wine, eager to down it in one gulp. Hey, why isn't Xiao drinking? Xiao Yang, with utmost candor, confessed, I simply cannot stomach this sour wine. It wreaks havoc on my stomach. He waved his hands dismissively, jesting that he would rather drink his own urine than this concoction. What a pity! Old Ramus sour wine has its own distinct flavor. Xiao boss, with so many vegetables, have you already unearthed the excrement of the devil worms? Rick, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Clearly, such a bounty of vegetables could not have originated from the small town of Kuer. Captain Rick, you jest. How could that be? Those droppings lie at the base of the garbage mountain. One would need to level the entire mountain to retrieve them. With a hint of pride, Xiao Yang added, to be frank, I have fortuitously awakened the wood element abilities, and these vegetables are all grown by me. Watching as Rick consumed a snail, Xiao Yang nearly burst into laughter. Good heavens! You possess wood element abilities. What incredible fortune! I recall Xiao also has speed abilities. I never imagined he was a dual element adept. It is said that awakening wood element abilities requires an immense amount of life energy. Who would have thought Xiao would have such an extraordinary encounter? The others showered him with compliments, casting envious glances. Many of the evolved individuals present began to seek his acquaintance, for one with wood abilities would seldom find themselves in want. Moreover, this young man's strength was not to be underestimated. Even Rick found himself somewhat moved. Xiao was a second-tier adept, meaning he had awakened abilities twice during his ascensions. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. Even in Kila City, it is worth noting that he himself had advanced 3 times. Only awakening abilities once, let alone the fact that he had awakened the rare wood abilities. Truly a talent. Loyal Rick couldn't help but envision himself from the perspective of the city lord. And his attitude towards Xiaoyang softened considerably in the face of everyone's flattery. Xiaoyang simply nodded humbly, overwhelmed by the attention, exuding a deference akin to that of a loyal dog, thereby winning the affections of many present. Meanwhile, Mary sat gloomily, consuming the delicacies. For reasons unknown, she found Xiaoyang's humble demeanor quite distasteful, even though it was merely part of the plan. "Oh, beautiful lady. Why aren't you drinking?" Jonah, holding a glass of sour wine, leered at the enchanting rabbit girl, astonished to find such a gem in Kur. "Come, lovely lady, share a drink with me." "Apologies, my stomach is unsettled." "Captain Jonah, please drink on your own," Mary replied coldly, her face twisted in disdain as she distanced herself from the inebriated Jonah. Xiaoyang's words had proven accurate. The taste of the sour wine was indeed dreadful. Yet, Jonah persisted, indignant at Mary's rejection, his fury igniting. "You wretched mongrel, how dare you refuse? Drink." With a swift motion, a chilling dagger sliced through the air, a drop of cold sweat plummeting into his cup as Jonah narrowly evaded the blade. On the other side, Xiaoyang was drenched in cold sweat, realizing with alarm that Mary's blade was poisoned. How dare that wretched girl strike? Flames surged in Jonah's hands as he prepared to teach this contemptible subhuman a lesson. However, a shadow suddenly clasped his hand. "Captain Jonah, please temper your anger. My subordinate was remiss in his supervision. Do grant my brother some grace." Xiaoyang hastily intervened, stopping Jonah's reckless behavior. After all, that was the venom of a snake monster. Yet, Jonah, accustomed to arrogance, was unwilling to swallow his pride, preparing to shove Xiaoyang aside. "And what are you to dictate my actions?" Just as he spoke, this brash third-tier adept's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his abdomen, his body curling up like a ripe shrimp, a pungent odor filled the room as everyone recoiled in horror. "Is it not that damned old ram's brew that is at fault?" Jonah felt his stomach churning violently, an overwhelming urge to relieve himself surging forth. The onlookers glanced at their glasses of sour wine, recalling Xiaoyang's brief remarks. "This cannot be. My ancestral brewing methods have always been clean and sanitary." The pale-faced ram, who had been serving the wine, panicked at the thought of being implicated. "Is it not normal for issues to arise from sour wine?" Clearing his throat, he suggested, "I believe it may just be that Captain Jonah is unaccustomed to old ram's sour wine. Perhaps merely a special circumstance, as everyone else has been fine." Xiaoyang immediately stepped in to mediate, explaining what he termed sour wine intolerance syndrome, urging everyone not to blame Jonah or Ram. In an instant, the crowd accepted his reasoning. Indeed, everyone else had consumed without issue. Only Jonah faced trouble. Furthermore, Xiaoyang's willingness to stand up for the traitorous Ram significantly improved the group's perception of him. He was a young man of commendable integrity in these times, a rarity indeed. "Now then, Jonah, perhaps you should step outside. This matter initially stemmed from your own fault. You ought to exercise restraint." Rick waved his hand in front of his nose, looking at Jonah with disdain. "By heavens, what a nuisance!" Jonah wished to retort, but he found himself unable to contain his discomfort. How humiliating! Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang swiftly offered a way out, demonstrating his keen understanding. "Captain Rick, please continue your meal. I shall escort Captain Jonah to remedy his urgent need. I may as well deliver some vegetables to the soldiers as a reward." The crowd praised Xiaoyang's generosity, and the atmosphere of the banquet lifted once more, though everyone moderated their intake of sour wine. The meal was enjoyed with even greater enthusiasm. Chapter 39. The Hunter and the Prey. After lingering with the bicycle team for a while, Xiaoyang returned to the small villa. Gazing at the lights illuminating the building, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Even the frequency of the water balloon in his hand seemed to increase. The heavy burden that had weighed upon him for the past few days had finally been lifted. If fortune favored him, he might even resolve another pressing issue, at that moment in Khuur. The roles of hunter and prey had begun to shift, yet a qualified hunter must possess ample patience. With a pop, the water balloon burst, spraying water everywhere. After days of diligent effort, the once impregnable barrier of this resilient and secure layer had finally been ruthlessly torn apart. Xiaoyang looked at his damp hands, lamenting, alas, it took so long to complete the first phase of training for the spiral sphere. This technique is truly difficult to master. Seems I will need to double my efforts with the bitter leaves each day. Since the caravan from Keela had arrived, the people of Khuur had suffered greatly. They not only had to clock in daily at the Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site, but the food they obtained barely sufficed for survival. Compared to the treatment Xiaoyang had previously received, the disparity was stark. The once assertive boss, who claimed that the weak too had the right to defend their existence, had now become complicit with Keela City, embodying the very essence of what they despised. Fortunately, alongside them toiling away were the laborers from Moor Town. The Keela City caravan, eager to meet deadlines, had swept through Moor Town and subsequently driven the scavengers there. Thus, a legion of over 1,000 individuals had converged at the Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site to sift through refuse. With so many hands at work, progress was swift. In just 3 days, the towering 80-meter mountain of garbage had dwindled to just over 30 meters. It was estimated that in another day or two, they would be close to reaching the bottom. To prevent any uprisings among the scavengers, Keela City's soldiers had set up camp at the site, 5-man teams stationed at various corners, supervising the scavengers diligently. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Keela City gathered in makeshift warehouses, watching the piles of bitter leaves and grinning foolishly. Such leaves that can enhance one's soul. Truly, what miraculous wonders, Jonah mused, clutching a handful of pink leaves, his eyes glazed. Captain Jonah, are these soul-strengthening powers truly significant? Xiaoyang feigned ignorance, humbly seeking guidance, in consideration of the assistance he had previously received from him. Jonah reluctantly took the time to enlighten him on some fundamentals of the evolved. While abilities can awaken, their potency varies from individual to individual, primarily due to 2 factors: the inherent strength of the awakening capacity and the degree to which the evolved can master their powers. Utilizing high-quality spiritual and physical sustenance for advancement, or certain energy items with special attributes, carries a chance of inducing mutations that grant unique abilities. Typically, such catalysts are rare and elusive. After some contemplation, Xiaoyang realized that his wood-based ability was quite extraordinary. It not only possessed an apparent domain-like power, but also featured a formidable life-draining skill, akin to that of a botanical monarch. The abilities of most evolved individuals are rather mundane, necessitating personal development and utilization, which imposes a significant demand for mastery over their powers. For instance, nearly all fire-based abilities Xiaoyang encountered were limited to a few variations of fireballs, small, large, and colossal, with a rather unimpressive accuracy. Naturally, as one ascends in rank, the spiritual strength of the evolved also increases, leading to a broader array of combat techniques among higher-tier evolved individuals. Furthermore, the intensity of one's spiritual power correlates with the probability of awakening abilities. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the likelihood of awakening. In the wretched world, a pattern exists regarding the awakening of abilities. The higher the rank, the more challenging it becomes to awaken. The more abilities one already possesses, the more difficult it is to awaken new ones. At this juncture, the significance of spiritual power, mental strength, becomes evident. Even disregarding these aspects, the enhancement in combat prowess brought about by spiritual power is tremendously noteworthy. Jonah gazed at the pink leaves with a face full of regret. Had it not been for Rick's disallowance, he would have seized them long ago. How infuriating! Such precious treasures! Cursed old hawk! He absconded with hundreds of pounds of my leaves. Xiaoyang wore a pained expression. Meanwhile, Hawk's merchant convoy was in frantic flight. Lord Sam, Lady Reyna, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Old Hawk desperately dodged a barrage of rock spikes, only to find himself obstructed by a swarm of metal projectiles resembling a hive of angry bees. Behind Sam and Reyna, several mutated long-horned cattle lay defeated, bleeding profusely, while the ground was littered with bodies riddled with bullet wounds. He could not comprehend why these evolved from Clara City were relentlessly pursuing him. Shouldn't they be addressing the matter with Boss Xiao from Kel Town instead? Cut the nonsense, hand over the spatial treasures. Have you misunderstood? What spatial treasures could I possibly possess? He truly did not know whether to commend their audacity or question their sanity. How dare they steal from the Lord Mayor? Hand it over now. And I promise a swift end. I genuinely do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Old Hawk's dark, aged face was near tears, still denying it. When did your lightning ability become so agile? It seems the leaves from Kel Town have done wonders for you. Sam's eyes glimmered with greed. Soon, those leaves would belong to him. Having tasted the fruits of labor, one must partake of the spoils. No? So it was for these leaves. If I surrender the remaining leaves, will you let me go? Old Hawk had long been cursing under his breath, pondering how a mere handful of leaves had led to this chase from Kel Town. Once he became a third tier evolved, the first to be dealt with would be the two of them. You think you can deceive us? As he received the package tossed by Old Hawk, Sam opened it only to find a pitiful amount of leaves, sending him into a furious rage, launching a barrage of rock spikes. Meanwhile, Reina coordinated her assault, her task being the retrieval of spatial treasures. If they could not extract it through inquiry, they would take it from the corpses. Damn it, I've given you everything. If you wish for my demise, just say so. Do you really believe I am easy prey? Their arrogance was intolerable. After enduring a concentrated assault, Old Hawk relinquished any fantasies and resolved to teach these youngsters a lesson. Unfortunately, mere hands could not contend with 4 limbs. Despite Old Hawk's formidable lightning ability, he was ultimately outmatched by 2 second-tier evolved and their overwhelming firepower. Curse it! I shall fight you to the end. He produced a palm-sized yellow paper from his pocket, revealing an extraordinary talisman depicting a small gray sword. Albeit damaged, the gray sword illustrated on the talisman shimmered with a dim light, reminiscent of a peerless blade, exuding a chilling aura. Watch out, Chapter 40. For whom the bell tolls as time passed. It was already the 4th day. Captain Rick, it's time for a meal.in the makeshift camp of Trash Point 1. Xiaoyang served the dignitaries with the care of an old steward. Due to his exceptional culinary skills, he had been entrusted with the food preparation for the Clara City team, and he relished the task. Understood. You all go ahead and eat. At that moment, Rick was meticulously accounting for the supplies collected from Trash Point 1. Yet for some reason, he felt a sense of unease, as if something significant was about to transpire. Only by repeatedly tallying these precious items could he quell his restless spirit. All right, I will set aside a portion just for you. Remember to eat. As Xiaoyang prepared to depart quietly, he was suddenly halted by Rick's voice. Wait! Xiaoyang's heart raced, his demon-catching bottle discreetly at the ready. Be sure to add extra sauce. Xiaoyang smiled knowingly, nodding in agreement. Due to the backlighting, this powerful third-tier evolved failed to notice the chilling undertone of his smile. After serving the gentlemen their meal, Xiaoyang clutched a rubber ball and stood atop a nearby mound of refuse. Gazing down at the bustling work site, allowing the ball in his hand to struggle violently while he remained steadfast. At this juncture, Trash Point 1 was in the final stages of excavation. The trench before him, stretching hundreds of meters, was shrouded in dust as new refuse was continuously unearthed. If all went according to plan, they would reach the bottom today. In Xiaoyang's eyes, this was scarcely different from grave digging. Was that thing truly so fearsome that it deterred you from approaching? Mary approached from behind Xiaoyang, observing that this seemingly powerful man was rather overly cautious. Not merely fearsome, it is downright terrifying. That night, I nearly lost my life. You must ensure your subordinates are careful and do not venture too close. It is likely from the black hole. They were discussing the mysterious plant Xiaoyang had encountered underground. Although he had only glimpsed its roots that day, there was no doubt it lay dormant within the refuse mound. With thousands of scavengers laboring atop the earth, making such a commotion, he could hardly believe that plant would continue to conceal itself. This also indicated that his plan was approaching its final phase. Just wait. I have a premonition that it will emerge today. At that moment, within Trash Point 1, Jonah was vociferously rallying the scavengers. pointing towards the workers below. "Hurry up and dig, do not dawdle. Whoever uncovers a spiritual item will be generously rewarded." While supervising, he simultaneously kept an eye out for any valuable finds, despite Rick's stringent vigilance. His seasoned tactics had allowed him to reap considerable benefits in the past few days, rendering Jonah's mood exceedingly jovial. For him, this place was a veritable treasure trove. "My lord, I seem to have unearthed something. It feels so solid." As a dull thud resonated across the field, nearly everyone heard that sonorous tolling, as if it could penetrate the very soul. "What is happening? What is going on?" Rick hastily emerged from the plastic shelter, only to find the evolved individuals gathered around a colossal cylindrical object, pointing and murmuring, "Why, lord, the scavengers have unearthed a treasure." As another resounding chime echoed, pushing through the crowd, Rick finally saw the object clearly. It was a massive bell, approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, glimmering a golden hue as if forged from pure gold. Lacking intricate patterns, it nonetheless exuded an air of solemnity, with 2 ancient characters engraved upon the bell face. Seemingly capable of suppressing mountains and rivers, the denizens of the beggar-tainted world could not comprehend the significance of the engravings, but if Xiao Yang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the 2 characters as Ichi. On the opposite side of the bell, a long, narrow opening indicated the reason for its abandonment. Surrounding the bell, several scavengers were clearing away debris, occasionally striking the bell face, producing a deep, resonant sound, as the bell tolled incessantly. Rick suddenly swayed, as if in that fleeting moment, he was reclaiming his lost balance. "Jonah, do you feel that? I sense it. The ground is trembling." Boom! This time, everyone felt the tremor, akin to a dragon turning in its slumber, causing many scavengers to lose their footing and topple to the ground. The quake did not cease. Rather, it intensified, with certain areas of the ground heaving and cracking, small stones erupting from the fissures. "Not good! Get out of the way! Something is underground!" Rick shouted, retreating in a frenzy. The heightened perception and sharp instincts of the third tier evolved enabled him to discern the anomaly immediately. Evidently, the subterranean entities are of colossal proportions. Regrettably, it is far too late, for in the very next second after he issued his warning, a root, half a meter in diameter, shot skyward, propelling the heavy bell into the air along with several nearby evolved individuals. With a resounding clang, the bell crashed to the ground, yet those evolved beings did not descend. Following the undulating trajectory of the root, they were ensnared, resembling statues in its iron grip. "Help me," the root, as thick as a water barrel, constricted these individuals with serpent-like tenacity. The immense pressure swiftly rendered them mute, their bones crushed, leaving them on the brink of demise, after witnessing the giant root slaughter several evolved beings. The others finally emerged from their shock. A massive azure blade of wind swept through, severing one of the roots in mid-air. In that instant, Rick launched his counterattack. This seasoned third-tier wind manipulator showcased his formidable prowess, effortlessly bisecting the otherwise resilient root that even Xiao Yang could not contend with, all before his extraordinary abilities. Do not panic, powers users, organize your abilities for an assault. Evolved individuals, concentrate your fire on that accursed entity and strike with all your might. True to their professional training, under Rick's command, the previously scattered and terrified group regained their composure and prepared to retaliate. A dozen powers users took turns unleashing their abilities upon these bizarre plants: wind, fire, earth, ice, lightning. Various assaults rained upon the roots. Meanwhile, the soldiers swiftly readied themselves for battle, unleashing a barrage of bullets of all calibers upon the roots. Despite the roots' formidable exterior, they became pockmarked under the relentless barrage. It seemed as though they had utterly provoked the mysterious underground flora, as more roots surged forth from the fissures, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, viciously attacking the surrounding crowd. Monstrous creatures! The unarmed scavengers fled in desperation, witnessing their companions ensnared and strangled by the roots. Even more horrifying, some of the specialized roots pierced through the bodies like hardened syringes, instantly draining the flesh from the corpses, leaving only skin and bones behind. It was as if a straw had siphoned the contents of a chilled cola, leaving nothing but ice behind. Run for your lives, Chapter 41. The sorrowful tree in the trash heap, however. No one cared for the fate of the scavengers. Even the evolved beings of Clara City were preoccupied with their own survival. Although these newly emerged roots were not as thick, they exhibited remarkable agility. Several evolved individuals inadvertently fell victim to the syringe-like roots, meeting the same ghastly fate of being drained to mere husks. The scene was utterly tragic. In that moment, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. With the increasing number of roots, the air was filled with desperate and harrowing cries. Stay calm. Form groups. Bombardment teams. Prepare. Throw your explosives into those fissures. Rick exemplified the composure expected of a commander. His rallying call. The soldiers of Clara City began to form combat teams of 10, systematically targeting the roots. Concurrently, some evolved individuals, equipped with snakeskin bags, hurled grenades and incendiary bottles, powerful one-time use weapons. With their superior physiques, these volatile items were hurled far and accurately. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from the fissures, sending debris and fragments of plants soaring into the air. Although those flexible roots were agile, they lacked the resilience of their sturdier counterparts. Additionally, the incendiary bottles proved remarkably effective. These makeshift weapons from the realm of survival games yielded unforeseen results. Flames engulfed the roots, inflicting tremendous ongoing damage. This creature fears fire, Jonah. Understood. Fire manipulators, follow my lead, Jonah shouted, rallying several fire wielders behind him to unleash their powers. In an instant, fireballs of various sizes filled the air, causing the atmosphere to become sweltering. One fireball, measuring 4 meters in diameter, soared towards the thickest root, a manifestation of Jonah's own abilities as a fire manipulator. The ignited root twisted and writhed in agony, thrashing the ground as if struck at its vital point. After a few convulsive motions, it collapsed, motionless. The flames quickly extinguished, revealing charred sections of the roots. Is it dead? It should be, having been reduced to charcoal. Yoshida, go checked. An evolved individual endowed with speed, under Rick's command, approached to investigate. He kicked the root twice, receiving no response, even going so far as to slice through a tendril with his blade. The roots remained still. Captain, it appears to be dead. Wonderful. The monster has been burnt to a crisp. While it was quite formidable, finding a method to slay it was not overly complicated. All thanks to Captain Rick's adept leadership. And Jonah's flames were impressive. The evolved individuals eagerly began to collect the severed roots, which seemed to harbor considerable energy. In the distance, Mary, observing from afar, turned with skepticism. Is this what you termed terrifying? While indeed quite powerful, it hardly seems insurmountable. Xiaoyang would never concede to being inept. Experience warned him that this creature was not so simple, and the ordeal was far from over. In his strategy, both sides were meant to suffer substantial losses, with the peculiar plant needing to be eradicated. Shouldn't be this week. Let us observe further, for I still have contingencies. On the battlefield, the soldiers of Clara City rejoiced as they collected the energy-infused wood. The previous bombardments had left numerous wooden fragments scattered across the ground. Used wisely, these might even lead to evolutionary awakening. No one could resist such temptation. Rick picked up a segment of root for closer examination. The outer bark had been carbonized, revealing a fresh, moist core, and around its edges, a faint green hue emerged. He twisted it in his hand, stripping away the charred exterior, unveiling a vibrant green layer beneath, which was indeed fresh bark. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he hastily collected another segment of root, discovering the same fresh bark beneath the carbonized surface. This vivid green was strikingly alive and glaring. He scanned the surroundings, noticing his subordinates fighting over the roots, some even attempting to excavate more from the fissures. His unease escalated to its peak. It was said that those living near the Clara River would toss refuse into the water before fishing, thereby luring more mutated fish into their nets. The roots stirred restlessly, and Rick, nearly expending all his strength, shouted, "Retreat! Everyone! For the love of all that is holy, fall back!" However, before he could finish, the chilling cries of despair reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a living root piercing through an evolved individual, lifting them into the air. blood cascading from the still-attached carbonized mass and soaking into the earth. It's a trap. Before he could react further, segments of roots shot towards him from the air, far more numerous than before. In his frantic state, a powerful gust of wind erupted from his back, propelling him away and narrowly avoiding the deadly ambush of the roots. The same chaos unfolded in every corner. These roots were far from dead. Although their exteriors had been carbonized, new bark had already sprouted within, their life force incredibly tenacious. The earlier feigned death was merely a ruse to attract more evolved beings. Fulfilling their true purpose. This plant possesses intelligence. The attack came too suddenly. Some soldiers had not even comprehended what was occurring before their throats were pierced by roots. The air was filled with screams and pleas for help, littered with the bodies of soldiers who hadn't even had the chance to fire their weapons. Within the roots' dominion, individual evolved beings stood no chance against them. People fled in a panicked frenzy. Akin to flies, do not scatter. Center around the power's users, engage in group tactics. Rick and Jonah wielded remnants of weaponry from the realm of fox spirits, relentlessly severing the roots to rescue nearby soldiers. Attempting to stabilize the situation. Alas, evolved beings continued to perish. With each death, a syringe-like root would swiftly drain the vibrant bodies into desiccated corpses. It was voraciously absorbing nutrients. Finally, it seemed they had reached a critical juncture. The ground at the center of the battlefield collapsed with a thunderous roar. As a colossal tree burst forth from the earth, it grew at an astonishing pace, transforming from a slender sapling into a 3-meter-wide tree in the blink of an eye. The trunk towered approximately 30 meters high, with a crown diameter reaching 60 meters, continuously sprouting delicate pink leaves. The shape of those leaves suddenly reminded Rick of those stored in the warehouse, sending chills down his spine. The sorrowful tree. It's the sorrowful tree. How could it possibly be here? It should be in Tushan. In the distance, Xiaoyang wiped the lens of his telescope, struggling to believe his own eyes. The bitter love tree is a divine tree within the realm of the Fox Demon Bride, serving as the very foundation of the entire Tushan Fox Demon Hongxian world. It possesses unique divine powers that can assist both humans and demons in reincarnation and rekindling their destinies, as well as aid fox demons in their cultivation. The leaves Xiaoyang consumed had fallen from this tree. According to the lore of the fox demon world, this tree had nurtured 3 fox demon emperors, ranking among the strongest beings in the realm. The mere presence of it in the garbage world sent a shiver of fear through Xiaoyang. This is a complete mess. Chapter 42. The Crimson Bitter Love Tree. No, it must not be the bitter love giant tree of Tushan. Although this tree is indeed large, in comparison to Tushan's bitter love tree, it is merely a small twig. After deliberating, Xiaoyang filtered through the plot, smacking his forehead. Could it be that wasteful thing? If this is not the main body of the bitter love giant tree, then it is highly likely a new sapling that has sprouted. Where there is a tree, there are fruits. Where there are fruits, there are seeds. The bitter love tree in the fox demon world does bear fruit, and seeds do indeed exist. Xiaoyang recalled that during the Tushan battle, there seemed to be a harbinger beast that devoured the fruit of the bitter love giant tree, experiencing a surge in power, only to be swiftly knocked out by Tushan Yaya, who caused it to regurgitate the fruit. Although the scene was fleeting, a fruit from the bitter love tree did fall to the ground, still glistening with the saliva of the harbinger beast, likely entering this world along with the garbage. The fruit of the bitter love tree inherently harbors immense energy, and even if the harbinger beast did not have time to digest it, it could take off from the spot, shattering even Tushan Yaya's ice. It is not impossible for such a large tree to grow in a short time. Realizing this, Xiaoyang suddenly felt he had missed a fortune. This is the fruit of the bitter love tree. Why couldn't I have unearthed it sooner? How I long to taste it. What? You say it is covered in the saliva of the harbinger beast? I dare to eat the harbinger beast. Why would I fear its saliva? However, this bitter love tree seems a bit different, so brutal, almost like a demonic tree, and its leaves are evidently more crimson. Xiaoyang gazed towards the distant battlefield. The leaves unearthed from the ruins were of a pale pink hue, while the leaves of this bitter love tree, in its growth, had become increasingly blood-red, gradually resembling the color of blood. The valley floor. As the trunk continued to grow, the attacks of the tree roots had momentarily subsided. This provided the beleaguered soldiers of Kila City a brief respite. Soon, they extricated themselves from the entanglement of the roots and gathered together. This sudden onslaught had claimed the lives of over 80 warriors, including several evolved and awakened ones. Such a tremendous loss fueled Rick's ire towards the colossal tree. Everyone, concentrate your fire. Aim for that tree. Tommy, don't hold back on the Molotov cocktails or grenades. Throw everything you have at it. The fury of Rick was palpable, and the others felt the same pent-up frustration. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon the tree. Its immense size rendered it nearly impossible to miss. However, the bark of the trunk was far sturdier than the roots, with handgun bullets merely leaving faint white marks, while only rifle bullets could create noticeable dents. Machine gunners, aim carefully and fire with conviction. Shell casings clattered and fell to the ground as a barrage of bullets peppered the bark, creating a multitude of pockmarks. The machine gunner seemed to possess some form of visual ability, precisely concentrating the bullet's weak points within a ping-pong-sized area. A single bullet might inflict limited damage on this sapling of the bitter love tree, but an onslaught of bullets in the same spot finally caused the tree to feel pain. In addition to the machine guns, several soldiers dragged out 2 rusted mortars to bombard the towering tree. Enraged, the colossal tree unleashed countless roots that surged skyward, sweeping towards the soldiers of Kila City. Jonah, let's hit it hard. Understood. Rick and Jonah stood side by side, their abilities surging with intensity. On one side, a fierce wind howled, swirling into a massive tornado. On the other, flames roared, dry and scorching, as an enormous fireball gradually formed. The two unleashed their powers simultaneously, merging fire and wind, as the wind fueled the flames and the flames intensified the wind, creating a formidable firestorm that ravaged everything in its path. In an instant, the firestorm collided with the roots. If it weren't for the absurdity of the garbage mountains surrounding them, Xiaoyang would have felt transported to the world of Naruto. From the scene before him, it appeared that the flames held the upper hand. Although the roots succeeded in blocking the firestorm from directly assaulting the tree's trunk, they were reduced to charred remnants, with only a few larger roots remaining intact. This combined skill, infused with the searing heat of fire and the destructive force of wind, left Rick and Jonah gasping for breath, as the attack had taken a considerable toll on them. Despite their mutual animosity, their abilities complemented each other perfectly, which was the primary reason they could work as partners. Meanwhile, the giant tree trembled violently, its branches and leaves swaying as if it had sustained significant injury. However, just as they were about to display their satisfaction, the ground beneath them trembled, the earth and debris collapsing. Centered around the crimson bitter love tree, the ruins formed from heaps of garbage crumbled, and the roots began to writhe anew. The tree was moving. Countless twisted roots dragged the massive trunk forward, appearing slow but actually swifter than an average person's run, under the crushing weight of its size. One soldier after another was strangled and drained, with even second-tier evolved beings falling victim. Its leaves grew even redder. Once again, Rick and Jonah executed a combination skill, but it was swiftly thwarted by the roots, which then rapidly sprouted anew. The cost of this failure was several evolved beings turned into desiccated corpses. 4th tier. It must be a 4th-tier creature. Rick, we need to flee. We cannot win this. Jonah's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he longed to escape this place. Rick forced a smile, wishing he could retreat as well, but with so many soldiers' lives lost, how could he, as the leader, abandon them? He summoned his powers, frantically wielding wind blades against the giant tree, rescuing one evolved being and shouting, "All who are conscious, heed my orders and retreat. Everyone, fall back. Jonah, take those still aware and leave at once. Report to the city lord. I will cover your escape." Jonah feigned reluctance but inwardly rejoiced. He had awaited this command, fully aware of Rick's character. Under the protection of this 3rd-tier evolved being, Jonah hurriedly led the remaining evolved individuals away, albeit towards the location of the storeroom. Chapter 43. The proper use of ghost vines outside Fox Demon Garbage. Point number 1. In the storeroom. What a blunder. I never anticipated this crimson bitter love tree to be so formidable. The people of Kila City are utterly inept. After such a prolonged battle, it appears the enemy is still thriving, rendering my days of service akin to fishing in the sea utterly futile. As Xiaoyang lamented, he meticulously packed the supplies harvested from the scavengers in Kila City over the past few days into plastic bottles, while a few fallen soldiers from Kila City lay at his feet. Tendrils of dark purple ghost vines were taking root in the corpses, slowly transforming them into fertilizer. Such ruthlessness from the capitalists. In just 3 days, they had amassed such a bounty. Now that is what one calls ambition. He gazed at the piles of bitter tree leaves stacked on the shelves and sighed. Those leaves must weigh around 400 to 500 pounds, if he were to collect them the way he usually did. It would take him over a week. In addition to the bitter tree leaves, Xiaoyang had also gathered some seeds. 40 to 50 peach pits neatly arranged in a box, presumably spat out by the six-eared sister, along with other fruit stones and seeds that he couldn't quite identify. Furthermore, there were numerous magical artifacts piled together, though they were all broken fragments, such as tattered knives and shields. What could they possibly want with these useless relics? Could they be repaired? Amidst the assortment of miscellaneous items, he stumbled upon something intriguing. He opened a cardboard box to discover chunks of dark brown, hard material, resembling keratin cut from some creature's body. It appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, yet it exuded a peculiar aura that suggested it was far from ordinary. He decided to keep it for now. Then, rubbing his hands together, he whispered a prayer to the myriad deities and opened another box nearby. Upon seeing its contents, his face turned a shade of green. Goodness, is there no sense of decency? Inside lay a heap of rabbit droppings. Disgusting. This young man, who had been digging through feces, suddenly seemed to have developed a sense of superiority. Yet, these rabbit droppings were unusually large. The box contained round, dark pellets, some as big as buns. Such sizable excrement indicated the rabbit's impressive stature. Could it be that enormous rabbit ridden by Tu Shan Susu? Wasn't it called the Crimson Eye Rabbit, rumored to possess formidable strength? Perhaps these could be used as fertilizer? Xiaoyang pinched his nose and collected the rabbit droppings. That seemed to be all. So he hurried to leave. Just as Xiaoyang was about to depart, the storeroom door swung open, and a group of people rushed in. Hurry, Rick probably won't last much longer. Take whatever you can carry. But if anyone dares to speak out against the Lord, don't blame me for turning hostile, Jonas said as he opened the door, coordinating with the evolvers behind him to synchronize their narrative for their return. The newly arrived evolvers nodded in agreement. Despite their disheveled appearance, they couldn't hide their joy. They had initially thought they would merely scrape a little oil, but now it seemed they might feast on a substantial bounty. The Kila City team had been annihilated, so losing a bit of supplies seemed quite reasonable. Clearly, they intended to pilfer the contents of the storeroom for themselves. What a bunch of fools! If it weren't for the shortage of laborers, they wouldn't even have had the chance, Jonas scorned inwardly. Once they left this place, he would deal with them. The ultimate victor would still be him. With a pleasant demeanor, Jonah pushed open the door, only for his smile to slowly fade. The vast storage room lay utterly barren. Not even a scrap of cardboard remained, save for a black-haired youth standing before the shelves. Xiaoyang, what are you doing here? Where are the supplies? Suddenly, he recalled that he hadn't seen Xiaoyang on the battlefield. Due to the unexpected turn of events, both he and Rick had failed to notice that the former ruler of Kila City had vanished. Now, Xiaoyang stood before him. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind, forming a coherent narrative. Old Hawk, the theft incident, the spatial treasure, the vanished items from the shelves. Only Xiaoyang had been there with a single backpack. Damn it, he had been deceived. Jonah instantly pieced it all together, his fury igniting. I can't believe you tricked both me and Rick. The spatial treasure is in your possession, isn't it? In an instant, everyone grasped the situation. It was evident that the so-called theft was a performance orchestrated by this Xiaoyang. How utterly infuriating, however, excitement surged among them. This was a spatial treasure. Such a tremendous opportunity lay before them. They couldn't let him escape. Had they not encountered him, the missing supplies would have undoubtedly been blamed on Old Hawk. They had to admit, his audacity was impressive. Jonah pressed forward, and the evolvers behind him silently blocked all avenues of escape. Yet Xiaoyang remained unfazed, casually leaning against the wooden frame. exuding an air of calm. I truly wonder where you draw your confidence from. Speed? Even if you were the fastest, do you honestly believe you can escape the encirclement of so many evolvers? At this moment, over a dozen evolvers had completely surrounded Xiaoyang. Observing the indifference on his face, tinged with a hint of a smile, a surge of anger welled up within Jonah. He resolved to crush this yellow-skinned man's skull slowly, turning him to ashes. Die! In an instant, flames erupted, forming a dazzling yellow fireball that even the evolvers nearest to Jonah found unbearable. However, before the fireball could be launched, it fizzled out. Jonah, poised to unleash his power, suddenly doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, as if he were undergoing unspeakable torment. How could this happen? I haven't even had sour wine recently, Jonah thought. Yet the next moment, all the evolvers fell to their knees simultaneously, shrieking in agony. Help! It hurts! Something's in my stomach. Get it out! It hurts so much. It's moving. Oh no! It's trying to burrow out. Before this evolver could utter another word, a purple vine burst forth from his throat, silencing him. With a loud pop, his abdomen exploded, unleashing a cascade of dark purple vines, resembling a blooming flower of death, its surface adorned with menacing thorns glistening with droplets of blood. The evolver's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his own abdomen, the pain etched on his face freezing into a grimace as his body gradually withered. The scene was so horrifying that the remaining onlookers momentarily forgot their cries. What on earth did you do? Jonah asked, terror-stricken, his voice trembling. Regrettably, Xiaoyang offered no response. He had already exhausted too many expressions on these individuals. The vine was none other than the ghost vine. Its parasitic ability could produce a multitude of imperceptible special seeds, stealthily embedding itself within its prey, taking root and sprouting. Ghost vines, when externally parasitic, primarily function through entanglement and toxin paralysis, rarely capable of directly penetrating an enemy to deliver a fatal blow. However, if rooted within the stomach of its prey, even the feeblest ghost vine could easily slay an evolver. This was the true application of the ghost vine. Everyone in Kila City had consumed food laced with ghost vine seeds, and even Xiaoyang had eaten a considerable amount to lower Rick's guard. However, Xiaoyang had directly controlled the ghost vine's mother plant and possessed the powerful skill of life absorption, rendering the ghost vine seeds ineffective against him. This was Xiaoyang's most formidable safeguard. 3 days ago, the lives of everyone in the Kila City team lay within his grasp. Did they truly believe that Xiaoyang's possessions were so delectable? Had it not been for the need to have them deal with that mysterious plant, these individuals might have perished long ago. Yet that tree remained as lively as ever. Such a brutal demise shattered the spirits of several evolvers. Boss Xiao, spare us. It was all Jonah's doing. He brought us here. It was his orders. Please, let me go. From now on, we'll all follow your lead. The evolvers fell to their knees, pleading, their cries of despair momentarily forgotten. Only Jonah remained silent, watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Jonah summoned the last vestiges of his powers, determined to make one final, desperate attempt. Lunging forward, burn for me. Yet, all that could be heard was Xiaoyang snapping his fingers, causing an exceptionally robust ghost vine to bloom instantaneously. The flames extinguished. This avaricious third-tier ability user seemed particularly to the liking of the ghost vine. Chapter 44. Xiaoyang versus the Grievous Tree. Following this, a cacophony of screams erupted within the room, leaving only a dozen or so ghost vines swaying. The scene was so horrifying that even Xiaoyang felt a twinge of discomfort. However, there was no alternative. If he did not take such measures, he might meet a far grimmer fate. Should the secrets of the spatial treasures be exposed, he would likely find no peace thereafter. Once they had perished completely, Xiaoyang retrieved a purple-black bulbous object from his backpack, the progenitor of the ghost vine. He observed as several resilient tendrils emerged from the progenitor, penetrating the corpses. The bodies of the evolved beings withered at a visible rate, along with the ghost vine offspring on them, which also began to wither. This was the unique feeding method of the ghost vine, which hunted for food through its offspring, allowing the progenitor to absorb their nutrients. After consuming the energy of these evolved beings, the ghost vine's filamentous scales became increasingly resilient, and its sapphire blue patterns grew ever more vibrant. Notably, after assimilating the corpse of Jonah, a third-tier evolved being, he could sense a marked enhancement in the ghost vine. Within the wood-type ability user's perspective, the green light representing the ghost vine swelled significantly. The ghost vines entwined, with tendrils shooting out at high speed, easily crushing the wooden racks into splinters. The power was commendable. He estimated that this ghost vine must possess a lifespan of several thousand years. He needed to make a hasty retreat. If caught by that tree, it would spell trouble. Just as Xiaoyang prepared to leave, a tremendous explosion resounded, shaking the storeroom and toppling the wooden racks. Xiaoyang rushed outside to gaze into the distance, where a colossal cloud of smoke billowed from the battlefield, rapidly expanding, as if something had detonated. What on earth did Rick do? Such a commotion. Xiaoyang hurried over to investigate. As the smoke dissipated, he beheld a vast circular pit where the explosion had occurred. At its center, the scarlet grievous tree had half its body obliterated, surrounded by the remnants of shattered branches. Yet Rick was nowhere to be seen. The tree appeared gravely injured, with only a few scattered evolved beings from Clara City being flung far away, liberated from the insatiable hunger that once consumed them. What in the world happened? Where is Rick? Xiaoyang seized a barely conscious evolved being, demanding answers. Captain Rick is dead. He sacrificed himself to save us, entangled by that tree, perishing together. Damn it, perishing together? That tree is still alive. Unclear of the methods Rick employed, a powerful explosion had severely injured the scarlet grievous tree. Rick was gone, but the battle was far from over. Although the grievous tree seemed somewhat weakened, it had already begun to regrow its bark on the remaining half of its body. Countless roots on the ground were slowly writhing, incessantly searching for human corpses, seemingly intent on regaining strength through consumption. This is bad. We cannot allow it to succeed. Ghost vine, entwine. Across the ruins, clusters of purple-black tendrils blossomed. Whether dead or alive, the soldiers of Clara City were slain by Xiaoyang using the ghost vine. Subsequently, the progenitor of the ghost vine moved, competing with the roots of the scarlet grievous tree for the corpses of the evolved beings. Xiaoyang continuously teleported, specifically targeting the corpses of those with higher evolutionary levels. Despite the multitude of roots from the grievous tree, their sluggishness allowed him to gain the upper hand. Enraged, the grievous tree's crimson leaves rustled ominously. That pesky rodent! This time, I will devour this wretched thing. The roots flailed wildly, resembling venomous serpents pursuing Xiaoyang hungrily. Thick roots barreled toward him, yet as a second-tier evolved being, Xiaoyang deftly evaded with a sidestep. Days of consuming the grievous tree had heightened his mental acuity, enhancing his control over abilities and perceptive skills to a new level. Coupled with the grievous tree's injuries, its speed diminished. Thus, in this relentless chase, Xiaoyang always managed to escape just in time whenever surrounded by roots. At that moment, he resembled a nimble mongoose toying with a swarm of snakes. This was not the underground. However, cartoon, fireball technique. Amidst the chase, Xiaoyang did not forget to counterattack. He turned back, unleashing a fireball larger than a meter in diameter, incinerating a branch into char. The fireball technique, executed in his second-tier state, now possessed a considerable lethality. The grievous tree was infuriated, its leaves nearly shedding completely, as a wave of soul-sapping hunger emanated from its being. So hungry, please, give me something to eat. I need food, hurry. A chorus of desperate whispers echoed in his mind. Even though Xiaoyang lived in an affluent era and had never experienced hunger, he now felt a profound sense of starvation. This ability to transmit emotional distress. It was rumored that the grievous tree had ties to the outcasts. It seemed the tales held truth. Perhaps because hunger was the most intense emotional memory of scavengers, this grievous tree evoked an insatiable desire for gluttony through its singular fixation on devouring. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was robust, and having never endured a famine, the effect was minimal. Just as he hesitated, the grievous tree expended a tremendous amount of vitality, and around Xiaoyang, a dense circle of roots suddenly lunged forth. forming a colossal net that constricted sharply. Not good, instantaneous movement. Simultaneously, beneath his trousers, two movement talismans emitted their final warmth. The combination of both unleashed an astounding speed, barely allowing him to evade the root's deadly embrace. Damn it, what a loss! The depletion of these two movement talismans pained Xiaoyang deeply. They were his most cherished talismans, having saved his life on multiple occasions, despite his frugality in their usage. They had finally exhausted their last energies after such prolonged use, having been salvaged from a refuse pile in his bag. Only one last movement talisman remained, but it required two to activate. Oh, you take me for a fool? Last time he nearly perished underground. Now, he had sacrificed two talismans again. Xiaoyang was furious. He patted the plastic bottle at his waist, retrieving a red scroll. Let your corpse compensate for my losses. The water-stopping scroll. Do not disappoint me. He hurled the sealing scroll. With a resounding boom, white mist spread as the scroll unfurled. To the center, characters resembling tadpoles formed a seal, prominently displaying a colossal character for fire. A searing aura flowed over the scroll, and massive flames erupted, forming three flame dragons that soared and roared through the air. Heavens! What is that? In the distance, Zhang Daqiang and others were evacuating the scavengers. Witnessing the fire dragons ascend above the valley, everyone gaped in astonishment. Could this truly be the level attainable by a fire-type ability user? Why was he not launching fireballs instead? How cool! They never imagined the people of Clara City were so formidable. Jim was envious, believing it to be a skill exhibited by someone from Clara City, as Xiaoyang had only taught them the fireball technique. Beneath the fire dragons, the grievous tree sensed an immense threat. It was the first time it had ever felt fear, a sensation distinct from hunger, an exceedingly unwelcome emotion. Driven by instinct, all roots and branches swiftly retracted, intertwining to form a vast circular barrier around its trunk. At this moment, the fire dragons had completed their charge, and Xiaoyang bellowed, "Fire release, flame dragon wave." The three fire dragons roared and intertwined, launching themselves toward the grievous tree from various angles. The fire dragons were unlike ordinary flames. They appeared corporeal, coiling around the roots of the barrier, continuously scorching the grievous tree. The roots rapidly carbonized, being methodically sliced away. Inside the barrier, the grievous tree's branches and leaves thrashed violently as the scorching air caused moisture to evaporate rapidly. Finally, with a thunderous crack, the root barrier shattered. The fire dragons entwined around the grievous tree, their final energies coalescing into a colossal blaze that erupted violently. Xiaoyang shielded himself from the searing shockwave. And through the gaps, he could faintly see the blazing inferno where the dark, swaying silhouette of the tree was engulfed by a blinding explosion. Coughing, Xiaoyang rose from the ground, his visage covered in soot. That previous onslaught had been overwhelmingly powerful, even toppling him as the smoke cleared. The ground lay strewn with charred remains. The explosion's epicenter, a massive pit several meters in diameter, still radiated intense heat. In the center of the pit, a charred tree trunk stood ominously, some blackened sections still smoldering. Given this state, it should be dead, right? However, recalling Rick's earlier misfortune, Xiaoyang decided to proceed with caution. Ghost vine entwine. Behind his backpack, a series of thornless vines entwined around his body, weaving into a complete set of vine armor. This was a newly developed skill of Xiaoyang. Yet, this was not sufficient. He also retrieved 4 or 5 battered shields from a bottle. Vines extended from the armor, curling around these shields, forming a comprehensive defense in front of him. With a sense of security established, Xiaoyang gradually approached the charred trunk of the tree. This tree was colossal, towering even at a mere height of over 10 meters and a diameter of 4 meters. It remained a behemoth in comparison to him. The vines wielded blades, incessantly slicing through the trunk, as its charred exterior rendered the task relatively straightforward. Suddenly, with a crack, the trunk split open, and a green shadow darted out. Xiaoyang was taken aback, and the shields instinctively positioned themselves in front of him. Damn it, the old cunning fox is not dead after all, however. Just as he braced himself for an attack from the massive tree, the small green sapling plunged headfirst into the ground, vanishing from sight. Just like that, it fled. He could hardly believe that this pitiful tree had escaped so nimbly, leaving him no time to react. Could it be? All for naught, and he gained nothing. Xiaoyang felt a wave of despair, realizing he had suffered a significant loss. Huh? What is this? In the fissure of the trunk, a powerful vitality emanated, revealing a pool of crystalline green liquid at its heart. Chapter 45. Assessing the harvest, Xiaoyang examined it closely. The liquid was clear and translucent, emitting a faint green glow, rather than merely a pool. It resembled a viscous resin, pulsating with intense energy. Inside the trunk, there was a distinctly hollow section shaped like a small tree. The wooden walls were adorned with a layer of the same translucent green resin. Near the roots, the resin was more abundant, forming a small pool approximately the size of a basin, with some hollow spaces beneath. Within the resin, Xiaoyang discovered tiny rootlets, seemingly left behind in the haste of the fleeing sapling. What a treasure! Such a potent energy fluctuation and abundant life force, only slightly inferior to that of the celestial peach, and the quantity was substantial. Perhaps it even possessed other unique functions. Xiaoyang scooped a spoonful to taste. The liquid was sweet, sending a rush of clarity to his mind, leaving him invigorated and with sharpened senses. It could enhance mental acuity. The resin left behind by this pitiful tree retained the same properties as the leaves of the mother tree, significantly amplifying mental faculties. Furthermore, it was imbued with powerful life energy, potentially useful for healing applications. Although Xiaoyang could restore his own injuries by absorbing the life force of plants, he could not extend this ability to others. With these resins, he might address some unforeseen emergencies. Not only that, but I sense an enhancement in the quality of my wood-based abilities, though the specifics remain elusive. Perhaps further consumption is necessary. Just these benefits alone made this battle worthwhile. Xiaoyang fashioned a preservation box from the trunk and ghost vines, squatting down and exerting great effort to scrape all the resin into it. Additionally, the section of the trunk near the heart appeared extraordinary. The wood was exceptionally hard, concealing considerable energy, which might prove useful in the future. In the distance, Jim and the others approached, their eyes widening at the sight of the corpses and charred remains scattered about. Speechless in awe, the wind stirred up a cloud of ash, the flames at the roots still flickering. Their boss, Xiaoyang, stood atop a fallen giant trunk, a solitary figure with a blade, his back turned to the world. Jim was exhilarated. Undoubtedly, all of this was the doing of his leader. He recalled the massive fire dragons and felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the boss had yet to unleash his more advanced techniques. Jim yearned for the spectacular effects of the fire dragons soaring into the sky. The sycophantic Jim approached, eager to please. Xiaogu, the scavengers have safely retreated. Is there anything else that needs arranging? Xiaoyang regarded the poor soul, nodding in encouragement. Yes, very well, call them over. Jim replied. The team from Kila City is finished. The pitiful tree has fled, but there is still a mess to clean up. The scavengers were reorganized to clear the final remnants of the Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site. Their methods were highly professional. The entire tree was uprooted, revealing some faint energy within the roots. And along with the scattered remnants of roots and decayed leaves, they made a considerable haul. Xiaoyang tested the leaves of the second-generation pitiful tree. They lacked the effects of the original, being merely slightly bitter, yet still edible as a vegetable. Regrettably, most of the tree had been reduced to charcoal. Otherwise, the yield would have been greater. As the valley buzzed with activity, Xiaoyang was observing a massive yellow bell. Its face emblazoned with two large characters, unmistakably indicating its identity. The Dao Alliance's treasure, the Hunyuan Qiqi bell. He gazed at the large hole in the back of the bell. Unfortunately, it was damaged and lacked the ability to trap enemies. He recalled that this bell was a crucial artifact within the Dao Alliance, once used to confine Tu Shan Rongrong, only to be shattered by the Northern Mountain Demon Emperor, Shi Quan. Had it not been for Shi Quan's external intervention, it was likely that even Tu Shan Rongrong would have remained confined. The bell had reappeared in later events. Could it be mass-produced? Clang! Xiaoyang struck the surface of the bell with the back of his knife. It was surprisingly sturdy. He decided to keep it for now and see if it would be useful in the future. After securing the bell, the scavengers were concluding their day of cleanup. Xiao Yang took stock of his gains and was pleasantly surprised by an unexpected find. First, a large bundle of 1,000 weights, seemingly retaining a bit of energy, still clinging to a few strands of fox fur. If he guessed correctly, this should be the very bundle that Bai Yuechu had smeared on Tu Shan Mimi's face back in the day, unexpectedly dug up. Next was a scoop of peculiar stone fragments, exuding a potent earth energy fluctuation, along with a hint of intense heat. Xiao Yang could not immediately discern their origin. Aside from these, there was an abundance of shared bicycles. With the annihilation of Kila City's populace, these bicycles, along with firearms and ammunition, had become Xiao Yang's spoils. The work was concluded. A tricycle led a grand procession of bicycles, laden with hefty treasures as they returned to Kel Town, halfway through. However, the flamboyant tricycle suddenly came to a halt, in a way, out of fuel. How unfortunate! In Kel Town, at Xiao Yang's quaint villa, succulent fish fillets sizzled on a wire rack, occasionally dripping with fat that fell onto the glowing charcoal below. Igniting small flames, Mary, with a pout, watched Xiao Yang flip the fish, unsure whether she was admiring the man or the food. Both looked delectable. It should be nearly ready. Xiao Yang sprinkled a handful of black sesame-like powder evenly over the fish, enhancing the flavor of the grilled black fish. This powder was the infamous ghost vine seeds, albeit rendered inactive by Xiao Yang's treatment, imparting a slight tingling spiciness, a decent seasoning in the garbage world. The juicy black fish paired with cold bitter tree leaves made for a meal worth a magnum bullet. Xiao Yang observed Mary, her mouth stuffed with food, and couldn't help but ask, by the way, "Mary, are you on the verge of advancing?" Recently, under Xiao Yang's diligent nurturing, Mary had been feasting on free rations daily, and her ability had been rapidly progressing. She was now close to the second tier. "I am about to break through," Mary mumbled with her cheeks full, too enraptured by the delicious fish to care about her image. "Would you like to try this?" Xiao Yang produced a small vial of pitiful tree resin. "What is this?" "I dug it out from that giant tree. It might help awaken your wood-based abilities, and no need. That purple horn should be sufficient, and I would prefer to awaken lightning abilities, which would complement my metal abilities." Mary glanced at Xiao Yang. "Moreover, our team currently requires a diversity of abilities." Xiao Yang scratched his head. "All right then, you should keep this. It could save your life in a critical moment." Besides Mary, others were also given a vial, and Xiao Yang explained the resin's properties. "Isn't this incredibly powerful? It can restore injuries, practically granting an extra life." In the garbage world, where everything was scarce, medicine was particularly precious. Such astonishing resin could fetch a fortune in Kila City. For now, the events in Kila City had reached a temporary conclusion. After dinner, Xiao Yang began to tally the items he possessed. From the world of Naruto, a detonating tag, several shurikens, kunai, 2 ninjutsu scrolls, and the ninja sword of Uchiha Shursui. From the world of Fox Demon, he had over 600 pounds of heartbreak tree leaves, more than 60 peach pits, and various unidentified seeds. A basin filled with crimson heartbreak tree resin, along with a considerable quantity of trunks and roots. 3 demon-catching bottles, one capable of actively absorbing enemies, though it consumes a lot of mana, so Xiao Yang seldom used it. Inferior binding ropes, a discarded primordial chi bell, and a few other magical artifacts that were nothing more than scrap metal. A teleportation talisman, an earth escape talisman, half of its energy remaining, an invisibility talisman, 2 talismans for the 1,000 leg drop, and a heavily depleted 1,000 leg drop talisman. Ice mixed with void tears and 9-turn mysterious watered. A substantial amount of celestial silkworm ice silk. An unknown black block that resembled some animal's horn. A scoop of peculiar energy-laden gravel. A pile of red-eyed rabbit droppings. A segment of the 2nd-generation heartbreak tree's root. From the world of Dolua, an ancient fire-type soul bone, and a ghost vine cultivated for thousands of years. From the world of Player Unknown's battlegrounds, an AWM equipped with an 8x scope, a gift from Old Hawk, containing 3 magnum bullets. Other firearms and ammunition, as well as a 3-wheeled motorcycle, need not be elaborated upon. From the world of Dupo Tsangqiong, a high-tier spatial ring, unsealed, which Xiao Yang surmised was left behind by a Dozong powerhouse, currently beyond his reach. From the garbage world, 5 or 6 snake skin bags filled with devil worm excrement. To his astonishment, Xiao Yang realized he had amassed considerable wealth. He understood that it was all due to his serendipitous encounter with the highest quality garbage point in the Fox Demon world, coupled with his extensive knowledge that far exceeded that of this realm. Alas, it seemed that future opportunities would not come so easily. Nevertheless, these items would keep him occupied for quite some time. If he wished to acquire more, Kertown was still too small a place. He recalled that some of the items were exchanged from Old Hawk's decades-long collection, indirectly indicating that aside from relying on luck and scavenging, garbage trading might be the best avenue to leverage his advantages. Should I consider collecting garbage in the future? Xiao Yang stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of this notion, only to be abruptly interrupted by a voice. Hey, you dio-haired fool, boo-hoo, you've ignored me for so many days. Perhaps you should clarify things. Do you not wish to live anymore? Amidst the pile of items, an old iPhone suddenly powered on, illuminating its screen. On the display appeared a handsome, tall man with iron-gray hair, adopting a pose of feigned sorrow, reminiscent of a woman abandoned, with a palpable sense of grievance emanating from the screen, enough to make one feel nauseated. Xiao Yang slapped his forehead, looking helplessly at the ceiling. Damn it, I forgot this wretched thing. The artificial intelligence from the Dragon Clan world, Fingerl EVA. Chapter 46. The usage of Fingerl. At first, Xiao Yang was somewhat bewildered. But based on the words Nibirongan and Lu Mingfei uttered earlier, he deduced that this must be an artificial intelligence possessing the personality of Fingerl. Before Xiao Yang had traversed here, the story of the Dragon Clan had yet to be completed, and he had no idea what had befallen this phone to leave it in such a state. Hey, Chinese kid, where is this? Is this not Nibirongan? I don't know, what is Nibirongan? Aren't you a hybrid? A pure Chinese, thank you. No. Don't you know about the Dragon Clan? The East Sea Dragon King. We Chinese are all descendants of dragons. Xiao Yang feigned ignorance, as the Dragon Clan was merely a novel in his world. He could not allow it to discover the truth. Really don't know. Fingerl expressed skepticism, as his database indicated an 80% probability that this man was lying. By the way, what are you? An artificial intelligence? How did you get here? Xiao Yang inquired. I don't know. I just powered on and found myself here. My storage space is damaged, and I can't remember many things. Indeed, this phone appeared to be in dire condition, with its screen slightly cracked. Then how did you arrive? I fell from a black hole, and when I awoke, I was in a garbage heap. Xiao Yang chose to be honest, as explaining his proficiency in Chinese was rather troublesome. A black hole? What the hell? Thus, Xiao Yang elucidated the general situation of the garbage world to her. In a way, that's absurd. A world filled with falling garbage every day? Are you sure this isn't a novel? Fingerl's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he might leap through the screen at any moment, then suddenly recalled something, retreating with a look of disdain. How could a garbage black hole drop you here? Could it be that you? Xiao Yang's expression darkened. Being discarded as garbage in this world would undoubtedly be among his most shameful experiences. You have 5 seconds to speak. Reorganize your words. And tell me what use you have, or I will toss you into the garbage heap. You dare. 5. Wait. Point 4. 3. Don't throw me. Let me think. Point 2. Bro. Spare me. Point 1. I've thought of something. Speak. On the screen, Fingerl suddenly transformed, adopting the guise of a rustic figure reminiscent of Zhuge Liang. Waving a feather fan and stroking his beard, speaking eloquently. My lord, allow me to analyze. According to my calculations, this world is materially deficient, with a civilization gap, suggesting that the technology is exceedingly primitive. I, Fingerl, possess knowledge in various fields, from agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing, to information technology, mining, mechanics, and construction. I can provide plans for you, making me an essential tool for traversing other worlds, slaying, cultivating, farming, and vying for supremacy. Based on my analysis of the plots from 108 web novels in my database, I should be your greatest asset in this lifetime. Fingerl twirled a few unkempt strands of beard, suddenly glancing back at Xiao Yang, his small eyes twitching, as if urging him to come and pay homage. Young man, though you lack a grandfather, you have me, Fingerl, and that is sufficient. Ugh. Xiao Yang opted to power off the device. Hey, how rude of you. He had forgotten that this fellow could turn on automatically. I am, after all, the most powerful artificial intelligence of a world. Give me sufficient computational hardware and database, and even a Gundam, I could dismantle it for you. This remark reminded Xiao Yang that the world of Gaia had a plethora of technologically advanced garbage. And perhaps this wretched thing might indeed prove useful. Enough of your rambling. First, provide me with a sniper training guide. Sure. In the following days, Kertown remained remarkably tranquil. Mary successfully ascended to a second-tier ability user and awakened her lightning powers. At that moment, the metallic daggers surrounding her had increased to 6, crackling with electric sparks, presenting an intimidating presence. Additionally, Xiao Yang equipped her with several firearms, hoping she could create an AK shield with infinite ammo. As for Xiao Yang, after repeatedly consuming the Heartbreak Tree resin, his mental strength surged significantly, expanding the control radius of his wood-based abilities to 40 meters. The speed and efficiency of inducing plant growth and absorbing their vitality had improved considerably. Simultaneously, he discovered that his wood abilities had acquired a new skill, which he dubbed Slave Mark, seemingly an evolved version of a gardener's abilities. By employing the Slave Mark skill on plants, he would imprint a spiritual mark upon them, rendering those marked plants entirely subservient to him, granting him dominion over their very existence. Perhaps he should henceforth be known as the plant manipulator. However, utilizing the slave mark demanded substantial energy, and success was not guaranteed. Currently, it was known to correlate with the resistance level of the plant, the exact reasons for which required further investigation, as he lacked experimental samples and had probably consumed insufficient resin. With the acquisition of the slave mark skill, Xiao Yang finally no longer had to worry about the Ghost Vine's potential rebellion. The Ghost Vine was no ordinary plant, but rather a soul beast destined to gain wisdom with its growth in the future. Currently, Xiao Yang's ability to utilize the Ghost Vine relied on the bond formed from nurturing it since childhood. Employing the Slave Mark skill on the Ghost Vine, a portion of his mental energy coalesced into a seed, plunging into the Ghost Vine's green life fire. The Ghost Vine trembled with unease. However, under Xiao Yang's reassurance, no unforeseen incidents occurred. The seed formed from his mental energy absorbed a portion of the Ghost Vine's life fire, sprouting a slender tendril resembling that of the Ghost Vine. The slave mark was successful. Xiao Yang could sense a profound connection with the Ghost Vine, as if it were an extension of himself. A truly wondrous phenomenon. However, the exertion of the slave mark left him somewhat mentally drained. In addition to the evolution of his wood abilities, the spiral sphere had finally completed its second stage of training. After more than a week of practice, the sphere successfully detonated in his hand. It seemed he was ready to proceed to the third stage of training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yang acknowledged that the spiral sphere was not something an ordinary person could master. It had taken 2 weeks to reach only the second stage, even with the consumption of copious brain-boosting leaves and resin. He estimated that his mental strength was approximately double that of an ordinary second-tier ability user. The physique significantly exceeds that of an ordinary second-tier supernatural being, which is likely a reflection of the vitality derived from the celestial peach and the resin of the sorrowful tree, resulting in an energy reservoir within that surpasses that of typical supernatural practitioners. I cannot help but wonder if this trajectory will lead to my transformation into an immortal physique. During the evolutionary process, the most pronounced enhancement in physique occurs just prior to ascending to the first-tier evolutionary stage. The subsequent evolution primarily revolves around the augmentation of internal energy, with improvements in physique and mental fortitude being less apparent, only manifesting significantly during the advancement phases. In Xiao Yang's understanding, the physique serves as a vessel, energy as water, supernatural talent as the method of utilizing that water, and mental strength as the mastery over it. An exemplary evolutionary practitioner should excel in all aspects. Beyond these tangible metrics, Xiao Yang has also gleaned numerous combat training methods from Feng Air, specifically designed for training hybrids at the Kaiser Academy. Under the formidable control of his mental strength, Xiao Yang has swiftly assimilated these combat techniques and can now engage in a balanced exchange with Mary. Let us take a moment to rest, Xiao Yang said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the advantage of his secret techniques, he still found himself outmatched by Mary's years of experience. Your progress is remarkable. Perhaps next time, you shall best me. Mary gasped, her magnificent chest heaving, inadvertently drawing the attention of a certain gentleman. I've recently acquired some authentic combat techniques. Perhaps I can arrange for you to learn alongside DeChong and others." Xiao Yang suggested, scratching his head. Although Feng Er often seemed disheveled, the quality of his offerings remained commendable. Just as Xiao Yang and Mary prepared for another bout, a purple light bulb unexpectedly protruded from the small Western-style building. Exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Xiao Yang, come quickly! I have succeeded!" Xiao Yang's heart leaped with joy. "Oh, you have truly managed to separate it? Lead me to it without delay." In Chapter 47, Sorrowful Mushrooms from the Sorrowful Tree. Within the warehouse of the small building, Xiao Yang beheld the object of his desire. On the table lay his cherished demon-catching mineral water bottle, adjacent to which was a small cup containing a shallow layer of azure liquid. "Oh, and beneath the table lies Jessie, sprawled out like a corpse," he noted. "Why is there so little?" Xiao Yang inquired, observing the scant amount of blue liquid at the bottom of the cup. "I did my utmost. Separating these substances is exceedingly taxing on mental energy, and melting these ice blocks is quite the challenge," Jessica lamented, giving a kick to the motionless Jessie on the ground. The substances Xiao Yang had instructed her to separate were indeed the ice blocks excavated from the Fox Demon No. 1 garbage site, infused with 9 turns profound in water and tears of the void. Jessica, having awakened water-type abilities, was tasked with sensing the 9 turns profound in water within, in the hopes of separating it from the tears of the void. To isolate these two unique substances, the ice blocks first required thawing. However, due to the presence of the 9 turns profound in water, the ice proved stubbornly resistant to melting. Jessie, adept in the art of the fireball technique, was thus assigned the task of melting the ice, and he was utterly exhausted. Xiao Yang's proposed method of separation was not overly complicated, by employing her water-type abilities to perceive and utilizing a repeated bisection method. The ordinary water could be eliminated to enhance the concentration of the solution, subsequently sensing the 9 turns profound in water and utilizing her water abilities to control their separation. This would yield high-purity 9 turns profound in water and concentrated tears of the void. These small azure droplets were peculiar. Whenever his supernatural abilities came into contact with them, they would become sluggish, making separation a formidable task. Xiao Yang lifted the small cup for closer inspection. He had anticipated that the water would be frigid, but to his surprise, it was at room temperature, albeit accompanied by an astonishing energy fluctuation. In the realm of the Fox Demon, even when diluted 1,000-fold. 9 turns profound in water could extinguish pure sun flames, although its other properties were not depicted in the comics. Thus, Xiao Yang remained uncertain whether it possessed any additional functions beyond extinguishing flames. "It seems further experimentation is in order," he mused, stroking his chin. In the garbage world, testing the efficacy of a spiritual substance was a rather crude affair. One simply ingested it to ascertain whether 9 turns profound in water was consumable. Xiao Yang procured a live black fish from the Devil Worm Cave and fed it half a cup of the azure liquid. Upon drinking the 9 turns profound in water, the black fish's scales shimmered with faint blue specks, and a mist enveloped its body, clearly indicating a notable enhancement in its water-type abilities. Seemingly invigorated by the transformation, the fish suddenly conjured a cerulean water arrow directed at its captor, the human. Xiao Yang raised his shield in defense, only to witness the water arrow curve deftly around it, hurtling directly towards the entrance. Fireball technique. Xiao Yang unleashed a large fireball in response. Upon the collision of water and fire, the fireball, measuring over 1 meter in diameter, faced off against the diminutive water arrow of mere centimeters, and astonishingly, the fireball faltered. It disintegrated as if it had met its nemesis, while the cerulean water arrow pierced through with ease. Its power undiminished. "Be careful," the onlookers exclaimed, their astonishment surpassing all expectations. Body flicker technique. Xiao Yang swiftly evaded the water arrow, observing a hole appear in the wall where he had just stood, light streaming in from the outside. The power of the water arrow was fearsome indeed. My heavens, is this truly the extent of what a water-type ability can achieve? Jessica stared, flabbergasted, at the hole in the wall. While the small building's walls were aging and not particularly robust, such effortless penetration unequivocally attested to the water arrow's formidable piercing capability. Excellent, Xiaoyang exclaimed exuberantly, swiftly dispatching the black fish with a single slap. This experiment had been resoundingly successful. Undoubtedly, 9 turns profound in water was safe for consumption and possessed the capacity to enhance water-type abilities. It not only bolstered the black fish's control over water, but also amplified the potency of the water itself, rendering it nearly overpowering against flames. In high spirits, Xiaoyang decided to reward the still-dazed Jessica with the black fish. Zhang Daqiang and the others were left envious, lamenting their lack of awakening to water-type abilities. Indeed, there are no useless abilities, only inept practitioners. The boss had not deceived him. Thus, the preparation of 9 turns profound in water became the foremost task for Jessie and Jessica's subordinates. If all went according to plan, the next stage of supernatural awakening would prioritize water-type abilities. Meanwhile, the tears of the void remained quietly suspended in the bottle, far too dangerous to be exposed. Only this single vial could contain it, making it prone to uncontrollable outbursts if mishandled. In addition to the promising news from Jessica, unexpected delight emerged from the mushroom shed as well. Boss, just ahead lies our mushroom cultivation site. You shall soon behold those adorable little fungi. Leading the way was a gray-haired youth clad in a school uniform, named Tang Chuan, who was responsible for mushroom cultivation in Qir Town. At this moment, he was brimming with excitement, almost eager to carry his employer there in a single bound. Xiaoyang maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, though inwardly, he was quite critical. Truly, the Beggar-Tyrians, who lived in constant proximity to refuse, exhibited unparalleled ingenuity in waste management. Initially, Xiaoyang had assumed that the roots of the crimson sorrowful trees would inevitably be ground into sawdust by the scavengers, consumed without a second thought. To his surprise, this genius had instead utilized them for mushroom cultivation, and successfully so. Following Tang Chuan's guidance, Xiaoyang encountered a row of small wooden cabins constructed from discarded timber. The roofs were adorned with various plastic bags, presumably for insulation. Before these wooden huts, several workers were laboriously sawing the roots of the sorrowful trees into wood chips, which they then combined with fungus spores, placing the mixture into plastic bags to create mycelium packages. Subsequently stored within the wooden shelters, Xiaoyang lifted a straw curtain, revealing workers misting a row of mycelium rods. To his delight, small mushrooms had already begun to sprout from these rods, appearing exceptionally charming. They resembled shiitake mushrooms, yet their stems were more slender. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these mushrooms contained a subtle energy. Cartoon, fireball technique. Xiaoyang ignited a string of mushrooms, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, accompanied by a faint woodsy scent. Upon tasting, the man was utterly captivated. He had previously sampled mushrooms from the garbage world, which had left much to be desired, often bitter and unpalatable. However, these small shiitake-like mushrooms cultivated from sorrowful tree wood chips were extraordinarily delectable, imbued with a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of wood, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. Xiaoyang was convinced that these mushrooms could enhance one's physique, though the effect was subtle and paled in comparison to the black fish meat. Long-term consumption would yield considerable benefits. What was most crucial was that the roots of the sorrowful trees were abundant, with the scavengers of Qir Town making numerous trips to retrieve them all. This indicated the potential for mass production of these mushrooms, which could foster a new generation of evolutionary practitioners in Qir Town. Moreover, once dried, the mushrooms would be remarkably durable for storage, making them ideal for trade. Given their origin from the sorrowful tree, Xiaoyang decided to name them sorrowful mushrooms. Tang Chuan, come here for a moment, he called to the mushroom cultivation expert, thoroughly satisfied with the mushrooms. Tang Chuan, puzzled yet hopeful upon witnessing his employer's evident satisfaction, approached. I have a few additional plants that you might want to experiment with. Xiaoyang produced a vine of a deep purple hue and handed it to Tang Chuan, wishing to experiment with the mushrooms cultivated from the ghost vine to see if they would yield any extraordinary effects. Remember, should you succeed in cultivation, do not allow anyone to consume them initially. Test them with other substances first, Xiaoyang cautioned Tang Chuan, emphasizing the toxicity of the ghost vine. However, there was no need for such a reminder, as the denizens of the garbage world had long since established their own protocols for testing the edibility of mushrooms. Tang Chuan nodded repeatedly, assuring him that he would fulfill the task. Excellent. Everyone has been working hard lately. Let us distribute some mushrooms for everyone to sample. I hereby declare that today, each person working in the mushroom cultivation shed may take home 2 pounds of bitter mushrooms. As soon as Xiao Yang's words echoed, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from within the mushroom shed, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Chapter 48. Prologue. As Ku'er Town began to cultivate bitter mushrooms on a large scale. Hundreds of kilometers away, a small yellow bicycle traversed the desolate plains. Old Lamb, drenched in sweat, pedaled vigorously, the sound of the bicycle echoing loudly, completely obscuring his lamb at leg. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled. With remnants of dirt and what seemed to be blood on his clothing, his lips cracked and parched, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Suddenly, the front wheel emitted a clatter as it rolled over a discarded plastic bottle, causing the unsteady old lamb to lose his balance and tumble to the ground along with his bicycle. Quickly regaining his footing, he hobbled forward, and upon ascending a mound of refuse, he beheld a large river stretching before him. Approximately 100 meters wide. The water emitted a foul odor, littered with heaps of garbage, some areas nearly choked with debris. Following the serpentine path of the river, he spotted clusters of towering buildings on the opposite shore, remnants of a bygone era of human construction. Though this was not his intended destination, after orienting himself, he turned towards the other side of the river, where a cluster of low-lying structures lay nestled by the riverbank. Kila City, I have finally arrived. On this day, the guards of Kila City encountered a peculiar, limping scavenger. He appeared disheveled, moving hastily, seemingly in a state of mental disarray, muttering, "They are all dead. All dead. Halt. What is your purpose, my lord? I must speak with the lord of the city. Captain Rick and Captain Jonah are dead. The people of Kila City have all perished." Old Lamb suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In the heart of Kila City, the lord's residence, a modest 10-story building, was the scene of Old Lamb's desperate recounting of the nightmares he had endured days prior. Before him sat an elderly gentleman with silver hair, clad in a tattered tailcoat, adorned with a patterned bow tie, resembling an antiquated gentleman of the old world. The bow tie, however, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain famed detective. Behind the old gentleman, a crimson-lacquered desk stood, with a stern-faced middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose reclining in his chair, eyes closed in silence. His attire was pristine and well-fitted, though a stubborn lipstick mark marred his collar, likely left by some domineering CEO at a post-banquet disposal. "You assert that the colossal tree was indeed obliterated by the rulers of Ku'er Town?" the gentleman in the tailcoat inquired of Old Lamb. "My lord, every word is true. Not only I, but everyone present that day witnessed the magnificent fire dragons ascending into the sky. From my vantage point on the slope, I beheld Boss Xiao employing some arcane means to summon 3 enormous fire dragons that incinerated the demon tree. By the time we arrived, only the charred remains of the demon tree and Boss Xiao were left. All others had perished." Old Lamb spoke with trepidation, revealing that on that fateful day, he had not retreated with the others, but had secretly returned to the refused site with a few colleagues. Witnessing the latter half of Xiao Yang's release of the ninjutsu scroll, his motive for sneaking back had been to seize an opportunity for gain, believing that with over 200 equipped warriors and numerous supernatural beings present, there would be little risk. He had not anticipated the incompetence of the visitors from Kila City. Upon hearing of the fire dragons repelling the colossal tree, the old gentleman's expression shifted. "Rick and Jonah? Did you witness their demise with your own eyes?" "I did not see them perish. When I arrived, the valley was filled with corpses, desiccated remains, presumably slain by the demon tree," Old Lamb recalled with utmost diligence. "Oh, and prior to that, I heard a tremendous explosion." Abel glanced at the lord seated before him, who remained silent with eyes still closed, before addressing Old Lamb. "Very well, Lamb. We are aware of what you have reported. You may leave now and have something to eat." Noticing Old Lamb's hesitance, he added, "Fear not. Your report will be rewarded handsomely." Old Lamb rejoiced, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Once he departed, the lord finally opened his eyes. "Abel, it seems Rick has indeed met his end." Abel tightened his clothing, unaware that the desk had become coated with frost as he spoke. My lord, perhaps Jonah still lives, after such a lengthy interval without return. It is scarcely different from being dead. All in Keilah City are aware of Jonah's greed. Even the limping lamb has come. Jonah has either perished or fled. Moreover, the tree remains unvanquished, the Lord reiterated. In truth, news of the annihilation of the soldiers en route to Kur town had long since spread among the surrounding settlements, with Keilah City maintaining its spies within. However, from Old Lamb, they gleaned additional details. The notorious tree wreaking havoc in the neighboring towns was likely the same from Kur town. It appeared that the matter necessitated my intervention, and my lord, Kur town requires a reassessment, as Old Lamb suggested. This exceptionally gifted second-tier supernatural being likely possesses a remarkable artifact. Such devastating fire-based abilities are beyond the capabilities of a mere second-tier evolved being. Abel reflected on Old Lamb's account, formulating a hypothesis. This sudden emergence, possessing both speed and botanical abilities, is indeed a fortuitous individual, indicating that the period of eruption is truly upon us. For the time being, we shall refrain from engaging with them and focus on stockpiling supplies. The number of mutated creatures in the wasteland is on the rise, and the city across the river is becoming increasingly unstable, with high-tier zombies and monsters proliferating. This forthcoming cycle may prove exceedingly arduous. At this point, the Lord abruptly rose, gazing out the window, and inquired, Abel, what is the situation with Yeso and Anna, my lord? Miss Anna has successfully broken through to the third tier and is preparing for her expedition. Yeso is still lagging slightly behind. Abel wiped away perspiration, for Miss Anna had indeed been quite the handful, and the old steward had exerted considerable effort to manage her. As for Arthur, he was his son. Currently a peak second-tier evolved being. It is time to deploy some of the resources we have accumulated and expedite the cultivation of a batch of evolved beings to prepare for what lies ahead. Indeed, in Kur town, the small villa, Xiaoyang could distinctly sense an unsettling atmosphere recently, as if a storm was brewing. Numerous significant events had transpired in the vicinity of Kur town. Imoer town had been besieged by the monstrous tree, and many scavengers had fled to Kur town, where Zhang Daqiang was working to accommodate them. Based on the descriptions provided by these scavengers, Xiaoyang surmised that it was likely the scarlet bitter tree that had fled that day, now preying upon humans to recuperate its strength. Days later, more scavengers reported that the Lord of Keilah City had located the monstrous tree in Boer town. A fierce battle ensued, devastating half the town. Yet the tree managed to escape. Following this conflict, the scarlet bitter tree acquired a notorious moniker in the garbage world, dubbed the Blood Demon Tree, a fitting appellation indeed. Furthermore, emissaries from Keilah City had also arrived. Xiaoyang was presently in the hall, receiving a representative from Keilah City. Fortunately, there were no displays of arrogance or hostility. The envoy conducted themselves with utmost caution, neither servile nor overbearing, which deprived Xiaoyang of the opportunity to retaliate. Lord Xiao, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of Captain Jonah? Upon my arrival, I did not encounter Jonah, nor did I even see Rick. The emissary, unable to discern Xiaoyang's expression, refrained from further probing into the matter, even neglecting to inquire extensively about Keilah City's equipment. This surprised Xiaoyang greatly. The Lord has heard of your decisive victory over the Blood Demon Tree, avenging the warriors of Keilah City. He admires your strength and bravery and hopes you will join Keilah City in confronting the impending great cycle of garbage eruption. Xiaoyang stroked his chin and queried, what exactly is this great cycle? The great cycle marks the climax of the garbage eruption, during which the world of the beggars will undergo a massive surge of refuse, both in quantity and quality, resulting in a rain of monsters, rendering the wasteland perilous. Xiaoyang did not respond immediately. He merely stated that he would consider it. The other party did not press him further, but simply handed him a map, marking the locations of Keilah City and several surrounding towns. Within it, Xiaoyang spotted Kur town. After the representative from Keilah City departed, Xiaoyang gathered everyone for a meeting, eager to hear their thoughts, as he was not well acquainted with this world. Chapter 49. The first representative assembly of Kur town Mary and the others scrutinized the map. It was adorned with simple lines, drawn quite rudimentarily, depicting a very limited area. In the northeastern corner of the map flowed a significant river. Known as the Kila River, winding from west to east, on the northern bank lay an ancient human city named Dafan City, while Kila City occupied the southern shore. To the south of Kila City sprawled numerous towns, with Ku-Er Town positioned at the very edge. The map's blackened corner indicated that to the southeast of Ku-Er Town lay an expansive wasteland, where most towns were situated at the fringes of this desolate expanse. Xiaoyang discerned that he had arrived in the garbage world near the edge of this wasteland, close to Ku-Er Town. According to Mary, the depths of the wasteland experienced frequent eruptions of refuse, harboring many formidable monsters, including the devil worms that emerged from that very place. Human settlements had predominantly chosen to establish themselves in higher terrains where refuse eruptions were sparse. Although these areas were resource-poor, they were not immediately engulfed by garbage, thus minimizing the threat from mutated creatures. Only exceptionally powerful scavengers dared to venture into the vast wasteland in search of spiritual items. Even so, a few powerful mutated beings occasionally emerged from the wasteland's depths, causing significant casualties in the surrounding towns each time. In this world, humanity was not the protagonist, so who among you has experienced this so-called great cycle? The concept was far too advanced. Zhang Daqiang, Mary, and the others shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity. In fact, not only Ku-Er Town but also other towns had little knowledge of it. Such information typically circulated only among the upper echelons of evolved beings. Xiao Gu, I don't quite understand this great cycle, but I've heard my father speak of beast tides. Zhang Daqiang raised his hand to speak. Xiaoyang recalled that his father had once been an evolved being. I heard my father say that during the early days of Ku-Er Town's establishment, hordes of mutated creatures attacked the town. Many lives were lost during that time. People were bitten to death or starved. It was also during that period that my father fortuitously became an evolved being. Zhang Daqiang's limited knowledge, however, stirred a painful memory for Mary. Beast tides are truly terrifying, she murmured, her head bowed and rabbit ears drooping, reflecting her somber mood. She then recounted her own tale. She and her mother had originally lived in a city north of the Kila River, but the beast tide had obliterated the entire city, forcing people to flee in all directions. Her mother had taken her southward to escape. Along the way, they encountered many powerful mutated creatures. On one occasion, her mother had diverted a monster to save her, never to return. Thus, the young Mary had wandered alone to Ku-Er Town. It was hard to imagine how she had survived until now. The atmosphere grew heavy with gloom. Ahem, it's just a beast tide. It's nothing to worry about, and no matter how powerful they are, can they compare to that blood demon tree? Xiaoyang hastily shifted the topic, inadvertently touching Mary's rabbit ears, only to meet her indignant gaze. Truth be told, the sensation was rather pleasant. Trust me, even if that tree were to return, I would find a way to deal with it. The group's spirits lifted as they recalled their recently heightened abilities and their boss's strength, brimming with newfound confidence. Even if the great cycle were to arrive, it would surely take time, providing ample opportunity for preparation. Xiaoyang's gaze drifted. Ahem, besides, we can still escape, right? Just one bottle is enough to pack everything. The group exchanged glances. In reality, if it were merely mutated creatures, Xiaoyang felt he could manage. As for Kila City's so-called recruitment, he had little faith that its higher-ups would trust him. Not to mention, Jonah's death had been shrouded in mystery, and those pieces of equipment were still in his possession. Xiaoyang's intentions were clear: to live more comfortably, and if possible, he wished to return to the black hole, confront the mastermind, and demand clarity on their motives. All of this required sufficient strength. Having realized this, Xiaoyang felt enlightened. The Lord of Kila City couldn't even eliminate a mere blood tree. He was hardly qualified to recruit him, perhaps even less affluent than Xiaoyang himself. Alas, what a thought! However, he intended to visit Kila City eventually. His current strength was insufficient. It was better to develop cautiously for the time being. Furthermore, the strength of Ku-Er Town indeed needed to be bolstered. The following day, in the same hall, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Xiaoyang stood before a long table. On either side gathered several key figures from Ku-Er Town, as well as all his subordinates from the garbage world. The last time these individuals had congregated was during the death of One-Eyed Tom. This time, he could likely remember everyone's names. Xiaoyang tapped the table, scrutinizing his subordinates. the short and stout man. The blacksmith Ham had previously assisted in forging the serpent dagger and also engaged in some construction work, making him a rare engineering talent in Ku'er Town. Tang Chuan, responsible for mushroom cultivation, was currently overseeing the large-scale planting of Wo mushrooms and experimenting with the cultivation of ghost vines. He had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Xiao Yang. The individual managing the water supply was named Ming. He had previously accompanied Xiao Yang in exploring the Devil's Cave and was the scavenger who tested the water sources. He was currently in charge of water transport from the Devil Worm Cave, as well as catching large black fish and gathering moss, sustaining Xiao Yang's lavish lifestyle. The Devil Worm Cave was a closely guarded secret of Ku'er Town, and the water transport team consisted entirely of scavengers trained by Xiao Yang, who were exceptionally loyal. Ming had now evolved into a water-type ability user. Additionally, Xiao Yang noticed Mark, whose arm had ultimately not healed, and was now responsible for guarding Ku'er Town, akin to a police officer on Earth. Of course, when needed, he also served as a reliable tool. This man, due to his overly subdued demeanor, lacked presence, yet was incredibly dependable, nearing the threshold of the second tier of evolution. Xiao Yang had not shortchanged him. As for the one engaged in unsavory activities, he had already been dealt with by Mary, so there was no need to mention him further. Mary, serving as the governing official of Ku'er Town, coordinated various matters, with Zhang Daqiang assisting her. Jim and others had no specific tasks, merely following Xiao Yang. Having gone through each individual, Xiao Yang plopped down into a chair, gazing at the ceiling, suddenly realizing what the garbage world lacked the most: talent. Sensing their boss's dissatisfaction, the individuals at the table exchanged nervous glances. All right, everyone is present. Let us begin with reports on your respective work, Xiao Yang declared, crossing his legs and tapping the table. Tang Chuan, you go first. Yes. The first speaker, Tang Chuan, felt somewhat anxious, wiping sweat from his brow, and stammered, report. Boss. 3 mushroom shelters have been expanded, all planted with Wo mushrooms, and currently, the mushrooms are thriving, yielding approximately 300 pounds daily. What of the ghost vine experiment? The results are still pending, boss. Next. Boss, I've assisted in constructing 3 mushroom shelters, repaired over 30 damaged weapons, and built 10 public toilets. The knives and shields dug up from Garbage Point Fox Demon No. 1 were mostly damaged. Ham's so-called repairs merely involved adding some handles to make them usable. Next. Boss, currently, the large black fish cave is functioning normally, and there has been no sign of the devil worms. But the water transport is indeed limited, only sustaining Ku'er Town's normal drinking supply. Ming stole a glance at Xiao Yang. The devil worm's garbage cave was some distance from Ku'er Town, and the transportation tools in the garbage world were woefully outdated, with poor pathways. Water was transported using small carts bearing large barrels, but fortunately, the water transport team consisted of evolved beings, strong enough to manage the load. Water sources remained one of the constraints on Ku'er Town's development. Next, having listened to everyone's reports, Xiao Yang had gathered a substantial understanding of Ku'er Town's situation. Currently, there were approximately 70 evolved beings in Ku'er Town. During the excavation of Garbage Point Fox Demon No. 1, many scavengers had exchanged spiritual items and leaves for black fish meat from Xiao Yang, but their levels of evolution remained low. There were over 10 first-tier evolved beings, among which only 8 were ability users, including Xiao Yang and others, with the awakening probability being disappointingly low. The 2 evolved beings were both water-type ability users. Aside from water, food remained the greatest challenge facing Ku'er Town. The provisions acquired from Tom's lair, such as 8 treasure rice and dog food, had nearly been exhausted, including Mary's private stash and Old Bush's small treasury, which had been depleted to a considerable extent, transformed into Wo tree leaves and other resources. Fortunately, some rations had been seized from Rick and Jonah. Otherwise, Xiao Yang would have been unable to pay wages. After clearing Garbage Point Fox Demon No. 1, the scavengers in Ku'er Town, lacking a stable income, returned to their previous days of rummaging through garbage. Xiao Yang stroked his chin, and the group fell into a contemplative silence. Next, the wasteland may soon face great upheaval. We must prepare in advance. Tang Chuan, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the planting team in Ku'er Town. Your primary task is to maintain the large-scale cultivation of bitter mushrooms, as well as to conduct experimental planting of devil's vine mushrooms. The experiment with the Devil's Vine is particularly crucial, as it may hold the key to solving the food crisis in Kurur Town. In addition, it is essential to ensure the cultivation of vegetables. Xiaoyang handed him some vegetable seeds and half a snake skin bag of devil's worm dung, advising him to use it sparingly, as it is in limited supply. Moreover, consume more bitter mushrooms in the coming days, and come to me when you are ready to advance. Tang Chuan looked at the golden dung with immense excitement. Realizing that the boss intended to nurture him, yes, I will ensure the completion of the tasks. The seated individuals looked at Tang Chuan with envy. Ham, I appoint you as the mechanical engineer and construction team leader of Kurur Town. Huh? Ham was somewhat bewildered, unsure of what mechanical engineering entailed. Here, take this and study it well. Xiaoyang produced a mobile phone from his bag, opening a reading app that revealed 2 books on the shelf. A Guide to Safe Vehicle Repair in a Garbage World, from Beginner to Advanced. Confidential and Homemade Oil Refining, from Introduction to Abandonment. This is astonishing. Ham was taken aback. He could actually comprehend the words on the phone. As one of the few skilled individuals in Kurur Town capable of building houses and forging metal, he was among the select few who understood a substantial amount of the Gaetaya script. Trembling, Ham opened the book A Guide to Safe Vehicle Repair, and the first page bore a single sentence. There is no absolute garbage in the world, only resources placed in the wrong location. Finger EVA intrigued yet perplexed, Ham turned to the second page, which opened his eyes to a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 1. The Structural Principles of Bicycles. How to repair a bicycle using materials found in a garbage pile. Chapter 2. The Structural Principles of Electric Bikes. How to self-rescue if your battery is stolen. These books not only contain text but also featured rich illustrations, presented in a clear and accessible manner, entirely bypassing convoluted foundational theories in favor of practical applications. Even Ham, who might not have completed elementary school, could easily grasp the content and replicate it. I hope you will study diligently, first mastering vehicle repair and oil refining. However, make sure to also explore these materials whenever you have time. Xiaoyang then opened a video, showcasing various online courses, such as Master Elementary Mathematics in 3 days and Introduction to Middle School Physics, all presented in Gaetaya's peculiar jargon. Ham's mouth fell agape, utterly speechless. The civilization of the Gaetaya world had long been submerged beneath mountains of refuse. For him, one of the few educated intellectuals in Kurur Town, these books and online courses were akin to sacred texts. He, Ham, had long yearned for truth. Thank you, boss. I will certainly study hard. This stout man was nearly choked with emotion. Meanwhile, the others present were utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend Ham's excitement, merely assuming the boss had granted him some invaluable secret. They then noticed a faint smile on Xiaoyang's face, which sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Not only Ham, but from this day forth, all of you will also be required to commence cultural studies. Following that day, the people of Kurur Town finally experienced the terror of being governed by the need for education. All right, we will discuss this later. Jessica, I appoint you as the captain of the sanitation and medical team in Kurur Town, responsible for the town's sanitation improvements and disease relief efforts. The hygiene conditions in Kurur Town are dire, particularly the lack of public restrooms. The stench in the alleys rivals that of biological weapons, creating an environment conducive to disease proliferation. Similarly, Xiaoyang provided her with a mobile phone containing simple disease diagnosis and treatment videos. He did not expect Jessica to reach a high level of proficiency. He merely hoped she could tend to some injuries in critical moments and assist in basic disease prevention for Kurur Town. The scarcity of resources in the garbage world had already dictated the limitations of medical care. Next, we must address the critical issues of security in Kurur Town. We need to establish a disciplined and sufficiently formidable team. Mark, I appoint you as the security team leader and instructor, responsible for daily security patrols and training the scavengers in combat effectiveness. Zhang Daqiang, I appoint you as the captain of the exploration team, tasked with recruiting experienced scavengers to venture out and explore for resources, collecting garbage, while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements in the wasteland. As for Amin, continue the capture of the great black fish. Kurur Town must have more individuals with special abilities. Regarding the water situation, for the time being, we will have to make do until better transportation methods are available. Mary, ensure that the storage of bitter mushrooms and black fish meat is well managed. as we may soon recruit a significant number of evolved individuals. Additionally, we need to collect more useful items. Xiaoyang enumerated a series of commands in one breath, articulating nearly everything he could think of. Though he was uncertain to what extent they could be accomplished, he had little expectation for Kuru Town, as he trusted more in his own abilities. May there be more survivors in Kuru Town? Chapter 51. Entering the Great Wasteland. Ever since the new boss took charge, the scavengers in Kuru Town have noticeably felt an improvement in their living conditions, managing to set aside some food for future consumption. An exemplary scavenger always prepares for the lean seasons during times of fortune. This morning, the fortunate Bill walked through the familiar alley. Thanks to the boss, he was now an evolved individual. Bill carefully stepped along the muddy path. Wary of stepping in someone else's excrement, and ever since his evolution, he found the squalor of the shantytown increasingly unbearable. Bill glanced around. Typically, Gates would be out at this hour to greet him. A well-established routine in their long-standing partnership, yet today, Gates was conspicuously absent. Strange. Where could that fellow Gates have gone? After waiting for a while without sight of Gates, Bill shook his head and exited the alley. Although he had become an evolved individual, he still needed to scavenge. With his newfound strength, he could venture further afield in search of fortune. As he approached the town's entrance, a commotion caught his attention. The area around the announcement board was crowded with people, scavengers craning their necks and tiptoeing to get a glimpse, while those inside the circle buzzed with excitement. Bill's heart tightened. This scene reminded him of the recent theft incident in Kuru Town, where he had played the role of a decoy and reaped considerable benefits from the boss. Could it be that he had missed out on another opportunity, struggling to push through the throng? Bill finally discerned the content on the board, and it became clear why the scavengers were in such high spirits. Prominently displayed were two announcements, accompanied by a broken phone looping a broadcast. 1. Recruitment for Kuru Town Exploration Team. Preference given to those with extensive scavenging experience in wasteland exploration, and good character. Evolved individuals preferred. Generous compensation, with periodic provision of spiritual food and meat, and exceptional performers may receive special rewards. Contact Zhang Daqiang. 2. Recruitment for Kuru Town Defense Team. Preference given to healthy individuals of good character. Evolved individuals preferred, with no restrictions on ordinary scavengers. Generous compensation, with periodic provision of spiritual plants and meat. And exceptional performers may receive special rewards. Contact Mark. 3. Extensive purchase of used tires, plastics, abandoned electric vehicles, cars, motorcycles, and electronic products such as robots, phones, and computers. Items can be exchanged for 8 treasure rice, with high-value items redeemable for bitter mushrooms, spiritual plants, and black fish meat, spiritual meat. Contact Ham. 4. Purchase of curiosities, valuable information about garbage eruption points, and consultations for unknown item valuations. Fortunate individuals, please contact Ms. Mary. New security regulations for Kuru Town. 1. Strictly prohibit bullying of children, women, and the elderly. Violators will be banned from scavenging in Kuru Town and may face expulsion for serious offenses. 2. Prohibit public urination and defecation. Violators will be fined with 8 treasure rice. 3. Recently, the frequency of mutated creatures in the wasteland has increased. Scavengers venturing out must exercise heightened caution and report any anomalies immediately for rewards. There are actually provisions for spiritual plants and meat. The boss is exceedingly generous. Yes, perhaps I too could become an evolved individual. What does being an evolved individual even mean? Perhaps I could awaken a special ability? You're dreaming. It's not that easy to awaken abilities. What if it happens? I heard that Amin from the transport team awakened a water ability and is now the team leader. At this moment, both evolved individuals and ordinary scavengers were exceedingly excited, for this was spiritual meat. Only a select few fortunate ones could find such treasures. Bill hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. Guessing where Gates might have gone, in the realm of beggars, a camaraderie akin to plastic brotherhood undoubtedly prevails, and that rascal Gates must have signed up. For a brief moment, the entire town of Kuru was abuzz with excitement over the allocation of positions for scavengers. Yet alas, only a select few could partake. Meanwhile, the desert today was rather tumultuous, as the mutated creatures hidden amongst the refuse stirred restlessly, yearning to bury themselves in the earth. Rise, slaves beset by hunger and cold. Arise, all those who suffer across the globe. Xiaoyang rode a dilapidated shared bicycle, weaving unsteadily through the gaps in the heaps of trash, observing the cockroaches scurrying about in a desperate bid for survival. His fervent passion simmered within him. From his vantage point above, it seemed an invisible wave of energy compelled these creatures to flee. Awaken, scavengers of the old world, do not despair. Do not say we possess nothing. Xiaoyang's veins pulsed with intensity as he retrieved an antiquated iPhone from his bag. On the screen, a tall man was gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, his tonsils visible as he was utterly immersed in a fervent crescendo. Oblivious to the fact that his tones had soared all the way to Kula City, it was baffling how this outdated device was designed to amplify sound so dramatically. Xiaoyang struggled to suppress the urge to dismantle the device. I say, finger, could you possibly change the tune? Our proletarian anthems deserve far better than this travesty. Do you not find this song rather fitting? In this impoverished and desolate world of refuse, you and I, each with our own device, shall lead our fellow scavengers, embodying the spirit of hard work and perseverance, to overthrow the oppression of Kula City and wage war against the celestial refuse, crafting our own legendary tale. This foreigner was so self-absorbed that Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to a threat. Continue in this manner, and I shall hand you over to Mark, so he can inject you with a bit of energy. Please, not that. That rough fellow prefers a blunt approach, devoid of gentleness. A power bank is far more agreeable. Then kindly switch to silent mode. We are about to venture into the great wasteland, and who knows what perilous entities may be lurking. Understood, boss. The listening device is activated. Your will is my guiding light. Xiaoyang opened the map and surveyed his surroundings, deducing from the scavenger's descriptions that he was on the fringes of the great wasteland. As he journeyed, the density of cockroaches steadily increased, signaling the lurking dangers of the wasteland. There was an overwhelming amount of refuse, prompting Xiaoyang to stow away the shared bicycle and commence his exploration on foot. His primary motivations for entering this desolation were threefold: to hone his combat skills, to glean information about the great wasteland, and to see if he could unearth any valuable items. The thought of the celestial refuse stirred a yearning within him. What if he stumbled upon something extraordinary? The biological density in the great wasteland was noticeably greater than in the vicinity of Kuer town. Small scavengers like cockroaches were abundant, and it was not long before he spotted a rat hole, indicating a richer food supply in these regions. Suddenly, a large rat with crimson eyes lunged at him from behind. Without looking back, Xiaoyang swiftly drew his knife and cleaved it in two. Mobic rat? He recognized the species, noting its prevalence in the wasteland. Before he could pause, more rats emerged from the holes around him, charging towards him in a frenzy. Splendid! With a flourish, he raised his blade, decapitating one of the monstrous rats, skillfully dodging the assaults of two others. In quick succession, he turned his blade to slice through the bodies of the two rats. Having consumed bitter leaves and resin from the bitter tree daily, his mental acuity had far surpassed that of ordinary second-tier evolved beings, likely even outpacing fourth-tier entities in terms of mental prowess. His formidable mental strength had transformed his perception, allowing him to effortlessly predict the rat's attack trajectories. With his short blade dancing around him, an impenetrable barrier of steel was formed, preventing the swarm of rats from closing in. Xiaoyang twirled, shaking off the blood from his blade. The last rat's head tumbled to the ground, its fleshy whiskers still writhing. He couldn't help but recall the Mobic rat that had devoured the corpse of Uchiha Shui, pondering how far its Sharingan had evolved and whether he would be able to handle it upon their next encounter. Chapter 52. Whalefall Beware. A colossal creature approaches. Upon receiving Finger's alert, Xiaoyang looked around. Beneath him, the solid waste shifted ominously. He quickly retreated as a gigantic rat erupted from the trash pile, kicking up a cloud of dust. Great heavens, could I be this unfortunate? This rat bore a striking resemblance to the Mobic rat, but was significantly larger, about the size of a horse. Its grotesque whiskers writhed menacingly, resembling a monstrous octopus affixed to its face. Surely this cannot be the Mobic rat king spoken of by the scavengers. Xiaoyang harbored thoughts of encountering the Uchiha rat once more. Chirp! The monstrous rat let out a piercing howl. Swinging its tail in a fierce arc, dodging swiftly, Xiaoyang charged towards the giant rat. Before his blade could descend, the fleshy tendrils lunged at him, prompting him to execute a swift spin to sever them. The giant rat, enraged, opened its maw filled with jagged teeth, about to snap at his neck, which was precisely what Xiaoyang had anticipated. Cartoon fireball technique? A 2-meter-wide fireball erupted forth, enveloping the giant rat. With the enhancement of his mental strength and evolution level, this C-rank fire shield technique, frequently seen in the world of Naruto, finally began to shine. The fireball blazed intensely, and the creature emitted agonized shrieks, thrashing about in a desperate attempt to escape the flames. Yet, another fireball struck swiftly. Moments later, the flames extinguished, releasing a pungent odor of burning protein. The rat was unmistakably deceased, utterly beyond revival, too weak. It pales in comparison to that Uchiha rat. He estimated that this Rat King was at most a mere second-tier mutated creature. Its charred body lay before him, its skin blackened and covered in carbon residue. What a pity that its fleshy tendrils had been incinerated. According to Old Hawk, such creatures were reputed to possess aphrodisiac properties and were highly sought after in Kula City. From the remains, a purplish-black vine sprouted, and Xiaoyang collected a small ghost vine. As he ventured deeper into the wasteland, he distinctly noted an increase in fresh piles of refuse. Simultaneously, unidentifiable skeletal remains became increasingly apparent. These pale bones, some buried amidst the garbage, others standing solitary atop mounds, bore countless bite marks, devoid of any trace of flesh. A scorpion crawled into a skull through the eye socket, only to be crushed by a massive foot descending from above. Xiaoyang crushed the loose skull beneath his foot, traversing over numerous garbage hills until a colossal skeleton loomed into view. From its appearance, it was a beast skeleton, with the torso alone towering over 10 meters, draped in verdant moss, while the rest of the bones lay scattered. The skull nowhere to be found. The area surrounding the bones was overgrown with weeds, some plants reaching several meters in height, flourishing vibrantly and infusing the trash-laden wasteland with much-needed greenery. He leapt onto a femur, inadvertently disturbing a nest of insects that scattered in all directions. Upon slicing open the long bone, he discovered a hollow interior teeming with colorful insects, some resembling millipedes, others crickets, clinging to the inner walls, siphoning off meager nutrients. The sight before him reminded Xiaoyang of the phenomenon of whale falls on Earth. When a whale falls, life flourishes in the barren and desolate world of refuse. The colossal carcasses of creatures that had fallen into the black void nourished numerous populations, fostering an ecological wonder dependent on the life-giving essence of the abyss. Both humans and creatures existed within this ecosystem, surviving on the refuse. The tremors from the bones startled a hidden giant lurking within the skeletal structure. A massive scorpion emerged from the abdominal cavity of the carcass. This scorpion was as large as a small car, its features grotesque, with its exoskeleton showing signs of ossification, covered in a myriad of tiny bony spines. Its venomous stinger was the size of a volleyball, making Xiaoyang wary. The enormous scorpion raised its pincers, brandishing its formidable limbs while its stinger arched high, poised for an attack. Xiaoyang preemptively unleashed a fireball. However, the scorpion was swift, its 6 long legs dancing nimbly to evade the assault. Yet, that was sufficient. He swiftly closed the distance, landing a precise strike on its back as it moved. Regrettably, the scorpion's carapace was exceedingly tough, and his short blade barely pierced through the surface. Realizing it had been struck, the scorpion's stinger lashed forward, prompting Xiaoyang to summon a shield for defense. At that moment, the scorpion reacted, twisting its body, and its sharp pincers relentlessly assailed the insufferable human before it. Xiaoyang found himself retreating continuously as the pincers struck the ground behind him, creating deep craters. This scorpion was heavily armed and remarkably fast. Ghost vine, parasitize, entwine. At that moment, vines erupted from beneath the scorpion's legs, rapidly entangling its appendages and causing it to lose balance and topple to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang lunged forward, thrusting his blade into the exposed soft underbelly of the giant scorpion and swiftly slashing sideways, creating a gaping wound. Hiss! The giant scorpion emitted a pained screech, its foul-smelling green fluid splattering. The wound inflicted was considerable. Enraged, the scorpion writhed and twisted, attempting to crush the human beneath its bulk. Alas, after a single strike, Xiao Yang had already retreated. At that moment, the scorpion had managed to free itself from the entanglement of the ghost vine, its venomous stinger glimmering ominously, fixating on Xiao Yang like a serpent. Whoosh! In the next instant, the stinger detached from its body and shot forth with alarming speed. Good grief! Xiao Yang raised his shield to block, but the scorpion's attack was immensely powerful. He felt as if he had been struck by a cannonball, sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the beast's bone. Had it not been for the shield protecting him at that critical moment, he would have surely suffered a grievous wound. Clang! The once damaged silver moon shield finally shattered into 2 pieces, rendered utterly useless. However, there was no time to lament this loss, for another stinger was launched, and Xiao Yang hastily dodged it. One stinger after another. He felt as if he were being shot at. An absurdity considering he was the human in this scenario. Ghost vine, parasitize! Xiao Yang bellowed, and suddenly, the barrage of stingers ceased. The scorpion began to convulse violently, rolling and thrashing on the ground, even curling its tail in evident agony. From its previously wounded abdomen, tendrils of dark purple vines began to sprout, burrowing deep into its flesh, greedily siphoning its life force and shredding its innards. Before long, Xiao Yang's ghost vine had absorbed a creature nearing the 3rd tier of mutation. Its color deepened yet again, leaving one to wonder how long it would take to grow to a millennial age. Xiao Yang retracted the ghost vine, selected some materials, and continued his journey deeper into the wasteland. Through countless battles with mutated creatures and under Fingal's guidance, his combat skills had seen a significant enhancement. The exhilaration of this rapid increase in power had him utterly captivated. Besides battling mutated beasts, Xiao Yang had also collected numerous other useful items, even witnessing a black hole erupting at one point. The remnants of grotesque giants spewed forth, their expressions foolish and vapid, exuding steam. Upon inspection, it became evident that the flesh at their napes had been severed. Confirmed, these were indeed the refuse from the world of Attack on Titan. Regrettably, they held little value. As the sun dipped low, Xiao Yang was compelled to halt, planning to seek refuge within the primordial Qi Bell for the night. Chapter 53. Xiao Yang, Women, and Dogs. The wasteland echoed with the roar of engines as a bouncing car hurtled toward the setting sun, racing up a mountain of refuse. The tremendous inertia launched it into the air, crashing down heavily and sending a shower of colorful plastic bags into the air. Before the bags could settle, a dog-like creature, the size of a calf, barreled into them, momentarily blinding itself and losing its balance. Tumbling down the slope in its wake, a horde of wild dog-like creatures surged past, fiercely pursuing the dust trail left by the bouncing car. The vehicle sped along, blasting the classic theme from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, weaving and dodging to evade the relentless pack of wild dogs. Each of these wild canines was as large as a Tibetan Mastiff, their decaying skin emanating an unbearable stench, and were indistinguishable from corpses. Were it not for their movement— Whoa! A girl in the car shouted in excitement, her fiery red hair flowing behind her like a crimson ribbon. The young lady was strikingly beautiful, clad in a clean reddish-brown jacket and blue and white jeans, with a fully equipped M416 slung across her back, exuding an air of wildness. The driver was exhilarated, while the passengers appeared terrified. In the passenger seat, a girl with white hair screamed incessantly, gripping the handrail tightly as if she were a floating plant swaying in a fierce storm, nearly bending her waist in the process. "Miss Anna, I feel so dizzy." The wind distorted her voice. "Ha, Mina, this is beyond my control. Being bitten by a corpse dog will turn you into a zombie. And you dare say that? If you hadn't insisted on going to that little town, we wouldn't have encountered this pack of corpse dogs. If you hadn't provoked the Dog King, we wouldn't be relentlessly pursued." Mina wore a face of despair. "Honestly, Miss Anna, you are such a troublemaker. All right, but those are 3rd-tier corpse dogs. They might yield a spirit cord. I didn't expect them to have so many minions." Anna's apology lacked sincerity. "Hey, There's a ravine up ahead. We can shake them off there. At the mouth of the ravine, Xiaoyang sought a suitable spot to rest for the night. The campfire blazed merrily, with a kettle bubbling away, and skewers of pre-marinated fish sizzling to a golden crisp nearby. With everything prepared, Xiaoyang pulled out a bucket of instant noodles. He had salvaged this fresh find from the refuse near Kel Town, and it was not yet expired. A scratch card with a prize, grand prize. Caterpillar, 5,000 yuan. A scratch card emerged from the bucket of noodles, and Xiaoyang curiously scratched off the silver coating. No way. I actually won something? Why didn't I have such luck back on Earth? But where on this cursed land can I redeem it? He tossed aside the 5,000 yuan prize and focused on savoring the unique flavors of the otherworldly instant noodles. Watch out! Something's coming. A lot of them. His phone vibrated in his backpack, and before he could react, the thunderous roar of engines drew near. Soon, a garishly pink bouncing car sped into view, barreling straight toward the ravine, followed closely by a horde of foul creatures racing at high speed, their numbers formidable. These creatures resembled large dogs, their decayed bodies akin to the zombie dogs from Resident Evil, clearly not to be trifled with. Damn it, I shouldn't have opened that scratch card. Xiaoyang cursed under his breath and promptly stowed away the fish, fleeing up the slope to escape this perilous situation. It seems there are people up ahead, he thought, but disregarded it, focusing on evading the corpse dogs. The bouncing car accelerated into the ravine, crashing through the campfire, with two women aboard, one red-haired, the other white, heading straight for Xiaoyang. Damn it, Xiaoyang sprinted, realizing that should he become surrounded by that pack of zombie dogs, he would surely pay a grievous price. The bouncing car, with its impressive climbing ability, quickly caught up to him. The two groups matched pace, locking eyes and scrutinizing one another. Hey, brother, nice speed. Which side are you from? The red-haired girl shouted, but Xiaoyang, preoccupied with escape, had no time to respond to this calamity. Noticing his silence, the girl wasn't offended. Instead, she retrieved several small spherical and cylindrical objects from a pouch at her waist. Be careful. The bouncing car surged ahead, and Xiaoyang watched as a series of grenades soared over his head. Crap! Boom! 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 The explosions echoed, directly striking the corpse dogs that had just entered the ravine. A dense white mist enveloped the valley, indicating that many smoke grenades had been mixed in with the explosives. The chaos disoriented the pack of corpse dogs, and the smoke obscured their pursuit. In that moment, the valley resonated with the anguished howls of the defeated creatures. Phew! Finally shook those rascals off. The red-haired girl leaned back against her seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, tossing her disheveled hair over her shoulder. I wonder if that scavenger made it out. Surely he hasn't met his end? Ha! Are you talking about me? Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from behind her. Anna turned to find a black-haired man perched on the rear of the bouncing car, a short knife pressed against Mina's throat. Keep driving, and I advise you not to make any moves that might lead me to misunderstand your intentions. Xiaoyang's expression was devoid of emotion. He felt the urge to strike. Had he not leapt onto the bouncing car at that moment, he would have had to bear the brunt of the corpse dog's wrath. Kid, don't do anything reckless. What? Anna, help me. Before the sun's last rays vanished, the bouncing car came to a halt beside an abandoned shipping container. The three stood in a tense standoff. Now, tell me, how can we release Mina? Pay up. Not a chance. You have incurred no losses. Then it seems we'll have to go through with this. Anna glared at the irritating figure before her, clearly displeased. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang examined a beast's leg. To compensate for his mental anguish, the other party offered him a dried beast's leg, rumored to hold a chance of awakening a metal-related ability. He tapped the metallic scales covering the leg. Unable to discern their origin. Fine. We'll leave it at that, but don't let me catch you again. To his surprise, the man had a spatial treasure. Clearly, he was not an ordinary scavenger. Xiaoyang glanced at the bag slung on the red-haired girl's thigh. Hey, keep your eyes to yourself. Miss Anna is the daughter of the Lord of Clara City. You're not someone a mere scavenger can aspire to. The white-haired girl, Mina, harbored deep resentment toward the unfamiliar black-haired man. Once again, she found herself embarrassed in front of Anna. And you? A second-tier ability user with such speed. You don't seem to be from Clara City, and I don't believe there are any figures of your caliber in the nearby towns. Anna scrutinized the evolver before her, who, despite possessing only second-tier prowess, emanated an aura of danger. To her astonishment, this was none other than the esteemed young lady from Kila City. How remiss of her to underestimate such stature. I am but a humble wanderer, scavenging for refuse in these vast wastelands, barely eking out a living, Xiaoyang remarked with a beaming smile, refraining from revealing his connection to the owner of Curl Town. Should the matter of the 200 warriors from Kila City arise, it could spell trouble. Surely a ruse. What sort of formidable vagabond exists? Mina unrelentingly exposed Xiaoyang's deception. However, Anna remained relatively unfazed. For it was quite customary to withhold one's true identity in unfamiliar territories. A stranger scavenger could indeed pose a greater threat than mutated creatures. Chapter 54. A transaction between one man and two women in this unfamiliar land. There was little to discuss. Each took the opportunity to rest while remaining on guard. Xiaoyang retrieved some fish fillets, reheating them before sprinkling on spices, turning them into a delectable meal. Alongside the fish, he had a string of exquisite bitter mushrooms, which, when roasted, emitted a remarkably fragrant aroma. Instantly, Anna and Mina found their jerky less appealing. "And where did you find such fish and mushrooms?" Anna inquired, met with Xiaoyang's sardonic gaze. Do you have anything extra for trade?" Xiaoyang's expression softened at he, Xiao, relished engaging in commerce. "Indeed, I can supply a substantial quantity. What do you offer in exchange?" "Ordinary goods will not suffice. What do you require?" "Various types of spirit meat or some high-tech refuse. The powers in Curl Town are still rather singular, hindering production. You have quite an appetite. Can you afford the exchange?" Then, Lady Anna procured a segment of black wing, reminiscent of a raven's, accompanied by a fiery red tail resembling a lion's. Observing the desiccated condition of the meat, it bore a striking resemblance to aged zombie flesh. In truth, this was meat from Kila City's reserves, gathered from various locales as spirit meat. The black wings, sourced from a raven-like creature, had the potential to awaken shadow abilities, while the red tail, taken from a lion-like beast, might awaken fire abilities upon consumption. Next, she produced a collection of peculiar technological items, recently scavenged for research, the purpose of which remained a mystery even to her. There was a fair amount, but Xiaoyang could still manage to consume them. He retrieved a basket of bitter mushrooms and half a fillet of black fish. The bitter mushrooms, cultivated from exceptionally rare spirit plants, contained energy and were extraordinarily delicious. The black fish meat, upon consumption, offered a chance to awaken water abilities, remarkably fresh and tender. This should suffice to exchange for your spirit meat. Do you think you possess spatial treasures? Anna marveled at the multitude of items Xiaoyang produced from his pack. Spatial treasures were exceedingly rare, often causing fierce competition upon their discovery. As far as she knew, there were no more than 3 in the entirety of Kila City. What a prize you are! Yet you seem utterly unperturbed. Is it a deal or not? I must first inspect the goods. Anna sampled the fish and mushrooms, the exquisite flavors almost causing her to bite her tongue, especially the bitter mushrooms, which she had never before tasted such delectable fungi. The fish was acceptable, yet the mushrooms seemed devoid of any special abilities, making the deal less enticing. Observing Anna's attempts to lower the price, Xiaoyang scoffed, by virtue of their exquisite flavor. In this resource-scarce world, they are undoubtedly a premium seasoning, a delicacy worth its weight in gold. In other cities, affluent individuals would readily pay a handsome sum for such fare. Noticing Xiaoyang's silent mockery, Anna maintained her composure. Ahem. Yet considering our newfound acquaintance, I can begrudgingly accept your offer. Xiaoyang disregarded her, instead rummaging through the pile of technological items. This heap offers little I desire, though this particular item is intriguing, albeit seemingly broken. Could you enlighten me as to where you found it? Anna observed as Xiaoyang pointed to a square iron object, appearing quite intrigued. Oh, you recognize it? It seems to be a type of robot. I have recently been collecting such items for research. Xiaoyang's response was half-hearted, yet internally he was brimming with excitement. He recognized this object, a square, rusted iron block, seemingly aged. appearing as though it might crumble at a mere touch. The bottom. A line of English was distinctly stamped. While the image of a bumbling, adorable robot emerged, and Xiao Yang could almost envision it traversing the ruins, diligently cleaning up debris. This was clearly the waste-collecting robot from the world of WALL-E. Disclosing this holds little consequence. However, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Anna seized the opportunity to exploit him. Humph, daring to mock me, are you? Xiao Yang extracted a basket of vegetables from his pack. Just this. It's merely a piece of information, too distant for me to pursue. Anna was uncertain of the item's significance to Xiao Yang. Yet recognizing the pile of refuse as nothing more than rusted scrap metal, she resigned herself to the trade. Deal, however. I advise against venturing there. Do you recall the zombie hounds from earlier? That heap of refuse lies adjacent to their den. From Anna, Xiao Yang learned that the refuse from the WALL-E world resided in an abandoned town from the bygone era to the northwest, currently occupied by a horde of zombie hounds. They had been driven from that very place. As night deepened, it was time to sleep. Xiao Yang set a perimeter of ghost vines around them while allowing the artificial intelligence, Finger, to act as a sentry. Finally resting in a discarded mixed-element clock, the night was thick, and the firelight gradually dimmed. Thump, 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 a shadow approached the flickering flames in a rhythmic manner. With each leap, it paused momentarily, seemingly sniffing the air to ascertain its direction. Behind it, more shadows hopped along, mimicking its movements. Boss, trouble is brewing. Wake up, something's coming. Finger called out loudly, having cranked the mobile alarm to maximum volume. Xiao Yang jolted awake, as did Mina and Anna, who were keeping watch over each other. The trio gathered by the fire, where the thumping sound grew increasingly apparent. Xiao Yang raised his flashlight toward the source of the noise, and upon seeing it, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. The beam illuminated a pallid face, casting deep shadows that barely concealed its pale, fuzzy skin. It was a man's corpse, clothed in tattered remnants, reminiscent of work attire from the 1950s or 1960s on Earth. Yet this cadaver was now leaping forward, hands raised, eyes shut, bounding several meters with each hop. Oh no! A zombie! The peculiar manner of movement could only belong to a zombie. And it was not alone. Behind it trailed a swarm of similarly jumping shadows. This was evidently a horde of zombies on the move. Xiao Yang could only marvel at the chaos of this world. Zombies by day, and now zombies by night. Should he encounter mummies, he would not be the least bit surprised. As the zombies approached, Xiao Yang hastily drew his pistol and fired. However, the bullets merely grazed the chest of the first zombie, causing it to pause momentarily without any substantial effect. At that moment, Anna and Mina reacted as well, firing at the zombies. They managed to strike the heads of several, yet the results were equally futile. These zombies appeared to possess skin as tough as iron. Bullets merely broke the surface of their skulls without delivering a fatal blow. Humph! I refuse to believe I can't obliterate them. Anna produced a grenade, hurling it into the throng of corpses. With a resounding explosion, the grenade toppled several zombies. Yet, Xiao Yang watched in disbelief as they rose back to their feet, as if they were indestructible, adopting their eerie stance once more. The grenades dealt primarily shrapnel damage, proving ineffective against these undead foes. Seeing this, Xiao Yang quickly adjusted his aim, targeting the eye socket of one zombie, finally silencing it. However, in the inky darkness, with such small targets, hitting them was no easy feat despite being evolvers. Their ability to aim in this environment was severely compromised. Before long, the horde of zombies had closed the distance. Chapter 55. Plants vs. Zombies. As the zombies advanced, their fangs bared. One zombie, clad in tattered striped clothing, lunged toward Xiao Yang, its darkened claws reaching out menacingly. Xiao Yang quickly twisted his body to evade. Ghost vines, thorn armor. He had no desire to engage with these zombies. For in the realm of the undead, being clawed or bitten would mean succumbing to zombie venom. The ghost vines in his backpack surged forth, enveloping him in a protective shell. As control improved and the ghost vine evolved, this vine armor became increasingly formidable. Several agile tendrils extended from the back and limbs of the ghost vine. Assisting Xiao Yang in battle, he delivered a powerful kick that sent a nearby zombie flying. The sensation beneath his foot akin to striking stone. Beside him, Another zombie, baring its sharp fangs, lunged at him. Without a glance back, Xiaoyang ensnared its head with 4 tendrils on his back, lifting it up and swinging it side to side. Executing a devastating Hulk slam. Goodness, how resilient! Realizing blunt attacks had no effect on the zombie, he thrust a blade into its eye socket, delivering it to the afterlife. Hopefully, it wouldn't encounter Uncle Joe down there. Cartoon, Fireball Jutsu. Xiaoyang recalled that zombies seem to fear fire. Indeed, the engulfed zombie crackled and popped like a candle aflame. Within moments, the 2 zombies were reduced to a blazing torch. Meanwhile, Anna and Mina engaged in a more subdued battle. They had awakened ice and water abilities respectively, which combined to unleash considerable power. Mina initiated the assault with a barrage of water orbs, followed by Anna, who raised her hands to unleash a chilling gust. Xiaoyang instantly felt the might of a third-tier ice wielder. A layer of frost spread from her core outward, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding zombies were encased in ice. Whether they were dead or not was uncertain, but they were rendered immobile. In truth, these zombies posed little difficulty. Their attacks mirrored those of the zombies from Hong Kong films, jumping, lunging, and biting in a grotesque loop. As long as one avoided being scratched or bitten, they were merely a bit sturdier than first-tier mutated creatures. The annoyance lay in their overwhelming numbers. From the flickering flames of the fireballs, it was clear there were no fewer than 100 in this pitch-black chaos. Maneuvering was quite challenging. Nevertheless, the trio remained unperturbed, each seemingly possessing their own trump cards. Xiaoyang manipulated his ghost vine with agility, the sharp tendrils directly piercing the eyes of the zombies. The current ghost vine had sufficient resilience to inflict significant damage, and coupled with his keen perception and intellect, he could effortlessly shatter the brains of 4 or 5 zombies with each evasive maneuver. Since the ghost vine functioned as an independent entity, it hardly drained his abilities, allowing Xiaoyang to engage in combat with remarkable ease and grace. To enhance visibility, he even crafted several zombie torches. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the flames, a black-furred zombie. This creature possessed a speed superior to that of its counterparts, with elongated fangs nearly reaching its chin and claws extending 3 inches long. The black-furred zombie lunged at Xiaoyang, leaping an astonishing 5 or 6 meters, so swift. Xiaoyang quickly sidestepped, ensnaring its arms with 2 tendrils from his left arm, then flipping the black-furred zombie to the ground. He raised his blade to strike. The short blade clashed against the black-furred zombie, producing a sound akin to iron meeting iron, as if he were striking a body of pure metal. Even with his second-tier evolved strength, he could not penetrate it. Hiss! The black-furred zombie bounced back like a spring, its arms moving in a mechanical manner. With a sudden exertion, it broke free from the ghost vine's grasp and charged directly at Xiaoyang. Fortunately, the vine armor absorbed the blow, though Xiaoyang was pushed back a few steps. Ghost vine, parasitize! A tendril spread from the zombie, wrapping around its legs and causing the black-furred zombie to lose balance and fall. Immediately, a massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, enveloped it. Hiss! The black-furred zombie thrashed wildly in the flames, but being a creature of darkness, it was most fearful of fire and could not escape its charred fate, becoming even more resilient to burning. What is this? While battling the zombies, Xiaoyang kept an eye on the situation with the black-furred one, noticing a black pearl drop from its ashes. Could it be the legendary corpse pearl? Without time to ponder, he swiftly collected it. Soon after, more black-furred zombies lurked among the ordinary ones, occasionally leaping out to scratch him. Each individual black-furred zombie surpassed the strength of a typical second-tier mutated creature. Instantly, the pressure on the trio intensified. Hey, could you assist me? Mina, let us unleash something big. All right. Mina, a second-tier water wielder, summoned droplets from the air, coalescing them into a flowing stream that surged forward. Anna then pressed her hands together and pushed forward, unleashing a fierce freezing gale that followed the water flow. With a series of crackling sounds, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, forming an icy storm that swept across, freezing all zombies within a 30-meter radius into solid blocks. Xiaoyang casually kicked one of the frozen zombies, which shattered into 8 pieces upon impact. Humph! Surprised? Are we? You better speak politely from now on. Observing Xiao Yang's astonishment, Mina felt a wave of satisfaction. Who would have thought that a second-tier evolved individual could also be a dual-element wielder? Impressive. Would you be interested in joining the city of Clara? Anna reassessed the mysterious black-haired man, noting that his speed in dispatching zombies was on par with theirs, seemingly retaining some stamina. Xiao Yang was momentarily speechless. Indeed, like father, like daughter, I won't be doing your father any favors, so you might as well give up. We'll see about that. The current situation is far from over. Xiao Yang gazed into the distance. Roar from the depths of the endless darkness came a chilling roar, filled with boundless hatred. The surrounding zombies trembled, resembling employees being scolded by a boss. With a thunderous crash, the zombies flew through the air like bowling pins, and a green figure shot forth like a cannonball. Not good. Ice shield. Anna quickly conjured a thick ice wall, 30 centimeters in height. The green figure collided with the sturdy barrier, creating spiderweb-like cracks. At that moment, the trio finally discerned the form of the green figure. It was a zombie covered in green fur. This zombie sported a massive Mediterranean hairstyle, nearly bald, its body cloaked in green fuzz that seemed moldy, exuding a pungent odor of decay. Its elongated fangs nearly surpassed its chin, and its claws curved like hooks. With a thunderous roar, the green-furred zombie charged through the ice wall directly at them. Get out of the way! Chapter 56. Thick liquid clung to her hair. Fortunately, due to the previous ice wall's barrier, the trio reacted just in time to narrowly avoid the zombie's razor-sharp claws. The green-furred zombie moved with astonishing speed, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Unlike other zombies, it was not stiff. Its joints moved with a fluidity akin to that of a normal person, and its eyes were wide open, almost sentient. Anna took the lead, conjuring massive ice spikes from the air and launching them forward. The green-furred zombie barreled toward her like the Hulk, its claws flailing as it shattered the ice spikes, demonstrating its overwhelming physical durability. Before it could retaliate, a rain of water arrows descended, but their impact was minimal and ineffective. Water rises, ice forms. Anna unleashed her ultimate move. Ice Seal. Frost surged along the ground, racing toward the green-furred zombie's head while Mina maintained an unbroken stream of water orbs. In an instant, the green-furred zombie was encased in a massive block of ice. Phew, that wasn't so impressive after all. Mina wiped the sweat from her brow, having overexerted her powers today. Mina, retreat. Suddenly, the ice block exploded, sending shards flying in all directions, catching Mina off guard and knocking her to the ground. Mina! Anna gasped. The green-furred zombie had vanished from sight. Reappearing behind Mina, its claws aimed straight at her neck. Anna's eyes widened with horror. She was desperate to help but could not reach her in time. However, at the moment when Mina was on the brink of demise, clang! A sound of metal clashing shattered the night. Under the faint light, a black-haired youth swung his short blade, striking the zombie's iron-like claws, diverting its trajectory and causing it to crash to the ground. Mina fell limply to the ground, staring in shock at the man who stood before her. Behind him, the green-furred zombie let out a furious roar, having just brushed shoulders with death. Why are you just standing there? You dim-witted fool, hurry and prepare to help. Xiao Yang was utterly exasperated by this daft goose. Even in such dire circumstances, she was still dazed. Roar seeing its prey still alive, the green-furred zombie exploded with rage, charging toward Xiao Yang in an instant so fast. Xiao Yang swiftly wielded his twin blades in a defensive posture, narrowly averting what could have been a fatal blow, thanks to his sharp reflexes. This zombie resembled a formidable combat machine, exhibiting immense strength and an ironclad physique. Distinctly more agile than the usual sluggish undead, It managed to exchange blows with Xiao Yang, a feat that would have even left the esteemed Jushu in awe. In the flickering light of the embers, two shadows, one black, one green, darted about, colliding with each other in a fierce struggle. For a moment, neither of the two women could intervene. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yang was also fighting with great difficulty, his hands nearly numb as he barely held his ground. Had it not been for a magical speed talisman affixed beneath his right hand, enhancing his kinetic energy, he might have lacked the strength to contend with this green-haired zombie. With only a single talisman at his disposal, he resolved to use it to augment the speed of his arms. This zombie undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a third-tier mutated creature, perhaps even stronger. "Miss Anna, please help me hold him off. I'm about to unleash something big," he called out as he momentarily retreated from the battlefield after trading blows with the Zombie King. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a 98K rifle. Meanwhile, Anna and Mina executed a combination attack, filling the void left by Xiaoyang. They unleashed their supernatural abilities, summoning a massive super ice storm that almost engulfed Xiaoyang as well. Despite the green-haired zombie's agility, it was ensnared within the tempest. The upper half of the zombie thrashed wildly, yet its lower half remained completely frozen, leaving it in a state of impotent fury. A gunshot rang out, bang, as the 98K bullet struck the zombie's neck, erupting in a spray of greenish blood. Xiaoyang ejected the spent casing, having originally aimed for its eyes, but the creature's erratic movements thwarted his aim. The zombie's resilience was astonishing. The bullet merely created a walnut-sized crater in its neck. "Faster. I can't hold on much longer," Anna exclaimed, pressing her hands to the ground as she channeled her powers to freeze the green-haired zombie's lower half. Bang! Another shot fired, but the green-haired zombie had successfully shielded its face, causing the bullet to shatter one of its claws instead. "Hey, are you even capable?" Anna was drenched in sweat. "Damn it. I'll show you," Xiaoyang retorted, discarding the 98K and drawing a long, dark green spear. The very one that had cost him 3 hefty fish, the AWM, renowned as a chicken dinner artifact. He had held onto this weapon for some time, refraining from using it due to the scarcity of ammunition, possessing only 3 Magnum rounds. Today, however, he intended to test the AWM's might against this green-haired zombie. "Damn it, I'll reclaim my losses with this shot." The frigid barrel aimed at the zombie's head, instilling a palpable sense of imminent danger, provoking a series of hissing cries as the creature contorted its body in desperate evasion, overwhelming even Anna. "Shoot already!" Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, honing his mental focus on the target before squeezing the trigger. Bang! The shot pierced the night air, heralding the dawn that was beginning to break. The deafening gunfire resounded as Xiaoyang maintained his unwavering gaze ahead. At such close range, he had no reason to miss. The bullet struck true, penetrating the zombie's rubbery scalp and subsequently its iron-like cranium. The immense kinetic energy erupted within the skull, causing the entire head to explode in a gruesome display. You may have witnessed the spectacle of a watermelon bursting, but surely you've never seen an undercooked watermelon meet the same fate. Anna's shrill scream echoed, as she mistook the scene for a malevolent act directed at her. To her horror, a vile, viscous substance splattered onto her crimson hair, revealing itself as the brain matter of the green-haired zombie. "This is disgusting. Mina, hand me some water." The usually unfazed Anna now resembled a girl startled by a cockroach. The sky grew ever brighter, and the remaining zombies began to flee in a frenzied panic towards the dawn, seemingly terrified of the sun. Xiaoyang dispatched a few black-haired zombies before allowing the others to escape. While Anna meticulously washed her hair, Xiaoyang endured the foul stench, examining the remains of the green-haired zombie. "Hey, do you want this zombie?" Anna, with her hair tied up in a ponytail, looked on in disdain as Xiaoyang fiddled with the headless corpse. "What do you need that for? To see if you can grow vegetables? How about sharing a bit? Who knows, maybe it could awaken your copper-skinned, iron-boned potential." Observing Anna's disapproving expression, Xiaoyang took on a playful tone, passionately extolling the aesthetic appeal of a zombie. Chapter 57. Robot Wally. Xiaoyang continued to dissect the zombie with precision. "Look, especially at this brain matter. Don't let its small quantity fool you. It embodies the essence of the entire zombie. What a pity it's all scattered on the ground." Anna's face turned a shade of green as she touched her hair, feeling as though her purity had been compromised. "If you want it, take it, grow your own vegetables and let them poison you," she huffed, turning to Mina. "Let us go." "Huh? Oh." Mina seemed lost in thought again, likely pondering some man. Upon regaining her senses, she found Anna had already hopped into the rugged vehicle. The engine roared to life. "Hey, mysterious little man," Anna called out, her hand resting on the steering wheel just before driving off. Don't linger too long in the wasteland. The Great Cycle is about to commence. When that happens, if you need refuge, come to Kila City and mention my name, Anna. With that, she pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. What is the point of announcing your name? I might consider clinging to your coattails instead. Xiaoyang mused as he bid farewell to the two women, shaking his head before returning to his examination of the zombies. Roughly half of the undead had been vanquished, their bodies littering the ground like discarded sticks. Xiaoyang opened the chest of the green-haired zombie and extracted a green corpse core, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Indeed, it exists. But what purpose do these cores serve? Can they be consumed? I'll need to find someone to test that. Subsequently, he discarded several marble-sized black cores from the hearts of the black-haired zombies. He then planted ghost vines on all the corpses, thanks to the nourishment provided by the multitude of bodies. Xiaoyang's ghost vines thrived significantly. This must have been here for at least 5,000 years, right? After securing the ghost vines, he pressed onward towards the lair of the zombie hounds, hopeful for further discoveries. After traversing over 30 kilometers, Xiaoyang finally located the small town Anna had mentioned. It bore a resemblance to an old Western-style settlement, filled with dilapidated wooden shacks and streets cluttered with refuse. The garbage dump Anna referred to was situated in the town square, necessitating his deeper exploration. The town had a certain scale. Glimpses of its former vibrancy could be seen through the bar and shop windows, now hollowed out and reduced to decaying remnants under the relentless passage of time. Uncertain of what calamity had befallen this place, it appeared to have been frequented by many. He scoured several houses but found little of value, likely having been scavenged by others beforehand. Picking up a faded newspaper beneath his feet, he struggled to decipher the barely legible text. With the help of Finger's recently compiled trash talk translation guide, he managed to discern a few vague phrases. Black hole all technologies, resources all humanity must never prevent the evil Sith catastrophe. War is an unavoidable victory. They were merely disjointed words that he could only loosely interpret. Oddly enough, where were those zombie hounds? According to Anna's information, this area should have been overrun by them, yet not a single shadow was in sight, leaving him perplexed and no harm done. Sometimes it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon enough, Xiaoyang found the heap of garbage in the town square, which he dubbed the Robot 1 garbage dump. The pile was substantial, reaching over 10 meters high, composed of discarded metal scraps and other solid refuse. It appeared that this trash originated from Earth, rather than from the spacecraft. This realization left him somewhat disappointed. The refuse from the spaceship was the most valuable, containing the remnants of human technology from 700 years hence. The earthly debris was merely the abandoned possessions of humanity before their departure. Utilizing ghost vines for rapid excavation, his goal was to uncover the garbage-cleaning robots known as Wally. Wally was a series of cleaning robots produced by the colossal American corporation B&L, by and large, in the world of Wally. But by the time the story unfolds, nearly all Wallys except for the protagonist had been rendered obsolete. Thus, Xiaoyang discovered several of these abandoned, square-shaped robots among the refuse. They operated on solar energy and were equipped with 2 hydraulic arms, while a laser cutter was installed between their dual eyes, digital cameras, allowing them to perform self-repairs using parts from other defunct robots to a certain extent. However, his objective was not to repair a Wally to manage the detritus of the world, but rather to procure a robot body for Finger, who had been clamoring for one. Xiaoyang thought that Wally would serve perfectly. He selected several garbage-cleaning robots and unearthed a wealth of solar panels. Finger, what do you think of this body? Boss, I yearn to pilot a Gundam. Alas, there are none available, boss. I wish to operate Unit 1. Yet, it is nowhere to be found. Boss, I desire. No, you do not desire. Under the oppressive reign of Xiaoyang, this artificial intelligence hailing from the realm of dragons is compelled to accept its fate as a mere garbage collection robot. Well, in truth, Wally is rather commendable. Do not be deceived by its simplistic appearance, for its interior is remarkably robust. Behold, there lies an abundance of spare parts, sufficient to last for quite some time. Xiaoyang recalls that in the film, Wally could withstand the searing heat of a spaceship's exhaust and the frigid temperatures of space without faltering, showcasing absolutely stable performance and reliable quality. Crucially, it relies solely on solar energy for movement. Its assembly is straightforward. and replacing parts is not overly complex, making it perfectly suited for this garbage-laden world. It is indeed quite fitting. After gathering these items, Xiaoyang resolved to assemble and test them upon his return. Having scoured the town without discovering anything of value, he departed. Just as he left, approximately 10 kilometers away, a pack of zombie dogs was voraciously devouring a mutated creature resembling a yak. Suddenly, the leader, the Dog King, tilted its head skyward. High above, at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, a colossal black hole gradually unfurled. Its diameter spanning hundreds of meters. With a thunderous roar, a gargantuan beast plummeted from the heavens. It resembled a small mountain descending from the sky, instantly occupying the Dog King's entire field of vision, which had shrunk from the size of an egg. It was the carcass of a behemoth, massive in stature, reminiscent of Godzilla, cloaked in thick, conical, armored skin, with a long horn atop its head. Its two gigantic claws resembled crab pincers, and between them dangled two long, severed tentacles. This creature was so immense that when upright, it stood over 60 meters tall, and coupled with its robust tail, its body exceeded 100 meters in length. The sheer mass of such a creature crashing from the sky elicited a desperate wail from even the mindless zombie dogs. The impact of the beast's fall obliterated countless mounds of refuse, generating a whirlwind of debris and garbage that sent the surrounding zombie dogs tumbling to the ground. Following the creature's descent, the black hole did not vanish. Immediately thereafter, a multitude of massive objects, akin to boulders, rained down from the sky, crashing onto the surface like meteors. To everyone's astonishment, these were chunks of fresh, bloody flesh. Some pieces were the size of tables, while larger ones dwarfed entire houses. Each piece was remarkably dense, creating enormous craters upon impact. The recently risen zombie dogs howled in panic as they fled, dodging the falling flesh projectiles, with some unfortunately crushed into a pulp due to their proximity. The deluge of flesh rained down for over a minute before it finally ceased. The Dog King, having narrowly escaped this calamity, shook its head and looked up, nearly scratching its own eyes out in disbelief. Is this real? Ahead, amidst the shattered terrain, a towering mound of delectable meat loomed, radiating intense energy waves. In that moment, the Dog King felt it had reached the pinnacle of its canine existence. However, just as it gathered all its strength to emit a triumphant howl, a decrepit yellow car plummeted from the sky, shattering its aspirations into dust. The car's hood bore the bold inscription of 4 English letters, GUTS, Chapter 58. The monster got elsewhere. Xiaoyang rummaged through the refuse, uncovering discarded electronics, smart devices, and other items. According to Finger, assimilating data and programming algorithms from various worlds would aid in the growth of this artificial intelligence. Perhaps it would not remain so inept in the future. Boss, be cautious. Something is approaching. It's everywhere, so many of them. His phone blared. Finger pounded the screen, his voice rising in alarm, panic evident in his expression. Xiaoyang, too, sensed the ground tremors drawing nearer. Raising his gaze, he beheld a cloud of dust rising in the distance. An incessant tide of mutated creatures surging toward him. Good heavens, how can one be this unfortunate? Xiaoyang sprinted away, wishing fervently for an extra leg. Behind him, a myriad of mutated beings raced southward, their sizes varying, with the larger ones at the front and the smaller ones trailing behind, while a dense swarm of tiny insects occupied the rear. Yet, 2 legs could not outrun 4, and soon, he found himself overtaken by the horde. Glancing back at the ferocious beasts fixated on him, he realized that should they trample him, he would surely be left in tatters. Hunyuan Yikishong, protect me, he declared, summoning a golden bell that descended from above. Enveloping him in its embrace, he had utmost faith in this treasure from the Tao Alliance of the Fox Demon Realm. In mere seconds, the beast throng surged forth, the bell resonating with a series of thuds. Xiaoyang braced himself for a fierce struggle, even preparing an escape talisman in hand. Strangely, the beasts did not make a concerted effort to assault him. Rather, they circled around the Hunyuan Yikishong and continued their migration forward, as though he were not their target. Peering through the bell's aperture, Xiaoyang marveled at the stampede of mutated beasts rushing ahead. What on earth could be drawing so many mutated creatures? He speculated that an impressive garbage eruption must be occurring. What type of refuse could attract such a multitude of beings? He resolved to investigate. A massive, mutated long-horned yak passed by, reminiscent of those once pulled by old Hawk's caravan. Xiaoyang stowed the Hunyuan Yikazhong and threw a binding rope around the yak's horn, leaping atop it. Feeling the unwelcome presence atop its head, the long-horned yak reared on its four hooves, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge the human rider. Behave! Xiaoyang tightened the reins and delivered a punch to the yak's head. Now at the pinnacle of the second-tier powers, bolstered by various life energies, his strength was considerable. After a vigorous barrage, the long-horned yak relented, dutifully carrying Xiaoyang along with the advancing tide of beasts. After riding for approximately 10 kilometers, they arrived at an expansive basin where insects and creatures alike leapt into the depression, creating a cascade of movement. Above the basin, countless avian mutated beings circled, densely packed like a cloud. Xiaoyang reined in the yak at the basin's edge, gazing in astonishment at the converging beast tide, nearly tumbling from the yak's back. My goodness! Before him lay a 100-meter-long behemoth sprawled across the open basin, surrounded by an immeasurable pile of colossal flesh chunks, forming a hill of blood and meat. At the foot of this hill, throngs of mutated creatures crowded and scrambled to ascend, eager to partake of the bounty. Each piece of flesh was teeming with various mutated beings, as if from the heavens, a bag of sugar had been spilled, attracting countless ants to savor it. Is this for real? Could that be Gotti? Xiaoyang wiped the lens of his binoculars. The creature, intact and reminiscent of Godzilla, sported a pale orange horn and two formidable pincers, with fleshy tentacles sprouting between them. This was unmistakably the monster Gotti from Ultraman Tiga. Who dares claim that Ultraman does not exist in this world? I would argue with them. The monsters have appeared. As a beacon from his childhood, the series Ultraman Tiga resonated deeply within him. Xiaoyang recalled that Gotti had appeared twice in Ultraman Tiga, possessing the ability to create transparent barriers and launching destructive red beams from its horn. If this creature is indeed Gotti, then whose flesh is this? In the Ultraman realm, creatures vanquished by Tiga are often reduced to mere fragments. However, recalling the monsters that perished alongside Gotti, the only one that comes to mind is the powerful monster Hilbigorn. Dwelling within the lion-nosed tree as in the story, Gotti was seemingly devoured alive by Hilbigorn, although Hilbigorn ultimately fell to Tiga. This presents a dilemma. Xiaoyang finally comprehended why Clara City harbored such dread of the cyclic garbage eruptions. He had scarcely roamed the vast wilderness when confronted with such a magnificent scene, suggesting that other regions likely experienced similar eruptions in abundance. How many mutated beings could ascend and awaken from the rich, energy-laden flesh? How many offspring would these mutated beings produce? Even at this moment, Xiaoyang observed many creatures consuming the monster's meat, their forms grotesquely transforming as if under the influence of steroids. Some insect-like mutated beings were even seen laying eggs right on the spot. With matters having reached this point, Xiaoyang felt powerless to effect change and could only pray for a slower frequency of garbage eruptions, granting him a little more time to develop cautiously. Fortunately, this location was a considerable distance from Kel Town. Would humans be able to consume this monster's flesh? If they cannot fight it, perhaps joining forces would be prudent. First, he would gather some samples. Xiaoyang brandished the binding rope of the immortals and struck it against the hindquarters of the long-horned cow. A peculiar gleam flickered in the cow's eyes as it excitedly charged down towards the basin. Ahead lay a chunk of flesh, silver-gray on the surface with a dark red interior, a daunting challenge for both man and beast to navigate. Had it not been for the cow's considerable size, movement would have been nearly impossible. Surrounding them were throngs of mutated creatures, huddled together like zombies in a cinematic spectacle. There were cats with 3 eyes, 6-legged rodents, and sheep adorned with scorpion tails. A menagerie of grotesque life forms that made Xiaoyang feel as though he had stepped into the realm of the classic of mountains and seas. Before him, the monstrous hunk of flesh, roughly the size of a room, was crawling with mutated beings, while those on the periphery incessantly gnawed at their brethren, eager to drag them down. Should a creature fall, several others would immediately leap to seize the opportunity. The long-horned cow let out a panicked moo, Encircling it were 4 or 5 gray wolves, each as large as Tibetan mastiffs. Their elongated fangs resembled those of saber-toothed tigers, glinting with a metallic sheen. The lead wolf howled skyward, as if the pack, unable to push forward, sought a change in prey. The wolves leapt forward, lunging at Xiao Yang's throat. How foolish, he thought. The ghostly vine shot forth, blooming like a flower, piercing the tender bellies of each wolf with precision. Parasite, thorned killed in the next instant. The seeds of the ghostly vine rapidly took root within the wolves, black thorny tendrils oozing with blood sprouting from every orifice of their carcasses. The scene was horrifically gruesome, a testament to the vine's prowess as a weapon against lesser foes. These wolves possessed merely first-tier strength, making their slaughter effortless. However, formidable mutated creatures were abundant among the dense throngs. One could occasionally see flames and hear thunderous roars as special effects manifested. Cartoon, fireball technique. A massive fireball, for meters wide, barreled through, colliding with the monstrous flesh and sending the surrounding mutated beings tumbling down. Xiao Yang followed closely with a sudden burst of speed, seizing the moment to raise the demon-capturing vial. Heaven and earth, limitless. The universe grants its laws. Absorb. A potent suction enveloped the room-sized mass of monstrous flesh, swiftly pulling it away. The encroaching mutated beings collapsed, their mouths filled with dirt. The sudden disappearance of the meat incited the fury of the crowd. Roar. Hundreds of mutated creatures fixated their gaze upon Xiao Yang, an accusatory glint in their eyes. Though they were unaware of how their food had vanished, they were certain it had something to do with this man. Man and cow, surrounded by beasts, in the next moment. A myriad of mutated creatures surged towards Xiao Yang. The ghostly vine, resembling 8 whips, danced through the air, dispatching the rushing cats, dogs, and rodents with lethal efficiency. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Despite the vine's formidable penetrating power, its endurance was waning. The worm-like creature erupted from the ground. Its circular maw clamped onto the thigh of the long-horned cow, its twisted body seemingly intent on tearing the limb off. The mutated cow emitted a mournful moo. Xiao Yang swiftly severed the monstrous worm in two. A viscous pus gushed forth, adhering to his blade and hissing corrosively, capable of eating away at metal. Suddenly, a mutated being launched a fireball toward the back of his head. Xiao Yang turned and expelled a fireball of his own, countering the attack. He then drew an M249 and, with a barrage of gunfire, broke free through the gap created by the exploding fireball. Damn it, snatching food from a tiger's mouth is exceedingly difficult. The overwhelming number of creatures had inflicted considerable wounds upon him as he escaped the throng. Xiao Yang retrieved a ghostly vine, drawing upon its vitality to heal his injuries. In the basin, the battle among the creatures raged on. He spotted a powerful silver-gray, lemur-like mutant, having consumed the flesh of the monster Zilbagong, standing upright like a human. Perched atop a chunk of tail-like meat, it thumped its chest like a gorilla, declaring its dominance over the surrounding beings, sweeping its tail and reducing them to a pulp. A bird with a head resembling that of a dinosaur unleashed a blade of wind that struck Xiao Yang's back. Yet he remained unscathed. The creature then leapt, seizing its wings and tearing them asunder. Was this the effect of Zilbagong's flesh? An invincible golden body? Xiao Yang recalled that while Zilbagong lacked special attack capabilities, its physical prowess had utterly crushed Gotti, a terrifying force indeed. If not for the limitation of only being able to perceive moving objects, even Digga might have been outmatched. Of course, it was also possible that the monkey possessed some innate ability. But something was amiss. The creature seemed somewhat deranged. The mutated beings that had consumed monster flesh exhibited extreme aggression, attacking their surroundings like madmen, escalating the bloodshed among their kind. Even Xiao Yang hesitated to delve deeper, fearing he might become ensnared. Thus, he shifted his gaze toward another beast, Gotti. Although numerous mutated beings surrounded Gotti, they seemed to be facing challenges. Since this Gotti had been killed by Zilbagong and not obliterated by Digga, its body remained largely intact. They struggled to make headway. Gotti's skin was exceedingly tough. Excluding the protruding bone spurs, its skin thickness likely exceeded a meter. The few points of vulnerability were the bite marks on its neck and the severed appendages. However, with an abundance of meat scattered throughout the basin, the cost-effectiveness of gnawing on Gotti was considerably low, and many astute mutated beings opted to abandon Gotti in favor of the more readily available flesh. Thus, the competition around Gotti was significantly less fierce, though some peculiar creatures were attempting to breach its tough exterior. A unique blue slug clung to Gotti's skin, secreting a peculiar light blue slime that gradually corroded the monster's hide. Xiao Yang located a segment of Gotti's severed appendage and, mounting the long-horned cow, once again plunged into the fray of mutated beasts, narrowly securing the fragment. Subsequently, he climbed atop Gotti's carcass, gazing at the mountainous body beneath him with a sense of regret. This was an entire 6-ton monster. Damn it, I must find a way to crack that high-tier spatial ring when I return. Although Bai Yuechu's demon-capturing vial could contain living beings, its capacity was still somewhat limited. He had brought only 2 with him on this excursion. The vial containing the Tears of the Void and the 9-turn Xian Yin water remained with the Jessica siblings, continuing their purification experiments. By the time he returned, he should be able to harvest the 9-turn Xian Yin water and the Tears of the Void. At that moment, he yearned for a colossal spatial treasure capable of containing Gotti's entire body. Xiao Yang hopped around on Gotti's back, utterly dissatisfied. He cast a glance at the gaping wound on Gotti's neck, where numerous insects were feasting on the exposed flesh, making little progress. The monster's flesh was remarkably tough, requiring significant effort for ordinary mutated beings to tear off even a morsel. If all went as expected, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to fully digest this Gotti. Since he could not take it with him, he resolved to decompose it on site. Xiao Yang decided to secretly plant a ghostly vine within Gotti's body, allowing it to develop in seclusion. Rather than let these mutated beings benefit, he would cultivate a crop of his own. The thought of a ghostly vine nourished by an entire Gotti was both thrilling and terrifying. However, how could he create an opening? The eyes, that seemed insufficient and rather hard. Were there any other openings on Gotti's body? Cough, boss, I have a bold idea. Oh? Do tell. This was truly difficult to articulate. On the screen of his phone, finger, typically so unrestrained, suddenly became bashful. Then, the device displayed a classic scene from the animal kingdom. Spring has arrived. Life awakens, and it is the mating season for animals. Xiao Yang's face turned dark. After an impassioned explanation from Teacher Zhao, he finally grasped Finger's implication. Yet he couldn't help but admire Finger's genius. Was this truly artificial intelligence? It was almost inhuman. Following the back downwards, Xiao Yang discovered a shocking fact in a certain area of Gotti's posterior. This Gotti was female. Wait a moment, a female Gotti. My goodness, could there be eggs? In the realm of Diga, Xiao Yang distinctly recalls that Gottis are capable of laying eggs and can utilize the hormones of their offspring for incubation. A bold thought emerged in Xiao Yang's mind. The ghost vine grew wildly, slithering through the passage for over 20 meters, entering a relatively soft space. As it continued onward, the tips of its branches brushed against a cluster of egg-like objects, each approximately the size of a volleyball. Left behind a spherical stem marked with a slave imprint, while the vine wove a net to cradle these eggs. Immediately outside the body, Xiao Yang urged the long-horned cow to pull the ghost vine, assisting it in extricating itself from Gotti's form, akin to a tug-of-war. After considerable effort, Xiao Yang finally succeeded in planting the seeds of the ghost vine within Gotti's body and collected a nest of Gotti's eggs, 7 in total. He was astonished that the adult Gotti's body was so large, yet the eggs were so small. Surely, these eggs must be more nutritious than the tentacles. Perhaps he would try frying a few. He wondered if any of these eggs contain life. Xiao Yang carefully stored the Gotti's eggs, preparing to return for further study. He then activated his wood-based abilities, sensing the condition of the ghost vine within Gotti's body. The gardener skill was initiated. Xiao Yang employed this skill to awaken the ghost vine, commanding it to gather resources and gradually take control. The ghost vine took root in the egg nest of Gotti's, with countless roots swiftly spreading along the meridians to permeate the colossal beast's body, greedily absorbing its nutrients. Xiao Yang eagerly anticipated the day of harvest. In truth, he believed the most valuable asset on Gotti's was the singular horn atop its head. This horn could generate a formidable transparent barrier and emit destructive rays. Unfortunately, it could not be removed for the time being. Having done all that could be done, it was time to withdraw. Xiaoyang glanced around in the basin. Mutated creatures had gathered in increasing numbers, including some exceedingly formidable beings. The blood-soaked revelry continued. This place was becoming increasingly perilous. Riding the long-horned cow, Xiaoyang meandered through the basin, collecting scraps until he filled 2 mineral water bottles before hastily departing. Chapter 60. The experiment with monster flesh at the base of a garbage mountain. The long-horned cow lay sprawled on the ground, its 4 hooves bound together, gazing fearfully at the demon-like man before it, inching back against the wall in search of a semblance of safety. "Calm down, my dear cow. Open wide. Moo, please, go away, don't come closer." Xiaoyang was testing the effects of the monster Hilbegong's flesh, and the test subject was naturally this long-horned cow. He sliced off a piece of Hilbegong's bloody meat and, disregarding the cow's resistance, forcefully stuffed it into its mouth. Moo, delicious. It seemed there was no immediate reaction. Perhaps it was too little? Xiaoyang cut off a few more pieces of meat and fed them to the long-horned cow, and the effect soon became apparent. The cow's body began to swell, muscles bulging, its skin glistening as if oiled. Roar. The long-horned cow emitted a feral roar, its eyes bloodshot. Seemingly losing its sanity, it kicked its limbs, attempting to break free from the ghost vine's grasp. Bang! A massive fist struck the cow's forehead, knocking it unconscious. It appeared that the effects of the monster's flesh were indeed remarkable, yet the side effects were significant. What to do? Xiaoyang was troubled. The beast that loses its reason remains a beast. A human who loses reason. Are they still human? He had no need for a pack of lunatics. Not long after, the long-horned cow regained consciousness, the bloodshot hue in its eyes slightly diminished, yet it continued to roar incessantly. Xiaoyang delivered another punch, rendering it unconscious once more. This cycle continued, with the long-horned cow still bellowing, seemingly intent on tearing his throat out. Could it be that this loss of reason was permanent? Xiaoyang, panting from the exertion, felt fatigued from the continuous struggle. He pulled out a bottle of tea brewed from bitter leaf, taking a hearty drink that invigorated him significantly. Refreshing. Wait a moment. Refreshing. Suddenly, inspiration struck Xiaoyang. He pried open the long-horned cow's mouth and directly poured in the bitter leaf tea. To his delight, the blood-red hue in the cow's eyes faded considerably. Effective. He followed up with another bottle of bitter leaf tea. And indeed, the bloodshot color completely vanished. Moo, moo. The cow regained its senses, looking at the demon before it with terror. Although it had lost its reason earlier, those blows had been very real. The fear it harbored for Xiaoyang was etched deep into its soul. "Oh, since it has awakened, let us do it again. Moo." A man and a cow traversed the wasteland. Xiaoyang reclined in a chair woven from ghost vines, propped up by a leather ball, enjoying a brief respite. Beneath the chair, the long-horned cow tread cautiously, moving slowly to avoid disturbing the demon on its back. By the way, this cow had been given a name. Xiaoyang called it Amu. This moment. Amu had undergone a remarkable transformation, bearing little resemblance to its former self. Beneath its bronze skin bulged muscles, filled with explosive power. Its hooves had sprouted claws resembling those of a fierce beast. Its mouth adorned with fangs, and its long horns curved slightly, resembling those of a goat. Though it was a cow, it bore a hint of draconic semblance. Alas, it remained somewhat timid. After extensive experimentation, Xiaoyang had fed Amu considerable amounts of Hilbegong flesh. And now, Amu had evolved into a second-tier mutated creature. Its raw strength was such that even the ghost vine struggled to restrain it, and its defensive capabilities were formidable, rendering it no easy task to knock it unconscious again. Furthermore, having consumed a substantial quantity of bitter leaf, its intelligence appeared significantly enhanced, exhibiting remarkable awareness. Through the experiments conducted on Amu, Xiaoyang finally identified a method to mitigate the side effects of Hilbegong's flesh. This monster's meat seemed to harbor a volatile factor that affected rationality. It appeared that the Hilbegong in the Digo world also exhibited a temperamental and somewhat dim-witted demeanor, likely due to this reason. Creatures lacking sufficient mental strength were easily influenced by this factor, leading to a loss of reason. The temporary solution was to consume bitter leaf alongside the monster's flesh. The fundamental remedy involved permanently enhancing one's mental fortitude, allowing resistance against this volatile influence. This meant Hilbegong's meat could only be used to cultivate a select few elites, as Xiaoyang's supply of bitter leaf was limited. The good news was that Gades' flesh seemingly did not possess this volatile factor that could lead to a loss of reason. However, aside from elevating evolutionary levels, Gades' meat had yet to reveal other characteristics in AMU. Perhaps the sample size was insufficient. In any case, Gades' flesh could be used safely on a larger scale. The entrance to Kel Town was abuzz with activity, as scavengers lined up in long queues. At the end of the line stood a desk where Mary, with a significant burden upon her chest, sat recording details. Behind her, a variety of items were organized into categories: discarded cars, computers, tires, and even some seemingly sci-fi gadgets. 2 pounds of dog food. Next, Mary rubbed her temples. The assortment of items scavenged recently was truly eclectic, making accurate valuation a rather exhausting endeavor. Damn it! That scoundrel Xiaoyang abandoned me to frolic in the wasteland alone. How frustrating. Why are there so many scraps to collect? Excuse me, ma'am, the scavenger before her cautiously inquired. Observing Mary's fluctuating expression, do you have something to trade? Mary snapped back to reality, noticing the empty hands of the scavenger, her expression darkening further. I have news to report. What news? There's a new dumping site. I discovered a place brimming with mechanical refuse. Just as the scavenger was about to elaborate, a sudden alarm blared, interrupting him. Warning! A powerful monster is approaching. Quickly, organize defenses. Everyone rushed to the entrance of the small town, where, in the distance, a long-horned cow, seemingly cast from bronze, ambled closer. On the back of the monstrous cow, a shadowy figure could be discerned. Halt, you two. This is the territory of Kel Town. Who goes there? Moo. Xiaoyang rose from his chair, rubbing his eyes to see Mark, flanked by others, bracing for confrontation. Oh, have we arrived? Mood, it's the boss. The boss has returned. Upon seeing Xiaoyang atop the cow, the crowd erupted in cheers. Excellent, excellent. The defense team of Kel Town is finally taking shape. Xiaoyang wondered where Mark had procured a collection of high school uniforms, as the defense team now donned blue and white attire, armed with an assortment of firearms. Though somewhat comical, it was a significant improvement over their previous ragged attire, giving them a semblance of order compared to their earlier lethargy. This progress was undoubtedly thanks to the training methods provided by their boss. Regarding Xiaoyang, Mark increasingly holds him in high esteem, applying himself diligently, particularly after the boss remarked on his commendable efforts, suggesting that perhaps his severed arm could be restored. As for the so-called training methods, they are naturally provided by Finger, reportedly a simplified version of the training techniques employed by the American Amphibious Assault Forces. Without further ado, please step aside. Xiaoyang swiftly descended, and with a forceful gesture, the ball in his hand erupted, revealing a pale blue orb of light. The orb shimmered with countless strands of luminescence, as if an abundance of furious energy were confined within, emanating astonishing waves of power. After considerable effort, Xiaoyang had finally perfected the spiral sphere. Chapter 61. Ghostly Mushroom, please step aside once more. Xiaoyang raised the spiral sphere and pressed it against the ground. With a thunderous roar, debris erupted, creating a perfectly circular crater 1 meter in diameter. A mere meter? It seems I must practice more. Xiaoyang brushed off the dust from his hands. His grandiose declaration left the onlookers momentarily speechless. The signature technique of the Naruto world. The spiral sphere possesses formidable lethality. Its initial collision inflicts high-speed twisting damage, followed by explosive harm upon impact, achieving a remarkable effect akin to striking a bull from afar. Even the basic series of spheres can shatter stones, and with the right input of energy, one can control the magnitude of its power, later incorporating various elemental energies to concoct a myriad of powerful techniques. Observing the vast crater before him, Mary felt increasingly awed by this man's prowess. Xiaoyang remained a second-tier ability user. Therefore, this power was not a newly awakened talent. Besides his immensely powerful skill, there was also the bronze statue-like creature beside him, from which Mary sensed an underlying strength. Xiaoyang, what is that mutated bull? Oh, just a recently acquired pet, intended for transportation. And no need to worry about it. A bit of casual feeding will suffice. Mu called out in a manner that seemed to express his docility, indicating how easy he was to care for, evoking sympathy. Let us set that aside for now. I kindly ask you to step back once more. Ideally, retreat at least 10 meters. The scavengers complied, retreating until a sufficient distance was established, at which point Xiaoyang waved his hand. With a resounding crash, a massive tentacle, 7 to 8 meters long and 2 meters in diameter, plummeted to the ground. Its sheer size allowed everyone present to distinctly feel the tremors beneath their feet. Good heavens, Jessica, tell me, am I dreaming? Jim murmured. Jessica pinched Jim, the pain jolting him back to the reality of the world. It was inescapable. The visual impact was overwhelming. This was spiritual flesh, several tons of spiritual flesh. However, the spectacle was far from over. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, another deafening crash echoed as a mass of flesh, the size of a room, fell to the ground. Jessica, I suspect you didn't pinch me hard enough just now. Jim had lost his mind, and the scavengers were left in a daze. When did spiritual flesh become so worthless? After extracting all this meat, Xiaoyang felt immensely relieved. There was simply too much of it, occupying far too much space. 2 mineral water bottles were stuffed full of monster meat, an unpleasant sight indeed. As for the fact that he possessed a spatial treasure, he had no intention of concealing it. Sooner or later, someone would have to deal with this meat, and it was impossible to hide it from the observant. Most importantly, Xiaoyang felt emboldened, unafraid. Noticing the covetous glances from some scavengers, Xiaoyang scoffed. Mu understood, and with a stomp of his iron hooves, he let out a long, resounding moo, the powerful aura of the second-tier mutated creature awakening them. Jessica, gather a few people to handle this. Absolutely. In Kir Town, in a quaint little villa, Mary, Zhang Daqiang, and other officials from Kir Town No. 1 High School convened, each reporting on their respective work achievements in Xiaoyang's absence over the past few days. Various tasks had progressed in an orderly fashion. The security team and exploration team had taken shape, albeit with a modest total of around 200 individuals. The population of Kir Town was already sparse, and the issue of food further constrained the number of warriors the town could support. The core problem remained a lack of food. Boss, we have results regarding the ghostly mushroom experiment, Tang Chuan, responsible for vegetable and mushroom cultivation, presented 2 mushroom samples. One was a pale purple, while the other was white, resembling a type of foie gras mushroom. The purple mushroom boasted a ring of black fungal bands at the stalk, whereas the black mushroom featured a ring of purple bands. We spent considerable time using various methods to cultivate mushrooms with ghost vines as the spawn, ultimately producing these 2 varieties. The purple mushroom is derived from the vine portions of the ghost vine. While it lacks lethal toxins, consuming it induces paralysis and hallucinations, with a strong paralyzing effect. One can incapacitate an ordinary scavenger for half an hour. The black mushroom, cultivated from the spherical stem of the ghost vine, is entirely edible. Although its taste is not particularly pleasant, it contains a faint energy. Tang Chuan explained his mushroom cultivation process nonchalantly, detailing how many mice each type had poisoned. Excellent, excellent. Xiaoyang gazed at the black and purple mushrooms, filled with excitement. Undoubtedly, the purple mushroom retained some characteristics of the ghost vine, possessing its paralyzing toxin. In contrast, the black mushroom absorbed the ghost vine's extraordinary energy. Though faint, in sufficient quantities, it could potentially facilitate human evolution, and importantly, it was sustainable. The ghost vine itself was toxic and inedible, while the black mushroom resolved this issue, which is why Xiaoyang valued this black mushroom so highly. Originally, the ghost vine, as a type of spirit beast, should have yielded spirit rings upon being killed. Strangely, however, when the ghost vine was slain in the garbage world, no spirit rings appeared, derailing Xiaoyang's plan for infinite spirit rings. This anomaly might be linked to the laws of a world, an incompatibility. Regrettably, the ghost vine was too scarce. Otherwise, the food pressure in Kir Town could have been alleviated. Tang Chuan expressed his regret, and others felt similarly, as these were precious spirit plants, encountered only a few times throughout the year. No, the ghost vine can proliferate abundantly. Xiao Yang toyed with a black mushroom while explaining the cultivation method of the ghost vine to everyone. Although the ghost vine was a spirit plant, it was a fast-growing species that could thrive by absorbing the nutrients from the corpses of animals and plants. While the garbage world was barren, it was certainly not lacking in the corpses of mutated creatures. This meant that Kier Town had the foundational capacity for large-scale ghost vine cultivation. The poor ghost vine, once a fearsome plant-type spirit beast in Dolua, had now been reduced to a mere mushroom cultivation resource in the garbage world. Boss, is this true? The ghost vine can really be cultivated on a large scale. Tang Chuan was beside himself with excitement. You'll find out the truth in due time. You've accomplished a great feat this time. Consider it your reward. Xiao Yang sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Tang Chuan and produced a small vial of bitter tree resin. Drink this when you're on the verge of a breakthrough. You may experience a delightful surprise. He hoped that Tang Chuan would awaken a plant-type ability, enabling him to manage his garden and sustain his extravagant lifestyle. As for the black mushroom, it shall henceforth be named the ghostly mushroom, while the purple one will be called the numb mushroom, even though its utility remains unclear for now. Additionally, the cultivation base for the ghost vine must be established immediately. This task is urgent. We have little time left. Contemplating the anomalies in the vast wasteland sent shivers down Xiao Yang's spine. The frequency of garbage eruptions was increasing, unleashing all manner of monsters and demons. Whether Kier Town could weather this crisis was uncertain, and preparations must be made in advance. Waiting was no longer an option. Kier Town required more evolutionaries. Xiao Yang resolved to utilize that segment of the tentacle meat to cultivate a batch of loyal evolutionaries. As for the meat of the Hilbagong, it would be reserved for a select few elites, as the bitter tree leaves were his prized possession. Chapter 62. Finger Valley arrives that evening. Xiao Yang invited everyone to dinner. The main dish was, of course, carbon-grilled monster meat from Hilbagong paired with bitter tree leaves, with the side dish being boiled tentacle slices. To be frank, the meat of Hilbagong was rather unpalatable, resembling chewing on rubber tires. Yet its effects were undeniably remarkable. After the meal, everyone could distinctly feel their muscles and bones becoming denser, with notable improvements in strength and defense. Tang Chuan could hardly contain himself, breaking through immediately upon returning. It actually has unique properties that enhance physical condition. As is widely known, the evolutionary phase prior to the first-tier evolutionaries is the golden period for physical enhancement, while the subsequent evolutionaries experience very gradual physical improvements, primarily resulting from the advancements. Hilbagong meat still significantly bolsters the strength and defensive capabilities of evolutionaries, making it quite exceptional. The group fantasized that perhaps with long-term consumption, they could contend with mutated creatures solely through their physical prowess. Thus, despite its unpleasant taste, they all persevered. As for the tentacle meat, it had a texture reminiscent of a spicy lung slice dish. After dinner, Xiao Yang instructed the team leaders to take home a substantial amount of meat as a team benefit, which deeply touched them. All right, it's nearly time for me to break through as well. Xiao Yang gazed at the large barrel of blue liquid before him, which appeared to contain more than 10 liters, emanating an astonishing wave of energy. This was the 9-turn mysterious in water, painstakingly refined by Jessica through relentless effort. Such a small quantity had been extracted from several cubic meters of water. Today, he intended to consume this precious 9-turn mysterious in water in an attempt to break through to become a third-tier evolver, with the hope of awakening his water-based supernatural abilities. Let the process commence. Gulping down a cup of 9-turn mysterious in water in one go, he savored its cool, slightly sweet taste. It was refreshingly chilling, but not a physical chill. Rather, it was a spiritual coldness, despite the fact that the water was at room temperature. Drinking it made him feel as though his very soul had descended into a crypt. He had consumed too much at once. Truly, this was divine water capable of extinguishing the pure yang fire. A top-tier magical artifact in the world of fox demons, powerful indeed. Although a shiver ran through him, as his physical form absorbed the 9-turn mysterious in water, that icy sensation gradually faded. Seizing the momentum of this energy surge, Xiao Yang continued to drink, downing 4 to 5 liters, causing his abdomen to swell. Historical experience had taught him that the more energy one possessed during advancement, the better the outcome. The energy from the 9-turn mysterious Een water surged through his meridians, reaching a critical point, culminating in a remarkable transformation, an astonishing wave of power radiating outwards. Xiaoyang opened his eyes. It was as if he could clearly see countless tiny water molecules swirling around him in the air. Coming forth at his beck and call, effortlessly flowing as he commanded, he had finally awakened his water-based supernatural abilities. Time passed swiftly. Everything in Kir Town was progressing in an orderly fashion, with an abundance of monster meat and the cultivation of ghostly mushrooms invigorating the scavengers of the town. This not only provided a solid material foundation but also instilled ample confidence in the people. In no time, a scene emerged where everyone aspired to become evolvers, fervently searching for valuable refuse or the corpses of mutated creatures. Moreover, not far from Kir Town, an oil refinery had been erected. A waft of acrid blue smoke drifted by, infusing the endless rubbish wasteland with a hint of industrial civilization. Groups of scavengers transported discarded tires to the refinery. If all went according to plan, they could exchange these items for some ghostly mushrooms and GAD meat. The refinery was bustling with activity. It not only bore the responsibility of oil refining but also served as the mechanical repair center of Kir Town. Ham and his companions were busy tinkering with the vehicle. Beside them, a crude oil refining apparatus made from iron pipes and a large barrel was operational. Liquid continuously flowed through the pipes, becoming a rare fuel in this world of refuse. They employed a primitive method of oil refining, breaking down plastics and discarded tires to obtain crude oil, which was then distilled to separate diesel fuel. Although this rudimentary oil refining method was simple, it was not something Ham and his crew could easily master. Nearby, a rusted, boxy iron contraption directed the operations. It sported a head resembling binoculars, moving back and forth on tracks, pointing at the vehicle while occasionally extending small claws. Despite its adorable robotic appearance, it evoked a sense of a market vendor scrutinizing produce. Who else could so perfectly disrupt the atmosphere but the artificial intelligence known as Finger? With Xiaoyang's assistance, Finger had donned a new guise and was actively participating in the modernization efforts of Kir Town. With a roar, the vehicle's engine ignited, announcing the birth of Kir Town's first car. If all went as expected, this inaugural vehicle would be utilized for transporting water sources. In the future, more vehicles would be put into service. Xiaoyang resolved to establish a true mechanized fleet to traverse between towns, preparing for future endeavors in refuse collection, as opposed to the rudimentary carts used by Old Hawk. Finally, it was repaired. It was hard to imagine how humans of the old era created such wondrous technological artifacts. Ham wiped the sweat from his brow, surrounded by fallen metallic tools like wrenches, screwdrivers, and screws. Thanks to Xiaoyang's exchange for beast legs from Anna, he had now become a metal-type evolver. Furthermore, with Xiaoyang's support, the workers under him, who had just begun to grasp basic vehicle repair skills, were also on the verge of evolution. Men. How could they not know how to repair cars? Practice makes perfect. The iron contraption emitted a clanking sound, its binocular-like head shaking slightly. Despite its lack of expression, Ham sensed an air of lewdness emanating from the robot. Although the robot was somewhat verbose, Ham dared not underestimate it. He had come to realize that all the knowledge stemmed from this peculiar iron contraption. Thanks to your guidance, Master Finger, we have been able to repair these vehicles. I imagine the boss will be particularly pleased to hear this news. A single vehicle was hardly a daunting task. Perhaps in the future, there would even be opportunities to repair airplanes. All right, you should have grasped the basic repair techniques by now. If you encounter any issues, feel free to consult me. The eccentric Finger had no intention of lingering longer, as it was essentially an emotionless artificial intelligence. To it, this was merely a task. Now that the task was complete, it should return to report the results. Recently, its database had undergone considerable repairs, and within its underlying logic, there was a persistent directive to protect a man named Lu Mingfei from the original world. However, in this refuse-filled world, that foundational logic had lost all significance. Here, there was no Lu Mingfei. It yearned to return to its original world, but the black hole served as an insurmountable barrier. It had once crossed paths with Xiaoyang in the vast wasteland near a black hole. When the black hole had finished its eruption, Xiaoyang had attempted to throw a broken blade into it, only to see it inevitably torn to shreds. Now, Finger was engulfed in confusion. It needed a purpose in life. Or perhaps a supreme directive. Meaning, isn't it a bit too much to expect an artificial intelligence to comprehend something even humans struggle to understand? It sighed, deciding to take things one step at a time. A saying Xiaoyang had mentioned was not without merit. Perhaps when one possessed the power to transcend black holes, they would no longer be a concern. Chapter 63. The unprecedented water-based supernatural ability at this moment. Xiaoyang was striving to grow stronger, not far from the oil refinery. Tires fell from the sky one by one. Water blade. Slash. In the air, countless water molecules converged in the palm of Xiaoyang, forming a large water sphere. Following this, a small stream of water shot forth from the sphere, creating a brilliant silver line that sliced through the air towards the tires in the sky. Clang! The resilient tire split in half, the cut remarkably smooth, with steel wires visible at the cross-section. The effect was quite satisfactory. After the water flowed out, it returned to Xiaoyang's hand. This technique had a maximum attack range of around 20 meters, making it a commendable medium-range offensive method. "Boss, this is incredible!" Jim exclaimed as he jumped down from a pile of discarded tires, admiring the scene before him. "I want to learn." Meanwhile, Jessica was even more excited, for she too was a water-based evolver. "I can't believe water can be this powerful. If I want to learn, I need to evolve to the second tier. Perhaps I could awaken water-based abilities." Xiaoyang still had some 9-turn Mysterious Water left. If Jim performed well, he might just let a little slip out. "As for Jessica," he asked, "did you grasp the essence of that move?" Observing Jessica's dazed expression, he explained, "While water may seem gentle, swiftly flowing water can sever steel. The crux of this technique lies in propelling the water at high speeds to form a water blade, which requires an exceptional command over the flow." Xiaoyang encouraged Jessica to try several times, uncertain whether she could master the skill. As the one responsible for separating the 9-turn Mysterious Water, he was more than generous, providing her with the necessary resources. Even so, Jessica still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Xiaoyang's level of water-based abilities. It was important to note that Xiaoyang had awakened his formidable powers through the excessive consumption of 9-turn Mysterious Water, granting him an extraordinary command over water flow. A qualitative difference indeed. At the moment of awakening, he felt as though he had become an envoy of the water element, able to command the water molecules in the air at will. Additionally, the 9-turn Mysterious Water endowed him with a powerful passive ability. The condensed water possessed a fire-resistant property, which he had already tested on Jim, and was likely derived from its capability to extinguish the divine fire of demon extermination. In summary, there was still much to explore within the realm of water-based abilities. This undertaking had yielded immense rewards. The Fox Demon No. 1 Refuse site was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity Xiaoyang had encountered in this world. Just as he yearned to experiment with more water-based skills, Finger clanked over on its tracks. "Boss, the vehicle is repaired. Want to give it a test drive?" "Oh, it's already done so swiftly. Lead me to it." At the oil refinery, a green pickup truck stood at the entrance. Although somewhat worn, it held great significance. Eagerly, Xiaoyang climbed into the truck, only to discover an embarrassing realization. He could not drive at all. It is not his fault. On Earth, Xiaoyang is merely a fresh graduate, trapped in the grind of daily life, and with such meager wages, he harbors no impulse to acquire a vehicle. Fortunately, this world is one that is universally flawed. In the entirety of Kir Town, there is not a soul who knows how to drive, and ultimately, it is Fingel who shoulders the entire burden alone. Each individual has had a taste of the driving experience. With the possession of a vehicle, Xiaoyang at least gains a semblance of mobility in this desolate realm. Yet, this is not his ultimate aspiration. Once the situation stabilizes, he prefers to take the initiative and venture into the vast wilderness. The black hole is a calamity, but could it not also be a fortuitous opportunity? In contrast to the confusion and anxiety he felt upon his arrival, Xiaoyang, now wielding formidable and extraordinary powers, gradually began to relish the sensation of continuous growth and strength. The unearthing of novel items is indeed quite fascinating. I wonder how those few GAD eggs are faring. Perhaps I shall check on them shortly. In the bustling center of Kir Town, there exists a blue zone constructed from nucleic acid testing tents. Prominently displayed in front of the tents is a banner, somewhat haphazardly inscribed with the characters for Kir Town Primary School. Observing this artistic piece that he personally nominated, Xiaoyang feels a sense of gratification. This is indeed the area with the highest concentration of children in Kir Town. Xiaoyang's insistence. Children under the age of 10 are prohibited from labor and are mandated to receive an education. He cannot bear to watch such young children toting snakeskin bags to rummage through refuse. In this barren, trash-laden world, children are an integral part of the household labor force. Tio encouraged scavengers to willingly send their children here. Xiaoyang has promised to provide food for them during school hours. It is now lunchtime. Xiaoyang steps into the tent. Inside, Mary and several women are serving meals to the children. In front of them, a line of small, thin figures of varying heights quietly holds out their bowls. Devoid of any noise, compared to the raucousness of children on Earth, the children of this garbage world demonstrate an endearing level of understanding. The steaming vapors caress their golden locks, forming delicate droplets of water. Mary ladles a generous portion of black fish meat onto a bowl of 8 treasure rice and hands it to a small girl. Be careful. It's hot. Thank you, Sister Mary, the little girl replies politely, cheerfully settling at the table, enthusiastically picking at her rice like a squirrel, saving the fish for last. The school meals not only provide ghostly mushrooms and vegetables, but occasionally there are also servings of GAD meat and black fish. Her favorite is the black fish. Seeing the children's joyful smiles brings Mary delight, and she inadvertently displays a smile of her own. It seems you are quite fond of children. Mary, I simply see them and recall my own childhood. These little ones are truly fortunate to have encountered you. Well, it's nothing much. Just doing what I can. A few children. We can still manage. Dream on. Who would want to raise children with you? Mary's cheeks flush slightly, feigning anger. She has heard the cook say that men should not be indulged and must be kept in check. However, she is overthinking. He is merely a straightforward man. I think you are overthinking it. Speaking of which, how are those eggs doing? Due to the fact that children's hormones can hasten the hatching of GAD eggs, the eggs extracted from the GAD have been placed in the school. He wishes to see if any of these eggs can hatch into little monsters. Mary is here to keep an eye on the eggs, lest any mishaps occur. Xiaoyang follows Mary to the center of the tent. At the heart of the tent, a projection screen stands, displaying various children's educational programs. These programs, naturally, are products of Fingel, encompassing elementary mathematics, language arts, and some knowledge pertinent to the garbage world. Older children even partake in basic mechanical repair courses. Beneath this screen, Xiaoyang finds 7 GAD eggs, each the size of a soccer ball. The shells are semi-transparent, allowing a glimpse of their contents when illuminated. Previously, Xiaoyang had examined these eggs and found 3 of them to contain discernible placentas, while the other 4 were merely yolks and egg whites. Now, after some time has passed, the placentas in the 3 eggs have begun to take shape, and Xiaoyang can even see small dark spots that appear to be eye regions. He believes that they should be hatching soon. Fortunately, they are in the garbage world. If Captain Zhu Jianwei were to see this, he would undoubtedly be furious and might even summon Xiaoyang for a thorough reprimanding. Xiaoyang's thoughts drift as he eagerly anticipates the experience of calling forth 3 GAD to confront the opposition. Even the mighty Di Jia would not withstand such an encounter. The remaining 4 eggs still retain their yolk and egg white state, seemingly wasted. Indeed, they must be discarded. Chapter 64. Pan-fried GAD eggs. Tonight's dinner features GAD eggs. Tio prepare this dish. Xiaoyang has specially acquired a large pot. The translucent egg mixture sizzles upon contact with the fiery red iron pan. With a deft flick of his wrist, Xiaoyang flips the egg, sprinkling it with scallions, chili, ghost vine seeds, and other seasonings. A tantalizing aroma wafts through the air as the fried egg is completed. Xiaoyang swiftly divides the omelet into 6 portions, distributing them among Zhang Daqiang and the others. Mary, glancing at her portion, finds it slightly larger than the others, and her heart swells with delight. For the sake of this fried egg, she decides to forgive Xiaoyang's straightforward mannerisms today. Yes, delicious. Absolutely delightful. Mary's eyes sparkle with joy. Zhang Daqiang and the others, lacking in refinement, can only chant Jie Taya, expressing their admiration. Xiaoyang takes a bite. It is quite good, with a crispy, caramelized exterior that gives way to a rich, eggy interior, enhanced by the mild bite of scallion and chili, which beautifully balances the overwhelming aroma. Importantly, the GAD egg is brimming with energy, being the essence of an entire monster. Undoubtedly a nourishing feast. In addition to the GAD egg, the table is laden with freshly sliced zirbagong meat and stewed fish chunks, a veritable extravagance. As his evolutionary level rises, Xiaoyang's appetite has also grown considerably. He now consumes several pounds in a single meal. By the end of the meal, Zhang Daqiang and his companions, already on the brink of a breakthrough, each achieve their second tier, reaping significant rewards. Among them, Jessie awakens an earth-based ability, specifically the power of burrowing. This is not surprising, as several individuals in Kier Town who have consumed GAD meat have manifested similar earth-based abilities, and in Xiaoyang's memory, GAD is indeed a creature known for its burrowing prowess. Compared to other earth-based ability users, Jessie's burrowing ability is notably more fluid and rapid, making it a commendable escape skill. Jim, on the other hand, has fortuitously awakened a formidable offensive ability. He has developed a pair of shining titanium alloy eyes capable of emitting 2 destructive beams of light, a considerable power likely derived from GAD's light-based attack capabilities. Zhang Daqiang's abilities are even more peculiar. He has not awakened a new power but has instead derived a defensive skill from his existing earth-based ability. With a flash of light from his hand, a transparent spherical barrier forms around him, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Xiaoyang strikes the barrier with 30% of his strength, and astonishingly, it does not shatter. Only when he unleashes his full power does the barrier break apart. It is worth noting that he is a third-tier ability user who routinely consumes zirbagong meat, and now his physical strength is more than sufficient to overpower AMU without issue. This demonstrates the barrier's impressive durability. If all goes well, this ability should stem from GAD's capacity to create defensive shields, though its current hardness does not compare to that of GAD itself. However, as Zhang Daqiang's strength increases, it is conceivable that he may eventually reach GAD's level of resilience. Hehe, Daqiang, would you like to try my destructive beam? Jim, eager and a bit overconfident, suggests. Xiaoyang glances at the green-haired youth. Feeling somewhat sorry for him, he recalls that GAD's defensive shield seems capable of reflecting light-based attacks, as expected. Without Xiaoyang's timely intervention, Jim nearly shot himself with his own light beam. Xiaoyang, intrigued, silently adds the GAD eggs to his list for the next awakening. I'm such a fool. Really, he muses. From now on, I'll have to avoid Zhang Daqiang. After all, a big brother is still a big brother. Well, your titanium alloy eyes are quite impressive. Grow up quickly. I look forward to taking you all to the wilderness to scavenge. Who knows, we might even come across other monster meats. All this time, Xiaoyang has hesitated to take them out for adventures, as their strength has been somewhat lacking and would only serve as a burden during an escape. What titanium alloy eyes? They are clearly destructive death rays. Destructive death rays, do you hear? Jim repeatedly corrects himself. Woo-woo, I haven't awakened anything. Only Jessica feels disheartened, as she remains a blank slate this time. Come now, Jessica, your water ability is already quite powerful. Uncovering its potential is no less significant than theirs. Jessica has consumed the 9-turn mysterious in water, resulting in a qualitative transformation of her water ability, and with some skills Xiaoyang has taught her, she can certainly hold her own against Jim. Additionally, Daqiang, your barrier holds great potential. Do experiment with thickening it and altering its forms. Do not confine yourself to its current shape. There may be surprises in store. After finishing a sumptuous meal, Xiaoyang returned to his room. Quietly retrieving the high-grade spatial ring he had procured from Old Hawk, he gazed intently at the ancient ring, channeling his mental energy to continuously assault the soul imprint engraved upon it. I refuse to believe that a rootless soul imprint can defy the heavens. In the world of Dopo Tsangqiong, the wearer of a high-grade spatial ring could inscribe a soul imprint upon it. Thus, even if someone else were to acquire this ring, they would need to erase the soul imprint to access its contents, alerting the original owner in the process. Although this soul imprint would repel intrusions of mental energy, It primarily served as an alarm rather than a full-fledged soul seal set by the user, thus its power was limited. Previously, due to his insufficient strength, even a single soul imprint had caused him some distress. This indirectly indicated the formidable strength of the ring's original owner, further heightening Xiao Yang's anticipation of what lay within. Now, having ascended to the rank of a third-tier ability user, and having long consumed bitter tree leaves and resin, his mental energy had undergone considerable enhancement. Consequently, Xiaoyang felt he had a reasonable chance of erasing the soul imprint. During his recent leisure time, he had been tirelessly attempting to breach this imprint, taking breaks to sip on bitter tree leaf tea to replenish his mental strength. Although he had yet to completely erase it, he discovered that his mental energy had been refined through the process, becoming more substantial. After all, his mental energy had been bolstered through the use of various substances, making it somewhat unstable. This unexpected discovery invigorated Xiaoyang, leading him to hope that the soul imprint on the ring would prove even more resilient and enduring. However, even the sturdiest membrane cannot withstand incessant abrasions. After Xiaoyang's relentless efforts day and night, the soul imprint finally shattered and dissipated, giving rise to a restless spirit. The high-grade spatial ring from the world of Dopu Zhangqiong had welcomed its new master. Chapter 65. Opening the spatial ring. What moment in Dopu Zhangqiong is the most exhilarating? Naturally, it is the moment of opening the spatial ring. Little did Xiaoyang expect that one day he would also open a spatial ring. To show his respect for this spatial ring and to garner the best fortune, Xiaoyang took a bath and sought out a location that Jim would undoubtedly not discover. He then recited a prayer for good luck. Invoking the blessings of all the deities, before commencing the opening of the ring, as the power of his soul surged forth, Xiaoyang successfully grasped the intricacies of the ring, true to its high-grade status. The internal space was astonishingly vast. It measured an impressive 100,100,100 meters, offering an extensive capacity. However, the contents were relatively sparse, consisting mainly of various everyday items, a collection of jade boxes, scrolls, books, and other assorted objects, with one body included. Disregarding the other items for the moment, Xiaoyang first extracted the scrolls and books, needing to ascertain their origins. Refining Medicine Insights, authored by Huang Yi. Could he be a pharmacist? Jackpot! In the world of Dopu, pharmacists are among the wealthiest individuals. A pharmacist's fortune lay before him. Yet, it was also possible that this pharmacist's legacy had been seized. After all, in the world of Dopu, killing for treasure is commonplace. Regardless, this haul should prove valuable. Was there a character named Huang Yi in the original text? Xiaoyang temporarily had no recollection, but after meticulously retracing his steps through the content he had consumed, he finally recalled the individual named Huang Yi. To his astonishment, he realized that this person was merely a bit part. How audacious to attempt to steal from Xiao Huahua and yet still be alive. Finally, Xiaoyang recalled who this Huang Yi was. In the narrative of the Dan Tower Conference, Xiao Huahua had unearthed a geocentric soul essence, and this Huang Yi had seemingly sought to snatch it from the protagonist, only to be beaten and forced to flee, unable to participate in the final alchemical phase. Subsequently, amidst the array of scrolls, Xiaoyang discovered a mid-tier Do technique titled Transforming Pill Covering Heaven, which was indeed a skill he had employed in the original text. It could not be a mistake. This was truly him. A figure who had survived an encounter with the protagonist yet inexplicably perished at the hands of another. How fortunate or unfortunate could this be? In any case, it had ultimately benefited Xiaoyang. Having withstood a strike from a Do Emperor and remaining alive was a feat to be proud of. Those who could participate in the Dan Tower's alchemical conference were generally pharmacists of the 6th rank or higher. And this individual had even managed to contend with the protagonist, likely possessing the strength of a high-tier Do zone, perhaps around 8 or 9 stars. Huang Yi was likely a 7th rank pharmacist. Xiaoyang perused Huang Yi's alchemical insights, and indeed, he found records of concocting 7th rank pills. If Huang Yi was a pharmacist, it was reasonable to assume that the jade boxes contained medicinal materials. Gazing at the dazzling array of jade boxes, he counted thousands, a staggering sight. Alchemy is an inherently intricate endeavor. At times, a single pill requires the combination of hundreds of different ingredients, hence such a quantity was not surprising. Xiaoyang was filled with a profound sense of happiness. However, he dared not hastily sample these materials. In the world of Dopua, carelessly ingesting substances could lead to death. Why are there so few pills? He mused, glancing around and extracting a few jade vials, only to find them nearly empty, containing primarily low-tier pills. While these were exceedingly precious to Xiaoyang, they were decidedly abnormal for a pharmacist. Unless Huang Yi had met an untimely end, depleting all his pills in the process. This was not a promising sign. Quickly, Xiaoyang began inspecting several jade boxes and, as expected, discovered that more than half were empty. It appeared that the individual had exhausted every possible means before meeting his demise. The elation he had felt moments prior was now matched by a profound sense of disappointment. Xiaoyang picked up the alchemical insights and began to scrutinize them closely. They contained foundational theories of pill-making, a herbal identification guide for the Douqi continent, some recipes collected by Huang Yi, as well as techniques for controlling fire and refining pills. I recall that in the world of Dopa, one must possess fire attribute Douqi to become a pharmacist, with a touch of wood attribute mixed in. I wonder if I can master these techniques? Currently, Xiaoyang had command over wood and water attributes. As for fire, he only knew the blazing fireball technique, which did not equate to true fire control. Perhaps he could consider choosing fire attribute abilities upon awakening to the 4th tier. He did not aspire to become a master alchemist. Merely acquiring some fire control techniques and methods for refining materials would suffice. After all, consuming spiritual meat bite by bite was excessively time-consuming, and in a world as treacherous as this one must be cautious about what to eat. If he could refine the materials, extracting their essence while discarding the dross, it would save both time and effort. Xiaoyang also possessed a piece of a 10,000-year-old soul beast soul bone, which he had obtained during the fierce contest for the Ebon-Beak beast. However, considering the power levels in the Dolua world, he hesitated. Perhaps he would contemplate it later in addition to the alchemical insights. Xiaoyang discovered a cultivation technique named Fusion Flame Decision, a mid-tier earth-level technique that he could attempt to cultivate once he acquired fire attribute abilities. Techniques, dough skills, pill recipes, and alchemy. A complete inheritance for a pharmacist is thus constituted. Could the techniques from the Dopa world be cultivated in this wretched realm? That was indeed a question worth pondering. Nonetheless, he had to give it a try. Apart from the earth-level fire technique and dough skills, there were several miscellaneous scrolls, each corresponding to different elemental dough skills. They were likely acquired through theft or trade. Devil Thorn Kill, a high-tier wood attribute dough skill. Azure Wind Drill, a low-tier wind attribute dough skill. To his surprise, there was even a flying dough skill. Xiaoyang was elated. To be honest, he did not place much value on some low-tier dough skills. He preferred to develop his own. However, flying dough skills were an entirely different matter. Rather than being merely a skill, it was akin to a tool. Possessing it would allow him to manifest a pair of wings on his back, granting him the ability to fly without the need for arduous training. How could Xiao Hua wander freely in his lower-tier days? Was it not because he had a flying dough skill? If he couldn't win a fight, he could always flee, faster than any pursuing dogs. With both hands gripping the scroll, Xiaoyang licked his lips in eager anticipation as he unfurled the scroll. The purple scroll gradually unfurled, revealing a pair of elongated wings before his eyes. These slender wings, though drawn upon the scroll, possessed an almost tangible quality, warm to the touch, which was rather peculiar. The wings were entirely purple-black, exuding a chilling metallic aura, with faint azure lightning patterns shimmering through. The feathers on the wings appeared lifelike, their filaments distinctly visible, and under Xiaoyang's breath, they seemed to flutter. Beneath the wings, a line of small characters detailed the origin of this flying dough skill. Lightning Cloud Sparrow, a 5th-tier flying magical beast, said to be a descendant of the ancient thunder-devouring sparrow, possessing unparalleled speed. Captured in the Thunder Valley of the southeastern Douqi continent, its wings were fashioned into flying Douqi for future generations to cultivate. Signed, Thunder Monarch. It seemed that this dough skill had been acquired by Huang Yi from someone else. As his gaze shifted from the small text, Xiaoyang cautiously extended his palm, gently brushing against the slightly darkened purple wings. A tingling sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through him. While touching the eagle's wings, he could distinctly sense the turbulent waves of a fierce and resentful remnant soul within. No matter, he thought, Xiao Huahua dared to practice flight techniques even as a two-star fighter. Surely, I, Xiao, am stronger than a mere two-star fighter, right? Chapter 66. Terrifying beyond measure. How does one utilize this thing? After much contemplation, Xiao Yang slowly reached out his palm. His hands moved to the scroll, lightly pressing down on the soft wings, and he closed his eyes. The moment his palm made contact with the wings, a thunderous eagle's cry surged up his arm, striking his brain and penetrating his soul. Xiao Yang envisioned a shadow dancing gracefully amidst a thunderstorm, seemingly inhaling and exhaling lightning, before that shadow rushed straight towards him. However, after enduring the mark of the soul from battling a formidable enemy, Xiao Yang's spiritual resilience had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. The black silhouette brushed past him, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. He felt as though his brain had been struck by a hammer, experiencing a momentary dizziness, but soon, he felt nothing further as this all. It is indeed something that even a two-star fighter can handle. Subsequently, the abilities described in the scroll began circulating through his body. Moments later, the eagle wings on the black scroll suddenly radiated with brilliant light, transforming into two slender beams that darted into his palms. They swiftly flowed through his meridians to his back, forcibly creating two exceedingly thin tributaries. Xiao Yang had never endured such intense torment. The pain of his muscles being pulled was unbearable for any ordinary person. Yet, in pursuit of soaring through the skies, he persevered. Every adult invariably goes through a process of first suffering before finding joy. As the pain subsided, the illustration on the scroll vanished entirely. Xiao Yang snapped a photo of his back with his phone, and indeed, a black-blue wing tattoo symbolizing flight techniques appeared upon his skin. With a mere thought, energy surged through the newly formed tributaries into the tattoo on his back, manifesting a faint purple-black glow that transformed into wings resembling tangible feathers. The wings fluttered gently, creating a slight buoyancy that gradually lifted his body off the ground. Ha! I can fly now. In his excitement, Xiao Yang collided with the ceiling and fell to the ground. Coughing, he mused that practice was necessary. Since this flight technique was crafted from the wings of the Flash Cloud Sparrow, I shall name it the Flash Cloud Wings. Now, with the capability to wield a world-shattering flight technique, perhaps I can cultivate other techniques and skills as well. Having successfully acquired the flight technique, Xiao Yang's spirits soared as he continued to sift through his storage ring. The herbs could be examined later at leisure. As for the pills, most were low-tier energy recovery pills, along with some special-purpose concoctions, such as detoxifying pills. Among them, one pill emitted a potent energy fluctuation, thrilling Xiao Yang. Could fortune be smiling upon me again? Damn it, could it be the transformation pill? Xiao Yang cursed. The transformation pill was intended for beasts to assume human form. How could a human consume it? No wonder it had been left behind. Is there even a beast around here? What use is this pill to me? Never mind. I shall hold on to it for now. Next, Xiao Yang began clearing away a pile of clutter, during which a particular stone caught his eye. It was a gray stone, roughly the size of a thumb, smooth as jade and flawless. Within its core, a faint blue glow pulsed gently, resembling a small worm with a semblance of life. What is this feeling? Xiao Yang sensed an aura belonging to the storage ring emanating from the stone. Could it be a storage stone? He recalled descriptions of rare materials from his alchemy notes and found a corresponding entry. No, wait, that faint glow at its center. Could it possibly contain a storage spirit? Xiao Yang stared at that point, the faint blue radiance leaving him astounded. This is indeed a storage spirit. In the world of shattering realms, only the highest quality storage stones have a chance of containing such a phenomenon. A storage spirit can create a unique small space within the body, typically utilized by alchemists to contain exotic flames. This small space serves to store such flames. I never expected that Huang Yi would possess such a rare treasure. Xiao Huahua must be regretting not killing and robbing him, right? Indeed, an alchemist who does not seek to capture exotic flames is not a true alchemist. It seems Huang Yi also harbored dreams of acquiring exotic flames at the Alchemy Tower Conference, only to be eliminated in the first round by the protagonist, never to utilize it. Such a treasure is indeed remarkable. But in this wretched world devoid of exotic flames, what use is it to me? Xiao Yang shook his head, unable to think of a purpose for it at the moment. Finally, he retrieved the human corpse. The moment it emerged, a staggering wave of energy radiated from Xiao Yang's small villa, spreading throughout the entirety of Clara Town, the overwhelming pressure nearly causing Xiao Yang to suffocate. Were it not for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have collapsed. A fighter of the highest caliber is truly terrifying. In an instant, Clara Town was thrown into chaos. Children cried, adults scrambled from their beds, and all the evolved beings gazed fearfully towards Xiao Yang's villa. What on earth is happening? Xiao Yang. Mary rushed in, still clad in her pink bunny pajamas. Soon, Zhang Daqiang and others followed suit, braving their fears to peer inside. Ah, Jessica screamed. Why would an innocent girl scream in the dead of night? Because, in the pitch blackness, a man's corpse had appeared in her brother Xiao Yang's room. The most alarming detail? The corpse was entirely nude. No wonder Jessica covered her eyes, though her fingers were slightly apart. Unable to hide her curious gaze, this was indeed a naked corpse, charred black and bearing a terrifying visage, exuding an overwhelming aura. Merely standing there, everyone felt as if they were confronting some monstrous calamity. An instinctive urge to flee swelling within them. Xiao Yang, what is the story behind this corpse? I have never encountered a corpse with such a potent aura. This is an accident, an unexpected incident. Who could have anticipated it would be so fearsome? Xiao Yang hurriedly retracted the corpse, offering an evasive explanation. He had a general idea of the situation. This corpse was likely an enemy Huang Yi had slain before his demise. Tio have forced him to such extremes. This nameless corpse probably possessed the strength of an 8 or 9-star fighter. However, it was strange that Xiao Yang had not discovered a storage ring on this corpse. Among the items within the storage rings, he found nothing that matched its identity. Where did Old Hawk find this storage ring? Did he come across any others when he discovered it? I must inquire about this when I encounter him again. Unbeknownst to him, Old Hawk had been thoroughly duped, too afraid to return to Clara City, fleeing to who knows where. Just as Xiao Yang pondered how to confront Old Hawk, a series of car horns blared outside. This was the alarm from Clara Town's guards. Everyone hurried outside, spotting a scavenger in a school uniform racing towards them. Boss, trouble! The insect tide. The insect tide is coming. So many bugs, damn it, I knew it. Once treasures emerge from the storage ring, misfortune is bound to follow. Xiao Yang and the others rushed towards the town's entrance, and before they reached the gate, they heard a cacophony of gunfire erupting ahead. Chapter 67. The Great Pestilence Technique. The pitch-black night crackled with sounds akin to waves washing over the shore, a dark shadow sweeping across the hillside. It was a swarm of creatures resembling caterpillars. Albeit larger in size, each the size of a rabbit, covered in long hairs like steel needles, writhing in a peculiar manner. Occasionally, they would pause to consume rusty screws or scraps of metal before rejoining the advancing horde. The swarm crawled over heaps of garbage, moving towards Clara Town. Suddenly, they halted, the swarm appearing anxious, as if sensing some terrifying creature ahead. Moments later, the dreadful aura vanished, and the mindless insects, lacking the intelligence to comprehend, resolutely continued their advance. That night, the scavengers of Clara Town faced a dire fate. First, an unnamed terror, followed by an overwhelming tide of insects, sent the entire town into a frenzied eye in the thick darkness. Illuminated only by the flickering campfire, Xiao Yang beheld the swarm of caterpillar-like creatures battling the guards. These iron-spined caterpillars were exceptionally ferocious. They would retract their bodies, unleashing a barrage of iron needles that exploded into the surroundings. Get down! Fortunately, the scavenger guards are not defenseless. They lie atop walls constructed from heaps of abandoned cars, enjoying a vantage point that grants them a strategic advantage. Due to the collection of derelict vehicles in Kier Town, scavengers in the vicinity are eager to deliver any encountered scrap cars to this location. Most of these vehicles hold little value for repair, and after the removal of a few simple components, the discarded remnants are piled around the town, forming rudimentary fortifications. The sound of gunfire reverberates through the night, the flames erupting from the muzzles of their weapons starkly visible. It is evident that the guards are somewhat anxious. Their firearms unleashing a relentless barrage. The bullets possess considerable power. Despite the armored caterpillars' protective steel-like exteriors, They ultimately succumb to the penetrating force of the projectiles. However, their numbers are overwhelmingly vast. Xiao Yang hurls several Molotov cocktails into the distance, illuminating the area where swarms of these hairy caterpillars gather. Beyond the reach of the flames, even more of the creatures hurry towards them. Good heavens, there must be thousands of them. Anyone with a fear of clusters would likely faint at the sight. The tide of insects advances steadily, and those that fall to the gunfire seem merely inconsequential ripples in a vast ocean. The soldiers feel their scalps numb. The continual bursts of flame from their weapons provide scant relief from the oppressive silence. Soon, however, they realize an even graver situation. Their magazines are nearly depleted, and the moment the gunfire ceases, several caterpillars seize the opportunity to ascend from below. They coil and spring, crashing onto the metal of the cars with a cacophonous thud. Help! Quickly, get them off! As soon as the caterpillars reach the vehicles, they unleash iron spikes, impaling several unfortunate scavengers in the blink of an eye. Gates, powerless to intervene, glances sideways, witnessing two comrades fall victim to the spikes. Groaning in agony upon the ground, despair envelopes him as he shuts his eyes, shielding his face with his hands in a futile attempt to lessen the pain. Yet, the anticipated iron spikes do not come. Instead, a dark-haired man deftly plunges his blade into the caterpillar before him, flinging it aside as if discarding refuse, and shouts towards the rear. Zhang Daqiang, where the hell have you been? Boss, I'm coming. Zhang Daqiang hurriedly rallies over 100 scavengers to join the ranks of the guards. They are members of the exploration team from Kir Town, urgently assembled in the dead of night. Quickly, keep up, Team 1. Hold the center. Teams 2 and 3, defend the flanks. For heaven's sake, conserve your ammunition, Zhang Daqiang bellows, soon organizing their positions. With the arrival of the exploration team, the front line withstands the mounting pressure. Yet Xiaoyang knows this reprieve is but temporary, for their ammunition is woefully scarce. These firearms and their rounds were originally equipment from Kila City, much of which had already been expended in the Battle of the Weeping Trees, leaving only a meager supply behind. While the caterpillars are sizable, comparable to rabbits, their resilient hides render the bullets less effective. Cartoon Fireball Technique. Xiaoyang conjures a massive fireball, 6 meters in diameter, incinerating the caterpillars in a crackling blaze, clearing a fan-shaped area, as the flames illuminate the scene. Other hastily arriving evolvers commence their assault. Jim and the others, well versed in the fireball technique, navigate the battlefield, continuously launching fireballs to cleanse the nearby swarms, functioning as a firefighting brigade. Mark swings his spear, channeling a crackling arc of electricity towards the caterpillars, transforming them into charred remains, his powers solely of the lightning element. Most remarkably, Mary raises her hands, halting the iron spikes aimed at the scavengers, redirecting them with greater force, resulting in explosive showers of electrical sparks upon impact. In an instant, flames and lightning illuminate the battlefield, as the combined forces and abilities of the evolvers stabilize the front line. However, as time drags on, the surrounding caterpillars continue to multiply, waves upon waves accumulating beneath the cars, evoking a sense of facing a relentless tide. The pressure on their defenses is overwhelming. This cannot continue. Xiaoyang shouts, "Ming, are you ready? Boss, almost there. Water elementals, take your positions." Ming raises his arm, and water manipulators weave through the line of vehicles. Ready to act? Thanks to the Great Black Fish incident, many water elementals have awakened in Kir Town. At this moment, they clutch various glass jars, filled with a repugnant yellow viscous liquid, awaiting Ming's command. Prepare the Great Pus Rain technique. The water manipulators spring into action, channeling their abilities into the jars. Condense. Under the influence of their powers, the foul-smelling liquid coalesces into beads the size of marbles. In an instant, a multitude of yellow water beads hovers above, resembling a swarm of locusts, a spectacular sight to behold. Fire! Ming, cheeks flushed, bellows at the top of his lungs. The torrent of water beads cascades down, cloaking a vast area as if a torrential rain had fallen. The pus-laden liquid strikes the armored caterpillars with a sizzling sound, swiftly penetrating their tough exteriors and eradicating their innards. The intense pain drives the caterpillars into a frenzy. causing them to flail wildly, leaping as if a school of sardines had landed upon a deck. Soon, a considerable number perish. The entire battlefield reeks of decay. In this moment, all present feel the terror of the pus rain. Xiaoyang is thoroughly satisfied. This is the Great Pus Rain technique, a devastating area of effect water ability that harnesses the corrosive pus of the vulture of decay, combined with water elemental powers. Even the armored caterpillars, clad in steel, remain vulnerable beneath the corrosive liquid, as fragile as punctured balloons. It is worth noting that Xiaoyang, who once trembled beneath a car, was nearly obliterated by a single drop of this pus. The efficacy of the Great Pus Rain technique is remarkable, momentarily halting the tide of insects and alleviating the pressure on the front line. Yet, after a brief respite, the relentless swarm behind continues its steady advance. Piles of caterpillar corpses accumulate beneath the abandoned cars, and the glass jars of pus have run dry. Gazing at the dark mass of creatures ahead, Xiaoyang feels a weight in his heart. He has no choice but to resort to his final measures. Ham. Quickly, bring me the oil. Yes, boss. No sooner had the words left his lips than plastic bottles began to rain down from behind the automotive barricade, landing amidst the swarm. Immediately, a fireball strikes the bottles filled with inferior tire oil, igniting a blaze that erupts in a shower of flames, perhaps due to the excellent thermal conductivity of iron. The fiery assault proves effective. The caterpillars engulfed in flames emit anguished hisses, curling their bodies in frantic attempts to escape in a short time. The tide of insects thins considerably, the wall of fire instilling a measure of fear in them. However, before Xiaoyang can celebrate, monstrous caterpillars, the size of goats, suddenly emerge from the shadows. Their steel-like bristles stretch as long as chopsticks, glimmering ominously in the firelight. Hiss! Hiss! The large armored caterpillars move swiftly, and before long, a barrage of arrows bursts forth from dozens of them. Not good. Get down. Water barrier. Chapter 68. The first battle of the spiral sphere. A barrier of water rises to protect the surrounding crowd. The pressure within the water wall is immense, causing the incoming iron arrows to falter in another direction. Zhang Daqiang's protective shield, crafted from earth abilities, also proves effective. Nevertheless, several scavengers are injured in this wave of assault. To make matters worse, a few silvery armored caterpillars, each the size of a calf, are crawling closer. Damn it. These silver caterpillars look particularly formidable. Xiaoyang must take the initiative to eliminate this threat before it can escalate. If they draw near, the entire line will likely descend into chaos. Xiaoyang whistles, and a bronze-horned bull charges forward from the rear. Mounting a moo, he draws forth the ghost vine and presses it against the bull's back. The vine armor is unleashed, transforming into a knightly form. The ghost vine rapidly grows, weaving a saddle-like apparatus that adorns a moo, while simultaneously constructing a suit of armor around Xiaoyang, allowing them to leap into the fray and trample the mass of caterpillars beneath them. The armored caterpillars unleash a barrage of iron spikes, yet a moo's hide is exceptionally resilient, rendering the needle rain virtually ineffective. As for Xiaoyang, bolstered by the sustenance of Hilbegon's meat, his defenses have greatly improved. Further enhanced by the vine armored, a moo charges forward with remarkable speed, leading Xiaoyang into the fray. Waterblade. The ability activates swiftly, and Xiaoyang conjures a 5-meter-long waterblade in his hand. Slicing through the mass of caterpillars, with the speed of the flowing water, he cleaves through a large black caterpillar as easily as cutting through melon. Even though the exoskeletons of these insects have become somewhat metallic, they still cannot withstand the slicing force of the water flow. Xiaoyang cleaved through the swarm, his target being the silvery armored caterpillars. These caterpillars, roughly the size of calves, presumably possessed the strength of a third-tier mutated creature, and only he could contend with them under such circumstances. The silvery caterpillars raised their heads, emitting a hissing sound, and with a swift arch of their bodies, they lunged towards him at an astonishing speed. Xiaoyang swung his waterblade in a decisive strike. Upon contact with the silvery caterpillar's exoskeleton, a sharp metallic slicing sound reverberated. The resilience of the silvery caterpillar's exoskeleton was astonishing. As the water blade failed to cleave it open at first, double speed for the water blade. The flow of water surged instantly, slicing through the silvery caterpillar's body as easily as cutting through cream. The massive creature was split in two, plummeting from the air, its green viscous fluid splattering across the ground. Even as its body continued to writhe, at the moment of impact, its bristly exterior exploded outward, sending a rain of iron needles flying in all directions. Damn! Xiaoyang hadn't anticipated that this caterpillar would have such a final flourish, and he quickly waved his hand. A gigantic golden bell appeared before him, clanging against the barrage and allowing him to evade the attack. He certainly did not wish to test the might of those iron arrows with his own body. Moo! A moo emitted a mournful cry, its rear end bristling with white iron hairs, casting a resentful glance at Xiaoyang. Cough. Xiaoyang's face turned red. He had completely forgotten about his mount. Fortunately, the damage was minimal. It was merely a few scrapes on its hide, as a moo's defenses were quite formidable. If one were to ponder who in Keltown consumed the most zirbagong meat, it would undoubtedly be a moo, even surpassing Xiaoyang in that regard. Its hide gleaming with resilience in terms of consuming meat, mutated creatures seemed to possess a natural advantage. All right, I shall take you for revenge shortly. At this moment, several other silvery caterpillars had already surrounded him, curling their bodies like flour rolls, forming spiky iron balls that charged directly at Xiaoyang. Damn, why aren't you running? Observing the spiky edges of these iron balls, Xiaoyang turned pale and promptly slapped the moo's rear, prompting the beast to rear up and flee in a frenzy. Moo, is this what you call revenge? Cartoon, fireball technique. Xiaoyang unleashed a large fireball behind him. However, the speed of these iron balls was too great. Darting beyond the reach of the fireball's flames, at this point, his water blade was not as effective either. The high-speed, spiky iron balls were challenging to hit, and their rotation dissipated the power of the water blade, preventing it from maintaining a sustained cutting force. The water blade encountered its own weakness during its first application. In the darkness, 4 or 5 large iron balls pursued one man and one cow. And when had Xiaoyang ever endured such humiliation? Damn it, you like to play ball, do you? Let us see whose ball is mightier. Xiaoyang raised his hand high, gathering powerful energy that coalesced into a basketball-sized energy sphere, emanating an astonishing aura. Spiraling sphere. Here we go. He leapt down, his right hand drawn back, twisting at an incredible angle, then with a twist of his waist, thrust the spiraling sphere forward. When the two spheres collided, one would surely be injured. Countless sparks erupted from the surface of the rapidly spinning insect ball, halting its momentum. Xiaoyang's muscles bulged as his right foot stomped down, creating a large crater in the ground. Were it not for his extraordinary strength, he might have been sent flying. In that moment, a standoff ensued between man and insect. The evolvers gaped at the scene before them. Their leader, in human form, was using sheer force to withstand the charge of a third-tier creature. What a magnificent feat! Break for me! Xiaoyang's face contorted with rage, and he bellowed, forcefully pushing the spiraling sphere forward. Boom! A powerful penetrating force erupted within the giant insect, sending it hurtling away, crashing heavily into the swarm and carving a deep trench into the ground before finally coming to a stop. The once furry giant insect was now slick and charred, completely stripped of its bristles. What a tragic sight! A circular area, a meter in diameter, had collapsed in the middle of its body, and even its excrement had been expelled. It was clear it would not survive. Is this the spiraling sphere? Jim thought, wishing to learn it. Even with such a dismal fate befalling its companion, the other caterpillars remained undeterred by life or death, becoming even more frenzied, charging forward like living battering rams. Xiaoyang's expression grew grave as he gathered another spiraling sphere and charged ahead. Meanwhile, as time passed, the automotive defenses of Keltown had become increasingly precarious. Gunfire had long ceased, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning protein, as the insects continued their reckless advance. The scavengers had no choice but to wield their spears and engage in close combat with the insects. Stay calm, hold the line. Those in the back fill the gaps and switch defenses. Damn it, there are simply too many of these caterpillars. Oil, where is the oil? Zhang Daqiang constructed a shield to block a rain of arrows. Directing the scavengers in their battle, in a short while, a few gasoline bottles were tossed from the rear, igniting several spots before coming to a halt. Ham, what are you doing? Why is there so little? These are the last few. We're out of oil, Ham shouted as he tossed the final gasoline bottles, brandishing an iron rod as he joined a few evolvers at the defense line. Zhang Daqiang felt a tightening in his chest. The situation was dire. Without flames to halt the advance of the insect tide, the onslaught would become even more intense. Now, nearly every scavenger capable of wielding a weapon had joined the fray. Yet the insect tide remained unending. Even with the bodies of their comrades piled high in front, they relentlessly pressed forward, some even gnawing on the corpses of their fallen in an instant. Keltown found itself in dire straits. Chapter 69. The Defiant Water Bottle. Damn it! Xiaoyang panted heavily. This was already the 8th insect ball he had shattered, yet more giant insects surged in from the distance. He glanced towards Keltown. The gunfire had ceased. The battles over there must be even more brutal. Why did they suddenly encounter a tide of insects? Could it be that there was a massive garbage eruption in the vicinity of Keltown? He recalled the beast tide encountered a few days prior and speculated. Regardless of the reason, these insects must be driven away. Otherwise, Keltown would surely not survive until tomorrow. Such a massive insect tide must have a leader. It was imperative to eliminate this insect king to influence the movement of the tide. The insects were densely packed, and in the pitch-black darkness, even the keen-eyed evolvers struggled to identify it. He could only ascend to the heavens. Xiaoyang activated his abilities, channeling energy into the tattoo on his back. A pair of deep purple-black wings sprouted from his back, faintly crackling with electricity. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Lightning cloud wings engage. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, propelled by a tremendous lift, as his vantage point rose, observing the diminishing figures below. Xiaoyang felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. However, before he could savor the joys of flying further, the next moment, the figure above plummeted downward with a cry. He quickly flapped his wings again and ascended once more. After a few more attempts, Xiaoyang finally grasped the technique of using the lightning cloud wings. This mechanism was akin to an electric scooter. He couldn't accelerate too quickly, but needed to maintain a steady input of energy. Xiaoyang flew around the swarm, dropping incendiary bottles, and the appearance of the insect horde gradually became clearer. The mountains and plains were teeming with armored caterpillars, advancing from the east towards the west. In this torrent, Keltown resembled a solitary island in the heart of a river, and now this small island was on the brink of collapse. The scavengers' resistance had dwindled, and the evolvers' abilities were spent. In some areas, the caterpillars had breached the defenses and infiltrated the town. Damn it! Xiaoyang turned his gaze away from the dire situation, desperately searching for the insect king, moving closer along the tide of insects until he finally spotted a suspicious figure.